Chapter 34. The noise Kaiser and I heard from the hotel bathroom was Dwight falling off the toilet. When we reached him, he was bruised and angry, but basically no worse than before. After Kaiser and I lifted him back onto the toilet, I cleaned him up and wheeled him to the bed while Kaiser wiped up the vomit he'd left on the floor. Without the headboard to support him, I don't think Stone could hold himself up, yet the unquenchable light still shines from his sunken eyes and yellow face. Despite my internal distress, I sit in the desk chair and wait for Kaiser to take his seat on the sofa beneath the picture window. After he does, Stone begins speaking with slightly diminished volume. "Penn, I know why you're still sitting here. You want to know what I know about your father. I'm going to tell you that. But you have to trust me about something. Without context, the information would be almost useless to you. To understand Tom's involvement, you've got to understand and accept what happened in Dallas and why." "You mean that Carlos Marcello killed Kennedy? What if I tell you I do accept that?" A faint smile touches Stone's lips. "You don't really believe it. Think like the prosecutor you once were for a moment. Glenn Morehouse and Henry Sexton have given us a unique opportunity here. John Kennedy was shot 42 years ago. Some members of my group have been working that case almost all that time. We've made real progress, but 2 years ago we hit a wall. Some of us have died in the interval since. I've been afraid I would die without knowing the truth, or worse, that it would never be known. But now we have a chance, not only to discover the truth, but to prove it." "I understand, Dwight." "Do you? Because this opportunity is very fragile. If Tom is killed running from the police, the truth could die with him. If you push the Double Eagles too soon or too hard, Forrest Knox could move to bury whatever evidence remains. That might mean killing some of his own family, and I don't think he'd hesitate. We have to move quickly, but with the utmost care." Again, the pressure to back off from the Double Eagles. "Just tell me what you need to do, Dwight. I came here because of you, and I'm ready to listen." "It's not easy to condense 20 years of investigation into an hour, but I'll try for both our sakes. First, I want to dispense with the existing conspiracy theories. To do that, you must stop thinking of the word conspiracy as meaning a large number of people. Large conspiracies usually fail, and when they do succeed, they never stay secret for long." "Agreed." "Second, I want to explain a principle that a colleague of mine calls Stone's razor. It's a way we deal with coincidence." "All right." "Nearly every JFK conspiracy theory depends upon one critical and unacceptable coincidence: President Kennedy's motorcade passing beneath the building where Lee Harvey Oswald worked. Oswald got that job randomly, through the friend of his wife, and only 37 days before the assassination. Kennedy's motorcade route was chosen by the Secret Service only 7 days before the assassination." "And it wasn't made public until 5 days prior," Kaiser clarifies, "after being printed in the Dallas Times-Herald on Monday, November 15th. "The point," Stone continues, "is that Oswald getting the book depository job and the choice of motorcade route were causally unrelated. That's been proved as conclusively as any fact in history. No one could have placed Oswald in that job in that building with the intent to kill JFK, because no one knew at the time he got the job what the motorcade route would be. Consequently, any conspiracy involving Lee Harvey Oswald that depends upon inspiration or planning prior to November 15th is de facto impossible." "Which is all of them, right?" "Except Oliver Stone's. Since he claimed that everyone from the CIA to the military-industrial complex was in it together, right up to LBJ, Oliver was claiming that they could have controlled the motorcade route and put Kennedy in Oswald's sights. Yeah, well, let's come back to planet Earth. How about halfway back? Dwight says with a smile. If I asked you to list the main conspiracy suspects in the assassination, you'd probably give the same ones most Americans would. The usual suspects, I think, recalling Kaiser's list from last night outside City Hall. The CIA, Cuban exiles, Castro, the Russians, the Mafia, and the military-industrial complex? Right. And while the House Select Committee cleared the CIA, the Cubans, both pro- and anti-Castro, and the Mafia as organized groups in 1979, it did not rule out the possibility that individual members of those entities had carried out the hit in Dallas. And your working group? We picked up where the Select Committee left off. Let's dispense with the CIA first. Most top-level agency people were relieved or even happy to hear JFK was dead, but they had no reason to kill him. Kennedy had never made good on his threat to splinter the agency in a million pieces, beyond firing Richard Bissell and Allen Dulles. Nor did the agency need to cover its attempts to assassinate Fidel Castro, as is often proposed. Both Kennedy brothers had been partners with the CIA in that effort since taking office. Robert Kennedy had personally signed off on Operation Mongoose, so the Kennedys stood to lose even more than the agency did by exposure. That whole theory is nonsensical. Who else can you eliminate? I won't waste 30 seconds of breath on the military-industrial complex. Contrary to popular belief, John Kennedy was no liberal saint, but a dedicated Cold Warrior. Therefore, defense corporations had no reason to kill him. That theory also violates the large conspiracy rule. They never could have kept it secret. And as for the Russians, Kaiser offers, by assassinating a sitting president, they would have risked global thermonuclear war. There's zero chance they did that. What about the Russians sending Oswald to do it? Less than zero, Stone declares, becoming more animated by the give and take of discussion. Oswald had a neon paper trail behind him that led straight to Moscow. Besides, because of his defection to Russia, the KGB knew better than anyone how unstable Lee was. Stone uses Oswald's first name as easily as a man who knew him all his short life. And Castro? This time Stone's answer is slow in coming. That's another kettle of fish. Castro knew that the CIA and the Mafia had been trying to kill him, and he had intel reports that those attempts had been sanctioned by the Kennedy brothers. In early '63, Castro actually said publicly that elected officials who engaged in those types of activities could become targets of such activities themselves. In the very year of Kennedy's assassination, he'd threatened to retaliate in kind. Well, did he? There's no evidence that he did. Oswald probably hoped that killing JFK would make him a hero in Havana and thus facilitate his entry to the country, but that's all. Stone's eyes and voice betray emotion when he speaks of Oswald and Castro, and I sense that we're nearing the crux of his theory. What's the rest of it, Dwight? Let's cross off the Cuban exiles first, the men betrayed at the Bay of Pigs. They were shot to pieces on the beach or imprisoned because Kennedy wouldn't send air support. A lot of them wanted to punish him for that, and they had the training and weapons needed to pull off Dealey Plaza. However, our considered opinion is that none did. Do I need to go into detail as to why? No. So where does that leave us? La Cosa Nostra, says Kaiser. Stone nods. From the Mafia, the Select Committee singled out Carlos Marcello, Santo Trafficante, Sam Giancana, Johnny Roselli, and Jimmy Hoffa as serious suspects. It recommended that all be investigated further, but I'm sorry to say that no law enforcement agency ever officially fulfilled that charge, including the Bureau. Except your guys. With a vengeance, I'm proud to say. In summary, each of those mobsters had a motive to want JFK dead, and each rejoiced at the news that he was dead, but— Stone leans forward like a professor making a salient point. Just because you want someone dead doesn't make you a murderer. If it did, I'd be in jail myself. Exactly. Stone drums his fingers on his legal pad. Of the mobsters, Sam Giancana had particular reason to hate Kennedy. Momo had helped get JFK elected president in 1960 by pushing key wards in Chicago and West Virginia Kennedy's way. Being persecuted by Brother Bobby after that election must have pushed him close to violent retaliation. This was aggravated by the fact that Sam and JFK shared a mistress, Judith Exner, but Momo never acted on his hatred. You sound pretty sure. We had the Chicago outfit under electronic surveillance for years before the mob even knew about planted microphones, both before and after the assassination. Sam G. and his crew bitched and ranted endlessly about both Kennedys, but there was never even a hint that they'd moved against them. Jimmy Hoffa wanted Kennedy dead more than anyone else, Kaiser says. Stone concedes this with a nod. Hoffa was heard many times to threaten both Kennedys, and he asked Sam G. and Marcello to whack JFK. But in my group's opinion, that never came to anything either. Hoffa was a hothead, a loose cannon. If Momo or Marcello had moved against Kennedy, they would have done it for their own reasons, not as a favor to Hoffa. All testimony to the contrary by mob lawyer Frank Regano was fabricated. Regano made up those stories years later, trying to get a book deal. I have to fight the urge to ask him to skip ahead to my father. So that leaves Marcello and Roselli. And Santo Trafficante. Johnny Roselli was the main link between the CIA and the Mafia during their attempts to kill Castro. He was close to both Giancana and Trafficante, but nothing ties him or them to Dallas or Dealey Plaza. Frank Regano told a story about Trafficante ordering him to tell Marcello they'd screwed up by killing JFK, that they should have killed Bobby instead, but that was more bullshit. As a coda to that line of inquiry, Giancana was murdered in 1975, shortly before he was to testify before a Senate Select Committee investigating mob CIA collusion in the JFK assassination. It sounds suspicious, I know, but Giancana was actually killed over a dispute about Iranian casino revenues. 1 year later, Roselli did testify before that committee about the CIA mob efforts to murder Castro. Days later, he was found floating in an oil drum off Miami. Roselli knew a lot about his bosses, but nothing about the JFK assassination. I guess we're down to Marcello, then. Uncle Carlos, Stone intones. The king of New Orleans and the most powerful don in the United States. His timbre sounds weirdly like affection, and reminds me of my mother's use of that nickname. I think of my father and his time in New Orleans. If Marcello really was that powerful and Dad was in a position to do him favors at the parish prison, how could a lowly medical extern have resisted? If the story I'm about to tell you sounds like it was written by Mario Puzo, says Stone, that's because there's a lot of Carlos Marcello in The Godfather. The old FBI man begins to speak in a soft but spellbinding baritone that reminds me of the agent I knew in another life. In 1910, Carlos Marcello was born Calogero Minacori in Tunis. His parents were Sicilian, but Carlos himself never went to Sicily. He once famously said to another mobster who tried Sicilian on him, "I don't talk that shit, only English." Kaiser chuckles from the sofa. That sounds just like Carlos. I've heard the Brelab tapes. Stone presses on like a man who knows he has only so much stamina remaining. When Calogero was an infant, his parents emigrated to a plantation near Metairie, Louisiana. The boy changed his name while very young to better assimilate with the children in his new country. As a boy, he hauled vegetables in the swamp parishes south of New Orleans, but he soon figured out that crime paid better. As a teenager, he ran an armed robbery gang that preyed on the surrounding towns. Carlos carried a sawed-off shotgun on a sling, and he killed anyone who got in his way or questioned his leadership. The bodies usually went into the nearby swamps, into the bellies of alligators. Kaiser gives me a pointed look. Sound familiar? At 18, Stone continues, Carlos was sentenced to 9 years in Angola prison for robbery and assault. The state let him out after 5, and he went right back to his old ways. This is the period during which Brody Royal and his father came to know Carlos. At 27, Marcelo was arrested with 23 pounds of marijuana in his possession. He got another stiff prison sentence and a $75,000 fine, but this time he was released after only 10 months. Why? Because somehow he had attracted the notice of Frank Costello, head of the Genovese crime family in New York. That connection was the making of him. After cutting a gambling deal with Huey Long, Costello chose Carlos to move illegal slot machines into New Orleans. Using his 6 brothers, local muscle, and the influence of the Long political machine, Carlos eventually forced one-armed bandits into every redneck honky-tonk, black juke joint, Cajun dive bar, and whorehouse from Grand Isle to Raceland, 5,000 in all. Within 10 years, he'd seized control of all gambling rackets in Louisiana. He also developed an association with Meyer Lansky, says Kaiser. Through the Lansky connection, as reward for services we're still not sure of, Marcelo was awarded a percentage of the skim from the outfit's Vegas casino operations, and they don't hand that out for nothing. Stone nods. Carlos was also awarded an interest in the mob's Havana casinos under Batista. He got that cut by providing muscle to Santo Traficante on Florida real estate deals, a job that the Double Eagles would take on years later. Anyway, by 1947, Carlos had become not just a made man, but a bona fide member of the National Commissione, and one of the richest of all the bosses. I suddenly recall several images I once saw of Marcelo, way back when I was investigating Ray Presley. The mobster known as the Little Man was short, but as thick and tough as a cypress stump. His face looked quick to anger, and several photographers had captured his chilling glare during the 1960s and 70s. When Fidel Castro liberated Cuba in 1959, Stone continues, Carlos lost untold millions, just like Traficante, Giancana, Lansky, and the other bosses. Hoping to take those casinos back, they helped fund training camps for the Cuban exiles prepping to retake the country in the Bay of Pigs invasion. That's probably where Carlos first came into contact with Frank and Snake Knox, who worked as combat instructors at Carlos's training camp near Morgan City. Ping, Kaiser says softly, imitating a submarine's sonar. Despite the failed invasion, Stone goes on, Carlos was nearing the height of his power. By the mid-60s, his cash inflow would reach $2 billion per annum. That's more than $12 billion in today's money. Jesus. Carlos owned trucking lines, shrimp fleets, untold amounts of real estate, much of it held by third parties who served as blind trustees for him. Interestingly, a lot of those were poor black families who felt complete loyalty to the old tomato salesman from Jefferson Parish. He was a folk hero to those people, says Kaiser. like Pablo Escobar to the Colombian poor, a benevolent dictator. I nod. They do like their dictators in Louisiana. Stone raises a forefinger and points at me. That's something a lot of people miss. After Louis XIV and Napoleon, Louisiana never really assimilated into America, not fully. The law here is still based on the Napoleonic Code. They seceded from the Union in 1861, and in the 1930s they got Huey Long. After Huey was assassinated, they got Carlos Marcello. Carlos had learned the patronage system under the Kingfish, and he perpetuated it with cash in one hand and a gun in the other. He spread the wealth to every official in the state, from the governor and senators down to the lowest justice of the peace, and nobody, but nobody, bucked him. And yet, Kaiser interjects, despite all that power, in 1963, Carlos found himself under mortal threat from the Attorney General of the United States. Stone nods grimly. As Attorney General, Robert Kennedy initiated the most aggressive battle against organized crime in U.S. history. He attacked several mob bosses, but none with more personal animus than Marcello. Kaiser takes the baton from his mentor. In 1959, Carlos was called before the McClellan Committee. Senator John Kennedy was a committee member, but Bobby was its chief counsel. You should see the film. Bobby barks and growls like a pit bull, and Carlos treats him with utter contempt. Carlos pled the Fifth 152 times and smirked throughout the hearing. He claimed he was nothing but a tomato salesman, and on paper he was, through his Pelican Fruit Company. Kaiser laughs dryly. Salary? $1,500 per month. Carlos lived to regret that performance, says Stone. As soon as JFK made Bobby Attorney General, Bobby set out to destroy Marcello. He attacked the Don on two legal fronts. The first was an IRS case for back taxes. If fraud could be proved, that would land Carlos in federal prison. But the more dangerous prosecution involved Carlos's immigration status. Unlike his brothers, Carlos had never bothered to become a citizen, which kept him out of the army and making millions during World War II. But in the end, that cost him dearly. To gain some legal status, he'd bribed the government of Guatemala, the source of his fruit and marijuana imports, to issue an official birth certificate. But that lie also made Carlos vulnerable. I know about Bobby Kennedy illegally deporting Carlos to Central America in '61, I tell them. As a prosecutor, I read quite a bit about his anti-mafia tactics. Stone looks grateful that he can skip the details. As soon as Carlos got back from that little excursion, Bobby indicted him for falsifying his birth certificate, and United States versus Carlos Marcello was set in motion. Between 1961 and 1963, Carlos did all he could to put off the day of reckoning, while Bobby and the INS steadily ratcheted up the pressure. Marcello's Washington lawyer was Lou Wasserman, former chief counsel of the INS. He was the best immigration lawyer in the country, but there was only so much he could do. Carlos had bribed the Guatemalans, and Bobby's team could prove it. If Marcello played that immigration case by the rules, Kaiser says, he was guaranteed to lose. And the result wouldn't be simple deportation. If he was forced out of the country, he would lose his empire. That's why he had another lawyer on his payroll, a New Orleans lawyer, one who played by New Orleans rules, by which I mean no rules at all. We're getting ahead of ourselves, says Stone, holding up a hand. What matters is that Bobby had Carlos dead to rights. Carlos knew that if he was deported, the remaining Marcello brothers could never hold his empire together. So long as Bobby Kennedy headed the Justice Department, It was only a matter of time before Carlos's stranglehold on the South was broken and his multi-billion-dollar kingdom was carved up by his fellow Dons. For Carlos Marcello, deportation was the equivalent of death. I get it. So that's the basis of your theory? Marcello had the president killed to sabotage RFK's prosecution? Yes, Stone says simply. Tell him the dog story, says Kaiser. It always makes me think of Brando playing Vito Corleone. Stone waves his hand almost angrily. It can't be verified. I don't want Penn thinking about Hollywood bullshit. This is history. Kaiser looks suitably chastised, and this brings me some satisfaction. Try to imagine the rage Carlos must have felt at this state of affairs, Stone says. Unlike mainstream America, he'd never bought into the myth of Camelot. He knew this country was corrupt to the marrow. He'd bought and sold politicians in Washington, put senators at the head of major committees. He knew that Joe Kennedy had made his fortune as a bootlegger. To Carlos, JFK was a bootlegger's son, no more, and Bobby was a self-righteous hypocrite. Stone gives me a piercing stare. Many scholars dismiss the idea of mob assassination because in some crime families it was forbidden to murder any state official, even a prosecutor. They figured that since mobsters balked at killing judges or even cops, killing a president was totally beyond the pale. The exception to that rule, says Kaiser, was betrayal in a criminal enterprise, and that's what this conversation is really about. The actual relationship between Carlos Marcello and John Kennedy. Did they have a relationship? Of course they did, Stone replies. It was carried on at a distance, but it was as valid as any other, and it had very clear rules. Though John Kennedy doesn't seem to have understood that. The crux of it was Cuba. As I said, the Kennedys had used the CIA and the Mafia to try to murder Fidel Castro, and Carlos was part of that. And Castro was a head of state, says Kaiser. Stone nods. That Kennedy-CIA effort legitimized the assassination of a head of state as a tactic in Carlos's eyes. It lowered his threshold of action to almost zero. But John Kennedy was a president, I remind them, not a gangster. Carlos saw himself as a head of state, Stone says. That's what I'm trying to tell you. In his own mind, he was the equal of John Kennedy. I think that's a stretch, Dwight. Do you remember Joe Valachi? Sure, the first made man to testify about the workings of the Mafia. 1 month before the Kennedy assassination, Valachi was asked on the stand about Carlos Marcello. He said only that he'd once planned to visit New Orleans during Mardi Gras, and as a formality, he'd mentioned his plans to Vito Genovese. Genovese told Valachi not to go. The Mafia boss of New York told a made man that nobody was allowed to travel in Marcello's territory without Carlos's express permission, not even Genovese himself. It was an absolute rule, Valachi said. Stone holds up a shaking finger. Carlos Marcello was the only Don in America who could make men without approval from the National Commission. He was sui generis, Penn, and nobody crossed him. Except Bobby Kennedy, I say softly. Stone nods. JFK's ingratitude after Giancana's election help was serious, but that's politics. His failure of nerve at the Bay of Pigs lost the mob a lot of money, but that was business. But Robert Kennedy's single-minded quest to permanently deport Carlos was a matter of survival. By pushing that trial to its limit, Bobby Kennedy signed his brother's death warrant. For the first time since entering this room, I feel a chill racing over my shoulders. "Christ, what I'd give for a shot of scotch," Stone says. "Of course, it would kill me, but that might not be a bad way to go." The old FBI agent looks like he's about to laugh, but instead he clenches his jaw in pain. A strange silence has fallen on us. Though I fight the urge, I glance at my watch again. 3/4 of an hour has already slipped by. "Guys, we're still a long way from Dealey Plaza, and I haven't heard one thing about my father." Stone holds up his right hand. "You're about to. But do you accept the premise that Marcello had sufficient motive to kill John Kennedy?" I shift on my chair, a little reluctant to say anything that might upset my old friend. I can see why he would hate the Kennedys. I'm not sure that takes us to the assassination of a president as a means of stopping his little brother. "Tell him the dog story," Kaiser says again. "I know the fucking dog story," I snap. "Carlos was supposedly ranting about Bobby Kennedy once, and some goomba said he ought to kill him. Carlos said, if a dog is biting you, you don't cut off its tail, you cut off the head, then he don't bite you no more." "Who told you that story?" Kaiser asks. "Half the prosecutors in Texas know it. Jesus. Just like the one where Marcello supposedly said in Sicilian, 'Will someone take this stone from my shoe?' The problem is, I heard he didn't know any Sicilian." "He knew it," Stone says with authority. "He was raised by Sicilian parents. He just didn't speak it." "Whatever. Look, I didn't come here to listen to a radio version of the History Channel. If you guys have any evidence of contact between my father and Marcello, it's time to tell me about it." Stone takes a deep, labored breath, then turns and looks at Kaiser. "He's right. We haven't even started on Oswald and Ferry," Kaiser objects. "Oswald!" I cry, getting to my feet. "Are you kidding? I don't care about that little rat." When Stone looks to Kaiser again as though for permission, I finally lose my patience. "God damn it, guys! That call I took earlier, before I came in here, that was Sheriff Dennis. Claude Devereaux had just told him the Double Eagles will be in his office at 7 a.m. tomorrow for voluntary questioning." Both men stare at me as though I've just announced the second coming. "Bullshit," says Kaiser. "I don't believe that. They're coming. Devereaux claims they've got nothing to hide." Kaiser is angrily shaking his head. "Nothing to fear, more like. They wouldn't be coming if they had anything to worry about. Something's wrong, Penn. Forrest has put in the fix somehow. You and Dennis are walking into a trap." "What kind of trap?" "I don't know, but I know Forrest knocks." "John's right," says Stone. "This is trouble. The Knoxes have more to hide than you can possibly imagine." After staring at both men in stony silence for a few seconds, I sit back on the edge of my chair. "Tell me what you know about my father and Marcello. Then I'll decide how to handle tomorrow's meeting. Otherwise, I walk out now. I'm sorry, Dwight. More than you know. But that's the way it is." Kaiser starts to argue, but Stone raises his hand to silence him. Then he lifts the top page of his legal pad, picks up a white sheet of paper, and passes it to me. It appears to be a photocopy of a small rectangular business form. The image quality is poor, but at the top of the rectangle a logo reads TBC. That means nothing to me, but at the bottom I see a cursive signature I instantly recognize. Thomas J. Cage, M.D. "What's this?" I ask, my face tingling with heat. "An excuse form," Stone informs me almost sadly. "From the Triton Battery Corporation in Natchez, Mississippi." "Notice the dates?" asks Kaiser. Despite my father's scrawled handwriting, I can just make them out. November 17th through 22nd, 1963. Below this line are the words, chronic hepatitis. What does this mean, I ask. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? Says Kaiser. John, Stone says sharply, we don't know what it means, Penn. What we do know is that your father signed a medical excuse for Frank Knox to be absent from work at the Triton Battery plant from the Monday prior to John Kennedy's assassination through the Friday he was killed in Dealey Plaza. A full week, says Kaiser. Plenty of time to reconnoiter Dealey Plaza and settle on the Daltex building as his sniper's nest. You see, Frank Knox wasn't the primary shooter. Oswald was already set up to use the school book depository, and Frank was his backup. No, I don't see. Not at all. Slow down, John, says Stone. Penn, we obviously need to know whether your father had any idea what Knox was actually doing on those dates. My ears roar as I shake my head in denial. Can you prove Frank Knox was in Dealey Plaza on that day? No. My head snaps up. Can you prove he was even in Dallas? Stone slowly shakes his head. We can't even prove Frank Knox was in Texas. Not yet, anyway. Of course, we just got on this track. All we know for sure is that he wasn't at work, and he almost certainly wasn't at home. That's not all we know, says Kaiser. I look back at the paper in my hand. How did you even get hold of this? There's no way Triton Battery saved this kind of crap from 1963. You're right, of course, Stone concedes. Your father's written excuse form was in Knox's personnel record. It turns out I requisitioned a copy of that back in 1965 while working some other cases. Knox was still pretending to be part of the mainstream KKK at that time, and for some reason I decided to keep his file along with a few others. If I hadn't done that, we might have solved the Kennedy assassination years ago. What do you mean? I mean that the concerted efforts of our team, some of the best investigators in the world, were stymied by the kind of clerical accident that often sways history, without anyone being the wiser. When I was fired from the Bureau in 1972, that record I'd requested in 1965 was still in the Jackson, Mississippi field office. The murders I had investigated were still open cases. When the working group came together in the mid-'80s and began investigating cold cases, its members couldn't request Bureau files. They had to rely on what files they'd kept, illegally, or whatever active agents would photocopy or smuggle out for them. We did send an agent into the Mississippi field office to locate all the old civil rights records he could, which included Double Eagle files, and he got quite a few. But he was told that some had been shipped back to Central Records in Maryland. He took a quiet look around the building for them, but he found nothing. That excuse remained lost. Then how did you locate it? Kaiser leans forward and says, This morning, after I convinced the director that Stone's group is onto something, I sent 2 agents up to the Jackson field office in a pickup truck. By this afternoon, I had 6 crates of files dating back to the 1960s. They found them in the basement. One of those crates contained Frank's Triton Battery file. It had been sitting there since 1965 with that medical excuse inside it. The irony is obvious, but something else is tickling my brain. Is this excuse form all you have on Frank Knox that relates to Dallas? Stone shakes his head. We put Frank and Snake Knox through the ringer years ago. They became suspects in the Kennedy investigation the moment we learned that Frank was listed on the CIA payroll of JM Wave Operation Mongoose. I faintly remember Henry Sexton telling me this. Frank Knox worked for the CIA. It wasn't as cloak and dagger as it sounds. The agency ran its own anti-Castro training camps prior to the Bay of Pigs, As for the private camps, the agency didn't want to have to rely on what the bosses like Marcello and Trafficante told them, so they paid some vets to hire on as instructors. To Frank Knox, that just meant 2 paychecks instead of 1. All he had to do was give his CIA contact a call now and then and update him on progress in the camp. Would Marcello have known Knox was doing that? No. Frank wasn't stupid. The point is, we discounted Frank and Snake Knox as suspects in the JFK assassination years ago. We figured them for racist rednecks who'd killed a lot of black people, but not much more. Even after we came to suspect Marcello, we didn't see Frank as a soldier or employee of his, because in theory, he'd been informing on Marcello to the CIA. They didn't know about the Brody-Royal connection, Kaiser explains. Royal was the cutout between Marcello and the Knoxes in later years, but once Glenn Morehouse exposed that connection, everything clicked into place. Marcello's plan to lure RFK here in '68 and use the Eagles to kill him was like a billboard pointing back at 1963. When I saw that medical excuse, Stone intones, I knew Frank had done it. This is bullshit, I insist. There's no way my father knowingly took part in a criminal conspiracy, much less a presidential assassination. No way in hell. I'm sure you're right, Stone says softly. Everyone in this room knows my father probably withheld critical knowledge about the murders of Albert Norris and Dr. Leland Robb for nearly 40 years. But that doesn't change my conviction. Is this all you've got? Kaiser starts to say something, but Stone stops him. The thing is, Penn, even if Tom didn't knowingly assist Frank Knox in wrongdoing, he may know things of critical importance. He just might not know he knows them. This is slightly more palatable, but I can't tell whether Stone really believes it. In any case, says the old agent, I'm certain that one or more surviving Double Eagle know what Frank Knox did in 1963, most likely his brother Snake. Snake might even have helped Frank bring off the assassination. Even if he didn't, he may well know the truth about your father and that medical excuse. Where was Snake on November 22nd? We don't know. Some people have told us he was at work, but we can't verify that. Nevertheless, Stone says, his voice wearing away my resistance like a steady flow of water, now you can see why all the Double Eagles must be handled with the utmost care. In my mind's eye, I see Walker Dennis, the ex-baseball player and newly appointed sheriff, clumsily trying to break Snake Knox in a CPSO interrogation room. The prospect makes me lightheaded. Now you're getting it? Says Kaiser. Shit. Chapter 35. As Caitlin coasted along the great concrete crescent before Quentin's Tudor mansion, she saw faint light glowing at the edges of one of the window blinds on the side of the house. She wished she had some way to warn Tom that she was no threat to him, but honking the horn might alert neighbors she couldn't see. As she got out of her car, she realized that it had been 4 days since she'd seen Penn's father. Last Sunday, she and Penn had taken Annie over to eat a late dinner. Peggy had pulled out the stops and cooked one of her classic Southern feasts, including Ruby's fried chicken. Now, only 4 days later, the world in which such a simple domestic scene could occur had been blown apart by the actions of the family patriarch, whom she would confront in less than a minute. Trying to stay calm, she walked around the house to a side door and knocked 3 times as normally as she could. Nothing happened. She knocked again, this time giving the child's version of a secret knock. Putting her ear to the door, she was surprised to hear a shuffling sound behind it. Then a woman's voice said, "Who is it?" "Melba, it's Caitlin Masters," she said loudly. "I'm alone." Several seconds of silence followed. Then she heard a deadbolt slide back, and the door opened to reveal Tom Cage standing in the crack with a pistol pointed through it. Caitlin could see Melba's tall form in the foyer behind him. "Jesus Christ," Tom gasped. "How did you find me?" He looked back at Melba to see whether she had betrayed him.
"I had a reporter following Melba. Shouldn't we get inside before some FBI helicopter sees the light?"
Tom grunted and backed out of the gap so she could pass through. When she had, he closed the door and led her into a contemporary kitchen area she recognized from a party photograph she had seen at Tom and Peggy's house. Melba stood by the counter, looking wary. "Is Penn with you?" Tom asked anxiously.
"No."
"Where is he?" Caitlin saw nothing to be gained by mentioning Dwight Stone and the FBI at this point.
"He's with Peggy and Annie, somewhere safe. He's sleeping."
"Where?"
"I don't know myself, for safety's sake."
Tom processed this, then nodded. "Good thinking." He set the pistol on the counter. "Why didn't you tell him you'd found me?"
"At first, I wasn't positive that I had."
"And now?"
"I want to hear what you have to say. I guess Melba and I have a lot in common."
The nurse gave Caitlin a sidelong look.
"Tom, if I can find you, the bad guys can too."
"You're right," he said, looking preoccupied. "I need to move as soon as Walt gets back."
"Have you heard anything from him? Has he made any progress?"
Tom glanced at Melba again. "He's made some, but he can't move right now."
"Well, I don't think Colonel Griffith McKeever can do much to help you. He'll be lucky to save himself. He's about to be forced to resign over a scandal that was probably manufactured by Forrest Knox."
In the silence that followed this statement, she realized that the towel over Tom's left shoulder concealed a broad wrapping of gauze bandages.
"How bad is your wound?"
"He ought to be in a hospital," Melba said. "Or at the very least, home in bed." "I'm fine," Tom insisted, taking a seat on one of the heavy leather bar stools. "It's a through and through, and Melba and Drew gave me better treatment than I'd have gotten at the hospital."
"Did this happen anywhere in the vicinity of that dead state trooper?"
Tom met her gaze but did not answer. Caitlin wanted to get Melba out of the room before asking certain questions, but she didn't want to be rude. She decided to edge toward the difficult questions.
"Will you answer one question?" she asked. "Off the record?"
"That depends."
"Why in God's name did you jump bail? It seems completely counterproductive for your case."
Tom sighed and braced his elbows on the dark granite counter. "It was my best option at the time."
"Were you afraid you would have died in Sheriff Byrd's jail?"
"That's certainly possible."
"But that wasn't your reason?"
"Let's just say that at that time I had options I no longer have."
"Because of the dead state trooper?"
"Mostly. Once he was killed, there was no clean way out for Walt and me." Caitlin laid her hand on his back.
"Forrest Knox's police obviously hope to kill you before you can get into custody. Why are you making it easier for them?"
"I don't have a choice. Walt wouldn't be in this fix if he hadn't tried to help me. There's no way I'm letting him go to trial for that."
"But there's no other way out of this. Griffith McKeever can't wave a magic wand and make that murder charge go away."
Tom looked back at Melba and said, "Mel, is there any chance you could make some tea?" The nurse looked glad to have something to do.
"I don't have a lot of time,"
Caitlin said as Melba held a kettle under the tap.
"There are FBI agents at the Examiner, and the longer I'm gone, the more suspicious they'll get. Plus, Penn could decide to come looking for me."
"Then get back to work. There's nothing to be learned here." Caitlin felt a stab of anger.
"Tom, it was Viola's death that started all this. If you didn't kill her, nobody can prove you did."
"Centuries of history would beg to differ.
Oh, Christ, yes, people get wrongly convicted, but not with the kind of lawyers you'd have in your corner. Penn and Quentin Avery?
With obvious effort, Tom turned the stool toward her. Even if I were to fight the murder charge on Viola, or plead guilty to a reduced charge, that dead trooper would still be dead, and Walt's life would be at risk. The idea that Tom might plead guilty to a lesser charge made her curious.
Will you tell me what really happened at Viola's that night?
No offense, Kate, but if I wouldn't discuss it with Penn, I'm not going to tell you. Caitlin glanced at Melba, who was gazing at Tom like a worried wife. She wondered then if there was more between the doctor and nurse than friendship. It seemed odd that in this time of crisis, Tom would repeatedly call upon his black nurse. Yet somehow Caitlin had known to have Melba watched. Was Melba Price the new Viola Turner?
I need to ask you some personal questions, Caitlin said. Very personal. I have to. And you might prefer to be alone. Sorry, Melba. It's up to Tom.
Tom shifted on the stool as though his shoulder had sent a bolt of pain through his body. Then he looked over at his nurse, who was watching the kettle on the gas stove. Mel, do you mind watching TV in the bedroom for a few minutes?
I've got a glass of wine over on the coffee table, the nurse replied. I'll finish it on the back patio. It's pretty chilly, Caitlin said. I could use some air, Melba said, a little curtly. Can you finish making the tea? Sure.
I'd rather you stay inside, Mel, Tom said. This house is huge, and we don't know who might be outside. Caitlin found us, after all.
Doc, if anybody's out there, we're done for already. I guess I'll be the back door lookout.
Melba collected her wine glass and walked towards some double doors behind a broad curtain. Then she slipped through the crack and went outside. Fighting the temptation to look away from Tom, Caitlin said,
Exactly how close are you and Melba?
He looked so genuinely shocked by the implication of her question that Caitlin instantly realized her error. You asked Melba to leave the room for that?
No. Tom, last night Penn and I were nearly murdered. Brodie Royal almost killed us. Henry Sexton saved us.
I know. He motioned toward the sofa. Melba brought me a copy of this morning's paper.
Before he died, Brodie told us two things about you. He said that you saved Viola's life back in 1968, and he said you killed her 4 days ago.
Tom's lips parted slightly.
Brodie had no reason to lie, Tom. He thought we were going to die, and he thought the irony was hilarious.
Tom turned away and shook his head. Brodie Royal. That psychotic bastard.
I agree. But why would he say that to us, Tom?
Tom looked down at his hands for some time, then raised his head and looked into Caitlin's eyes. He told you the truth, Kate. But don't ask me any more about it.
Caitlin suddenly felt cold. You killed her, Tom?
As I said before, I'm not going to speak about what happened in her sister's house that night. If I couldn't tell Penn, I certainly can't tell you. No offense.
Then what the hell are you going to do? Just sit here until they come for you?
That's my concern, not yours. Caitlin felt a hot rush of anger. She walked away from the counter, then turned and spoke with more hostility than she'd intended.
Penn met Lincoln Turner yesterday, and then again today. Did you know that?
Tom turned and squinted as though a bright light had been shined in his face. Penn and Lincoln together?
She nodded. For close to an hour in a nightclub out in Anna's Bottom. Lincoln told Penn that he's your son, by Viola, obviously.
Tom answered in a low voice. I wish I could refute that, but I can't.
You believe Lincoln Turner is your son?
You don't?
No. How long have you known about his existence?
Since the night Viola died.
Caitlin nodded with satisfaction. Did Viola show you any proof of paternity?
What kind of proof could she offer, other than the timing?
Tom, in some ways, I respect you more than any man I've ever known, but you have always been a soft touch. Sharp customers have always taken advantage of you, and you've always let them. Peggy told me that years ago, and I've seen it with my own eyes many times.
Viola wasn't a con artist, Caitlin.
No, but she was a woman. And if she truly had a son by you, do you really believe she'd have kept it secret from you for 40 years?
Yes, I do.
I disagree. She knew what kind of father you are. Sooner or later, she would have told you about the boy, and if not you, she would have told the boy himself, and he would have sought you out. I don't buy this, Tom, not any of it.
The kettle began to whistle. Caitlin had to tear her gaze away from Tom's face, and she sensed that he was grateful for the break. She poured the water into the mugs Melba had set out, then dunked 2 bags of Earl Grey. Tom took a pink packet of sweetener from a rack on the counter, poured the contents into his tea, and gently shook the mug. So Viola suddenly made it up. That's what you're saying, said Tom. Why would she lie to me about that?
Oh, dear Lord, she was dying, and she had a son she was worried about. She knew that one word in your ear would ensure that Lincoln would never want for anything for the rest of his life. By telling you what she did, Viola provided for her son in perpetuity.
That's pretty cynical.
I'm a woman, Tom, just like Viola.
You think all women are the same?
No, but about the fundamental things, we're pretty similar. I'm sure Viola was noble and selfless, but all women are selfish when it comes to providing for their children.
Lincoln is my son, Kate. Have you spoken to him yourself?
No, but I want to. One of my reporters is trying to find him right now. I hope she doesn't, to be frank.
Tom sipped from his mug but said nothing more.
Caitlin decided to try a different tack. Does Peggy know about Lincoln?
Tom's eyes went flat, opaque. No, not yet.
I advise you to keep it that way, at least until you have a DNA test performed.
I've already initiated one.
This shocked her. How did you do that? Have you had personal contact with Lincoln?
No, and I didn't doubt Viola, but I knew Peggy would demand proof. And Penn, too. As they should, of course.
Then how?
Viola had some keepsakes from Lincoln's childhood. One of them was a little pewter box that held a few baby teeth. I took that the night she died. Caitlin had a feeling Tom had said more than he intended.
Did Viola know you were going to do the test?
No.
When will it be completed?
Soon, I hope. I use a Baton Rouge lab for my clinical tests. I have a friend who's a part owner. He said he'd rush it for me. 3 or 4 days from now is possible. She was glad to know Tom hadn't completely abandoned reason.
I know you said you won't talk about Sunday night, but do you know what Penn thinks about Viola's death?
Tom's silver eyebrows went up.
He thinks Lincoln tried to euthanize his mother, but somehow screwed it up and killed her painfully. Maybe he had second thoughts and tried to revive her. Penn thinks you figured that out, and you're protecting Lincoln out of guilt over 40 years of neglect. The flatness in Tom's eyes gave way to an unreadable depth, as though a crust of ice had melted away to reveal bottomless ocean. Caitlin's first thought was that Penn's theory had struck home, but then something in Tom's face changed her mind. That's not what happened, is it?
Why do you say that?
Because when I said it, you looked like that idea had never entered your head before.
You read minds now?
What would you think if I told you Lincoln saved Penn's life today?
What?
One of the men who tried to kill you last night pulled a gun on Penn at Drew's lake house. Penn went out there after Drew told him you'd been there. 2 guys were staking it out in case you came back.
Tom looked stricken. Oh, no.
They got the drop on Penn, but Lincoln pulled up out of nowhere with a shotgun and ran the guys off. They were off-duty cops. Apparently, Lincoln has been following Penn in the belief that Penn knows where you are.
With a shotgun.
Mm-hmm. They told Penn that they'd tried to take you last night, and you killed one of them. A Monroe, Louisiana cop. Is that true? Have you killed 2 cops now?
Tom waved his hand angrily. I did what I had to do.
Caitlin took 2 steps toward him and spoke as gently as she could. Remember last Sunday's dinner at your house?
Tom nodded like an amnesiac, suddenly recalling a bit of reality.
Now look at where we are. You're the author of all this insanity, Tom, and you've got to stop it before somebody else gets killed, like Penn.
Tom's breathing had grown labored. I intended to.
How? She demanded. I see no method whatever in the madness of your actions.
Tom slid carefully off the bar stool, then picked up his mug and carried it into the den. Caitlin followed and watched him set the mug on a coffee table that had been pulled close to a comfortable sofa covered with quilts and pillows. With a groan, he sat heavily on the upholstered sofa.
Was that your idea of a strategic retreat? She asked, sitting in the club chair nearest the sofa.
The geography's pretty limited.
She sipped her tea, giving Tom time to process all she'd told him. Her eyes played over the prescription bottles that stood like little soldiers around a laptop computer. At length, she said, Since Griffith McKeever is unlikely to be able to help you, what option do you have, other than arranging a safe surrender?
Tom rubbed the back of his neck for a while before answering. Then he turned to her with his startlingly clear eyes and said, You want the truth, Kate? If Colonel McKeever can't help us, then there's only one person who can. Caitlin tried to guess who he was talking about. When it came to her, an electric chill raced over her skin.
Not Forrest Knox.
Tom nodded gravely.
Why in God's name would Forrest help you? He's trying to kill you.
The same reason anybody makes a deal. I'd have to offer him something in exchange for his help.
Good Lord! You don't understand. I just went through this with Penn. He tried the same thing with Brodie Royal, and that's what nearly got us killed. It did kill Henry and the others. You're talking about the very same idea, offering to bury information in exchange for protection.
This time Tom said nothing, but she saw the truth of it in his face.
A promise like that is worthless unless you can guarantee that I won't do anything to hurt Forrest, that I'll stop the newspaper's investigation.
Still, Tom remained silent, and the longer he did, the more horrified she became.
I won't do it, she cried.
Tom's gaze was like a hot lamp, making her ever more uncomfortable. She shifted in her chair.
Like father, like son, huh? Unbelievable.
How much evidence do you really have against Forrest? Tom asked. Not the double eagles, just Forrest Knox.
Some. Not as much as I'm going to have, because I'm going to get it all. And if I can prove that Forrest, and by extension Trooper Dunn, are crooked, then Quentin can get you and Walt acquitted for shooting Dunn.
Tom seemed to be exercising great forbearance. Do you really believe Forrest Knox will let you do that? And even if you survived to see your story printed, do you think you'd bring Forrest down before his men killed Walt and me? A wave of heat flashed over her neck and face.
If you'd let us arrange a safe surrender, yes.
I see. And where would this safe surrender take place?
If you'd call Penn, I think he can get the FBI to set it up for you.
Not after the death of that state trooper.
You don't understand. There's an agent named John Kaiser who could set it up for you. Penn is with him right now, and not only Kaiser, but Dwight Stone. Do you remember him?
Tom's mouth had fallen open. Dwight Stone? But you... You said Penn was with Peggy and Annie.
I lied. He's meeting with Kaiser and Stone right now, trying to arrange a safe surrender for you. And to be honest, I don't think they give a damn about Viola Turner or that state trooper. They're obsessed with the Kennedy assassination.
Tom had gone pale. The Kennedy assassination?
She nodded. Yes, and Carlos Marcello and the Knox family. Kaiser and Stone seem to think all that is tied together.
Tom was shaking his head. Jesus Christ. After all these years? Caitlin heard something strange in Tom's voice.
What do you mean? Do you know something about all that? Because Penn said they might well offer you protective custody in exchange for information about the assassination.
Caitlin, you have no idea what you're dealing with. Neither do Kaiser and Stone. If they get too close to the Knoxes, Forrest or Snake will kill them too.
You think Forrest Knox would murder FBI agents?
Without hesitation.
She was starting to think Tom had entered the realm of paranoid delusion. I'm sorry. I just don't believe that. You kill an FBI agent, you're asking for a life on the run.
Not if you can blame someone else for the crime. And the Knoxes are very good at that sort of thing.
Are you saying that's what happened to you?
Tom lifted one of the quilts and pulled it over his lap as if he'd gotten cold. Then he murmured, The Knoxes have been killers for generations. At last they had come to the heart of things. In his desire to persuade her to break faith with herself, Tom had unwittingly taken their conversation into the territory he'd been avoiding for years.
How long have you known that?
She asked softly. Longer than I'd care to admit, even to myself.
Tom, Henry Sexton told me that he tried to interview you several times, and you always refused to see him.
I couldn't, he said simply. I had enormous admiration for what Henry was doing. He was the bravest reporter ever to come out of this area. But look what happened in the end. He met the same fate you're courting now. I blame myself, of course. Partly, anyway. But that doesn't alter the equation as it pertains to you. If you go after Forrest Knox, you'll die. Tom leaned forward, opened 2 prescription bottles, and swallowed 2 pills with his tea, one green and yellow, the other large, oblong, and white.
Are you having chest pain?
He smiled sadly. Fact of life, my dear. But that was a pain pill and an antibiotic.
Tom, you can't go on like this.
You're right, and I don't plan to.
Oh, that's right. You want to make a bargain with the murderer you tell me is too dangerous for me to go after with my newspaper. Tom, even if you physically survived that encounter, you'd die a different kind of death. You'd die on the inside. That son of a bitch is evil.
You have no idea, Kate. Snake Knox is clinically insane, and he comes by it honestly. Forrest can't have fallen far from the tree either. But that doesn't change the fact that Forrest Knox is the only man short of the Louisiana governor who can make that APB go away, or blame someone else for Viola's murder. And I won't accept any solution that doesn't extricate Walt from the trouble I've got him into. At last, one of the main reasons for Tom's intransigence was sinking in.
I understand how you must feel about that, but Tom, Forrest is corrupting the whole law enforcement system of Louisiana.
Louisiana has been corrupt for 300 years, Kate. Forrest Knox is nothing new.
His voice sounded very like her paternal grandfather's, filled with both disillusionment and wisdom. But she would not let that sidetrack her. You knew Forrest's father, didn't you? She asked, watching him closely. Frank Knox.
Yes. Frank was a patient of mine.
Tom's voice had altered slightly, but she couldn't read the tone. I read in one of Henry's notebooks that Frank died in your office.
Tom went still, then regarded her curiously. She pushed on in spite of feeling anxious.
Did you know that Frank Knox murdered Jimmy Revels in the hope of luring Robert Kennedy down here to be assassinated?
Tom blinked once, slowly. I never heard anything like that. Is that true?
What if I told you that Frank Knox planned that operation at the request of Carlos Marcello, the mafia boss?
Who told you that?
Henry Sexton figured it out. But I think the FBI believes the same thing.
Caitlin decided to go for broke. Maybe that would shake Tom from his delusion of coming to some détente with Forrest Knox.
You were no stranger to Marcello yourself, were you?
Tom's eyes had gone flat again. Leave it alone, Caitlin. Please.
I wish I could. But people are dying. And your son is out there risking his life trying to save you. This morning, he and Walker Dennis busted every meth cooker and mule in Concordia Parish. And tomorrow morning, they're planning to interrogate the Double Eagles at the Concordia Parish Sheriff's Office.
Tom's face grew so pale that she feared he might collapse. Why the hell is he doing that?
He thinks that by putting Forrest on the defensive, he'll buy you enough time to do whatever the hell you're trying to do. He loves you so much that he's willing to go to war against the Knoxes to save you.
Tom dug his fingers back through his hair like a man trying to hold his brain inside his skull. Caitlin decided to press on.
Did you already know Brodie Royal was guilty of the murders I wrote about in today's paper?
Tom lowered his hands into his lap and spoke without looking at her. No, not for sure.
Did Dr. Leland Robb tell you that Albert Norris implicated Brodie Royal in his murder before he died? Henry believed he did.
The stunned look in Tom's eyes told her she was close to the truth. Caitlin kept her eyes on his, not wanting to give him enough respite to disengage.
You knew Dr. Robb well, didn't you? Before he died in that plane crash, you traveled to gun shows together in his plane.
Henry obviously did his homework.
He wanted justice for those victims and their families. He believed you knew that Royal had killed Albert and Dr. Robb, but you never told the police or the FBI. Henry couldn't square that with what he knew about your character, and neither can I. But now, my gut tells me that it's true.
Tom seemed to have aged visibly during the past minute. Maybe I'm not the man you think I am.
Maybe not. I've tried to imagine what might keep you silent about something like that, but I've come up empty. The only thing that seems relevant makes no sense to me. According to Henry, there are FBI records that you treated some of Carlos Marcello's gangsters during the late 60s and 70s. The report says they would drive up from New Orleans and you'd treat them for free. There are actually FBI surveillance reports of that.
Dear God. Tom cradled his head in his arthritic hands. I guess nothing we do ever stays buried, does it? After half a minute, he looked up, his face heavy with what seemed to be grief, or perhaps guilt. Caitlin, if I go further now, what I say is off limits. You don't print it. You don't speak to Penn about it. Nothing. Ever.
She wanted to say, I don't care about that,
but she knew she would be lying. Tom would know it too.
Never?
Not until Peggy and I are dead, anyway.
All right, then.
Give me your word. On the child you're carrying. His demand sent a chill through her.
I won't say that. It scares me.
She held up the little finger on her right hand.
Pinky swear?
To her surprise, Tom looked as though he might break down. My daughter used to say that, when she was little.
Come on, Tom. I'm the most sympathetic audience you'll ever have, other than your wife.
He stared at her for several seconds longer, like a man pondering jumping from a bridge. Then he said, Viola killed Frank Knox. And I helped her. Caitlin felt as though she'd levitated off the chair.
You... what?
Viola murdered Frank Knox. Out of revenge. And I helped her. I covered it up for 37 years. Henry never figured that out? She shook her head.
I don't think so. He spoke about Frank's death last night, just before he died. Maybe the possibility had crossed his mind, but I don't think he really got that far. We were talking about Viola's rumored gang rape by the Double Eagles, and whether or not it had really happened.
Tom's reply was hoarse with emotion. It happened. They raped her 2 different times. Gang rapes, both times. Frank Knox ordered it the first time, and Snake the second. The second time was beyond any horror you and I can imagine. Caitlin drew in a sharp rush of air. Tom rubbed his white beard, his eyes brighter than they'd been all night. But Frank paid in full, he said, on the floor of my office. Yes, sir. He paid. But so did we all, I suppose.
Tell me.
Tom did. Chapter 36. Dwight Stone and John Kaiser have spent 10 minutes trying to persuade me to tell Walker Dennis to call off tomorrow's questioning of the Double Eagles, but so far I've refused. Truth be told, I can't get my mind off the Triton Battery medical absence form signed by my father. When set alongside the photos I've been shown in the past few days, my mother's admission that Dad knew Carlos Marcello in 1959, and the fact that Dad probably remained silent about the Double Eagle murders of Albert Norris and Dr. Robb for 40 years, it surely suggests something unsavory. Of course, the medical excuse could be only what it appears to be, and the only meaningful part of Dad's contact with Marcello might be whatever deal he made to save Viola Turner. At the moment, I'm only thankful that Kaiser and Stone know nothing about my father's early contact with Marcello in New Orleans. My dilemma is what to do next. Part of me wants to simply walk out and leave all this behind. But Kaiser and Stone clearly know more about Dad than they've revealed so far. How can I leave without knowing just how dark the picture gets? And if I'm going to confront Snake Knox in an interrogation room 12 hours from now, I need to know everything that might help me manipulate him. Otherwise, he'll be manipulating me. I know this looks bad, I say to Stone, but there's nothing I've seen in the past 3 days that can't be explained by scenarios well short of Dad being involved with the Knoxes or Marcello in any criminal way. Stone gives me an understanding smile, but Kaiser looks far from convinced. He was a goddamned war hero, I practically shout. Frank Knox was a war hero, Kaiser says relentlessly. Snake, too. Dwight, I press, searching for sympathy from my old friend. Dad is the least racist white man in this town. He voted for Kennedy in 1960. All this stuff you've been telling me is pure supposition. You said yourself you can't even prove Frank Knox was in Dallas. For all you know, he really was home with hepatitis. No, he wasn't, says Kaiser. I spent part of this afternoon tracking down Knox's old neighbors from that era. Most are dead or long gone from here, but I found 2 women still living in this area. One has Alzheimer's, but the other I found in the Twin Oaks nursing home, Mrs. John Zell Williams. Twin Oaks? Dad used to be the doctor for that facility. Mrs. Williams remembers Dr. Cage well. She thinks he walks on water just like everybody else around here. That's nothing to scoff at, Stone says. Many a man could wish for the same. What the hell could she remember from 40 years ago? I ask. 42, Kaiser corrects me. We're talking about the day Kennedy was assassinated, Penn. Everybody remembers where they were on that day, right? I don't answer. Mrs. Williams had another reason to remember that weekend, Kaiser goes on. She told me that Frank's oldest son, Frank Jr., was interested in their daughter, Nancy. He was 17, but she was only 14. On the night of the day the president was shot, Nancy Williams didn't come home until 3 a.m. Mr. Williams was ready to kill Frank Jr., but his wife persuaded him to talk to the father. Well, Kaiser gives me a cagey look. It seems Frank Knox Sr. couldn't be found, nor could his father, Elam. Mrs. Williams didn't think too highly of Elam, by the way. But what matters to us is that Frank Sr. didn't appear until late Saturday afternoon, and no one had seen him for days. Kaiser takes a small digital recorder from his pocket and starts fiddling with its tiny buttons. I taped our conversation. Thought you might like to hear this part about Frank Jr. I've got it queued up, right here. The scratchy voice of an octogenarian white female comes from the tiny speaker.
That boy wasn't right. He was all the time going to the church house, but he didn't have the Lord nowhere in him. There was something bad in that house. The Knox house, I mean. I was glad when that boy joined the army. I hated he got killed over there, but, well, it was a good thing for my Nancy that he never come back. She married a welder from Jonesville, a good Christian man.
Kaiser's deeper voice floats from the recorder. What do you think the bad thing was in the Knox house?
I don't know, and I don't care to know. We minded our own business on Green Street. Folks ought to do more of that nowadays.
Was it the boy only, or his parents?
It's always the parents, croaks the old woman. The good book says, train up a child in the way that he should go, and he will not depart from it. Well, I reckon the opposite is just as true. Always seemed so to me, anyway. But what do I know? I'm old.
Not a day over 70, I'd swear. But as for Mr. Frank Knox, you're positive that he wasn't at home on the weekend the president was killed? Maybe sick in his bed?
Didn't I say that? Why, my husband raised such a fuss on their porch that Frank would have come a-running if he was within half a mile. But nobody had set eyes on him in nearly a week. Some people thought he'd run out on his family, but he was probably just off catting around.
Thank you, Mrs. Williams. Kaiser clicks off the recorder. I found that woman in one day. In a week, I'll have Frank Knox pinned to Dallas like a butterfly to a display board. Stone seems embarrassed by Kaiser's pushiness. Penn, forget what we don't know. Let's look at what we do. On the day Frank Knox founded the Double Eagles, he wrote RFK, MLK, and JFK in the sand. Then he crossed out JFK's name and said 1 down, 2 to go. We know Brodie Royal financially backed the Double Eagles. We also know that Royal, who employed Frank Knox to commit other murders during the 1960s, had 2 rifles in his house that were possibly related to the JFK assassination. We also know Brodie Royal was a longtime associate of Carlos Marcello. Granted? I nod but say nothing. We know the Kennedys meant to destroy Marcello. We know Frank Knox worked as a military instructor at a Cuban exile training camp funded by Marcello. We know your father knew Frank Knox from his work for Triton Battery, and that he kept quiet about at least one Knox family murder for 40 years. We also know that Tom personally visited Marcello in 1968, and that he treated some Marcello soldiers in Natchez. Finally, we know he signed the medical excuse form that got Frank Knox out of work for the week prior to the assassination in Dallas. This ruthless recitation leaves me speechless, but Kaiser piles on with more facts. Henry Sexton had a photo of your father with Frank Knox and Ray Presley at a Natchez KKK rally in 1965. There's the fishing boat photo of your father with Royal, Ray Presley, and Claude Devereaux from 1966. Penn, if that many pictures survived to support these relationships, then what are the odds that those were the only times Tom ever saw those men? I don't care, I insist, my voice filled with irrational defensiveness. You'll never convince me that my dad was part of any plot to kill Kennedy. Would he screw his black nurse or even fall in love with her? Sure. But knowingly participate in an assassination? Hell no. As I said before, Stone says quietly, Tom might have done something without understanding what the consequences would be, until it was too late. You know how the mafia works. They do you a small favor, and the next thing you know, you're in up to your neck. They lend you money, but when you go to pay them back, you find out they don't want money in return. They want a name, or a key to a building, or a medical excuse, says Kaiser. Fuck you, John. I keep my gaze on Stone. I thought you said you believed it would turn out that Dad hadn't done anything. I said his decisions would turn out to be justified. An embarrassed sadness seeps from the old agent's eyes. Penn, I'm as human as the next man. You know my record. I did a lot of things I'm not proud of, and often for no good reason other than whiskey. But if I feared for my family's safety, I doubt there's much I wouldn't do to protect them. The universal motivation gives me pause. It might even be the reason Dad is still doing crazy things today. Brodie Royal told you that Tom saved Viola Turner in 1968, Stone says. The only person with the power to save that woman from the Double Eagles was Carlos Marcello. Nobody else could have muzzled Snake Knox. I can't argue this point. That simple truth, says Stone, begs one question. I know what he's suggesting. What did Dad do in exchange for Marcello saving Viola? No, says Stone, surprising me. Then he speaks like an oncologist delivering a devastating diagnosis. The question is, why did Tom think Marcello would help him in the first place? With these words, a black abyss yawns open at my feet. I know all this has been a blow, Stone goes on softly. I wish I could have padded it, but I don't have the time. Without realizing it, I've begun pacing out a path of futility in the little room. Part of me wants to bust out of this hotel and run for miles along the river. But where would I go? What do you want from me, Dwight? I know something's coming. Kaiser nods at the older man. You're right, says Stone. Penn, I don't mean any offense, but I can't accept that Tom is completely out in the cold. He wouldn't leave your mother without some kind of reassurance. If you don't know where your father is, then your mother does. For the first time in a long while, laughter bubbles up my throat. Man, you do not know my parents. Mom's faith in my dad is unshakable, almost absurdly so. As for Dad, he thinks Mom is safer not knowing where he is, and he knows she's tough enough to stand the waiting. Stone ponders this for a bit. And you? I shrug. I don't think he's thinking about me at all. He's got other things on his mind. You're wrong about that, and I think you're wrong about your mother. Ask her, Penn. Push her. You might be surprised. I stepped closer to the bed, my sympathy for Stone's plight forgotten. You've got some nerve, man. You accuse me of lying, then ask me to push my mother into telling you where my father is? But you can't even protect him if he did decide to come forward. I've been searching for him from morning till night, even though I'd like to kill him myself. But here's the bottom line. If you can't guarantee to keep him alive while we try to get to the truth, then I won't do a damned thing to help you. Not either of you.
You're upset, Stone says. You're goddamn right I am. I look from Stone to Kaiser, then back at my old friend. There's something I'm missing still. You guys are still holding back on me, aren't you? That medical excuse doesn't prove any kind of complicity or even guilty knowledge, but last night John told me that Dad knows who killed Kennedy. They share another glance. Come on, damn it! Out with it! What have you got to lose at this point? We do know one more thing about your father, Stone says quietly. It's not damning, but it does prove guilty knowledge. For God's sake, Dwight, tell me. The old man finally gives me an unguarded look, and in his eyes I see a fear that's almost pathetic. I'm afraid that if I do, you'll walk out that door and never come back. So what? Do you expect me to stay here all night? No. I only want you to listen to John for 10 more minutes. I turn to Kaiser. What for? This time, Kaiser doesn't speak. He's waiting for guidance from Stone. The old agent looks like he's come to the end of his rope. I feel strangely guilty for fighting him, but he's left me no real choice. Penn, he says finally, you and I are both standing at the doors of mysteries. You want to know why everyone wants your father dead and why he won't come in from the cold. I want to know what happened in Dallas and why. But I believe that once we get those doors completely open, we're going to find that our mysteries are the same. All my instinct tells me that. I don't see how, I say wearily. Stay for 10 more minutes and find out. I'm asking you as a friend. You're holding me hostage to information about my father. Is that what a friend does? A flash of guilt crosses his face, but then his gaze hardens. This is bigger than we are, son. Bigger than your family, even. Help me put this case to rest. I'm about to tell them I'm leaving when Kaiser stands and walks up to me. I know you don't want to listen to me anymore, he says, but I want you to know that I'm not against your father. In fact, I think he's innocent of killing Viola Turner. My mouth falls open. This is the first time Kaiser has even hinted at this possibility. Why are you only telling me this now? Because I knew it would drive you crazy that I couldn't do anything about it. Once your father and Garrity killed that trooper, my hands were tied. You're just trying to manipulate me. You want me to talk Walker into backing off from the Double Eagles tomorrow. Yes, I do. But that's got nothing to do with my opinion about your father. Who do you think killed Viola? I think Forrest Knox gave the order. Can you prove that? Kaiser turns up his hands. If I could, I'd have done it already. But Forrest was 16 when Viola was raped, when her brother and Luther Davis were killed. I think he took part in those crimes, and if he did, then he had every reason to want Viola dead. I don't know how to respond to this new tack. Whatever deal your father made with Carlos Marcello kept Viola safe until Marcello died, Kaiser says. After that, force of habit was probably enough. Viola was way up in Chicago, and she hadn't said anything about the Knoxes in 25 years. But once she moved back to Natchez and Henry Sexton started visiting her, that was too much. The Knoxes had to kill her, exactly as they'd threatened to do. John, God damn it! If you really believe that, surely you can do something to protect Dad. The FBI agent shrugs helplessly. My faith buys him nothing with the director. Your only currency is information we can use. Information about the assassination. That's the gold standard today. As I look from him to Stone, I realize the time has come to gamble on the integrity of these two men. I don't like risking my mother's privacy or feelings, and I don't want to implicate my father any further, but his survival is more important than his guilt or innocence.
Taking a seat on the edge of Stone's bed, I say, "In 1959, my dad worked as a medical extern in the Orleans Parish prison. At one point, Carlos Marcello was a prisoner there, and my dad treated him. Later that year, in some Italian restaurant, Carlos came over to their table to make sure they were happy. He seemed to know Dad. I only just learned about this. My mother told me last night when I asked her about Marcello. She thought it was funny, just a colorful story. The point is, Dad knew Carlos at least 4 years before the assassination, so he may very well know things you want to know."
"Christ!" Kaiser exclaims. "I knew it! I mean, I believed there'd be something like this. I'll bet the restaurant was Mosca's."
I think he's right, but I don't confirm it. I feel like a traitor for revealing any of this. Strangely, Dwight Stone's face shows none of the excitement of the younger agents.
"What's the matter?" Kaiser asks him. "Are you okay?"
Stone raises his hands and plows them through his wispy hair as though trying to force his brain to work better.
"No, because Carlos Marcello wasn't incarcerated in the parish prison in 1959 or any year that Tom Cage was in medical school. By that time, he was untouchable. The NOPD practically worked for him."
Stone's statement stuns me. The old agent obviously knows what he's talking about, but then what does that say about my mother's memory? Or her intent? Surely she could gain nothing by telling me a lie that tied Dad to a mobster. Kaiser's face has fallen.
"Something must have got lost in translation in the story. Maybe Mrs. Cage was mistaken. Maybe one of Marcello's guys was the prisoner, and Carlos was visiting him."
"Maybe.
He still came to their table and treated Dr. Cage like he knew him. We need to talk to her."
Stone nods silently.
"No way,"
I say forcefully. "My mother's off limits. You want to know what Dad knows about Marcello? You get him protective custody."
"What's the harm in a conversation?"
Kaiser asks. "Forget it. She doesn't know anything."
"You don't know that, Penn,"
Stone says sadly.
"We haven't even talked about the deeper New Orleans dimension of the plot, and by that I mean Lee Oswald."
"Is that what the 10 minutes you wanted is about? Oswald?"
"And your father, and New Orleans. That's the one thing Oliver Stone got right. The whole key to the JFK assassination was hidden in New Orleans."
"In plain sight, I suppose."
"No. This part was as secret as anything ever gets."
They've got me, and they know it. Though I couldn't care less about the Kennedy assassination right now, I can't leave this room without knowing the full extent of my father's exposure. Besides, I really have nowhere to go. Caitlin is busy for the next few hours, and while Annie would love to have me home, if I were there, all I would be thinking about is what Stone and Kaiser didn't tell me. Before I agree to hear any more, however, I need to do one thing. Give me 5 minutes in the hall.
"Take your time," says Stone. "I'm afraid I need another trip to the bathroom. These drugs are killing me."
Kaiser looks worried, but I don't know whether it's because he's afraid I'll take off or because he's dreading cleaning up more vomit from the bathroom floor. Once in the hall, I move far enough down so that the peephole lens in the door won't allow Kaiser to monitor my actions. Then I take out my tape recorder and check it. The tape ran out before I left the room. I only hope it recorded Kaiser saying that he believes that Forrest Knox and not my father killed Viola Turner. Opening the machine's cover, I flip the microcassette, hit record, and then slip the Sony back into my inside coat pocket. It may not make a great recording, but I've used it in that pocket before and gotten usable tape. If Stone and Kaiser are about to reveal classified information about the Kennedy case or make exculpatory statements about my father, I want a record of it. If they do the opposite, I can always toss the tape into the river as I cross the bridge back to Natchez. As I walk back toward Stone's door, Kaiser leans out and says, "Dwight's back in the bed." "You thought I'd bolted," I tell him, walking slowly back toward 406. The thought crossed my mind. Mine, too. Chapter 37. Caitlin perched on the edge of the coffee table, Tom's hands in her own. He had told her a tale of love and hate and rape and murder that she could not begin to imagine living through. "That's why I could never speak to Henry," Tom concluded, "or the FBI or anyone. I knew Brodie Royal belonged in the gas chamber, the Knoxes too, but I couldn't risk trying to put him there, for the same reason Viola couldn't. She had a child, and I had two. But there was something else. Because Frank Knox had carried out the worst of the killings, and because Viola and I had killed Frank, at times I felt like we'd done our part to balance the scales. Something, anyway. Sacrificing ourselves to try to do more wasn't going to bring anybody back from the grave." Caitlin was almost overwhelmed by emotion. "I understand now," she said, squeezing his crooked fingers softly. Tom pulled back his hands and once again ran them through his white hair with frantic energy. "Earlier today, I think I passed out from the pain meds or exhaustion. While I was out, I dreamed or hallucinated some things. I think I remembered something Ray Presley told me years after all this happened, about Viola's rapes." "What did Ray Presley know about that?" "It was Ray who rescued Viola from the Knoxes. The second time, after Frank died. I didn't know who else to go to." "I remember now. Brodie told us that you and Ray Presley had saved Viola." Tom nodded. "Snake went mad with rage after Frank died. He ordered Viola kidnapped and taken to the machine shop where he was holding her brother and Luther Davis. They ran all kinds of rednecks through that machine shop, giving them a peek at the festivities. God only knows what horrors Viola suffered. She saw her brother shot, I know. Wounded, not killed. And that tattoo cut off his arm." "Brodie Royal was there too," Caitlin said. "He told us that. Bragged about it." Tom grimaced like a man suppressing bone-deep pain. "She never told me that. I'd have killed that son of a bitch if she had. Maybe she knew that. Anyway, Ray found the bastards somehow. He faced them down with a gun. He managed to get Viola out, but not her brother or Luther." Tom shook his head. "Viola never forgave me for that." "You said you remembered something Ray said when you passed out today." "Yes. Ray told me there was a kid in there when he went in to get Viola out. A teenager, maybe 16, with dark skin, like some Cajuns. Creole blood, you know." Caitlin felt a premonitory tingle on her neck. She reached out and took Tom's hands again, trying to comfort him as he relived this terrible memory. "And earlier, Walt told me he'd learned from a buddy of his that Forrest Knox is a dark-skinned man. As soon as I thought about the ages, it clicked in my head that the teenager Ray saw in that machine shop was Frank's son. His second son. His first died in Vietnam in the mid-60s. "You're saying Forrest Knox was present when Revels and Davis were tortured and killed?" "And for Viola's rape, yes. I think he was there when they raped Viola in her house, too. The night Viola died, she told me one of her rapists that first time had been only a boy." "My God." Caitlin squeezed Tom's hands so hard that he jerked them back in pain. "And this is the man you want to make a deal with?" I've made deals with worse. He looked down. A rush of butterflies in Caitlin's stomach told her she was nearing the heart of the whole complex mystery.
Tom? Who were you talking about?
He shook his head, said nothing.
Are you talking about Carlos Marcello?
Kate, please leave it alone.
I wish I could, but you know I can't.
Her mind was racing now, filling in missing connections in the likely sequence of events. Vague memories of what Brody had said about Viola's survival were coming back to her.
What happened after Ray rescued Viola? Just freeing her physically wouldn't have saved her.
No.
Even after you got her to Chicago, the Eagles would have found her. Why didn't she contact the FBI then, or even years later? They'd killed her brother. She could have put them in the gas chamber.
Tom looked at her with something like pity. You still don't get it. The woman Ray brought out of that machine shop wasn't the same woman who'd been dragged in. She'd seen firsthand what those men would do. She knew there was no protection from them. But the maternal instinct is as powerful as any in this world. She did what she had to do to raise her son. Our son. Caitlin sensed her fingers touching the final knot.
The Eagles found her in Chicago,
she thought aloud.
They warned her they'd kill her if she ever came back to Natchez. But they didn't kill her there. Why not, Tom?
Tom braced himself on the coffee table, then stood, his creaking knees protesting. After steadying himself, he walked a few feet away, then looked back at her. Don't you know? He asked in a voice thick with self-disgust. She did.
You cut a deal with Carlos Marcello, the only man with the power to restrain Brody Royal and the Double Eagles.
Tom nodded. Ray had once worked for Carlos, when he was a cop in the NOPD. Ray and I had done each other a few favors back then. I hated being indebted to him, but once Viola's life was on the line, I had no choice.
Tom, what did you do for Marcello in return for protecting Viola?
He blew out a long rush of air. I sold my soul. A little of it, anyway. Mob men need doctors like anybody else, and Natchez is only 3 hours from New Orleans. I didn't supply them with narcotics or anything, but I treated some gunshot wounds, stab wounds, that kind of thing. And I didn't keep any records of it. By the late 70s, when Penn was graduating from high school, Marcello's power was starting to wane, and the relationship faded away. Caitlin took some time to process this. She wasn't sure Tom had told her everything, but one thing seemed clear. Tom Cage was a good man who'd gotten himself into a bad situation, and he'd done what was necessary to protect both his family and the mistress he'd loved, a mistress who had desperately needed protection.
Tom, I don't know what to say. I'm so sorry for you and for Viola.
Tom seemed lost in his own world. As Caitlin studied him, she suddenly realized why he was willing to bet everything on a deal with a devil like Forrest Knox. Tom had made a similar bargain in the past, and it had achieved the desired result. But this time she somehow knew such a deal would not work. The world had changed since the 1960s, and not all for the better. An old-time godfather might have honored such a bargain in his day, but Forrest Knox wouldn't hesitate to betray or kill anyone who was a threat to him. Tom had said it himself. An idea suddenly struck her. She got to her feet and walked to within arm's length of him.
Tom, if you had that kind of contact with Marcello, and you knew the Knoxes so well as their doctor, maybe that's enough to buy you protective custody from the FBI. They seem to think Marcello was behind the assassination. Tom blinked like a man snapping out of a trance. I don't know anything about the Kennedy assassination. Maybe not, but they don't know that. Just play what you do know for all it's worth, get to safety, and then straighten out everything else.
That won't help, Walt. Until I can protect him, I'm not going to do anything. I can't make a separate peace.
Christ, Caitlin thought, cursing his integrity for the 1,000th time in her life. Tom, you can't make a bargain with Forrest Knox. You told me yourself he's insane.
If Forrest is his father's son, he has a practical side.
But you have nothing to bargain with.
That's not strictly true.
He stared at her for several seconds, then walked back to the couch and sat down. The intensity of his gaze triggered deep misgivings within her.
Will you sit down for a second?
Caitlin walked reluctantly back to the coffee table and sat down.
You're in a unique position to help me resolve this nightmare, Tom said. There's a solution to this dilemma that can achieve both safety for our family and justice for the dead. A way that I can make a deal with Forrest and honor it, but still have him go to prison, preferably to death row. Also, without you stopping your investigation, by the way.
Despite his last statement, she still felt profoundly uneasy. I'm listening.
It's simple. Instead of printing the results of your investigative work on a daily basis, you could feed it to the FBI. Let this Agent Kaiser take Forrest down. It's his job to take that risk, after all. If you're willing to do it that way, I can promise Knox that you won't be tearing him apart in the Examiner. Along with Penn and Dennis laying off the double eagles, that should be enough to get Forrest to cancel the APB and possibly even blame one of the dead eagles for Viola's death. The FBI can use whatever you've uncovered to destroy the Knoxes, but our family won't be blamed. Walt and I can safely return home, and you and Penn will live to get married and raise children.
Caitlin was stunned, speechless. She got up and took 5 steps away from the sofa, her cheeks filling with blood. You are asking me to compromise every principle I hold dear.
Tom's eyebrows went up again. Am I? I don't think so. I'm just asking you to forego the glory of breaking the case, and only for a little while, really. You could still write a book about the case after Forrest was in prison, or dead.
The blood drained from her cheeks. She felt as though he'd slapped her face.
I'm sorry to put it so bluntly, Tom said gently. I know your work is your passion. It means more to you than almost anything else. Maybe more than everything.
He smiled sadly again.
Only you know the answer to that.
Caitlin wanted to argue, but she couldn't find her voice. Her throat felt like something had lodged in it, blocking the air. But the worst thing was that Tom had read her innermost desires as accurately as a gifted physician diagnosing a disease. She brushed back her bangs and looked around the room like someone seeing the world for the first time.
I can see the idea doesn't appeal to you, Tom said. But before you decide, let me make the existential argument. Because despite what happened at Brody Royal's house last night, you don't seem to grasp the reality of the danger. Think about your baby, Caitlin. Think about Penn and Annie. Think about Peggy and me. Is anything more important than that?
The truth, she said in a taut voice, but the words sounded hollow even to her. Tom took another deep, labored breath. Most times I'd agree with you. But please believe me, if you go after the Knoxes as you intend to, they will kill you. Penn will lose his second wife, Annie, her second mother. Don't do that, Caitlin snapped. Don't put that on me.
That's where we are, Tom said sadly.
Because of you?
Absolutely. The guilt is mine, inescapably and forever.
He said this with such desolation that guilt knifed through her own heart. Tom,
Melba must be frozen solid by now, he said, getting to his feet and walking toward the kitchen.
Wait!
Caitlin darted after him and grabbed his arm.
What will you do if I won't help you?
Tom shrugged, refusing to meet her gaze. A paralyzing fear had bloomed in her belly.
Tell me you won't just wait here for them to find and kill you. Promise me that right now, or I'm calling Penn.
Tom took hold of her hands. No, that's not it. Caitlin realized she had tears in her eyes.
Don't lie to me, please. Do you think that if you're shot while on the run, the investigation into Iles' death will end and everybody else will be safe?
Tom sighed heavily. Last night, that thought actually crossed my mind. When those gunmen showed up at Drew's place, I thought about simply letting them finish me. He squeezed her hands tight again. Then I got your text message about being pregnant, and it was like a switch being thrown in my chest. I knew I had to survive, Kate, for as long as I could anyway. For that child, for you and Penn, for Peggy. Less than a minute later, I killed a man because I wanted to live so badly. So don't worry that I'm going to throw my life away. As Caitlin wiped tears from her eyes, Tom smiled through his white beard and gripped her shoulders with surprising strength. I'm glad you're pregnant.
Without benefit of clergy?
He laughed deep in his chest. I won't have it said I'm a man of hidebound morals. Caitlin wanted to laugh, but she felt tears running down her face.
God damn it, Tom. Can't we just call Penn? If something happens to you out here, he'll never forgive me for it. Never.
I'm sorry to put you in that position, he said, but I've got to remain free until Walt gets back. And there's no way Penn would allow me to do that. All he sees is his father in danger. Walt's who I need now.
What do you really think Walt can do? I've told you McKeever can't even save himself.
It's not just Walt, Tom said soothingly. Think about where you are. It's Quentin, too. That's a lot of legal firepower, Kate.
Quentin thinks you're doing the right thing?
Tom nodded, his eyes as steady as she'd ever seen them.
Jesus, you make life hard. How long do you expect me to keep this from Penn?
24 hours. If I can't do what I need to by then, I'll go to the FBI and tell them I killed John Kennedy if that's what it takes to get protection. A hysterical laugh escaped Caitlin's throat. She knew she shouldn't agree to be complicit in his deception, but after refusing his request to hold off on covering the Knoxes in the Examiner while covertly helping the FBI, she couldn't bring herself to deny him this.
You swear?
Tom grinned. Cross my heart.
God.
She shook her head and broke eye contact with him. Tom Cage had to be the most persuasive man she had ever met.
Let's get Melba back in here.
Wait, he said sharply. What are you going to be doing for the next 24 hours? I know you won't be content just sitting on the sidelines, writing stories based on Henry's work.
No. I have a line on the place where Pookie Wilson's body may have been dumped. And maybe Frank and Snake Knox's fathers as well.
All the levity went out of Tom's face. Elam Knox? Where's that? She thought about holding her silence, but Tom couldn't betray her secret to anyone.
Have you ever heard of something called the Bone Tree? Before reading my newspaper story, I mean?
Tom focused somewhere in the space between them, like an old man looking deep into the past. Ray Presley once told me he'd heard that story about the Wilson boy being crucified out there. Caitlin wasn't surprised.
Did he know where the tree was?
No, but he spoke of it like a real place.
Is that all you know?
Tom sat on a bar stool and drank some of the tea she and Melba had made. It's gone cold.
Tom, come on.
He set down the cup and looked steadily at her. I once treated a young woman from Athens Point, Mississippi. That's Lussahatchie County. She looked white, but she was African American. Her mother-in-law brought her in. The woman had some female trouble, but her real problem was psychiatric. She refused to see a psychiatrist, but I managed to get a few things out of her.
Such as?
Her husband had been murdered by the Ku Klux Klan down that way, and she'd been assaulted the same night, just as Viola had. A gang rape. Her recollections weren't very coherent. She and her husband were taken to the crime scene by boat. Tom closed his eyes as if to see the past more clearly. But she did describe a tree, a cypress tree with chains hanging from it. And either she or her mother-in-law used the term bone tree.
Was that crime ever reported to the police?
I'm pretty sure they told the FBI about it, but they never found the husband's body. The tree either. The local police down there took the position that it was all a lie made up to cover the fact that the husband had run off with another woman.
Christ!
That's the way it was back then, Kate. I wish I had more details, but I don't.
She nodded thoughtfully. Well, I'm going down there tomorrow. Maybe I'll see if I can find that woman.
Tom's expression made plain what he thought of this idea.
Do you remember her name?
No, and I don't have records of it either. This was 35 years ago. Tom looked over his shoulder at the patio door. Let's get Melba. She's gone far beyond the call of.
Caitlin nodded, but she didn't go to the door. She looked up at Tom and said, You are loved by more people than you'll ever know. By me, by your family, by thousands of patients you've taken care of. Can't you trust us to take care of you this time?
Tom's knees creaked like horsehair ropes as he slid off the bar stool and stood erect. When he took Caitlin in his arms, the familiar smell of cigars seemed to come from his pores. They can't help me now, he said. I told you how you could, but you can't go against your nature any more than I can go against mine. She tried to pull away, but he held her tight. The past is always with us, darling, Tom went on. Sometimes we carry it lightly, but other times it's like dragging a wounded brother behind you. I've got a debt to pay, and nobody can pay it but me.
Caitlin's throat ached like it had when she was a little girl, and her father told her he was moving out of their house.
Forget what I asked you to do, Tom said. Print anything you want, except that you found me. Just give me time to do what I must for our family.
She thought about Penn's desperate worry for his father. Keeping Tom's location from him seemed unthinkable, and yet both Drew and Melba had done it. Their actions and her own quandary were testament to how much belief Tom inspired in people. She thought of Jamie and Keisha and all the reporters working practically around the clock to find the truth at the bottom of the Double Eagle murders. If she granted Tom's request, she would be betraying both their faith and their work. But after weighing all in the balance, she realized she had no choice. 24 hours? She asked into his chest.
Yes.
1 minute longer, and I'm calling in the Marines. Tom squeezed her once more, then kissed her forehead, walked to the patio door, and rapped on its glass. 3 seconds later, Melba slid open the door and walked in, shivering.
I'm sorry, Mel,
Tom said, lifting an Afghan off the back of the couch and draping it around her shoulders. I'm fine, the nurse said. You two get this mess straightened out? At the same moment, Tom said,
I think we did.
Caitlin said, I'm afraid not.
Melba heard both answers and realized the situation had not improved. Caitlin looked at the nurse.
Are you going to stay the night with him?
I'm going to stay until Mr. Garrity gets back. Caitlin nodded gratefully.
I hope that's sooner rather than later.
A shadow had fallen over Tom's face. I do too.
I'm heading back to the paper. If you change your mind about anything we said, you call me, and I'll send the cavalry.
Tom managed a smile. He'd always loved Western metaphors. Caitlin kissed him on the cheek, then turned and walked to the side door. Only when she reached it did she realize that Melba had followed her. The black nurse's large brown eyes had fear in them, she realized.
How badly is he hurt?
Caitlin whispered. Melba sucked her lips between her teeth and shook her head.
Dr. Elliott did a good job on the wound, but Dr. Cage has so many comorbid conditions, it's a miracle he's alive on a normal day, much less under these circumstances. He needs a week in the hospital. I tried, but he won't listen to me. He don't listen to nobody, Melba said bitterly. Sometimes that's good, but not now. I promised him that I wouldn't tell Penn where he was. Do you think I should break that promise? I can't answer that. I swore to Penn that I'd tell him if Doc called back, and I haven't. I guess that's partly because Doc asked me not to. But I'm not sure Penn could really do much to fix things now.
Caitlin squeezed the nurse's forearm.
Do you have any idea what Tom is really up to? I don't. All I know is he's hurting in a way I've never seen before. Deep down in his soul, he's sick-like. It hurts me to see it.
Caitlin nodded in commiseration.
How much danger do you figure we're in?
Melba asked. Caitlin spared her nothing.
If the police find Tom, they'll kill him unless he surrenders. And if those old Klansmen find him, they'll kill him no matter what he does. And you with him.
Melba nodded soberly.
That's no news to me, baby. But Doc's pulled me through some tough times, and I aim to stick by him. I just hope Mr. Garrity gets back soon.
The nurse sighed with a resignation that sounded as if it had been inherited over dozens of generations.
But I've made my peace with Jesus, and if it's my time, I'm ready.
Tom's voice boomed across the room. What kind of plot are you two hatching over there?
Mind your own business,
Melba snapped back. Caitlin hugged the nurse, who felt as solid and strong as any man.
Thank you, Melba. You be careful. And don't waste no more time. You and Penn go down to the courthouse tomorrow and tie the knot. Life don't wait around for people. Get on with it while you can. Don't worry about us old folks.
You're not old, Caitlin said, forcing a laugh. But as she slipped through the door and hurried out to her car, she heard the bolt snap shut, and she felt a chilling certainty that a door had slammed between her fate and those of the two people hiding in the house behind her. Chapter 38. When I walked out of the hotel by the river, I stepped into a different world than the one I'd left upon entering. It wasn't merely that I'd been converted from a lone gunman disciple to a believer in the possibility that John Kennedy had been murdered as a result of a conspiracy, and an eminently rational one. No. What shattered me was something personal. After 90 minutes of cagey give and take, Stone and Kaiser finally revealed their whole card. Something that convinced me that for most of my life, my father hasn't merely been hiding an extramarital affair and its unintended offspring, or even information about a murder he happened to learn about by accident. If Stone and Kaiser are right, then Dad not only played a role in the Kennedy assassination, but he knew it and kept silent about it. Now I'm sitting alone in Caitlin's office at the Examiner, wondering where the hell she could be. No one on her staff will admit to knowing where she is, not even Jamie Lewis, her managing editor. And something tells me she's somewhere she shouldn't be. With nothing to do but wait, I dig in Caitlin's desk until I find a pair of earbuds, then plug them into my tape recorder. I'm not sure what I'm looking for, but as convincing as Stone's and Kaiser's spin on the Lee Harvey Oswald story was, something about it rang false. I don't feel like they lied to me, but rather like they might be missing something themselves. Leaning back in Caitlin's chair, I kick my feet up on her desk. I press play and close my eyes. The voices instantly take me back to the hotel room beside the river, with my juvenile-sounding voice trying and failing to poke holes in the assertions of the two older men. As their words drift around me like smoke, I recall the smoldering eyes and sallow skin of Dwight Stone, a man intent on uncovering the truth before tomorrow afternoon, when death will hover watchfully above his OR table in Denver. Stone. Carlos's deportation trial was set for November of '63 in New Orleans federal court. It began on November 1st, and believe it or not, closing arguments would begin and end on November 22nd. Me. Is that true? Stone. Yes, and let's stipulate that by or during the summer of 1963, Carlos had spoken to Frank Knox about killing Kennedy in the event that nothing else could be done to prevent his deportation in the fall. Me. Fine. How does Oswald come into it? Stone. A man named David Ferry was the link between Marcello and Oswald, and we owe John for figuring out how. A few people suspected the nature of the link, but it was practically impossible to pursue as a lead. Kaiser. Remember I told you that Carlos had a New Orleans immigration lawyer on his payroll? His name was G. Ray Gill. Gill is only important because of two men he had listed on his payroll as investigators for the Marcello trial. One was a private detective named Guy Bannister. The other was a former Eastern Airlines pilot named me. David Ferry. Stone. Do you know anything about Ferry? Me. Joe Pesci played him in the movie. Stone. People who knew Ferry say Pesci actually did an uncanny job, though Ferry was tall and gangly in real life. Next to David Ferry, Joe Pesci was a male model. Ferry suffered from alopecia, and he wore the most horrible pasted-on eyebrows along with his hairpiece. Anybody who saw Ferry never forgot him. Kaiser. That's for sure. The Bureau has a surveillance photo of Ferry leaning against a Ford Fairlane. I'm telling you, leaning against those big tail fins, he looks like the forward scout for an alien invasion of hairless Martians. I bolt forward and hit stop on the recorder, my heart clenching like a fist in my chest. That's what I missed the first time I heard it. My parents owned a Ford Fairlane back in the early 1960s, a red-on-white behemoth with long tail fins like something out of Flash Gordon. I only know this because I've seen the car in very old family pictures, my parents looking young and carefree on a vacation, my older sister cradling me in front of it. They sold the flashy Fairlane around 1964 or 65, I believe, so I don't remember riding in it. But something about that car itches at my brain, like a thought trying to find its voice. There's no way David Ferry would have been in or near my parents' Fairlane, of course. I don't think they even got it until after they got back from Germany in 1961, and they never lived in New Orleans after that. But there's something. Unable to make the connection, I press play again and lean back in Caitlin's chair. Stone. Ferry was a crackpot in a lot of ways, but one thing he wasn't was dumb. He'd worked as a contract pilot for the CIA, running guns into various countries and narcotics out. He ran guns to Castro before Fidel declared himself an ally of the Soviet Union. But at that point, Ferry became Castro's mortal enemy. Kaiser. Without that angle, Ferry wouldn't have been allowed within a mile of Carlos Marcello. He was an aggressive and unstable homosexual who'd been fired from Eastern Airlines for giving young men free rides on Eastern planes in exchange for sexual favors. Also for molesting young men within the company. It's difficult to imagine any less useful assistant on an immigration case than David Ferry. He had no legal training whatever, yet Marcello admitted under oath he'd made at least one payment of over $7,000 to him in November of 1963 for what he called paralegal services. Stone. It was Guy Bannister who brought Ferry into Marcello's orbit. Bannister was a shady bastard. I'm embarrassed to say that he was the former special agent in charge of the Chicago FBI field office, the second largest in the country. I met him when I first joined the Bureau. He liked to tell you how he'd been present at the shooting of John Dillinger. He was a rabid anti-communist, John Birch Society, the Minutemen, you name it. A real hater. Me. How did a former FBI SAC wind up working for Marcello? Stone. After Bannister retired from the Bureau, he moved to New Orleans and became assistant superintendent of the NOPD. In 1955, you didn't get that job without kissing Carlos's ring. Bannister was dismissed from the force for violent instability, and that's when he opened his private detective shop at 544 Camp. It didn't take him long to get into the anti-Castro business. Me. What were Bannister and Ferry really doing for Marcello's lawyer? Stone. Managing Carlos's illegal effort to beat the deportation case, specifically working to bribe judges and prosecutors, intimidate jury members, negotiate with crooked politicians in South America, etc. Carlos had Lou Wasserman for the actual legal work, but not even Wasserman could turn water into wine. Kaiser. That's why Frank Knox was on tap. Frank was the court of last resort, the final solution should all other efforts fail. Stone. I doubt Ferry or Bannister knew that in the summer of '63, although both men would have known Knox from the Bay of Pigs training camps. And neither Ferry nor Bannister was stupid. Sooner or later they would have realized that their boss wanted Kennedy dead. Me. So they approached Lee Harvey Oswald? That's absurd. Kaiser. It's not as crazy as you think. At this point, Kaiser gave Stone the floor. The old man paused as though to gather all he'd learned over decades and distill it to the most comprehensible narrative he could. His entire affect changed as well. Talking about Lee seemed to bring him fully to life, and nowhere was this more evident than in his voice, which grew in both volume and power. Stone. Lee Harvey Oswald was a creature of New Orleans. He was born there and raised there for the most part. He had the archetypal troubled childhood. Lee's father was his mother's second husband, and he died while Lee was still in his mother's womb. Lee was largely raised by his Aunt Lillian and Uncle Dutz Moret. Now, Dutz Moret was a runner for a Marcello bookmaking operation. He worked for Sam Saya out of Felix's Oyster Bar in the French Quarter. The mention of Felix's hurled me back to last night, when my mother told me about my father and her meeting Carlos Marcello there, a meeting I did not mention to Stone and Kaiser. Kaiser. What is it, Penn? Me. Nothing. I've been to Felix's before, that's all. Kaiser. Some people argue that Oswald didn't see his uncle much, or that he, Ferry, and Bannister wouldn't have known one another. But if you know anything about New Orleans back then, you know that's ridiculous. The French Quarter was a village within a small town. Everybody knew everybody. Metairie was the same way. Oswald's own mother, Marguerite, dated two different men who worked for Marcello. One was a lawyer who arranged for Lee to join the Marines while still underage. Bottom line, Marcello himself would have known all about Dutz Moret's skinny, mixed-up nephew who spouted Marxism and then joined the Marines. Me.
But did Oswald know David Ferry? Isn't that the question?
Kaiser. Yes. And that's what brought me into this case. Back in the early 90s, I was consulting with Dwight about an old murder in Louisiana. We got to talking about criminal psychology, and he figured out pretty quick that I had special knowledge based on the years I'd spent in the behavioral science unit. During our third conversation, he told me about the working group, and he asked whether I'd be willing to make use of my presence in New Orleans to do some work for them off the books.
Stone. And thank God we did, because John's behavioral science experience is what broke the case for us.
Kaiser. They wanted me to try to prove a connection between David Ferry and Lee Oswald in the summer of '63. There'd been dozens of reports of the two men being seen together. For example, Guy Bannister's secretary claimed Lee had worked out of Bannister's office with Ferry and Bannister. But after exhaustive work, I found that nearly all those reports either had been discredited, were unprovable, or came from unreliable witnesses.
Stone. We desperately needed that link. I'd studied Ferry and Oswald like a goddamned biographer, especially Lee, all the way from childhood, but I couldn't find it. Lee always had difficulty in school. When he was 12 years old, his mother moved him from New Orleans up to the Bronx to live with his half-brother. He caused havoc there and had to be psychologically evaluated. A reformatory psychiatrist described Lee as immersed in a vivid fantasy life, turning around the topics of omnipotence and power, through which he tries to compensate for his present shortcomings and frustrations. She diagnosed a personality pattern disturbance with schizoid features and passive-aggressive tendencies and recommended continued treatment. Needless to say, he never got it. Mama took him straight back home to New Orleans.
Kaiser. Which eventually delivered him into the grasp of David Ferry. I started looking into Ferry's life as a favor, but the more I did, the more the case began to consume me. The only provable link between Ferry and Oswald dated to 1955 and 56, when Oswald was 16 and a member of the Civil Air Patrol at Moisant International Airport. Ferry had been the commander of that unit for some time. In Case Closed, Gerald Posner wrote that Ferry and Oswald couldn't have known each other because they were never in the CAP unit at the same time, that Ferry had been removed from his position prior to Oswald's entry. But the very year Posner's book was published, a photo surfaced that showed Ferry and Oswald in a small, relaxed gathering around a CAP cookout fire.
Stone. Ferry lost his job as CAP chief for molesting young cadets. We've verified that. He was a documented pedophile. Ferry had initially hoped to be a priest, but he was kicked out of seminary for the same kind of nocturnal recreation, teenage boys. He almost certainly took that CAP job because hundreds of teenage boys came through the program.
Me.
You believe Ferry molested Oswald as a teenager.
Stone.
Yes.
Kaiser. In 1963, David Ferry told Jim Garrison that he'd never met Oswald. After being confronted with the Civil Air Patrol link, he backed off and said he simply didn't remember him. Penn, I'm sure you had plenty of experience with pedophiles in the Houston DA's office. Do you think a predator like David Ferry didn't remember every boy who came through his unit? Especially a vulnerable kid like Oswald? No father, insecure, confused sexuality? So desperate to be different that he's spouting Marxist theory at 16?
Me. Ferry would have zeroed right in on him, no question. But you don't have any objective evidence? No witness statements? Nothing?
Kaiser. Only deduction. I had to ask myself what kind of relationship could have, or would have, by necessity, remained secret for years. Like you, I've worked more murder cases than I can count, and that experience taught me that illicit sex is the one thing people will stay silent about if they possibly can, especially molestation of a minor. And remember, this was the 1950s. There were no cell phones, no text messages, no email, none of the crap that traps people nowadays. Stone. Oswald sure wasn't going to tell anybody about it. He took a lot of teasing from guys saying he was queer all the way through the Marine Corps. Kaiser. Neither was Ferry. The stigma from a homosexual relationship could be lethal back then, even in New Orleans. More telling still, if you look at Oswald's life after the summer that cap photo with Ferry was taken, the kid's downward spiral really accelerated. He couldn't do his schoolwork the following fall, and he dropped out of the 10th grade. Me. Kaiser. Trying to emulate his big brother, Lee tried to join the Marines at 16, but they turned him down. He then went to work at a dental lab. He remained in New Orleans until the following July when his mother moved him back to Fort Worth, Texas. Obviously, Ferry could have been having sexual liaisons with Lee throughout the period prior to this move, or only sporadically, or not at all. We just don't know. But that next fall at Arlington Heights High School in Texas, Lee only made it to the end of September before dropping out. Does that not sound like a kid who might have experienced something too big to process? Like an affair with an older man? Me. It does. But that's still supposition. Kaiser. I don't deny it. But tell me it doesn't feel right. Me. Look, you're preaching to the choir here. After my years as a prosecutor, this is the easiest part for me to believe. But you still haven't sold me that Carlos Marcello would employ this mixed-up kid when it came to a serious crime, much less an assassination. Stone. It wasn't Marcello's idea. It was Ferry's. Marcello's JFK plans had nothing to do with Oswald, but Ferry was working at the heart of Carlos's effort to avoid deportation, and that's what led to Oswald being brought in. Me. How? Stone. Let's fill in the years between Lee's Civil Air Patrol summer and the summer of '63. This is the trajectory everybody knows. Marine sharpshooter qualification at 17, working at the U-2 base in Japan, 2 courts-martial for self-destructive accidents, first Marine to defect to Russia, marrying Marina while in the USSR. Disillusioned by the reality of Russia, Lee returned to America without being arrested or even debriefed, which we still can't explain, I'm afraid, and settled in Dallas. Marina fell in love with the Russian émigré community, but those people couldn't stand Lee. During this time, he mail-ordered the pistol and rifle he would later use on November 22nd. With those weapons, he promptly stalked and nearly succeeded in killing General Edwin Walker, the right-wing extremist. It was in the wake of that failure that Lee came up with the idea of defecting to Cuba. His first step in this process was to move back to New Orleans, which he did on April 24, 1963, 17 days before his pregnant wife and his child came to join him. Me. That all sounds familiar. So what about the summer of '63? You couldn't find any proof of contact between Oswald and Ferry, or Oswald and Marcello? Kaiser. I did find one reliable source. An old Marcello soldier told me that Oswald worked part of that summer as a runner for Sam Saya out of Felix's Oyster Bar, just like his uncle Dutz had. But he wouldn't testify to it, and he died 2 months ago. Oswald worked as a maintenance man at Riley Coffee for a while, but they fired him, so the runner job makes sense. He had no other source of money, and there's no doubt that the old crowd knew Lee was back in New Orleans. He was making a real ass of himself, handing out Fair Play for Cuba leaflets on the street, getting into fights with anti-Castro Cubans, and going on TV for a debate. If you accept the exploitative sexual relationship back in '56 and '57, you've got to figure it was only a matter of time before David Ferry came around to renew contact with his long-ago victim. Me. I buy that all right. Kaiser. Even if Ferry didn't initiate contact, I think Oswald would have sought him out. Lee had no real friends in New Orleans, and based on all my experience as a profiler, he would have been dying to tell Ferry about all the big things he'd done since he'd last seen him. Me. Oswald wouldn't have felt any attraction for the guy who'd taken advantage of him when he was a kid, would he? Kaiser. Probably not, though it's possible. But let's assume Lee hated Ferry. The summer of '63 was still his chance to tell his abuser that he'd grown up and married a hot Russian girl, which proved he'd gotten past his sexual confusion. He had the baby to prove it. Stone. What does your gut tell you, Penn, as a prosecutor listening to a story? Me. If you accept the secret sexual relationship, then further Ferry-Oswald contact that summer makes sense. But even so, we're back to square one. If Carlos had Frank Knox ready to kill Kennedy as a last resort, why bring Oswald into it at all? Stone. Desperation. Kaiser. Genius on Ferry's part. Think about his position. Marcello's deportation trial was set for November 1st. Ferry and Bannister were trying to figure out a way to fix the verdict, but they weren't having any luck. Carlos was expecting them to pull a rabbit out of their asses, and they didn't have one. Neither did Lou Wasserman in D.C. With every passing week, it looked more like it was going to be a rivederla to Carlos Marcello come November. But if Ferry met Lee that summer, and Lee caught him up on his recent past, then Ferry would have seen instantly that Oswald was a gift from the gods. Stone. Only 3 pieces of information had to pass between Oswald and Ferry for this theory to be valid. 1, that Lee had taken a shot at General Walker in April. 2, that he owned the scoped Mannlicher Carcano that he'd taken that shot with. 3, that he was trying to defect to Cuba. Me. You're saying Oswald wasn't brought in as a patsy, but as the main shooter? And a signpost pointing to Castro? Kaiser. I don't think Lee was brought in at all at that point. I think Ferry just filed the information in the back of his mind and let it simmer. It represented a potential manipulation, that's all. For one thing, Lee wasn't exactly stable, and he was trying to get into Cuba. Even if Ferry had the idea that early, he would have to wait and see how the Cuba thing worked out before he tried to sell Marcello on using the kid. Me. Go on. Kaiser. On September 26th, after a truly shitty summer, Lee left New Orleans for Mexico City, hoping to get a visa to Cuba. Marina had left New Orleans 3 days earlier with an older friend, Ruth Payne. She was pregnant and tired of Lee's bullshit. She moved back to Texas to have her baby. Stone. For 3 days in Mexico, Lee tried without success to get a visa for Cuba so that he could defect. He visited both the Cuban and Russian embassies. He had no luck at either place. Kaiser. This would have been a major stressor, coming on top of several others. Lee left Mexico by bus in despair. He didn't go back to New Orleans, but to Texas, where Marina was living with Ruth Payne and her husband. Marina didn't want Lee back, of course. But 2 weeks later, a friend of Ruth's got Lee an interview for the job at the Texas School Book Depository. Stone. At that point, John Kennedy had 37 days to live. But Lee Harvey Oswald had no idea he would be a part of his death. Kaiser. Marcello was scared shitless by this time. His trial started on November 1st, and every night was consumed by strategizing for the proceedings. Bannister had been working a deal to bribe one of the jurors, but Carlos couldn't rely on that. He had to be thinking about pulling the trigger with Frank Knox. Stone. We know for a fact that Carlos spent the 2 weekends prior to Kennedy's assassination at Churchill Farms. We also know that Ferry was there with Carlos for one of those weekends. That was the bill I mentioned, for legal services, and Marcello actually paid it. Me. Isn't this pretty late in the game to be planning something? Kaiser. It had to be late in the game. Remember Stone's razor? This is the only timeline that eliminates coincidence from the plan. Me. So when and how did Oswald get recruited for Frank Knox's job? Stone. The final weekend, November 15th through 17th. There's no other possibility. The motorcade route was finalized on Friday the 15th. It wasn't made public, but Dallas police officers were made privy to the route on that day. Kaiser. The Joseph Civello mob in Dallas had hundreds of cops on their payroll. They could easily have passed that information to Marcello. He was their overboss, after all. By commission law, Carlos owned Dallas. Stone. Imagine that final weekend. A heat wave had just broken in New Orleans that November. They've turned on the heat out at Marcello's swamp house. Ferry's there with him, sweating like a pig. Marcello is crazed with rage. He can give orders to judges, governors, even senators, yet Bobby Kennedy is about to kick his butt out of the country. It was intolerable, and I think that sometime on that last weekend, probably Friday night, Carlos snapped. Maybe the scheme to bribe the juror fell through, or maybe Carlos just didn't trust it. But he made the decision to have Frank Knox kill JFK. Of course, he needed a cutout to send the message to Frank and also to pass on the motorcade information. And who was ready to hand? Me. David Ferry. Kaiser. Ferry was a good courier because he was an ace pilot, and Carlos had easy access to planes. He was a big-time marijuana smuggler. So it would be easy for Ferry to fly up to Natchez or Vidalia with Frank's go order. Stone. Only Ferry didn't take that flight, because after Carlos gave him the motorcade info, which had to be either a map or a list of streets and turns, Ferry had the epiphany of his life. Me. Oh my God. Stone. You see now? Ferry saw that the presidential motorcade was going to run right past the warehouse where Lee Harvey Oswald was working. He was one of the few people in the world who knew that. Me. How did Ferry know? Oswald told him at some point? Stone. He must have. We're not sure how. My guess is by letter. Lee was a big letter writer, and I think Ferry would have told him to send word about whether he'd made it to Cuba or not. If Lee wrote to Ferry any time between October 15th and November 12th, Ferry could have received the letter and learned where he was working. Kaiser. Ferry could have visited Lee sometime during those 4 weeks. I wouldn't rule that out, but there's no need to go that far. All we need is for Lee to have let Ferry know he'd gotten the job at the book depository. Stone. When Ferry saw that motorcade route, he must have felt like he was witnessing divine intervention, like God was reaching down to save him and Marcello at the last possible moment. Kaiser. I think Ferry turned it over in his mind for one night. Using Oswald would be a risk, but the advantages were too great to ignore. Lee had a rifle and the ability to use it. The attack on General Walker proved that he had the will to use it. And best of all, Lee had spent the summer publicly agitating for the Castro regime. Hell, he'd defected to Russia, and he'd tried to defect to Cuba. If Lee killed JFK, nobody was even going to think about Carlos Marcello. Stone. And with any luck, the whole country might start screaming for LBJ to invade Cuba, which would get Marcello and the mob their casinos back. Me. That's how he sold Carlos. Stone. Bingo. The whole Oswald as Patsy, blame it on a nut angle has always been too much of a stretch. There was a Sicilian tradition of using mental defectives to take the fall for gang murders, but Carlos wouldn't have taken the risk had he not had a lot more to gain from Oswald than that. Kaiser. Remember how desperate Carlos was. He was within days of being booted out of America. I think Ferry pitched his plan as God's deliverance, the miracle they'd been praying for. Carlos would have remembered Dutz Moret's nephew, of course. You don't get where Carlos was by forgetting people. Stone. Marcelo might have been skeptical at first, but it was hard to find a downside in Ferry's plan. If Lee lost his nerve or missed, Frank Knox could still take out the president, and Lee could still be blamed. Me. But what if Oswald was captured? What if he talked? Stone. I don't think Lee was meant to live more than 15 minutes after the assassination. The safest plan would have been for Frank to kill him shortly afterward, but that's where the operation went wrong. When Oswald saw Kennedy's head explode through his crappy little scope, he knew he hadn't fired that shot. At that point, he probably panicked. Lee skipped whatever post-hit rendezvous he was supposed to make, probably with Ferry in his mind, and there Marcelo's plan went off the rails. Kaiser. It still worked, and Oswald died anyway. Me. Let me guess. The mob had to hire Jack Ruby at the last minute to shut Oswald up before he could give away anything. Stone. It's possible. Ruby has been tied to the Civello mob and through them to Marcelo's people. But it might be that Ruby was just what he seemed, a pissed-off loser who thought the world would call him a hero for killing the man who'd shot the president. Oswald actually died the way he did because he panicked, went home for his pistol, then killed Officer Tippit during his senseless flight. Me. Wait. Back up. When did Ferry sell Oswald on killing Kennedy? Stone. I think he flew to Dallas on Saturday, November 16th. Instead of flying north to give Frank Knox his go order, he flew west to Dallas. Me. Is there any record of Oswald's movements that weekend? Stone. No. Those 2 days have always been a black hole in his timeline. No one has ever been able to pin down where Lee was either Saturday or Sunday. He disappeared Friday after work and reappeared Sunday night at the Payne house. Ferry had plenty of time to sell him on the idea. Kaiser. And to buy the second Carcano. Me. There's no documented record of Ferry being in Dallas between November 15th and the 22nd. I remember Stone and Kaiser looking at each other when I asked this. Then Kaiser nodded, and Stone seemed to make some silent decision. Stone. No known record. In fact, there are 2 relevant reports that have never been seen by the public. One is among the sealed assassination records in Maryland. The other is in a special FBI archive in Washington. It was never turned over to the Warren Commission or the House Select Committee. Me. What do those records say? Stone. The sealed record contains a statement by FBI agent James Hosty, who was surveilling Oswald because of his earlier defection to Russia. Lee was just one of Hosty's responsibilities. Anyway, that weekend, Hosty claimed to have sensed other surveillance on Oswald, or even on both of them. Hosty, and Hoover, assumed this was probably CIA surveillance, but given what we know, my theory is that Hosty sensed either David Ferry looking for a safe opening with Oswald, or Frank Knox. Me. And the second record? Stone. During Jim Garrison's investigation of Clay Shaw in 1965, an FBI agent based in Dallas saw a close-up picture of David Ferry. At that time, he told his SAC that he believed he'd seen Ferry in Dallas on the weekend prior to the assassination, at a diner, alone. With Ferry's fake eyebrows and hairpiece, it's hard to believe that agent could have been mistaken. Me. What happened to that report?
Kaiser. Hoover ordered it buried.
Me. But why would Oswald have agreed to kill Kennedy for Ferry? It may seem an obvious question, but I'm not sure I understand his motive.
Stone. This is where the psychologists are right. Lee strongly prefigured the later killers such as John Hinckley, Mark David Chapman, and the school shooters. His life had been one long string of failures. Emigrating to Cuba was his final fantasy. The Russians didn't want him. Employers didn't want him. His wife had left him. When the Cubans said no to his defection, he basically had nothing left. 3 weeks before the Black Hole weekend, Lee actually attended a rally where General Walker spoke, almost as if he was planning to try once more to assassinate him. Lee was truly ready for anything at that point, so long as it was sensational.
Kaiser. In behavioral science parlance, Oswald was decompensating. He'd endured stressor after stressor. Killing Kennedy, who had been actively trying to overthrow and even kill Castro, would have made Lee a hero to Castro and the Cuban people. I'm sure Oswald could see himself driving along the Malecon with Fidel in a big convertible, waving to the adoring crowds.
Me. What about the Cuban student, Cruz, the one who bought the Carcano that was in Brody's house?
Stone. I think Ferry came up with that angle the night he thought of the Oswald plan. If the goal was to sell the world on a Cuban plot and Marcelo on his plan, then they needed a Cuban conspiracy. The way to create that was to pin a rifle like Oswald's to another loyal communist, ideally a native Cuban.
Kaiser. One with a criminal record, so his prints would be on file.
Me. You make Ferry sound like a criminal genius.
Kaiser. Some Cuban exiles actually called him the master of intrigue. His brilliance is exaggerated, but he was a devious guy. In any case, all Ferry had to do to get that second Carcano was walk into a Texas gun shop and buy one.
Stone. And 2 boxes of ammunition. Western Cartridge Company 6.58 millimeter, manufactured in the U.S. for Italy during the war.
Kaiser. Right. The ammunition's key.
Me. So how did they frame Eladio Cruz? They killed him and put his prints on the rifle?
Kaiser. And dumped him in the swamp. You nailed it. Probably on the night of Tuesday, November 19th.
Stone. But first, Ferry had to carry the revised mission order to Frank Knox. He probably flew out of Dallas on the Sunday after seeing Oswald. We're trying to check his movements during that period, but access to a Marcelo plane means he could have traveled as his schedule allowed with no one the wiser.
Me.
You think Frank Knox just went along with the Oswald scheme?
Stone. Frank was a soldier. He would have seen the advantages. He simply went from being the primary shooter to the backup.
Me. But that second Carcano was never found. It was never associated with the assassination in any way. What was the point in getting it? Was Knox supposed to use it against Kennedy?
Stone. I think he was. But Frank would have known better than to trust a critical shot to a junk rifle. My guess is that he told Ferry he'd leave the Carcano at the scene, but he wasn't going to shoot with it. Otherwise, Marcelo might have gotten angry when things didn't go the way he expected.
Me. Then why wasn't the rifle found?
Kaiser. Maybe Frank didn't want to risk carrying 2 rifles into the Dow Tex building. That's a serious tactical challenge.
Stone. Or maybe he worried that the FBI or CIA had forensic abilities he knew nothing about.
Frank would have known that a presidential assassin's rifle would be subjected to more scrutiny than any weapon in history.
Kaiser.
Or he might have kept it as insurance. Frank knew he was dealing with the mob, and he knew how those guys handled loose ends.
Maybe he figured he could use the Carcano as leverage later. Me. So why didn't Marcello blow up when Frank didn't leave the rifle at Dealey Plaza? Stone. Chuckles. When we think about mobsters like Carlos Marcello, we inflate their powers in our minds. We see them as fearless. But Carlos had watched Frank Knox train Cuban exiles at his camp. He'd heard the stories of what Frank had done in the Pacific. The medal-winning assaults, the mutilation of prisoners, the black market skulls. Compared to Frank Knox, a mafia hitman with a snub-nosed .38 was a clown. Kaiser. There are some guys it doesn't pay to go to war with, especially when they only live 3 hours away from you. Me. But the ballistics. How could the bullet fired from Frank's Remington match the bullets fired from Oswald's Carcano? Stone. Ferry would have provided ammunition to both Oswald and Knox. That would further tie the two shooters in an apparent conspiracy. Lee was poor as dirt, so he wouldn't have bought new ammo if he didn't have to. Me. You're missing my point. If Frank didn't use that second Carcano, then he couldn't have used the bullets that matched Oswald's lot. You said he needed a rifle that fired a super-fast round, didn't you? How did the metallurgy of Frank's bullets fired from a Remington 700 match the bullets Oswald fired from his 6.58 Mannlicher Carcano? Stone. That's where Frank Knox proved his genius. Frank's bullet was designed to explode on impact with Kennedy's skull, remember? It left very little trace. But the metallurgy of the fragments did match Oswald's bullet. New tests were done only a few months ago. There are a couple of ways that this match could have been accomplished. You get into complex gunsmithing work and reloading issues, but Frank was an old hand at all that stuff. All the Knoxes were. The only requirement would have been that Frank had a sample of the ammo Oswald used, and he did. With that, he could have used any rifle he wanted. Trust me, Penn, it can be done. Me. I'd rather hear the explanation. Leaning forward, I fast-forward past the complex ballistics and stop on the revelation that floored me. I dread hearing it again, but I want to evaluate it once more before Caitlin arrives and distracts me. Stone. Tell him, John. He's gone beyond the call for us. Kaiser. I told you I sent 2 agents up to the Mississippi field office today. That's how I found the Triton medical excuse. But once the director was on board, I also put out a bureau-wide request for any and all files of any type on all the principals in this case. Late this afternoon, a clerk at the Jackson field office sent me a digitized copy of one more file. Me. Which was? Kaiser. In 1993, a file clerk at the Triton Battery Corporation requested the return of Frank Knox's personnel record. Me. So? Kaiser. They didn't do that out of the blue. They'd been contacted by a former company physician who wanted to see the record. You know who that was. Me. Bullshit. Stone. It was your father, Penn. About a month after Carlos Marcello died in New Orleans, Tom requested Frank Knox's Triton personnel record from the company. You see, he had no idea that the Bureau would have the file. Me. And what do you conclude from that? Stone. Well, either Tom had just figured out what he'd been a part of and wanted to check it, or... Kaiser. That's not it, guys. I know you don't want to hear it, but he wouldn't risk asking for that file out of simple curiosity. Dr. Cage knew what he'd done back in '63, and once Marcello was dead, he did what he could to wipe out the traces. He just didn't count on the Bureau having that record. Stone. John? Kaiser. He nearly got away with it, too. Because nobody at the Bureau could find the file when Triton Battery made their request. They simply reported back to Triton that the file couldn't be found. If a conscientious Bureau clerk hadn't decided to open a file to note the unfulfilled request, the whole event would have been lost to the sands of time. As I listen to Stone try to ameliorate the effects of Kaiser's accusation, my cell phone vibrates on Caitlin's desk. The incoming text reads, "I just pulled into the lot. I see your car. Be inside in a sec. Love you." I switch off the recorder, glad to be spared the last 2 minutes of conversation. My argument with Kaiser was as intense as it was pointless. I won't know what prompted Dad to request that medical record until I can question him directly, and until he'll tell me the truth. But what lingers in my mind is the lump in my throat as I took leave of Stone. Though the old agent put on a brave face, and I tried to match it, I couldn't suppress the conviction that I would never see him again. And though he'd brought me unwelcome news, I knew that Stone's heart had always been in the right place. The tragedy was that his news had made me confront even more starkly the question of whether the same was true of my father. I'd barely gotten my recorder back into my pocket when Caitlin's office door flies open and she steps inside, obviously looking for me.
"Are you okay?"
she asks. "Yeah. Where have you been? I've been worried." It's instantly obvious my tone has angered her.
"I went to see a couple of my contacts in the black community," she says, setting her purse down on the desk.
I try to make eye contact, but she turns away and begins heating water for tea. She speaks with her back to me.
"The Jackson radio station has been running that Lincoln Turner interview all day, and I heard he's been swaying some people, persuading them I've been protecting Tom and the Examiner. As I told you this afternoon, some of my own reporters seem to believe the same thing."
"And what did you find out?"
"Reverend Ransom says most of his flock still love your father, but that doesn't mean they don't think he's human. What they call outside children are a fact of life, especially from white fathers, so they have no problem buying that Lincoln could be Tom's son. That obviously might have led to some real problems between Tom and Viola."
Great. Caitlin finally turns back to me, her arms folded across her chest almost defensively.
"How's Dwight Stone doing?"
"Worse than I expected. I don't think he has long. Days at the most."
"God, I should go see him."
Not wanting to encourage this, I say nothing.
"If he's that sick, what's he doing here?"
she asks, fixing me with her gaze. And here we come to it. Do I lie or tell the truth? After all I heard in room 406, I've got no desire to tease through every new fact with Caitlin, especially those dealing with Dad's possible complicity in crimes. Nor do I want her hounding a dying man for a scoop on the JFK assassination. After Henry's death and all John's discovered, he couldn't stay away. I think this trip was Dwight's last hurrah on the unsolved cases from his past. That's probably all that's keeping him going now.
"The JFK thing? Or the civil rights cases?"
"The Double Eagle stuff, mostly." Caitlin looks almost disappointed by my answer. She turns and drops a tea bag into her mug, then looks over her shoulder and says,
"So, what's this big surprise you wanted to show me?"
"You'll see, sooner or later. It's really too dark now." She shrugs.
"Your car has headlights, doesn't it? What is it we're trying to see?"
Since Edelweiss stands atop the bluff facing the Mississippi, the combination of street lamps, the house lights, my headlights, and the moon might be enough to create quite a dramatic reveal. And since the last thing I want to do is sit in this office while she probes me about my meeting with Kaiser and Stone, "Come on," I say, bouncing up from the chair and taking her hand. "Let's get our minds off all this bullshit for half an hour." The sound of her sudden laughter is almost a shock after the last couple of days. "Where are we going?" she screeches as I try to drag her into the hall. "Wait!" She darts back into the office long enough to turn off her teapot, then follows me down the hall. Hand in hand, we run through the newsroom together, laughing with near hysterical relief, not knowing why, only sensing that the terrible weight of the past few days has been lifted for a few precious moments. Caitlin's reporters and staff people look up open-mouthed, but a few of them smile. For them, the Double Eagle murders are just a story, a big one, to be sure, but only a way station on the long careers they see ahead. Whereas for Caitlin and me, the stakes are life and death. Chapter 39. Shadrach Johnson and Sheriff Billy Byrd had been talking in the DA's office since Byrd walked over at 5:45 p.m. Neither man could quite believe the turns that the Tom Cage matter had taken, or the casualties that had swiftly mounted in and near their jurisdictions. Together they had worried every thread of the Viola Turner case until Sheriff Byrd pulled a flask of bourbon from his pocket and started drinking. For Shad, meeting with Billy Byrd was always a little uncomfortable. For while they shared common cause against the Cage family, Billy was no good old boy with his heart in the right place. He was an unreconstructed redneck who, if it were 30 years earlier, would have liked nothing better than to horsewhip Shad for daring to walk on the same sidewalk with him. Beyond that, Byrd wouldn't have been able to get hired as a janitor at Harvard Law, while Shad had the school's diploma hanging on his wall. Yet in the present circumstances, Shad was forced to treat the corpulent, skull-dipping sheriff like an equal. Shad was about to suggest that Byrd continue his drinking elsewhere when he heard pounding feet on his staircase. 5 seconds later, someone threw open the door with such force that Billy Byrd grabbed for his gun. "God damn it, don't do that!" the sheriff cried, pointing his flask at Lincoln Turner, who stood in the door like an angry juke-joint bouncer. Lincoln ignored Byrd and looked straight at Shad. "I think I found Tom Cage." "Where?" "That big green house at the top of Silver Street, looking over the river. Looks like a Swiss chalet or something." "That doesn't make any sense," Shad said. "Nobody lives there." "Maybe not, but I just followed Penn Cage and that Masters girl to it, and they walked right up on the porch like they were playing a scene in a movie." Shad couldn't believe the speed with which Sheriff Byrd heaved his bulk from the chair and bolted through the door. "Wait!" Shad cried, yanking open his top drawer in search of his car keys. "Wait for me, damn it! A lot of people go up there to look at the river. Don't do anything crazy, Billy!" Caitlin felt as though she were trapped in a surreal romantic comedy, or even a farcical one. Penn had driven her down Canal Street, then turned onto Broadway and parked just past the head of Silver Street, where tourists often stopped to gaze over the Mississippi River before driving down to the Natchez Under the Hill district. Penn's city car smelled stale, and it nauseated her. She looked to her left at Edelweiss, which had been her favorite house since she'd first visited Natchez 7 years earlier. In a city filled with Greek Revival mansions, the 3-story chalet with its wraparound gallery on the second floor seemed to float above the bluff like a clean-lined ship. The mere sight of it usually lifted her mood, and tonight was no exception. Owned by an elderly woman in a nursing home, the 1883 gem had been falling into disrepair for years. Only recently had some mystery buyer begun restoring it to its former splendor. "What are we doing here?" Caitlin asked, perplexed to be parked in the dark. "I want to show you something down on the river," Penn said. "At night? That's my surprise?" "Mm-hmm." She could tell he was suppressing a smile. "Well, why don't you drive down Silver Street?" "You have to be up here to see it. Let's get out." He opened the driver's door of the smelly car. With a tired groan, Caitlin got out and started toward the fence at the edge of the bluff. "No, over here," Penn said, walking halfway across the street and beckoning to her. Let's go up on the porch of Edelweiss. It's a lot higher up.
Are you sure the house is empty? Somebody bought it, didn't they?
I don't think the restoration's finished. Come on. She crossed the street and followed him up one of the twin staircases to the broad gallery of the chalet. The cold wind racing up the face of the bluff cut mercilessly through her clothes. Penn went to the rail and looked westward, toward Louisiana. She stood shivering beside him, gazing out over the distant lights, trying to guess where in that dark landscape Brodie Royal's house had stood. From here you could see more than 10 miles of the Mississippi River during the day, but all she could think about now was the Jericho Hole, the burned-out ruins of the Concordia Beacon, and the hospital where Henry had died. "Some view, isn't it?" Penn said. "Even at night." She lowered her gaze a little. 2 strings of barges were making their way along the river in a delicate ballet of drifts and pauses. The twin bridges blazed with light, and Highway 84 twinkled like a line of Christmas lights fading into the distance.
"Yes, but it's the one I'm used to. What am I supposed to be looking for?"
Penn shrugged. "What are you looking for?" She pulled her coat tighter and tried to keep her face calm. Had he brought her up here to interrogate her? Did he have some idea that she'd seen Tom?
"What are you asking me?"
"Take it easy. Nothing weird. We've just been in full-on panic mode since Monday morning. After the insanity of last night, I felt like we needed to remember what our lives are really about, because tomorrow the craziness is going to start all over again." He took her hand and squeezed, and after a couple of seconds she squeezed back. But one phrase replayed in her mind: what our lives are really about. Though she would never voice the thought, it was during tumultuous times like these that Caitlin felt most alive. What they had endured last night might be terrible from an objective point of view, but she had spent much of her life dreaming about working on stories like the Double Eagle murders, and she wasn't sure she would undo that suffering even if she could. Penn was different. While trying capital cases in Texas, he'd experienced triumphs and losses she couldn't begin to match. Yet he'd walked away from that life and never looked back, except to analyze some of his experiences in the novels he'd written later. With a start, Caitlin realized Penn was no longer gazing at the river but at her. She reined in her thoughts and looked back at him.
"Have you ever found out who's restoring this place?"
she asked. He smiled. "I have."
"Is it some actor like the rumors say? I've heard everybody from Morgan Freeman to John Grisham."
Penn laughed. "No, Morgan Freeman's staying up in the Delta, and Grisham's still in Charlottesville, Virginia."
"Just so long as it's not some out-of-towner who'll stay for a year and then bail. Although, come to think of it, that might not be bad. We could get it for a steal."
"We'll never get this place for a steal. But then again, we don't have to."
"What do you mean?"
"We already own it." A strange numbness came over her as she tried to figure out whether he was joking.
"Penn?"
"I'm serious," he said, his eyes shining. "This house is your wedding present. I guess now we'll call it your Christmas present." As Caitlin looked back into his face, 100 little clues and inconsistencies from the past months suddenly fell into place. Disbelief turned to an effervescent bubble of excitement in her chest. She'd thought herself beyond cliched romantic reactions, but the bubble pressing upward in her chest broke into 1,000 tiny ones, and she felt wetness in her eyes. "You do remember we were supposed to be getting married next week, right?" Penn asked.
"Oh, I remember."
She smiled broadly.
"You're a better liar than I thought."
"Well, give me a damn hug or something." She wrapped her arms tight around him, but even as she did, the reality of all that had been lost during the past few days crashed down on her. She'd held back so much from him, that she couldn't even begin to explain her feelings. For one thing, he didn't even know she was pregnant. Talk about being a good liar. Worse, she'd just spent an hour with his father and said nothing about it. The trickle of tears on her face became a stream, and she buried her face in his chest. "Hey," he said, squeezing her gently. "Are you okay?" Caitlin nodded but said nothing. She was standing on the gallery of her dream house, yet she felt miserable. "Caitlin," he murmured into her ear, "what's going on?" She shook her head against his chest, wondering, how did I get here? "Talk to me," Penn said, separating them enough for him to see her eyes, which had probably become the usual raccoon mask of running mascara. "Are we really going to live here?" she asked. "Of course we are." "I can't believe it." "It's just everything that's happened. That's why I wanted to show it to you. To show you we're going to get past all this. That normal life is waiting for us." "Normal life. Does Annie know?" "Afraid so." He grinned. "Mom and Dad, too. Everybody knows but you. I actually hid Mom and Annie here until I moved them this afternoon." Caitlin thought back to Tom asking her about her pregnancy at Quentin's house. Even knowing that, he hadn't breathed a word to her about Edelweiss. "Don't you want to see the inside?" Penn asked, obviously itching to show her all he'd done to the place. "It'll take your breath away." "No," she said quickly. His smile faded. "Why not?" "That's like the groom seeing the bride before the wedding. It's stupid, I know, but I don't want to jinx anything." Okay. I guess I can wait. Annie would want to be here anyway. I just wanted you to know that it's ours." Caitlin shook her head, still unable to believe that he'd done this, or that the family had managed to keep it from her. "I really can't process it," she said, still crying. "But you're okay with it, right? You're happy?" She nodded. "Well, let's get out of here before you go into terminal depression." He led her to the head of the right-hand staircase, where she paused. Miles of empty space opened to the west of them, seemingly endless darkness broken only by twinkling lights. She looked upriver and thought of Tom, hiding in the deep forests of Jefferson County with Melba Price. "Are you really all right?" Penn asked. "Is there anything you need to tell me?" For a few seconds, she considered telling him everything. Penn would be furious, of course, but in the end, he would be glad she'd told him the truth. Yet something kept her silent. She supposed it was her promise to Tom, the 24 hours of peace she'd sworn to give him. But truth be told, she wasn't sure. "What are you thinking about?" Penn asked. The truth pressed against the back of her throat like a lump of food that refused to go down. "I'm just worried about Tom. I'm sorry." "I'm worried too. Let's just hope Walt is back with him." She stood on tiptoe and kissed Penn lightly. "I love you." "I love you more." "Oh, God," she groaned, as she always did when he showed sentimentality. He laughed so hard that he didn't notice the cars racing up Broadway, but Caitlin could see them over his shoulder. Seconds later, the sound of roaring engines made Penn whirl. A sheriff's cruiser screeched to a stop in front of Edelweiss. The second vehicle, a white pickup that Caitlin felt strangely certain belonged to Lincoln Turner, stopped some 50 yards back, beyond the head of Silver Street. Sheriff Billy Byrd got out of the cruiser, looked up at the gallery, then crossed the sidewalk and marched up the right-hand staircase. He was red-faced and out of breath by the time he reached the main floor. "What do you want?" Penn asked him. "Your father," Sheriff Byrd said. "Go inside and tell him to come out." Penn looked at Byrd like he was crazy. What are you talking about? Who told you he was here?
That makes no difference. Open the door.
Penn considered the order for a few seconds, then said, "Go back to your office, Sheriff. You've got no business here." Bird took a step closer to the big cypress door.
I said open that house.
Penn moved between the sheriff and the door. "Do you have a search warrant?" Something in Penn's posture made Caitlin's stomach flutter.
I don't need a warrant, Sheriff Bird said. I've got probable cause.
Not from where I'm standing. Caitlin's heart began to pound. If she hadn't known Tom was hiding in the next county with Melba Price, she would have assumed, like the sheriff, that Penn's behavior meant Tom was inside the chalet.
I'm the sheriff of this county, Cage,
Bird said, hitching up his gun belt.
Being mayor don't mean shit compared to that. Open the door, or I'll open it myself.
Caitlin heard a door slam at street level. Looking down, she saw Lincoln Turner climbing out of his truck, his eyes on the gallery. She whipped her head to the left. Penn had backed against the door as though he intended to die defending it. Why is he doing this? She thought frantically. But almost as quickly, she knew the answer. Penn had felt impotent for so long in this battle over his father that a corrupt sheriff had become the focus of his frustration. He would make a reckless stand over something meaningless in order to gain some control over the situation. "I'm going around the back," Lincoln called from the ground. "Dr. Cage might be trying to get out that way."
"Who's down there?"
Penn asked Caitlin. She dreaded answering, but she knew she had to. "Lincoln Turner." Penn shook his head and glared at Bird. "Is that who's calling the shots over at your office now?"
"Get out of my way,"
the sheriff said, his right hand settling on his pistol.
"I have reason to believe you're aiding and abetting a fugitive wanted for killing a Louisiana State police officer. I'm going to search these premises no matter what you say."
"Let him search, Penn," Caitlin cried. "Your dad's not in there. Why does it matter?" Bird looked back at Caitlin as though suspicious she was playing him. Then he turned to Penn again.
"Listen to her, Mayor."
"This is my property," Penn said evenly. "I'm refusing you entry without a search warrant. Now get off my porch."
"Boy, you've lost your mind,"
said Bird, disbelief in his voice. "I told you to get off my property, Sheriff."
"Are you threatening me?"
"Take it as you will." For a few seconds, Sheriff Bird seemed nonplussed by Penn's defiance. Then he backed up 2 steps and lowered his gaze to Penn's feet.
"Are you armed, Mayor?"
"I'm licensed to carry a firearm."
"God damn it!"
Bird cursed, jerking his pistol out of his belt.
"Get on the floor! Get down, I said!"
Penn didn't move. Caitlin had no idea what to do. Her own pistol was in her purse back in the car. She was about to ask Penn to do as Bird had ordered when tires screeched in front of the house. She looked down and saw Shad Johnson leap from his black BMW and run to the foot of the nearest staircase. "Hurry!" Caitlin shouted, amazed to find herself relieved to see a man she despised. The DA froze when he reached the top of the steps. "Why's your gun out, Billy?" he asked.
"Cage is packing,"
Bird snapped.
"I told him to get on the floor."
Shadrach Johnson held up his hands as though to calm both men, but it was Penn's unnatural calmness that was actually driving the crisis. "Put your gun away, Billy," Shad said. "Right now. Put it away and go back down to your car."
"The hell I will. You don't give me orders."
"I'm the district attorney of Adams County, Sheriff, and I'm telling you to go back to your car."
"I take orders from the governor, not you. Tonight, you take them from me,"
Shad said, with surprising steel in his voice.
"Move your ass, goddammit!"
Shaking his head as though the world had turned upside down, Billy Bird stumped over to the stairs and, after one last look at Penn, marched back down to ground level. Still keeping his hands up, Shad took 2 steps toward Penn and said, "What's going on, Penn? Are you okay?" Penn shrugged. "I'm fine." "Is your father in this house?" "No." Shad turned to Caitlin. "Is he?" "I don't think so." "Then what the hell is this about? Why wouldn't Penn let him in?"
"Penn bought me this house as a wedding present. It was a secret. He was showing it to me for the first time as a surprise. Suddenly, Billy Bird showed up and started acting like Dirty Harry. That's all I know."
Shad studied Penn with apparent concern. Unlike Billy Bird, he was perceptive enough to see that all was not right with the mayor. "I'll tell you what," Shad said. "I'm going to send Billy back to his office, and I'm going to go back to mine. You two take a few minutes together, and then one of you call me and let me know everything's all right, okay?" Caitlin nodded quickly, thankful for the DA's restraint. A deep voice shouted, "What the hell's going on up there? Make him let you in!" Shad turned and yelled over the gallery rail at Lincoln Turner. "If you don't get out of here right now, I'm ordering your arrest." Caitlin expected Turner to stand his ground, but he apparently heard the same resolve in Shad's voice that she had. After a few seconds, Lincoln turned and walked back to his truck, then started the engine and drove away. "Okay," Shad said. "I'm going now. Call me and let me know everything's okay."
"I will,"
Caitlin promised. "Dr. Cage isn't in there, right?" "No," said Penn. "I don't know where he is." "That's cool. Okay." With that, the DA turned and retreated down the stairs. Caitlin rushed to Penn and hugged him, then reached behind him to open the door. His body felt unnaturally stiff, and the door was locked. She rattled the knob hard, her whole body shaking. "Take it easy," Penn said, taking his keys from his pocket.
"Take it easy? What was that? Huh? What the fuck was that?"
Penn shrugged again. "I just had all of that son of a bitch I'm willing to take."
"Oh, really? Well, that stupid redneck could have shot you. He would have. Are you really carrying your gun?"
Penn lifted his right leg and placed her hand on his ankle, where the bulge of a heavy revolver suddenly became obvious. This hard proof of what had nearly happened made her dizzy.
"Why?" she asked. "Why would you do that?"
"I told you."
"Oh, come on. Has something happened that you haven't told me about?"
"No." Penn's eyes didn't waver.
Did Dwight tell you something upsetting about Tom?"
Penn shook his head. Caitlin hugged him again, but as she laid her face against his chest, she wondered if she could continue to keep Tom's location from him. If Tom being missing had made Penn this irrational, then shouldn't she do what she could to diffuse that tension? Yet almost as soon as she had this thought, another more insidious connection closed in her brain. If she did tell Penn where Tom was, then father and son would be joined within an hour. And if that happened, against Tom's will, there would be 2 men trying to persuade her to give up her coverage of the Double Eagle murders while Tom tried to cut a deal with Forrest Knox. Last night, Penn had proved that he was willing to try to bargain with the devil to save his family, and his effort had nearly killed them. Now Tom wanted to go down the same road, one that almost certainly led to death. She could not let Penn join him on that journey.
"Why don't you show me the house?"
she said, not knowing what else to say.
"I do want to see what you've done to it."
"I thought you didn't want to jinx it."
"Oh, I was just being stupid. You're right. We need to be reminded of normal."
Penn laughed as though nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Then he put a big square-headed key in the lock and opened the door to what had once been her dream house. When he turned, lifted her effortlessly, and carried her over the threshold, she felt wings beating wildly in her chest. Passing through the door, she realized that the first time someone had done that in this house, Queen Victoria had been sitting on the throne. Caitlin smelled new paint and plaster, lemon oil and varnish. Yet as Penn carried her deeper into the house, she had a sense that dreams and reality had begun to diverge at some inaccessible level where nothing could be influenced by human action. Whatever was going to happen had been determined at some point in the past, perhaps decades ago, or maybe only a few hours. But either way, it was irrevocable. From this point forward, she sensed, choice was illusory. All they could do now was ride out the waves of consequence. "What do you think?" Penn asked, his eyes filled with pride. She blinked and tried to focus on her surroundings, but all she could think about was tomorrow's rendezvous with Toby Rambin, the poacher who had sworn to guide her through the trackless swamp to the bone tree. "I don't want to think," she whispered, recalling this afternoon at Penn's house, when she'd used sex to stop him asking questions about the bone tree. Now she needed it to take her mind off the same thing, and to connect with the man she felt slipping away from her. "Is there a bed upstairs?" "Of course. This is a wedding present." She looked up the long, narrow flight of steps that led to the third floor. "Can you carry me up those?" Without a word, he swung her in a circle and started up the stairs, his legs pumping as though they would never tire. Caitlin shut her eyes like a little girl on a carnival ride, but inside she felt like a traitor. Chapter 40. Forrest Knox had not yet gone to Concordia Parish as he'd told Snake he meant to do. After pulling back onto Highway 61, he'd decided to return to Baton Rouge and check on how things were progressing at headquarters without Colonel McKeever, then go home to pack a bag and make sure his wife hadn't been too rattled by the kiddie porn she'd seen on his desk. He also packed a briefcase with sensitive material he had removed from Valhalla, and to this he added certain files and digital media from his home. He would deposit the briefcase in a nearby storage unit that he rented under another name. Given that he was locked in battle with Colonel McKeever, he could not risk a surprise search turning up material that could destroy him. When his bag stood packed by his office chair, he began skimming the online edition of the Natchez Examiner for updates. He'd scarcely gotten through page 1 when his departmental cell phone rang. The caller was the duty officer of the tech division at LSP headquarters, a man from Shreveport named Keith Caton. "Sir, I've been going back over all the digital records on Dr. Tom Cage, his family, known associates, some patients, everybody we know about." "And?" "On Monday, Dr. Cage made 2 calls to an attorney named Quentin Avery. Those were cell-to-cell. I've recently gotten the phone records of City Hall in Natchez, and I show a flurry of calls to Quentin Avery from there also, to 3 different numbers. One was to his cell, another was to his residence in McLean, Virginia." "And the third?" "To a house in Jefferson County, Mississippi. Avery's got a residence there also." Forrest felt something shift in his gut, a familiar sensation that always accompanied the discovery of a fresh track. "Who made those calls?" "Some came from what looks to be the office of the mayor, this past Monday." "Quentin Avery must be Tom Cage's lawyer," Forrest thought aloud. "The Viola Turner case was just unfolding then. It's natural that they would try to get hold of Avery." "Yes, sir, but I've also been analyzing the call patterns on the Jefferson County house and also the internet traffic." "And?" "I can't see the searches, but this morning about 3 a.m., somebody logged onto the internet and stayed on for 2.5 hours. That's totally anomalous, relative to the normal pattern."
You can't see the actual searches that were done?
Not yet, sir. Forrest thought about this.
What do you know about this house?
I checked it on Google Earth. It's very isolated. Practically a mansion for that area. It's sitting on 80 acres of forest land. Certainty clicked in Forrest's mind like a trap snapping shut. He thought about Tom Cage's last known position, dumping that stupid cop Grimsby in a northeast Louisiana cotton field. To reach Quentin Avery's Mississippi estate, Cage would have had to pass through one of the roadblocks guarding the bridges over the river. Motorists had complained so much about the bottleneck those barriers had created that he'd finally had to take them down, but there were still the bridge cameras.
Have you guys been working the relatives of Dr. Cage's wife, like I told you to?
Yes, sir. Augustin handled that. He spoke to all the known relatives, then went home around 15 minutes ago. He didn't think anybody acted suspicious.
Lazy prick,
Forrest thought, marking his underling for later punishment. As he thought about the geography of Jefferson County, a new thought struck him.
Sergeant, I want you to find every vehicle registered to any of Mrs. Cage's relatives, then see whether any have crossed the bridge at Vicksburg in the past 24 hours.
Not at Natchez?
Natchez and Vicksburg, but give Vicksburg priority. How long will that take?
I'm not sure. We've been having trouble getting the records of the camera data from Homeland Security. They say it's a technical glitch.
Do you have the data now?
Let me check Augustin's box. Yes, sir. It came in 20 minutes ago.
Run the plates.
Yes, sir. You want me to call you back?
I'll wait.
Forrest put the phone on speaker and got up from his desk. He didn't know much about Quentin Avery, but he knew enough not to rule out the possibility that Cage had run to his lawyer's house for sanctuary. The two men were close in age, and while Avery was a rich lawyer now, he'd been a civil rights activist in his youth. At one point, the regular Klan had been hunting him across the state. Forrest remembered his father talking about it.
"Colonel, I've got it," said the excited voice. "I got a hit."
"Let's hear it."
"A plate belonging to a John McCrae crossed west to east last night at 1:22 a.m. That's the wife's brother." Forrest's blood quickened.
"What kind of vehicle is that?"
"It's not a vehicle, sir. It's a horse trailer."
Forrest smiled.
"That's it. Has it crossed back over into Louisiana?"
"Yes, sir. It crossed back in 58 minutes after it left."
"We've got him,"
Forrest said softly.
"What was that, sir?"
"Forget everything you just told me, Sergeant. Sequester that data. We may need it, or we may need it to disappear. I want you to prepare for both eventualities. Understand?"
"Understood, sir."
Forrest pressed end, then picked up his encrypted phone and called Alphonse Ozen. "Hey, boss," said the Redbone. "What you got?"
"I think I found Dr. Cage."
"Where is he?"
"His lawyer owns a house in Jefferson County, Mississippi, near Fayette. It's way out in the woods. I think he's there. Deploy the black team."
"What's the mission? Snatch or terminate?"
"I'll call you back. Just get him in the air and headed north."
Tom had spent most of the afternoon and evening sleeping. He rested a lot better with Melba Price watching him. The knowledge that his nurse was awake and alert meant that he didn't have to start at every unfamiliar noise, of which there were many in Quentin's mansion. After enough sleep, a good meal of bacon, eggs, and toast, and a generous regimen of various drugs, he'd begun feeling human again. Melba had even gotten him off the couch to make several circuits of the house. Thankfully, he managed this without getting angina, and his shoulder pain had been dulled to an endurable throb. After they settled themselves on the living room couch again, Tom had told Melba she needed to think about heading back to Natchez. She'd done more than he had any right to ask of her, and he assured her that he was feeling better. But Melba wouldn't hear any talk of leaving. She'd abandoned him the night before, she said, and he'd nearly died because of it. Tom pointed out that she might have been killed at Drew's lake house as easily as he when the gunman arrived. But Melba argued that the killers never would have sneaked up on Tom while she was there to keep watch. After a few minutes, he took a rest from trying to persuade her and clicked on his current burn phone to see whether Walt had sent him any further messages. There were none. Melba got up and made a trip around the darkened interior of the house, peering out of each window until her eyes adjusted and she felt confident that no one was outside. Tom appreciated her effort, but Caitlin's earlier visit by car proved just how quickly someone could appear at one of the doors. If Knox's people showed up to storm the place, there'd be nothing he or Melba could do to stop them. "Why won't you leave, Mel?" he asked, after she'd returned to the sofa. "At a certain point, loyalty becomes foolish. Your first loyalty has to be to yourself." His nurse smiled wistfully. "A minute ago," she said, "I probably couldn't have told you why. But when you asked me just now, I realized the answer." "Will you tell me?" "Back when Roderick left me for that girl, and I sunk so low that I was just a shadow of myself, when I was drinking so much and thinking crazy thoughts. Do you remember that?" "I remember." "That night you came to my house to keep me from doing something stupid, and I threw myself at you?" "Oh, Mel, no you didn't." She looked up sharply. "Hush. You know I did. We never talked about it after, but I never forgot it." "Mel, would you let me say my piece?" She folded her hands together and stared off into space, as though looking deep into the past. "Lord, that was back when I still looked good, and you were young enough to do something about it." Tom's shoulder throbbed when he laughed, but he couldn't help himself. "Those days are long gone, I'm afraid." "For you and me both, baby." "You've got some good living left, Mel." "Just be quiet, old man. That night, when I let you know you could have whatever you wanted, you were nothing but a gentleman. I don't think many men would have walked away from me in that state, to tell you the truth. But you did." Tom recalled the night with perfect clarity. Melba had been a very attractive woman then, but her most alluring quality to him was that she'd reminded him of Viola. When she unbuttoned her robe and walked to him, trying to kiss him, for the briefest moment he'd relived the feeling of falling into Viola's embrace. But then he'd smelled the reek of gin and the memory evaporated. "That wasn't what you needed," he said. "I know, but I thought it was." Melba reached out and laid a warm hand on his arm. "I knew about Viola even then, from what the older nurses had said. I think I wanted you to love me the way you loved her." Tom wanted to comfort her, but Melba raised her hand to keep him silent. "I don't think you ever loved anybody like you did Viola, and I say that with all the respect in the world for Mrs. Cage." Tom sagged back against the sofa pillows, his mind drifting. "There are different kinds of love. That's one thing I've learned in this life. I don't know if concepts like more come into it." "Yes, they do," Melba said earnestly. "Sooner or later, it always comes to a choice. My Roderick made his, and I learned what a fool I was." "Well, I made my choice, too." Melba's luminous brown eyes peered deeply into his. "Did you?" Tom nodded. "I did. I don't want to say more than that." "All right, then." Tom rubbed his eyes to break the spell of remembrance. "Are you planning to spend the night here or what?" "I think we're both legal," Melba said, smiling again. "And it's not like Quentin's short of space. Are you sleepy yet?" "Actually, I feel pretty good. Thanks to the drugs, the sleep, and your nursing." "Well, how about we watch some TV then?" "Fine by me."
What you want to watch?
Anything but a medical show. What about you?
Anything but the news or reality TV. I'd love to see one of them old shows that takes my mind off things, like the Rockford Files.
Tom couldn't hide his amazement. The Rockford Files? You're a fan of that show?
Melba tucked her chin into her chest and fanned her face with her hand. I love me some James Garner now. That's one handsome white man.
Tom laughed so hard that he thought he might have to take another Vicodin.
Go back and watch him in The Great Escape, Melba said, when he was young and pretty. Even my mama thought so.
Well, let's see what we can find. Tom picked up the remote control and clicked on the widescreen television. Before he could press the guide button, a news crawl at the bottom of the screen scrolled. Three-state manhunt continues for accused cop killers Walter Garrity and Thomas Cage, M.D. Both men are considered armed and extremely dangerous. Do not approach these fugitives or seek to apprehend them. They may appear elderly, but are suspected of murdering an armed Louisiana State Trooper. If you have any information, contact the Louisiana State Police or dial 911 emergency. The crawl went on to announce a severe thunderstorm alert in northeast Mississippi.
Dear Lord, Melba said. What you gonna do, Doc?
Tom swallowed hard and made himself press the buttons on the remote. Wait for Walt. That's all I can do at this point.
Do you really believe he's still alive?
His message said he's okay.
Are you sure that was real?
Tom sighed and gave her a pleading look. Please go home, Melba. You don't have any business being here for whatever the next act is.
And you don't have any business being here alone. Find us a TV show. I told you I didn't want no reality.
Walt Garrity had now lain beneath the bed for so long he was worried about getting a blood clot. At some point he was going to have to try to get out, because it didn't look like the Valhalla Lodge was going to be empty for a long time. He was about to switch on his burn phone to test for reception again when he heard a metallic thunk outside, and then the big turbo sitting atop the helicopter began to spool up. With painful effort, Walt dragged himself out from beneath the bed and pulled himself up to the curtained window. This time he saw the scene he'd watched earlier played in reverse. Black-clad SWAT troopers ran from the far building to the chopper's door, their German Shepherd alongside them. Every man carried at least one assault weapon. Gut-churning fear awakened in Walt. He saw no reason for this kind of action unless someone had located Tom. Every fiber of his being told him the time had come to bolt and find some place with cellular reception, but it would be stupid to try before the chopper left. Worse, he could see the goddamn pit bull leaping and barking at the cops as they boarded the helicopter. Walt rubbed his forehead and cursed quietly, thinking of his wife back in Texas. If he were 10 years younger and single, he would make his break as soon as the chopper departed. He'd kill the dog if it made a sound, and then rely on his wilderness skills to get him to his vehicle ahead of any pursuers. But there was no point kidding himself. He wasn't that man anymore. He would have to make the best of the situation and the skills he still had. And Tom would have to do the same. Chapter 41. The emotional transitions I've made today have left me shaky and hypersensitive to almost all stimuli, but the past few minutes have gone a long way toward healing that. Annie and I are eating sandwiches and watching TV in the bedroom she commandeered in our makeshift safe house, the Abramses' old place on Duncan Avenue. My mother made the sandwiches, tuna fish with apple slices, like those she used to make for my friends and me when we were kids. Since Annie was unable to find an episode of Grey's Anatomy or House MD, she settled on Logan's Run, the sci-fi movie starring Michael York and a boyhood crush of mine, Jenny Agutter.
How come they chose 30 to be the oldest you could get?
Annie asks,
munching on a triangular half of her sandwich.
I mean, you turn 30, and then you walk into this thing where they kill you?
The people in the bubble city don't know they're going to die. They think they're going to be recycled, sort of.
But the people who run don't believe that.
Right. The writer probably chose 30 because at that age, you still feel pretty much like you did as a teenager. Also, there used to be a saying, never trust anyone over 30. Annie knits her brows.
Huh. Weird.
Despite all I've been through today, I can't help but laugh. While a young Farrah Fawcett welcomes Michael York to a plastic surgeon's office, Annie says,
"This no-school deal is pretty sweet."
"Don't get too used to it."
"I know, but I miss talking to my friends. Are you sure I can't call anybody? Just for a couple of minutes?"
"I'm sorry, babe. You can't risk it." She stares at me for several seconds without speaking, then turns her attention back to the movie. Soon she's lost in the drama of sandmen chasing runners, and my mind wanders back to the brief conversation I had with my mother when I arrived. Despite the drama of the confrontation at Edelweiss, what dominated my mind after reaching the safety of this house was my memory of the Ford Fairlane my parents owned when I was a toddler. The more I thought about that gleaming car, the more I realized how incongruous it was, given my mother's tales of penny-pinching frugality and part-time jobs during the early years of their relationship. While Annie went upstairs to find us something to watch, I sat Mom down in the banquette in the corner of the Abramses' kitchen and asked where she and Dad had got the old Ford that's in all the family pictures.
"The Fairlane?"
she asked. "The car with the tail fins."
"Oh, Lord. We got that when we were in New Orleans."
A wave of heat flashed across my neck and shoulders. "Really? I thought you only got it after you got back from Germany."
"Oh, no. We needed a car long before that, and back then the Army would carry your car over on a ship. I'm so glad we had it overseas. I'd have never made it to the hospital to have you without that car."
"So where did you buy it? That was a pretty flashy car for that time. You didn't get it new, did you?" Mom's eyes widened.
"New? Lord, no. But it was only a year or two old and in really good shape. I think it was a 1957, maybe a 58. That's one of the few great deals Tom ever made. He actually saved his money without telling me, and then one day he brought it home as a present. It was our anniversary. I'm sure of it. 1959.
"The anniversary you told me about last night? When you guys went to that Italian restaurant?"
"Yes."
A smile of authentic pleasure revealed her still white teeth.
"Oh, that was such a grand time. You don't know what something like a car really means until you've been poor and had to walk everywhere, rain or shine."
I could scarcely keep my mind on what she was saying. All I could see was squat, saturnine Carlos Marcello with his arms wrapped around them both at Mosca's, asking how they liked the spaghetti with clam sauce.
"You know what I remember most?"
she asked, her voice laced with nostalgia.
"In Germany, they told us never to let our gas tank get below half full in case the balloon went up and the Russians invaded."
"Wow," I said dully. "That must have been scary."
"Oh, your father wasn't scared. He said his army unit had nuclear artillery shells and they could stop the Russians. But I didn't believe that. Neither did the Germans. If you even said the word Russian, those women would shiver."
"So you don't know where Dad got the car?"
"I guess I don't."
Her smile faded into concern, then worry.
"Why are you so concerned with that car?"
"I don't know." Mom watched me in silence for a few seconds.
"Is it something to do with Carlos Marcello?"
"Why do you ask that?"
"Because you were asking about him last night, but he didn't have anything to do with that car. Tom saved up and bought it."
"Oh, I'm sure you're right. Forget about it." But I knew she wouldn't, no more than I would. Before I went upstairs, while Annie helped Mom make the tuna fish, I walked into the backyard and made 2 phone calls on my burn phone. The first was to Dr. Homer Dawes, a Natchez dentist who'd been in dental school in New Orleans while my father attended med school. They became good friends, and later, by chance, ended up settling in the same town. After Dr. Dawes's wife brought him to the phone, I told him I was working on a novel and needed to know what Dad's salary might have been for working in the Orleans Parish Prison in 1959. Dr. Dawes laughed and said he knew exactly how much that job paid because he'd been the dental extern for the prison in 1958.
"Most of our compensation was room and board," he said. "Beyond that, they gave us a stipend of $50 a month."
$50 a month. A month. I thanked Dawes and got off as quickly as I could, assuring him that Dad was doing fine and his trouble would soon be straightened out. Then I called Rose, my secretary, and asked her to find out how much a 1957 or 58 Ford Fairlane would have cost in the year it was made.
"Dad!"
Annie almost whines.
"You're not paying attention, are you?"
She's right, but a quick scan of the TV screen and my memory tells me where we are in the movie. The central computer just changed Logan 5's life clock to flashing red early. Now he has no choice but to become a runner himself.
"You're right. But doesn't he kind of like that Jessica 6 girl enough to run anyway?"
I think he probably does, yeah. Annie's eyes settle on me.
"Are you sure I can't call my friends?"
Sorry, babe. It's only for a few days, hopefully. Is there somebody you really miss talking to?
"All my friends, really. But something happened just before you pulled me out of school, and I want to know what the teachers did about it."
What happened?
"Somebody stole Jody Campbell's cell phone. I think it was Haley Winters, the meanest girl in my class. But when the teachers finally went through the lockers, they found it in Maria's locker."
Maria Estrada? Annie nods.
"She's the only Mexican girl in our whole school. I think Haley put it in her locker to get Maria in trouble. I think that's the whole reason she took the phone."
Do you have any proof? Annie frowns and sighs angrily.
"No."
Did somebody tell you Haley did it? Or did she brag about doing it?
"No. I just know Maria wouldn't have done that. She doesn't have a cell phone, but she's not stupid. She'd know she couldn't use it without getting caught, even if she would steal it, which she wouldn't."
Does Haley Winters have a cell phone?
"Please. She's got every gadget a kid can have. She's spoiled rotten. That's just it. She knew nobody would suspect her because of that. See?"
Oh, I see.
"I just hope Maria's not in trouble."
Tomorrow I'll call somebody on the school board and check on it. Annie smiles.
"Good. Thanks."
Having rid herself of this psychological irritant, Annie returns her attention to the movie. I try to do the same, but I cannot. Something about her story has disturbed me, like a fish displacing sediment at the bottom of a pond. While Michael York leads Jenny Agutter down a long, tubular corridor that reminds me of a gerbil cage, a blast of pure instinct hits me. Will you excuse me for a couple of minutes, Boo? I need to make a phone call.
"No! You'll miss the movie. There's no pause button on this old TV."
I've seen this one enough times to know what happens. Annie folds her arms and pouts.
"Well, how come you get to make calls if I don't?"
For this question, I have no answer she will accept. I know it's not fair, but it has to be this way for now. I'll be as quick as I can, I promise. Out on the landing of the staircase, I speed dial Walker Dennis, and he answers on the second ring.
"Make it fast," he says. "I'm busy as hell, still out at Frogmore. Looks like it was precursor chemicals that blew. Definitely arson, though."
Nobody hurt this time?
Thank God.
Who owns that warehouse?
A front corporation, but Leo Spivey had a part interest.
Can you connect it to the other Eagles at all? The Knoxes, maybe?
Tough to do with the courthouse closed. Why'd you call, Penn?
To save your ass, maybe.
What?
I've been thinking about the Eagles agreeing to come in for questioning tomorrow. Kaiser's right. It makes no sense that they'd do that. Not while they're safe in Texas. They know you lost 2 deputies today and you'll be loaded for bear. I don't have time to second-guess those assholes. You'd better make time, buddy. The Knoxes know I spent time with Brody Royal last night, and they know from Caitlin's articles that Royal confessed some things before he died. They also know Caitlin and I spoke to Henry before he died, and Henry spoke to Morehouse before they killed him. Plus, they're scared of what Dad might know, because he was treating Viola at the end, and I could be in contact with him. Finally, they know I'm working with you. Bottom line, there's no way they're walking into your office tomorrow like steers to the slaughter. Walker barks an order to someone, then returns to our call. I figure they'll be lawyered up and ready to post bond on any charges I might make. They gotta be thinking I'll be forced to show 'em my hand. Maybe jump the gun on charges like Kaiser's worried about. I don't think that's it. Well, shit. What do you think? I think they're buying time while they hunt Dad down and push McKeever out of his job. And I think Forrest has figured a way to take you out of the equation. If he can do that, the state police can take over the investigation, and Forrest might well be running the state police by tomorrow. Take me out, how? You mean kill me? Well, they could, but I'd bet it's more subtle than that. Forrest may have some way of making you look incompetent, or even guilty of a crime. If he could do that, maybe someone in your department that's loyal to him could be appointed in your place. Yeah. I didn't like the way Ozen was talking last night. Exactly. I think they're planning to sandbag you, buddy. But how? Well, I was watching a movie with my daughter, and she told me a story about something that happened at school. One girl framed another purely out of meanness. If I were Forrest Knox, and I wanted you out of the way, that's what I'd do. Spill it, man. Have you got a K-9 unit? Sure, yeah. My cousin's old dog. Okay. If I were you, I'd get that dog and run him through my house, my yard, and any other property I owned, like a storage room or a fish camp. The silence that follows this is absolute. You think they're going to try to plant something on me? They're in the meth business, bud. And it sure would be an easy sell, wouldn't it? A parish known to have meth problems turns out to have a sheriff that's neck-deep in the trade? Especially with the recent history in your department. I pitch my voice like that of one of the old bench-sitters at the farming co-op. Well, I reckon old Walker was always as dirty as the rest of 'em. It just took longer to smoke him out. I can almost see Dennis snap to attention in the flame-streaked darkness over Frogmore. Christ, Penn, I'm 20 miles from home with nobody there but my wife and boy. Take it easy, man. Just send a deputy you trust to watch your house, then head this way and pick up that drug dog. I will, he says, his voice tremulous. God damn, this is a hell of a note. You're going to be okay, Walker. We've been a step behind these guys up till now, but maybe this time we're one step ahead. Are you home or what? No comment. I've got my burn phone with me. Call if you find anything. Count on it. Hey, should I take a deputy with me on the search? As a witness or something? No. My answer came out of instinct, not legal analysis. Well, you're the lawyer. I'll call you back. I hope I'm wrong, Walker. If you're not, I'm going to break some heads tomorrow. Just keep cool, man. This is a chess game now, not a street fight. That's where you're wrong. Dennis hangs up. I start to walk back into Annie's bedroom, but as I slip my burn phone back into my pocket, it bumps my BlackBerry and I decide to check my email. There's some risk in doing it, but I want to know if Rose has answered my query about the Fairlane. As soon as I open my inbox, I find her reply. In 1957, Ford made several models of Fairlane, and the price would depend on various options, but if the car wasn't a convertible, figure $2,000 being the minimum price. If it was a 58, up to $2,500 is possible for a non-convertible sedan. Hope that helps.
If you give me more specific details, I can get closer to the actual price.
$2,000, I think, switching off my BlackBerry. On a salary of $15 per week? My mother was teaching then, but by her own admission, she knew nothing about the car, so she wasn't helping save for it. Some very quick math tells me that even allowing for some depreciation, it would be like buying a $40,000 car on a salary of $1,000 per month. That's a serious stretch, especially given the proposition that Dad somehow saved up that money without Mom feeling the pinch and realizing he was up to something. And I know from my father's stories that none of my grandparents ever helped them buy a car or home. With a queasy feeling in my belly, I walk up to the second-floor bathroom and sit on the commode. Where could Dad have gotten the money to buy a $2,000 car in 1959? I know how John Kaiser would answer that question. Taking my tape recorder from my pocket, I look at the tiny reels behind its plastic window. After Caitlin interrupted me at her office, I never listened to the final minutes of the hotel conversation. I don't want to hear my farewell to Stone, but the denouement of the assassination plot still haunts me. It's got nothing to do with my parents' Ford Fairlane, nothing overt, anyway, but the implications of that final act weigh upon me like a funeral shroud. When I press play, Dwight Stone's weary voice echoes through the tiled room like a voice from the grave. I turn the volume wheel to 1, then hold the little speaker to my right ear. Stone. Carlos's deportation trial was winding down fast. The lawyers were set to make closing arguments on the morning of November 22nd. On that day in Washington, Bobby Kennedy was chairing a meeting of district attorneys from around the country. They were strategizing in their war against organized crime. Bobby hoped to come back from lunch and announce the conviction and imminent deportation of Carlos Marcello. Instead, a bailiff walked into the federal court in New Orleans and gave the judge a note. Judge Christenberry then announced that President Kennedy had been shot. Less than an hour later, the jury acquitted Carlos Marcello on all charges and allowed him to stay in America. Me. Jesus. Stone. Do you know who was sitting at the defendant's table with Carlos and his lawyer? Guy Bannister. I've got the pictures to prove it. Me. Where was David Ferry? Kaiser. About to leave for Houston, which was 5 hours from New Orleans, in the middle of a heavy thunderstorm, supposedly to go ice skating. Me. I remember that from the movie. Stone. He went to a skating rink, but didn't skate at all. He spent the whole time on a payphone. Calls untraceable. He died in New Orleans 4 years later, within days of Jim Garrison's JFK investigation being made public. He may have died of a berry aneurysm, but we can't rule out murder. In any case, although he told Garrison there was a conspiracy, there's no question why he would have remained silent about the details while pushing the DA toward the CIA. No one alive knew better than David Ferry that the price of betraying Marcello was death. Here I said nothing. What could I say? Stone. The last tragic act on November 22nd was that Robert Kennedy canceled the afternoon session of his anti-crime unit, and it never met again. Once JFK's funeral was over, J. Edgar Hoover never spoke to Bobby again in his capacity as Attorney General. Not once. Robert Kennedy might as well have been a janitor at the Justice Department. His anti-mob crusade went nowhere. He'd lost all his fire, and he had no backing from the Bureau. Kaiser. Carlos's strategy had proved sound. He'd cut the head off the dog, and the tail was dead forever after. At least until Bobby announced for president in 1968. Stone.
Without that second Carcano being found, which meant no link between Dealey Plaza, Eladio Cruz, and Castro, the picture that emerged of Oswald became the lone nut theory. If that rifle had been found, a direct link to a Cuban agent, I think LBJ would have invaded Cuba within 60 days.
Me. You're saying we might owe Frank Knox for saving us from nuclear war? Stone.
We just might.
I click off the recorder to avoid the final exchange. Dwight asked me once more to press my mother to reveal any line of communication she might have with Dad. If she denied it, he said, would I consider allowing either him or Kaiser to question her? I gave him a flat no, and he did his best to hide his disappointment. As I walk back to Annie's room, Kaiser's final words play in my mind. I had dropped Stone's feverish hand and started for the door, and Kaiser said,
"What about tomorrow? The Double Eagle's coming in for questioning. What are you going to do?"
I stopped at the mouth of the little passage that led to the door, turned back, and said in a low voice, "I'm going to pin those bastards to the wall and squeeze their balls until they beg for mercy." Metaphorically speaking, of course. Kaiser's face darkened, but before he could say a word, I walked to the door and made my exit. I no longer cared what he had to say, and as for Stone, there's no good way to say farewell to a dying friend. As I leave the bathroom to return to Annie's room, my mother calls my name from the landing halfway down the stairs. She stares up at me, her eyes freighted with deep concern. Could she have heard any of that tape, I wonder? "What is it, Mom? Are you okay?"
"Why did you ask me about our old Fairlane? Is it something to do with Carlos Marcello?"
I honestly don't know. The thing that confuses me about Marcello is that you told me Dad treated him in the Orleans Parish prison back in 1959, but as far as I can find out, Marcello didn't serve a day in jail while you and Dad lived in New Orleans. Her eyes narrow, and she rubs her hand over her mouth, but even before she speaks, I know my mother is not trying to deceive me. I've seen that look 10,000 times. She's simply thinking back, trying to be sure of her memory.
"I guess I could have been mistaken," she says finally, "but I don't think so. Tom told me some story about treating Marcello at the jail, because when we saw him later on at those restaurants, Tom said that was the only reason Uncle Carlos knew who he was."
It's okay, Mom. Don't keep worrying about it. The concern carved into her features tells me how little chance there is that she'll follow my advice.
"Is Annie all right?" she asks.
"She's doing good. We're watching a movie."
"You spend all the time with her you can. I think she's more upset than she's letting on."
Aren't we all? I will. You try to get some sleep. I'll wake you up if I have to go out again.
"Is there any chance of that?"
I hope not, but if I have to, I'll wake you. I promise. Mom nods, but her eyes are still troubled.
"We needed that car, Penn," she says softly, "but there was nothing improper about it. I'd tell you if there was."
I know you would. If you knew about it. Don't sit up thinking about it. I know how you are. She sighs heavily, then turns and walks back toward the kitchen.
"Dad!"
Annie calls from the top of the stairs. Chapter 42. Despite Tom's edict that they not watch any medical show, he and Melba were on their second episode of House MD, a program that his granddaughter had always begged him to watch. While some of the social situations were outrageous, Tom had to admit that the medical dilemmas were real enough, and Hugh Laurie's sarcastic disdain for bureaucratic meddling was something every doctor in the world could relate to. About 20 minutes ago, during a commercial break, Melba had thought she'd heard a helicopter in the distance. Tom had been unable to hear it, but that was no surprise, given his progressive hearing loss, and she'd heard nothing since. He told her it was probably nothing to worry about. Statistically, Mississippi had some of the worst drivers in the nation, so life flight helicopters were common at all hours, even over rural counties. Tom had thought Melba felt reassured, but 5 minutes ago she'd left him on the sofa and begun her long circuit of the ground-floor windows again. Waiting alone was starting to bother Tom. He wanted to switch on his old burn phone and check to see if Walt had sent any additional messages. The cell phone was in his hand when he heard a strange, muted "phoot" sound from the garage side of the huge house. "Mel?" he called. She didn't answer. "Melba!" Nothing. With his heartbeat picking up, Tom switched on the new burn phone and waited for the device to find a tower. As soon as it did, a single text message came through and popped up on the tiny screen. "Almost sure trouble's headed your way. SWAT team deploying. Get out ASAP. Sorry I'm late. Phone jamming here. Listen for chopper on your way out. Good luck. Text me when safe. Walt." "Listen for chopper," Tom whispered, and then his heart hammered in his chest. The hard-pumping blood made his shoulder scream with pain, but 2 seconds later he was on his feet with his .357 in his hand. He wanted to call out to Melba, but she hadn't answered the first time, and if there were men in the house, his shout would only bring them to him. As quickly as he could, Tom moved toward the darkest part of the living room, a short pass-through that led to the hall that ran half the length of the great house. His only hope was to find Melba and get outside into the dark, then into the nearby forest. A SWAT team would have night vision devices, but the dense trees might be enough of a shield to conceal 2 fleeing figures. As Tom reached the spot where the pass-through made a T with the main hall, a man wearing a black mask and body armor appeared in profile less than a foot away from him. Knowing the head would turn toward him at any moment, Tom jammed the .357 under the man's chin and said quietly, "I'll pull the trigger if you do anything but drop your gun." He meant it, for surrender would mean not only his death, but Melba's also. Tom jabbed the barrel of his pistol hard under the mandible of the SWAT officer and kept pressing until he heard the thud of metal hitting carpet. "Now what?" the man croaked, his eyes obscured by his insectile face mask. "You've got no play, Doc." "Where's my nurse?" "Who?" Tom didn't like being exposed in the hall. He was about to drag the guy back into the pass-through when a voice with an accent he recognized from medical school in New Orleans shouted from the kitchen at the right end of the corridor. "Let him go, Doc. Nothing to be gained by killing nobody." Tom looked up the hall at the man who'd yelled at him. He, too, wore a mask and body armor and carried a short submachine gun in his hands. His accent was pure New Orleans. Brooklyn sautéed in crawfish. "And why'd you bring all the guns?" Tom asked. "We didn't know what we'd find here." Tom felt panic kicking like a crazed animal in his chest. Having lived through last night, he didn't fancy dying here, and he couldn't live with Melba's death on his account. "Where's my nurse?" he shouted. "Bring her out here where I can see her." As he stared down the hall, waiting, the man raised his right hand as though trying to calm him down. While Tom's eyes adjusted to the dimness, he realized there was another man standing behind the first, and he held a large, bulbous rifle in his hands. A sniper rifle. "Who's your senior officer?" Tom called. "I am," said the man with his arm up. The animal in Tom's chest was kicking harder. With every passing second, he became more certain that he had no way out of this situation. Not alive, anyway. He heard a sliding sound from down the hall behind him. He turned, careful to keep his gun at the masked man's head, and saw Melba Price lying motionless on her side while a SWAT trooper dragged her across the carpet. They were trying to hide her body from him. "You sons of bitches!" he yelled, nearly pulling the trigger on the man under his power. "You killed her!" "No!" shouted the commander. "She's not dead. We just darted her." "Bullshit!" Tom screamed. "I swear to God, Doc, we are just here to pick you up, to deliver you to Colonel Knox alive. He wants to talk to you." "That's a lie. That wasn't the deal. The deal was that if he wanted to talk to me, he'd call off the APB first. I saw the news 20 minutes ago, and they're still running an alert." "Well, I don't know anything about that," the commander shouted, his hand still in the air. "But you've got to see there's no point shooting anybody. Just put down your gun and go take the woman's pulse." "Sure," Tom said, almost unable to think. "And this bastard breaks my neck on the way down the hall." "Take him with you. Keep your gun on him." "Why are you holding your arm in the air?" Tom asked, sensing something wrong. "Is that some kind of signal?" When the man didn't answer, Tom turned to try to gauge his chances of dragging his hostage down the hall to check Melba's pulse. He'd never make it. The sight of her prone body brought tears to his eyes. "Bring her to me," he yelled. "Tell your man to drag her down here, or I pull the trigger. I've got nothing to lose. I'm going to die anyway." His hostage shouted, "He won't kill me, Major. Take him." Tom moved the gun 2 inches to the right and fired a round into the ceiling. His hostage screamed and recoiled, but before he could break away, Tom stabbed the gun barrel into his neck again. "Next one goes into your brain," Tom said, his whole arm alive with energy. "Don't move, Sergeant," called the commander. "I know that tone well. Doc, you take it easy. I'm going to take off my helmet so you can see my eyes." Tom heard the sliding sound behind him again. When he turned, he saw the trooper at the other end of the hall dragging Melba out of sight. A wild emotion he'd never experienced surged through him. "Stand down!" shouted the commander. "Let that woman lie!" Grief and fury had taken possession of Tom. Whirling back toward the commander, he felt his gun hand tense to pull the trigger. But even as he did, the commander dropped his right hand, and a flash blanked out Tom's dilated eyes. Pain exploded in his right shoulder, and his gun arm went limp as boots pounded toward him. His hostage twisted the .357 from his hand, then propped him up before he could fall. "Target taken!" shouted the commander. "AL-1, exfil at the front crescent." Tom blinked again and again, his thoughts scrambled into chaos. "Get everything he had," someone yelled. "Clothes, drugs, phones, everything." "What about the nurse's car?" "Leave it." In the confusion of Tom's mind, one clear image rose. Melba lying motionless, while men leaped over her as though she were no longer worthy of notice. Pain radiated through him like arcs of fire, and when he looked down, he saw a single bright bloom of blood on what had been his good shoulder. Someone jammed 2 fingers under his jaw to feel his carotid, but by then his last reserve of strength had given out, and everything went black. Chapter 43. Caitlin was working alone in her office when Jordan Glass knocked, then slipped inside with 2 go-cups from Hammer's drive-thru in Vidalia. "Vodka and cranberry," she said. "You up for it?" Caitlin hesitated, suddenly remembering her pregnancy, but a perverse instinct, combined with her deep anxiety, made her reach for the sweating plastic cup with the colored umbrella sticking out of it. "How'd your errand work out?" Jordan asked. "Awful and wonderful at the same time, I'd say. Does that make sense?" "In my experience, it's always that way. Nearly every great photo I ever shot cost me dearly one way or another." "This is costing me all right. I've never been as torn about something as I am tonight. Should we go back to the ladies' room?" "No need. I just had this room swept by someone who knows what he's doing." "Good. So. Jordan slid into the seat opposite Caitlin's desk.
You're holding things back, right?
Caitlin hesitated, then nodded.
From John and the Bureau? Or from Penn? From everybody.
Jordan turned up her palms.
Well, that's the job, isn't it? At least until it's time to publish. The question is, who and what gets hurt by you holding back? Is it just a matter of bruised male pride? Or will trust be damaged long term? Are you risking someone's life by withholding information? I honestly don't know. I'm definitely risking Penn's trust. As for the rest, haven't we all been at risk from the moment we took on the Double Eagles? After what I saw last night, how do you even gauge the risk? You know the stakes in this story. How much risk is justified? I'm afraid only you can answer that. Or your loved ones, if you wind up getting killed.
Caitlin looked deeply into the photographer's eyes.
John did something that really shook your faith in him, didn't he?
Jordan took a deep breath and sighed.
Yes, it was an end justifies the means kind of problem. I can relate.
Caitlin drank her first swallow of vodka, puckering from the cold sting.
Right now, I've got a problem with conflicting promises. To keep one, I have to break another. The question is, do I keep the one to my future husband because he is my future husband? Or do I keep the one that I feel is right? You know the answer to that. Do I?
She thought of Tom and Melba hiding in the forest in Jefferson County.
The thing is, the path I think is right could lead to disaster. Unforgivable disaster.
Glass rattled the ice in her cup.
You're in a war. There are going to be casualties. The real question is motive. What is it you're working in service of? Justice? The truth? Revenge for Henry Sexton? Or is it just the story? All the above. But the story means a lot to me, I won't lie about that.
Jordan smiled knowingly.
No need, girl, not with me. But I warn you, not everyone else will be sympathetic to that choice.
Caitlin sagged in her chair.
I know. You told me you had a plan for tomorrow, a lead of your own. Are you still going to follow through with that? Will my answer leave this room?
Jordan gave her a conspiratorial shake of the head.
Not via me. Scout's honor. Were you a Girl Scout? For about 5 minutes, Oxford, Mississippi.
Caitlin laughed, and the laughter felt good.
I can't believe it. I can build a fire in the rain like that, Jordan said, snapping her fingers. That's what I got out of that experience. Good thing to know. It saved my ass more than once.
Jordan hung her hands over her knees and leaned forward.
So, are you up for company on this quest of yours?
Caitlin sipped her vodka to hide her expression. The plain truth was she needed somebody with her on tomorrow's trip. She'd promised Henry Sexton she wouldn't go into the Lussahatchee swamp alone, and she'd be a fool if she did. Yet some juvenile compulsion urged her not to tell a soul about her trip. The lure of whatever Henry had called Frank Knox's insurance against Carlos Marcello made her heart beat faster, and she swallowed some more vodka. Then, before she could second-guess herself, she said, "Be here at 5:30 tomorrow morning if you really want to know. If we find what I'm hoping to find, you'll be hanging another Pulitzer on your wall." Jordan waved her hand dismissively. "I'm over that crap, honey. But I'd like to see you get a second one. That's when you know you've proved yourself." Caitlin couldn't help but grin.
"The only problem," Jordan said, "is my Havana trip. I need to get to the New Orleans airport by 4:30 p.m. Can I go with you and still make that?"
Caitlin nodded.
"The place we're going is south of here, so it's on the way. I can ride with you, then call one of my reporters to pick me up while you drive on to New Orleans."
Jordan tilted her head and pursed her lips in thought. I know of two interesting things south of here, the Lussahatchee Swamp and the Valhalla hunting camp. Caitlin ignored this bait. What are you going to tell John? Jordan looked into her drink and thought about it. That I got an earlier flight to Havana. The Castro brothers can't wait to see me again. Again? I met Fidel about 20 years ago, and he flirted shamelessly with me. Caitlin laughed, wondering what it would be like to move in Jordan's journalistic circles. John will want to send an escort with me, so I may have to get creative. Caitlin drank off the last of her drink. Then, emboldened by the alcohol buzz, she asked, Did John say anything about his meeting with Dwight and Penn? The photographer shook her head. John's still at Dwight's hotel. I think he's afraid Dwight won't survive tomorrow's surgery, and even if he does, he's facing a liver transplant. Caitlin shut her eyes, trying to push away premature grief. God, I hate that. Dwight's one of the good guys. Maybe that's why Penn was so upset tonight. What do you mean? He kind of flipped out earlier. He tried to pick a fight with Sheriff Byrd, and there was no real reason to do it. Something had pushed him to a place where he was ready to lash out, regardless of the consequences. You couldn't find out what it was? Caitlin shook her head. He wasn't in the mood to answer questions. We made love, and he worked his anger out that way. I honestly don't know if I've ever seen him this tense. Jordan looked thoughtful. John, too, in his own way. I'll tell you something you might find interesting. John gave me a couple of questions to ask Fidel if he shows up at the shoot. A fillip of excitement went through Caitlin. Seriously? About what? The Kennedy assassination. What else? Caitlin's pulse picked up and stayed there. Jordan, what the hell's going on? Are they really close to breaking new information about the assassination? I don't know. John's pretty good at his job, and Dwight's no slouch. What were the questions he gave you? Jordan winked at her. Sorry, I can't go that far, even if we are partners. Caitlin groaned in frustration. I may only see Raoul depending on Fidel's health. Rumor is the maximum leader is drifting toward the minimum state, but I hope I get both of them. You'll really ask Castro about the JFK assassination? All the levity went out of Jordan's face. What year were you born, Caitlin? 1970. I was born in 1960. Caitlin had a feeling she knew where the photographer was headed. Surely you don't remember anything about President Kennedy? Jordan shook her head. No. But do you know who my father was? Sure, Jonathan Glass. He disappeared while on assignment in Vietnam in 1972, Jordan finished. He was actually in Cambodia, just over the Mekong River, but he started as a photojournalist at the age of 20. He was actually in Dealey Plaza the day Kennedy was shot. Caitlin sat up. Really? Mm-hmm. He took a famous photograph of 2 Secret Service agents guarding Jackie Kennedy at Parkland Hospital. A brief black-and-white image flashed through Caitlin's head. The Praetorian Guard and their widowed queen. Caitlin no longer knew where Jordan was going. Daddy wasn't home much when I was growing up, Glass said. He was always on assignment somewhere, from Asia to the Congo, but after that day in Dallas, he came home to Oxford and stayed almost a month. All he did was drink. I remember him lying on the couch, stinking of gin, unshaven, his eyes glued to the TV while the phone rang and rang. I asked my mother about it when I was older, and she said everything I described was accurate. She also told me that he'd been within 200 feet of the limo when Kennedy was shot. I don't know exactly what he saw, but
Whatever it was wounded him in some way. We're talking about one of the best war photographers in the world, remember, a man who'd seen everything. But something went out of him that day. He was collateral damage of those gunshots. Daddy was no gullible romantic. He was as cynical as they come, but he'd believed in Kennedy and the possibilities he represented.
Jordan stared into her cup as if at a screen playing footage from her past.
When I was older, I found a cache of pictures from that trip. JFK and Jackie getting off the plane, the president speaking at the Hotel Texas in Fort Worth the previous day. Daddy didn't save many prints, but he kept those. And every shot communicated either resolve or optimism, which definitely wasn't what he usually memorialized on film.
Caitlin expected the story to go on, or to end with some insight or revelation, but Jordan simply stopped speaking. As she stared into the cup, Caitlin said,
"Did you ever get to ask him about it?"
Jordan shook her head.
He'd already been missing for 4 years when I discovered the pictures. I found out a few years ago that he survived his wound and lived on until 1979. Over there. But I never saw him again. I'm sorry. It's okay. He wasn't the same man. I doubt he even remembered me.
At last, Jordan looked up. Her jaw set tight.
As for your question, yes, I will ask Fidel Castro John's questions. This new line of inquiry could be bullshit, but somehow I don't think so. And if I can help get to the truth, then I intend to.
Jordan reached out and set her empty cup on Caitlin's desk.
Do you keep any vodka at the office?
Caitlin shook her head.
Sorry. That's a tragedy.
Caitlin smiled, but her brain was racing. As soon as Jordan left, she was going to get out Henry's letter and journals and highlight every fragment of information about John and Robert Kennedy, Carlos Marcello, Marcello's contacts with Brody Royal, and the insurance Frank Knox had kept to protect himself against Marcello. Perhaps most tantalizing of all was Snake Knox's statement to Morehouse that the insurance document had been written in Russian. Something told Caitlin that while she'd been focused on the civil rights murders that had preoccupied Henry Sexton for so many years, the real story had been unfolding at a much deeper level.
We'd better get some sleep, she said. We're pulling out before dawn.
Jordan closed her eyes for a moment, then stood and zipped her jacket.
Maybe I can get to sleep before John gets back to the hotel. I don't fancy a long night of lying. But you'll do it if necessary?
Glass gave her a crooked smile.
Same as you, right?
Chapter 44. Tom awakened in a fog of pain and terror. A swarm of black, insectile faces hovered above him, peering down as if they meant to devour him any second. He fought to get off his back, but a flurry of strong hands pressed him back down. When his eyes adjusted to the backlighting, he saw one human face in the alien crowd. A boy, earnest and sweating, leaning over his left shoulder. The boy was working on his gunshot wound. A syringe floated into his field of view, then stung his shoulder. Blessed relief washed through him. He hadn't realized how painful his wound had been until the local anesthetic took effect. With relief from pain, his surroundings took on more detail. An IV line ran fluids into his right wrist. For a few seconds, he wondered if he was in some kind of ambulance, but then he remembered that the black masks belonged to a SWAT team, the same killers who had broken into Quentin's house and shot Melba.
Melba,
he croaked. Don't try to talk, the boy advised. You're severely dehydrated and your heart's in bad shape. Let me take care of this wound.
Is she dead?
What's he saying? Asked one of the masked faces.
I think he's asking about the nurse,
answered another. Don't worry about her, said the first man. She's fine.
They're lying, Tom thought. Melba's dead.
He jerked as the boy medic probed flesh that was not quite numb. Then his stomach rolled as the chopper began to descend rapidly. He wanted to ask the boy a question, but it kept drifting out of his head like a flashlight fading into darkness. Then all was night once more. Is Melba alive or dead? Does it matter what I say? You won't believe me either way.
Tell me the truth.
She's fine, Doc. They just darted her, same as they did you. Hope flamed in Tom's chest, but he tamped it down, wary of being manipulated. Voices in the dark, one more powerful than the others.
An officer being deferred to by non-coms and enlisted men.
This time, Tom kept his eyes closed.
What's his status?
Asked the officer's voice. He needs to be in a hospital, Colonel. No shit. We're lucky that dart didn't stop his heart.
What about his bullet wound?
I pumped him full of antibiotics. If his heart doesn't give out, he should be okay for a couple of days. But he's also diabetic. Somebody needs to be checking his sugar regularly.
For the next 12 hours, that's your job. Clear?
Yes, sir.
All right. Give me a minute with him. Then we'll move him out of the chopper.
There was a shuffle of boots on metal, and then someone squatted on his haunches beside Tom. Tom heard the knees creak.
Hey, Doc,
said the officer.
You can quit playing possum. I got your message. If you want to make a deal, open your eyes.
Tom did. He saw a dark, intense face and a deformed ear that barely qualified as one at all in the cosmetic sense. Beneath the face, he saw a lieutenant colonel's oak leaves on the epaulets of a state trooper's uniform. The uniform threw Tom back to the borrow pits and Walt killing the trooper beside the van.
Do you know who I am?
Asked the man.
I don't recognize you, but I'm guessing you're Frank Knox's son.
The trooper smiled.
That's right. Forrest Knox.
What happened to the ear? War wound?
Knox looked almost pleased by Tom's frankness.
Lost it in the Vietnamese highlands.
You didn't want to fix it?
Knox shrugged.
I like keeping the civilians off balance, you know?
Tom didn't answer. He knew the type all too well.
So, you want to make a deal,
Forrest said.
That's right.
You offering to guarantee I stay squeaky clean if I can get you out of hot water on this cop killing? Is that about it?
Not just that. I want you to close the Viola Turner murder, too.
Forrest nodded as though intrigued.
I suppose you didn't kill her?
That no longer matters. The only question now is who gets blamed for it.
Forrest smiled.
You have a suggestion?
I say blame the dead. Easiest for everybody.
Now Knox grinned.
A man after my own heart. I like that plan, Doc.
So what do you think?
Knox shifted his weight onto his haunches.
I think I need to get in touch with your son. The problem is, I can't find him.
I don't know where he is, Tom said, and vice versa. Safer that way.
Maybe up till now. But the thing is, Doc, while I trust your motives and your follow-through up to a point, your word doesn't mean a damn thing if you can't call off your son and his fiancée at the newspaper. Right?
I can do that. I talked to Caitlin tonight.
And she said she'll drop the story?
Tom tried to hold his facial expression neutral.
She's open to it. I think Penn and I together can persuade her.
I hope so, Doc. For your sake.
Forrest leaned down over him, his gaze disturbingly intimate.
My daddy always liked you, Doc. He respected what you did in Korea. Do you remember him?
Tom let himself think back to the early 60s. I remember Frank all right.
Nothing good to say, though? Even now?
We were more different than alike. Forrest grinned again.
No doubt about that.
He raised his hand and tapped his forefinger hard on Tom's forehead.
I'd hate to have to hurt you, Doc. I really would. I remember you giving me my football physicals back in the day. But if you and your boy can't straighten out that Masters cunt before she goes too far, she's going to pull the same train Viola Turner did back in '68, only she won't come out of it alive.
While Tom tried to suppress his memory of Viola's wrecked state after those events, Knox signaled through the chopper's wide hatch.
Let's get him out.
3 masked SWAT team members clambered through the hatch. Forrest moved aside so they could slide Tom onto a stretcher. They lifted him easily, then manhandled him through the door and out under the starry sky. Tom smelled the stink of old crude oil and the sticky mud some men called gumbo. Turning his head to the right, he saw the long black arm of a pumping unit rising and falling like a blackbird drinking from a puddle, the cyclic hum of its engine strangely comforting in the dark.
Oil field,
he murmured as the men carried him through the night.
Yep,
Forrest said from above him.
Brodie Royal owned this land, but he won't have much use for it now. There's an old well checker's shack through the trees. I was going to leave you there, but considering your present condition, I think we'll give you the better alternative.
Tom followed Knox's pointing hand. Parked in the dark about 40 yards from the well was Walt Garrity's silver road trek van. They must have sent someone to collect it from Drew's lake house garage.
Where's Walt?
Tom asked.
I was hoping you could tell me that.
Tom shook his head. I lost touch with him a long time ago.
Come on, Doc. You're going to make me doubt you'll stand by any deal.
Tom felt angina tighten the muscles of his back as they neared the big van. Forrest opened the road trek's rear doors. The sound made Tom think of Walt threatening Sonny Thornfield in this van only 2 nights ago. How swiftly the tables had turned. The stretcher banged against the van, and he tensed against the pain.
Hold it,
Forrest said, and then he leaned over Tom once more.
You were with my daddy when he died, right?
Tom nodded, wondering where this was going.
Did he say anything at the end? I was only 16, and nobody ever mentioned any last words. But Snake said Daddy was in and out of consciousness when they took him to your office, and I've always wondered.
Tom shut his eyes and saw Frank Knox gasping on the floor of the little surgery room as his blood poured onto the tile and the air embolism hit his heart like a sledgehammer. For the first time in his life, Tom took pleasure in the memory. No, Tom said, opening his eyes. He passed out when I started working on him and never regained consciousness. Frank was tough, but his injuries were catastrophic. Forrest stared into Tom's eyes for a few seconds, then nodded slowly.
That's what I figured.
Tom heard the men holding the stretcher breathing harder.
I've gone out on a limb for you, Doc. The easiest thing would have been to take you down and hang Viola around your neck. I hope your son wants you back as bad as I'd like to see my daddy. If he doesn't, this RV is going to wind up at the bottom of the river. And you're going to be in it.
Forrest gave the stretcher-bearers a hand signal, then walked away. Tom felt a hitch as the SWAT troopers lifted the stretcher high, then slid him into the tomb-like darkness of the van. Chapter 45. It was nearly midnight when Sheriff Dennis called me back and told me to meet him in the parking lot of the Faraday Walmart Supercenter. He didn't tell me the reason, but the near-panicked urgency in his voice told me I'd been right about the planted drugs. It took all my strength to haul myself out of bed and walk down to my car, and it took most of the drive over to Louisiana to bring myself fully awake. Driving west on the dark, flat artery of Highway 84, I suddenly spy the Walmart growing like a fluorescent island in the vast black fields between Vidalia and Faraday. Fewer than 20 vehicles dot the parking lot when I pull alongside Sheriff Dennis's cruiser. As I get out and cross between our two cars, I see a black cat with 3 kittens crouching in the shadow of a parked tractor-trailer, eating from a wet McDonald's bag. A hot wind escapes from Walker's cruiser when I open his passenger door, and when I close myself inside, I see that the sheriff has mounted a sawed-off shotgun in the floor rack between us. His police radio chatters on low volume, and a dashboard computer glows softly with a screensaver that reads, "Go Tigers." Dennis appears barely in control of his emotions, so I speak in the calmest voice I can muster. "Hey, bud. Looks like you're sweating bullets. Why don't you turn the heater down?" Dennis wipes his face like a man waking from a trance.
"You're right. Shit, I didn't realize."
After he turns the heater to low, I turn and brace my back against the passenger door. "What did you find, and where did you find it?" The sheriff shakes his head in disbelief.
"A shitload of crystal meth, cooked and bagged and ready for sale. Right under my goddamn house."
"How much is a shitload?"
"3/4 of a pound. Enough to put me in Angola for 30 years, not counting corruption charges."
A strange serenity flows over me at this news.
"You were right,"
he says, an edge of hysteria in his voice.
"Those goddamn Knoxes."
Well, at least we have our answer. This is why the Double Eagles agreed to come back for questioning. They think you'll be busted by your own men before you ask them your first question. Sheriff Dennis goes pale.
"My own men?"
Unless Forrest brings in the DEA, which I doubt, I'd bet on it. I imagine one of your deputies will receive an anonymous tip sometime prior to tomorrow's interrogations. A team will drive over to your house to search it, with the expectation of discovering the hoard you found tonight. And if the dope was there, you'd have helped teach your colleagues a valuable lesson. Crossing the Knoxes is career suicide for a cop.
"And you figured this out from a story your kid told you?"
That triggered it, yeah. Kaiser's certainty about the Eagles not coming had been bothering me all evening. To submit to questioning, they had to have some kind of insurance. Subconsciously, I must have been wondering what the easiest way to move you off the board would be. I saw drugs planted on cops in Houston before. With this parish's history of corruption, that would have been a slam dunk. Sheriff Dennis wipes the sheen of sweat from his forehead with his uniform sleeve.
"So what now?"
I don't answer for a while. Then, after some thought, I say, "Are you asking me as the mayor of Natchez? As a former prosecutor? Or as a friend?"
"A friend, goddammit."
These are the same guys who killed your cousin, right?
"Yep."
They booby-trapped the warehouse that killed 2 of your deputies? Dennis nods soberly. I turn and look over at the harsh light spilling out of the Walmart doors. An elegant solution came to me while I was driving over the bridge.
"What's that?"
"Send that meth right back where it came from." Walker's voice goes quiet, as though someone might hear us.
"Planted back on the Knoxes?"
Turning back to him, I answer with words I can't believe are my own. Put on a pair of latex gloves, then divide the meth into separate packages. You know how to make it look authentic. Stash those packets in or around the homes of the double eagles we're going to question tomorrow. At least Snake and Sonny, anyway. Make sure the amount meets the standard for trafficking charges.
That wouldn't be any problem with this load. What about Billy Knox?
Something tells me Billy's likely to have serious security around his place. I'd leave him out of it. But Snake and Sonny won't, and I doubt they're back from Toledo Bend yet. Walker looks away from me, his jaw muscles working hard as he grinds his teeth. Then he nods suddenly.
Fuck 'em. I'm going to do it.
Good. Now his eyes seek me out.
Have you ever done anything like this?
No. In all my years as an assistant DA, I never broke the rules. I never looked the other way when a cop did, either. Not on a single case. I was a goddamn choir boy. And I don't know why I'm advising you to do this now, except I trail off, unsure whether even I know the answer. Tonight, Billy Bird tried to search my house, and I almost pushed him into a gunfight. It was stupid, but I couldn't stop myself.
Sometimes the only way to fight fire is with fire,
Dennis says softly.
If the bad guys are wearing white hats while they break the rules, you throw the rules out the window.
I guess that's it.
Part of it. The truth is, you're worried about your father. If we can keep up the pressure on the Knoxes, it'll definitely increase his chances of survival.
I nod slowly, watching the mother cat and her kittens scamper from the shadow of the parked truck to a deeper shadow beside a dumpster. Once this is done, you'll need somebody to make an anonymous tip call to you about the meth at Snake's and Sonny's houses, preferably from a payphone to your home, in case a defense lawyer checks later. Do you have someone you can trust?
I think so, yeah.
Be sure you trust them, Walker. If you're caught doing this, you'll go to the penitentiary, if the Knoxes don't kill you first. If it's the only way to be sure, I'll wake up and make the call myself.
I don't want you to take that risk. I can get it handled.
All right. I guess we're done then.
What about tomorrow morning? You're going to be there for the interrogation, right?
Kaiser says I have no authority to question the Eagles, and technically he's correct.
Screw that. I want you in that room. Consider yourself a special deputy of Concordia Parish. I'll swear you in tomorrow. I'll even pin a tin star on your chest.
A childish thrill of satisfaction runs through me. Walker Dennis is smarter than people give him credit for being. I didn't think about that. You know, with trafficking charges against Sonny and Snake, we'll have some real leverage. Because of the mandatory sentencing minimums, you won't even need the cooperation of the DA to charge them.
You're goddamn right. What about Kaiser, though? You think he'll show up and try to stop us?
I think back to the discussions in Kaiser's hotel. I don't know. He's got a lot of other things on his mind. But he's worried we'll screw things up for him, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him. Dennis shakes his head, obviously troubled by something.
You know, that Kaiser's a pretty tough dude. He fought in Nam.
Yeah?
He also worked in the Bureau's profiling unit, but he transferred out after attacking a convict they were interviewing. A child killer. He's probably got a lot of experience with interrogation.
So do I, Walker. Don't worry. With trafficking charges against the Eagles, you won't require much finesse. And Kaiser won't be able to interfere. Just make sure you don't screw up while you're planting the stuff.
I won't.
Where's the meth now?
In the trunk.
A bolus of pure terror blasts through my veins to my heart. This trunk?
Shit, where else was I going to put it?
An almost overwhelming urge to leap from the car grips me. Okay, I say, closing my hand around the door handle. Just get the job done as fast as you can, and be careful. This isn't some prank, man. They'll kill you if they catch you. They won't hesitate. Sheriff Dennis leans forward, his eyes burning with long, suppressed rage. That cuts two ways, brother. I owe these motherfuckers from way back. They come at me tonight, I'll kill them. You can sort out the mess with a judge in the morning. This prospect doesn't excite me, but I raise my hand and pat him on the shoulder. Just watch your back, okay? Just be at my office at 7 a.m. You don't want to miss their faces when I slap that meth on the table. I can't help but smile. You're right about that. I'll see you tomorrow. Hey, wait, he says as I pop the door handle. When I turn back, Walker is holding out his hand to me. In it gleams a gold star with Concordia Parish Sheriff engraved in the metal. He's taken the star from his own chest and offered it to me. I can't take that, Walker. Hell, yes, you can. In case you beat me to my office tomorrow. Consider yourself a sworn deputy. After a moment's hesitation, I take the badge and slip it carefully into my pocket. Thanks. Remember what I said now. Watch your six. Dennis grins and gives me a quick salute. Adios, hombre. Chapter 46. Billy Knox had been drinking bourbon at his desk for so long that he'd started talking to the big stuffed razorback standing against the opposite wall. Forrest had planted the spear in that animal's back as deeply as he'd planted the metaphorical one in Billy's. Surely there was a rule against asking a man to betray his own father in order to succeed, or even to survive. But rules meant nothing to Forrest. They never had. Billy had expected his dad to give him hell when he heard the chopper taking off without being told why, but all Snake had done was walk into the study and ask where the bird was headed. When Billy denied knowing its destination, his father had accepted his answer and disappeared. But Billy had known that couldn't be the end of it. Sure enough, as he sat staring at the glazed eyes of the hog, the study door opened, and Snake stepped into the room wearing a black sweatshirt and weathered Levi's. He raised his right hand in greeting, then took a seat across the desk from his son. "You've made a hell of a dent in that whiskey," Snake said. "Something bothering you?" "Nah," Billy lied. A fleeting smile crossed his father's features. "Listen to me, boy. I'm not going to fill you with a bunch of bullshit. I'm here because we've come to the fork in the river." Billy stirred from his anesthetized stupor. "What do you mean?" "No games, son. You know what I'm talking about. We're at the place where some go one way and the rest go the other. Forrest means to leave all this behind him, and by this, I mean us. He wants to go where the money men and the power whores in New Orleans and Baton Rouge. He thinks he can step right up into that life, and it will be great. And he's going to tell you that you can do it too, if he hasn't already." Billy wished he could simply pass out so he wouldn't have to lie anymore. He could hardly believe that 3 days ago he'd been trying to hire Jimmy Buffett for his 44th birthday party. Now he couldn't imagine celebrating anything except staying out of prison. "The truth is," Snake went on, "you'd do better in that world than Forrest ever would. Because Forrest has got something in him that you don't." "What's that?" "Self-destruction." Billy blinked and leaned forward. "What are you talking about? Forrest is the most careful guy I know." "You think that because you don't really know him." "What? I've known him all my life." Snake reached out and took a slug straight from the bourbon bottle. "How much do you remember about Granddaddy Elam?" "Not much. I remember that weird hat he'd wear, like something from Pilgrim times, the Scarlet Letter or something." Snake chuckled darkly.
Yeah, he was a lay preacher, and he wore that thing to impress the suckers. God only knows how many offering plates he robbed and children he fucked in that old hat.
Billy blinked in surprise, unsure that he'd heard correctly. What are you talking about?
Nothing but life. The truth of it. And one truth is, when your own daddy fucks you in the ass, you ain't ever the same.
When your own daddy fucks you in the ass? Are you saying Uncle Frank was molested by Granddad?
Not just Frank. Frank, some of the cousins, God knows how many in Elam's various flocks. And me, of course.
It was all Billy could do to stop himself from disgorging the liquor he'd drunk. You?
Sure. I was there, wasn't I? And I was too little to stop him. That's all old Elam needed, boy.
Snake shook his head and sucked his teeth the way Robert Duvall sometimes did in the movies. As far as Billy was concerned, this was no longer a two-way conversation. His father had the floor. Snake seemed to sense this because he began to speak without prompting.
When that kind of shit happens to most people, they either bury it and move on, or it buries them. I've seen it bury people. We had a cousin who killed herself when she was 14. But Frank, he buried it. Most people never suspected a thing.
And you? Snake waved his hand.
I'm different. I didn't have to bury it. It's like prison, you know?
Billy's stomach rolled again. He did know, and he didn't want to be reminded.
That kind of shit's generally going to happen when you're inside, Snake said. And if it does, it does. Ain't no different than getting stabbed or having your head stove in if you look at it right. Except it tends to happen regular until you find yourself some protection. Anyway, Frank buried what your granddaddy had done and moved on. But it was always part of him. You follow?
I guess.
See, what people sensed in Frank was this burning thing, but cold at the same time, like a cold flame. Some things he did during the war, crazy, heroic things, I knew it was that pain driving him, even if he didn't know. I did. But it's a funny thing, Bill. You can hate the person who does that to you and yet still become like them. It's like you absorb part of them with their damn spunk, part of their black soul, especially if you're young.
Daddy, I don't think
Oh, you're going to listen, Snake said. You've got to hear this. See, when your old man does that to you the way Elam did us, it can turn you inside out. At some level, you realize that you came into the damned world through that man's dick. Then you find yourself lying under him with a pillow or a sock stuffed in your mouth, screaming while he's shoving it into you. That's about as painful as it gets in every meaning of the word. That's what taught me the first law of the damned universe.
Which is?
Pain begets pain, boy. If that ain't in the Bible, it ought to be.
Billy looked at the liquor bottle, but when he nearly lost his supper, he focused back on his father. Daddy, why are you telling me this?
I'm trying to save you. And myself. People think I'm crazy, I know that. Hell, I like 'em to think that. It makes life easier in a lot of ways. And I may be a little crazy. Who ain't? But I'm crazy like a fox, Billy boy, because I always rein it in before things spin quite out of control. A crop duster don't get to be my age without knowing how to rein it in. But Frank, he was the opposite. 99% of the time, he was cool as ice, but one time in 100, he was going to jump off the rails and do something so extreme you couldn't believe it.
Like?
Hell, it don't matter now. Things somebody like you couldn't even imagine. My point is, Forrest has that in him, too.
Billy shook his head, not quite believing this.
You ever notice how he is with women?
Billy had heard stories, but he motioned for his father to continue.
Sure, I'll slap a woman around if she gives me attitude, Snake said. And I like rough pussy. But Forrest is different. He'll really hurt a woman, and worse, he'll enjoy it. Not just physically either. He likes breaking women down.
He's been with his wife a long time.
His second wife. The first one died, and it's a good thing nobody looked too close at that. But there's 2 reasons that second wife has lasted. First, he learned some things the last time around. He don't let the demon all the way out with wife number 2. But more important, that woman likes being broke down. She don't show it, but she does. There's women who love pain, son, and she's one. She's also got the same ambition Forrest does. She likes shopping in Dallas and New York with those trust fund bitches from New Orleans.
I don't see where you're going with this, Dad.
Yeah, you do. Because you think the same way. All that bullshit sounds exciting to you. You want to fly around with rock stars and gamble in the private rooms in Vegas. But I'm here to tell you, Forrest can't live that life long without blowing it up. It's just his nature.
Why are you so sure?
Because Elam got Forrest, too.
Billy's face felt hot. What?
Snake leaned forward, his eyes burning with conviction. You only missed it because you were born so late. Elam died in 66, right about the time he would have started on you. But not before he got Forrest, and also his big brother Frank Jr.
Billy still couldn't quite accept this. Has Forrest ever talked to you about it?
Snake shook his head with regret. No. I tried to talk to him a couple of times, but he wouldn't have it. But I know. I've seen it in him, man. That same cold fire that was in Frank.
And you don't know for sure?
Yes, I do. Listen close now, I'm only going to tell this once. Forrest's big brother, Frank Jr., enlisted in the Corps in 64, and he went to Vietnam in 65. I can't tell you how proud Frank was of that boy. Junior was the reincarnation of his daddy, a born soldier. All the news we got from over there was good. The race war had heated up pretty good over here by 64, so we were pretty busy with the Double Eagles. Old Elam came and went like he always did. He was in his 60s, but he was still around her and still getting in trouble, sometimes with the law. Brody got him out of the pokey a few times as a favor to Frank. Kept him out of prison.
Snake paused, reflecting silently, then went on.
In 1966, everything changed. Frank got a visit from a casualty team. Frank Jr. had been killed at a place called the Rock Pile.
I've heard about that.
Not the real story, you ain't. The government said young Frank had charged straight into machine gun fire to save 4 members of his squad. He got hit getting the second guy, but he kept going back out. The 4th time he ran out there, the gun chewed him to pieces. There was talk of a Medal of Honor. In the end, they gave him a posthumous Silver Star.
Billy actually had heard all this before.
You'd think Frank would be able to handle something like that,
Snake said.
as much war as he'd seen. But he started drinking, and he didn't stop. He could always hold his liquor, but he was drinking enough to kill most men, enough to put himself out every night. Then the letter came.
What letter? About the medal?
No, a letter from Frank Jr. He'd mailed it before he died. It had got delayed somehow, but it finally came.
What did it say?
Snake sighed and took another pull from Billy's bottle.
Basically, Frank Jr. told his daddy that he had no intention of coming back home. Junior was messed up in his head, he said. He always had been, but he'd never had the nerve to talk about it. But once he got to Vietnam and saw war up close, he just didn't care anymore.
Because of Granddaddy Elam?
Snake nodded.
He told Frank that Elam had been messing with him since he was a little boy. The old bastard done everything imaginable to him, and he'd threatened to kill us all if Junior told his mama or daddy about it. And Elam was so damn crazy that poor boy believed it.
Jesus, Pop.
Junior had made up his mind he was going to push it in battle until he found some peace. He said he was going to give the gooks all the hurt he could until his own hurt stopped.
Snake nodded once.
And that's what he did.
Billy sat blinking in horror, not knowing what to say.
Something busted in Frank when he read that letter,
Snake said.
He blamed himself, see? And I blamed myself, because I was scared as hell the same thing had happened to you.
It didn't. At least, I don't think it did.
I know. I made it my business to find out.
How'd you do that?
Snake dug in his pants pocket and brought out a bent cigarette, which he lit with an old silver lighter. He blew out a long stream of blue smoke, then began speaking softly.
Elam was preaching in East Texas when that letter came, but he was due home in a couple of days. I started checking on Frank every few hours, worried he might kill himself or something. But the day Elam was due back, I went over and found my brother a changed man. Frank was sober as a judge. He told me we were going to talk to Elam. He told me to get a few of the boys together, Glenn, Sonny, a couple more, and have him at his house about dark. Elam got home about 8. Me and Frank went by his house and went in without knocking. Frank told Daddy we had an operation set up. We was going to lynch a nigger that night. Well, old Elam was always up for that kind of party, so he came right along. We came out here to Valhalla and got in 2 boats. Then we headed to the Bone Tree. Elam was drinking moonshine from a clear jug. I still remember that. The jug in the moonlight. When we got to the tree, I climbed out with a rope and Frank got out with a toolbox. Just as we got to the opening in the big tree, Elam stopped drinking long enough to holler, "Where's the nigger, boys?"
Snake shook his head, a strange smile on his face.
I'll never forget what happened next. Frank finally looked old Elam in the eye, and he said, "You're the nigger tonight, Daddy."
An electric chill raced up Billy's spine.
Jesus Christ.
Frank knocked the old man down to the ground and squatted over him and told him about Junior's letter. Elam tried to deny it, but what the hell could he say? Me and Frank had been through the very same thing with him till we got big enough to push him off.
What did you do?
I didn't have to do much. Frank had gone off the rails, boy. It was like we was back in the Pacific. He told Elam he'd betrayed his family and his vows to God both, and for that he was going to get a special punishment. Then he tied Daddy's hands, dragged him inside that hollow tree, and hung him upside down by his feet. After Elam had been hanging a while, with his face all red and about to bust, Frank nailed him to the wood in there. He had some 10-penny nails in his toolbox, and he did old Elam just like the Romans done Jesus. Crucified him upside down, you see. He'd seen something like that in a book once. He said that was the only fitting punishment for a preacher who'd done what Daddy had.
I saw those bones, Billy said. The only time I ever went there, you remember? You told me they were some nigger's bones.
Well, they ain't. After Elam rotted, Frank wired 'em together and put 'em back up so nobody would ever forget what happens to somebody who betrays the group. But I didn't want you knowing who it was if I could help it.
Does Forrest know about this?
He knows, Snake said. Hell, he's been to that bone tree more than any of us. But I didn't finish the story. That night, while Daddy was hanging in the tree, we made a fire outside it and sat talking, mostly about Frank Jr., but also about some of the things Elam had done to us as boys. To Mama, of course. Elam hollered till he lost his voice, first threatening us with fire and damnation, then begging for forgiveness. He begged for water, too, but Frank would just throw swamp water on him now and then to keep him awake. I stopped going in with him after the first couple of times. Elam died just after dawn.
Billy looked longingly at the bourbon bottle in his father's hand, but he knew he'd had enough.
The thing is, Snake said, killing Elam didn't really help Frank get over his boy. He still blamed himself. From 1966 till the day he died in 68, he was drunk. I think they only kept him on at Triton out of pity, because of Junior being a war hero. Dr. Cage even tried to get Frank to take a year off, but he wouldn't listen. Frank was drunk the day that forklift dropped the pallet on him.
You sure Elam molested Forrest the way he had Frank Jr.?
Snake nodded. He confessed it to Frank before he died.
God damn.
Forrest puts on a good front, Billy, but deep down, he's got that demon in him, and you don't want to hitch yourself to that.
Billy didn't know what to say. He couldn't tell his father what Forrest had said to him earlier. Snake might do something truly crazy. So he just said, "Thanks for protecting me from that, Daddy." Snake grunted as if in protest.
I wish I could take credit for it, but I can't. It was just dumb luck, like I said. You were lucky being born last.
Billy rubbed his jaw and tried to swallow. His tongue felt like a 40-year-old shag carpet. You're right about that. And I get what you're saying about not hitching myself to Forrest. Is that what you came in to tell me?
Most of it.
Snake leaned back in his chair.
But I also need something from you.
Billy nodded warily. What do you need?
Forrest's got us walking blind into the Concordia Sheriff's Department tomorrow. And for all we know, Walker Dennis has enough evidence to jail us the minute we cross the threshold.
I hear you.
We can't go in blind like that. I need an ace up my sleeve. Insurance.
What do you have in mind? Snake sat up again, then flexed his hands like a man about to take control of some machine.
I need to know where Dr. Cage is. I know the black team went to get him. That's the only reason that chopper would have lit out of here like that. Don't waste my time telling me you don't know where they went, 'cause I know you do.
A lump had risen into Billy's throat. Did you ask Forrest?
Snake snorted. I called him. He said I was better off not knowing.
Billy closed his eyes, wishing he could somehow escape this room. Looking past his father at the speared hog, he empathized with the animal yet again.
I'm going to ask you once more, Snake said. Where's Forrest taking the doc?
Chapter 47. Tom lay on the 6-foot square bed in the back of Walt's road trek. Forrest Knox had left long ago, and the SWAT helicopter had departed shortly after that, leaving 3 team members behind to guard him. One was the young medic, and Tom was grateful for that. The kid had done a good job on his shoulder, stabilized his blood sugar level, and relieved his angina with close monitoring of his heart and careful administration of nitroglycerin. The other 2 cops had spent their time in the captain's chairs at the front of the vehicle, playing cards over a small dining table. The passenger window had been smashed somehow and patched with a square of tarp and some duct tape. If Forrest gave the order to kill, Tom knew, one of those 2 men would carry it out. That was why they were keeping their distance. Tom had done what he could to bond with the young medic, who had asked him a dozen questions about his trade. But he was under no illusions that this boy would or could protect him against the guns or knives of his comrades. Tom wasn't sure what time it was. Despite his best efforts, he had drifted off several times. Relief from pain tends to do that to you. While awake, he'd thought back to his visit with Caitlin and wondered whether she would keep her promise not to tell Penn about their meeting. At this point, he hoped she'd break it, because if she told Penn about Quentin's house, Penn would go there and find Melba or her dead body. If she was alive, Penn would get her medical attention, and if not, at least he would come into the open so that Forrest Knox could make contact with him. Tom didn't know whether Penn would agree to any deal with Knox, but he would surely have the sense to pretend to make one, until Tom could get himself and Walt out of harm's way. Tom was trying to think of a way to probe the medic for information when someone knocked on the road trek's side door. All 3 SWAT cops had their guns out before Tom had fully registered that a newcomer had arrived. The 2 men up front communicated with hand signals alone. When they were satisfied, one stood just out of the line of fire of the door and called, "Who's there?"
"Snake Knox," came the reply. "Forrest sent some beer and food for you guys. He says you may be here longer than he first figured."
"Shit," muttered one of the cops, lowering his gun. He reached out and flipped the door handle, and someone pulled it open from outside. Then a wiry old man wearing jeans, a black sweatshirt, and a John Deere cap climbed the steps into the van. He had white whiskers, but his black eyes darted throughout the van, taking in everything at a glance. Snake Knox, Tom thought, remembering a much younger man.
"Bring that box, Sonny," Snake called. "These boys are probably hungry."
Sonny Thornfield followed Snake up the steps, a grease-stained cardboard box in his hands. He was clean-shaven and looked scared. Tom could hardly believe only 2 days had passed since he and Walt had tortured Thornfield in this vehicle. His pulse began to accelerate. "What you got there, Snake?" asked the SWAT cop.
"Burgers and chicken. Better than nothing, right?"
"You're damn right." The SWAT cop holstered his pistol and pulled a chicken leg from the box. The central aisle of the van had filled with men. "Hey," called the medic from beside Tom, "pass me a hamburger." Somebody tossed a wrapped sandwich back to the bed. "You want something, Dr. Cage?" asked the boy.
"No, thanks."
"A burger won't hurt your sugar. You got to keep your strength up."
"Do I?"
Tom asked with frank skepticism.
"I hope so."
The medic averted his eyes. Tom turned his head and sought out Snake Knox among the bobbing heads in the front of the van. He couldn't make out anything but a green cap sandwiched between black ballistic nylon, LSP logos, and Velcro utility straps. The sound of men eating voraciously turned Tom's stomach. He found himself worrying that Snake and his partner would relieve the SWAT cops, leaving him at their mercy. Thanks to Walt, Thornfield knew exactly where the miniature blowtorch was stored in the van. God only knew what kind of revenge he would take on Tom if given the opportunity. Tom was asking himself whether he'd done the right thing in saving Thornfield from Walt when he heard a man gasp in surprise. Jerking his head to the right, Tom saw the SWAT cops trying to back away from something in the narrow aisle. They had nowhere to go.
"Not one move," somebody said, "or I'll blow his goddamn brains out."
"You've lost your fucking mind, old man," said a younger voice.
"I guess we'll see about that. Take their guns, Sonny."
As Thornfield plucked big semi-automatic handguns from black holsters, the medic beside Tom reached slowly for the pistol on his belt. Tom whispered,
"Don't try it. You can't shoot in here without hitting your buddies, and Snake Knox is crazy."
The medic's hand touched the butt of the pistol.
"He'll empty his gun back here," Tom hissed. "He wants me dead anyway, but there's no sense in you dying."
The young cop dropped his hand just as someone jerked the rear doors open from outside the van, and a cold wind rushed through the RV. Tom looked back and saw two men in their 70s training guns into the van. One held a long-barreled revolver, the other a shotgun. Tom was pretty sure he had treated both men in an earlier decade.
"Sorry, boys,"
Snake said to the SWAT cops,
"but if you was earning your money, I'd already be dead. I need you to go outside and lie down on the ground."
"Colonel Knox is going to spread you across Louisiana in pieces," said the biggest of the cops. Snake laughed.
"I wouldn't expect any less. I taught my nephew everything he knows in that line. Now get the fuck out, shitbird."
After the cops filed out of the van's narrow side door, Snake walked down the little aisle and stood looking down at Tom. Looking up into his eyes, Tom saw the wild light he would have expected in the eyes of Quantrill's raiders, men who'd rebelled against all authority and who, in anger and defeat, had burned towns and slaughtered women and children.
"Well, Doc," Snake said in a sandpaper voice, "I hear you and your Texas Ranger buddy gave Sonny a rough time in this van the other night."
Snake raised a boot and planted it squarely on Tom's chest, then pressed down until Tom gasped for air.
"I'm glad to be able to return the favor."
Tom grabbed the heavy boot and tried to pull it off his chest, but he hadn't the strength to even shift it. Snake grinned beneath the brim of the John Deere cap.
"This is how death comes for you, Doc. I never trusted you, no matter what the others said. You liked that nigger nurse way too much, and now it's me that God sends to cut your string. Ain't that something? I can't say I won't enjoy it."
Tom knew Snake Knox would give no quarter.
"If there is a God,"
he gasped from beneath the crushing force of the boot,
"I hope there's a hell, too, because that's where you're bound."
Snake only laughed. Tom's breath was failing, and his mind growing dim.
"At least I left something good behind me,"
he whispered.
"My son, my daughter. At least I helped some people. All you brought into the world was death and pain, and that's all you'll leave behind. It won't be long, either."
The glow in Snake's eyes rose like a stoked furnace. Snake drew a pistol from his pants and aimed the barrel down at Tom's face.
"Snake, don't!" cried a frightened voice from somewhere in the van. "You can't do it! Not yet! Think about Forrest! Think about tomorrow!"
"Fuck him," Snake said. "You know the score. It was always going to come to this."
I come out of blackness, grabbing for the cell phones on the bedside table, but all are dark. Propped on my elbow, I try to orient myself in time. Only after I switch on my new BlackBerry and read its face do I see that it's 2:30 in the morning. What woke me up, if not a cell phone? Swinging onto the edge of the bed, I pull on my pants and shoes, then take my .357 from the table and walk onto the landing outside my bedroom. A quick glance into Annie's room tells me she and my mother are fine, their fragile forms outlined beneath a chenille bedspread. Moving carefully, I descend the narrow staircase with my gun at the ready and a light on the ground floor of the Abrams house. Ambient light from the outside street lamps leaks through the cracks in the curtains, giving enough illumination to navigate the furniture. After checking the ground floor, I open the back door and slip into the backyard. The cold night air raises the hair on my skin, but I move steadily around the perimeter of the house, my eyes focused in the darkest parts of the yard. My eyes will pick up movement in the lighter areas. It's the pools of blackness where death may wait. My forefinger twitches against the thin metal curve of the trigger. I'd hate to have to explain firing a .357 Magnum in the middle of town, but better that than the alternative. After making a full circuit of the house and finding nothing, I return to the front yard and gaze out over the old ninth hole of the Duncan Park golf course, a long, misty slope that falls away from Duncan Avenue, then terminates at the fences where I played Little League baseball as a boy. The sight triggers one of those temporal dislocations I've sometimes experienced since moving back to my hometown. At my back stands a house where I studied for advanced chemistry exams with my high school friends, yet now it's a makeshift safe house that protects my family from men who were killing people while I was learning how to make a double play on the baseball field down the slope. How is it that decades later it falls to me to bring those men to justice? Perhaps it's only fitting. This is my town, after all, and its legacy is the one my father and his contemporaries left me and mine, a community crippled by unresolved conflict, anger, and grief. I wish that I felt equal to the task, but in truth, I feel as lost as I've ever been. I began this week by investigating a relatively simple murder. Now I find myself caught in a skein of connections I never knew existed. Through my father's secret actions, and possibly by blood, I am bound to Viola Turner's family, to the Knox family, and through them to the Royal and Marcello families and their crimes. At the farthest reach of this tangled web may lie the assassination of a president. Surely I must stand at that hinge point where, in novels and films, the hero suddenly re-examines his situation and discovers that the answer has been staring him in the face all along. Alas, I feel no looming epiphany. All I possess is a plan for disruption. Sow discord among the enemy, and pray for a miracle. Centuries ago, Heraclitus made a famously sweeping assertion. Character is fate. Almost without fail, men make choices based on instinct, eternally proving his maxim. As a lawyer, I exploited this knowledge to dissect defendants, opponents, and even judges. As a novelist, I use it as a charting compass. But to profit from the principle in my present circumstance, to see where I must go and what I must do, I need to know my own character. And what is character but the sum of our genes and the pressures of human interaction? Our parents are the door through which we enter the world. In coming together, they fix our essential natures, but it's after we become self-aware that they begin weaving the narrative that will ultimately shape the people they send into society. If our parents lie to us, not merely by omission, as all do, but by commission, then how can we ever know ourselves? For most of my life, my father's character seemed a static and transparent thing, a multifaceted diamond whose essential trait was clarity. Then 4 days ago, that stone cracked along some pre-existing fault and became milky, opaque. It happens. Even fine diamonds contain flaws, inclusions invisible to the naked eye that weaken the whole. But the revelations about Viola Turner were only the beginning. Soon the milky stone had broken in two. As I tried to piece the halves back together, Henry Sexton began tapping at them, fracturing each into still smaller fragments. Then tonight, Kaiser and Stone shattered those fragments into jagged shards, each reflecting light in all directions, creating interference patterns I may never be able to penetrate. Even if I do, how can I possibly piece the original stone back together when I know my memory of it to be flawed? Only my father can put himself back together. And if he dies before he does that, I will never truly know him. I will never have known him, which means I may never know myself. I'll be a man without a past, and a man without a past is like a nation without a history, or worse, with a myth of one. If the narrative of my life has been woven from lies, then how can I choose my next move? What crimes were my father's lies told to conceal? If Shad Johnson is right, then simple, selfish murder. If Kaiser and Stone are correct, then murder on a historic scale. The latter proposition seems incredible, but the ties binding my father to the Knoxes, to Royal, and even to Marcello and beyond have been established beyond doubt. At least I'm not alone in my ignorance. If murder has haunted my family, it has also haunted my country. From the humblest victims, forgotten black boys vanishing into the night, to the most privileged and high, President Kennedy cut down on national television. These killings and the darkness that enshrouds them deny us the truth about ourselves. Standing here in the darkness, my best hope may be to heed Carl Jung's admonition. If you bring forth what is within you, it will save you. If you do not bring forth what is within you, it will destroy you. Though I am poorly informed and inadequately armed, this now must be my quest, whatever the cost. Men still live who shared the secret paths of my father's hidden history and the history of this nation. Soon I will face some of them across an interrogation table, and this I know. To learn what they know, I will stop at nothing. The howl of a dog from the shadows makes me whirl toward the house, but I see no sign of the animal. Looking back at the street, I half expect to see Lincoln Turner's white pickup rolling along the pavement, but the scene is almost ghostly in its stillness. I still don't know what awakened me. Yet as I walk back to the door, I'm gripped by a certainty that something terrible has happened on this night. And since my mother and child are with me, and Caitlin is safe at the Examiner, I can only surmise that the object of this jarring premonition is my father. Locking the door behind me, I realize that sleep will not return soon. I switch on my laptop in the kitchen, check my email, and find that the most recent is from John Kaiser. It reads, "If tonight didn't persuade you to hold off on questioning the Double Eagles, then at least you should go into battle prepared. Do your due diligence and read the attached file." With bleary eyes, I open the attachment and find a typed letter headed Knox Family Pathology. The first subject line reads, Nathan Bedford Forrest Knox, 1876 to 1927. With a long, suffering sigh, I turn on the coffee percolator, then carry my computer to the little banquette, turn down its screen brightness, and begin to read. Friday. Chapter 48. It was nearing dawn when Walt Garrity finally managed to slip out of the Valhalla hunting lodge, and he only made it then because the humans inside had either left the camp or gone elsewhere on the property. After drumming on his legs to wake them up after hours under the twin bed, he sneaked down the stairs and out the front door, then worked his way through the trees toward the main road, where Drew Elliott's truck waited. In the forest, he'd avoided the same half-dozen game cameras mounted on trees that he'd detected on the way in. The problem was, he'd almost certainly missed at least one. While they probably weren't part of the security system, whoever reviewed the SD cards in those cameras would eventually realize that he had been on the property, and the timestamps would tell them when. Don't sweat the small stuff, he told himself. You'll be lucky if you're alive by then. From Lussahatchee County, he drove north up Highway 61 to Natchez, then through it and on into Jefferson County. Quentin Avery's estate lay in the northwestern corner of the county, not too far from Fayette, which had once been the realm of Mayor Charles Evers. Walt tried Tom's burn phone twice on the way, but he got no answer. That in itself wasn't a bad sign. Walt had warned Tom not to leave the device on. But still, knowing Tom, he would have expected some additional reassurance after such a long period apart. He prayed that his old friend was laid up in his lawyer's softest bed, swallowing Vicodin with Maker's Mark for a chaser. Walt had been watching the woods to his right for a mile when he saw a turn that looked likely. He took it and soon found himself entering a circular drive before an imposing Tudor mansion, which looked almost absurd in the Mississippi backwoods. With a Glock pistol in his hand, he walked to the door and tried the knob. It turned. Bad sign. With practiced stealth, he moved quickly through the ground-floor rooms, and in half a minute he found himself standing over the body of a black woman at the end of a short hallway. God damn it, he muttered, recognizing the nurse who had cooked him fish at Drew Elliott's lake house. Melba Price. He knelt over the supine form, certain that Nurse Price was dead. But when he touched her arm, he felt warmth in her skin, not the marble-like otherness of death. Encouraged, he patted her cheek, then pinched it. Melba flinched, then began to cough. "Melba," he said, "it's Walt Garrity. You're safe now. Can you hear me?" Her eyes opened, bloodshot and filled with fear. "It's me, ma'am, Tom's friend." "Captain Garrity?" the nurse rasped. "That's right. Do you know where Tom is?" She shook her head, then gripped at her right breast. "Oh, Lord, it hurts. They shot me, I think." "Move your hand," Walt told her, noticing something odd on her blouse. As carefully as he could, he tugged at a small bloom of orange and red. As soon as he touched the filaments, he knew he was holding a tranquilizer dart. "They shot you," he told her, "but not with a bullet. They darted you like they would a dangerous animal." She blinked in confusion for several seconds. "I guess I didn't turn out to be very dangerous." Walt tugged out the dart, and the nurse barely noticed. "Did you see anybody before they got you?" he asked, tossing the dart against the wall. "A man in black. He had a black mask on, and he was holding a gun. That's all I know. I didn't even have time to shout a warning." "Sounds like a police SWAT team. And I know there's one working for the other side. I was pinned down less than 50 yards away from them last night." Melba carefully raised herself on one elbow. "Tom's not here?" she asked, clearly afraid to hear the answer. "No. They took him. But since they darted you, I'm hoping they only did the same to him." "God, I hope I didn't lead them to him." Walt didn't care what had led Knox's stormtroopers here. It had always been a matter of time, and he told Melba as much, not that it made her feel better. Getting to his feet, Walt helped the nurse up and into the living room. He laid her on a large sofa, then quickly searched the rest of the house, but he found nothing useful. "I hope they took his medicine," Melba said when he returned to the living room. "I didn't see any, so I assume they did." What should I do now? Walt wondered, fighting the exhaustion that last night's tense hours had caused. "Have you talked to Caitlin Masters?" Melba asked. Walt's eyes popped wide open. Caitlin? What would she know about Tom?
She was here last night.
He couldn't believe it. How did she find this place?
She had somebody following me. Tom asked her not to tell anyone where he was, not even Penn.
I'll bet she didn't. Otherwise, Penn would have been here long ago. Walt took out his safest burn phone and called the Natchez Examiner. The receptionist told him Caitlin wasn't available. It took some time, but he finally persuaded Caitlin's editor to call her wherever she was and tell her to call the number Walt gave him. While Walt waited, he got Melba a tall glass of water. She took a long sip.
What did they mean to do to Dr. Cage, Captain? He seemed to think they wanted him dead.
Walt wanted to reassure her, but he found that his breath wouldn't come. His diaphragm felt paralyzed. After years of thinking of his friend as invincible, he suddenly realized that this time Tom's luck might have run out. I hate to say it, Melba, but depending on Forrest Knox's plans, Tom could be dead. Melba covered her eyes with her free hand and shook her head. But don't count him out yet, Walt added. Not till you see him laid flat in a coffin. Tom could talk a fox out of eating a chicken if he put his mind to it. If he can get in front of Knox face to face, then maybe he can talk his way into a deal. I've been in some pretty tight spots with him, and we always found a way out.
He's old and tired now, though, Captain. Bone tired. I saw it in his eyes.
Walt gave her a fierce grin. He's no older than I am, girl. We've still got some kick left in us. He squeezed Melba's hand. You watch and see. Walt jumped when his burn phone rang, but it was only Caitlin calling him back.
Tell me it's not bad news, she said.
It's not the worst, Walt said. Not yet, anyway. But I'm where you were last night, and our mutual friend is missing.
Oh, God. What about Melba?
She's here. Hurt, but not permanently. It sounds to me like a SWAT team took Tom, but I've heard nothing about any arrest. What about you?
No. Oh, Walt, this was my worst nightmare.
I'll bet it was.
Real cops would have arrested Melba, too, wouldn't they?
That's affirmative.
Jesus. Have you spoken to Penn yet?
Not yet.
Walt, please, don't tell Penn I was there last night. I haven't told him. And if he finds out I kept that from him, he'll never forgive me. Never. It was a hard decision, but Tom made me promise not to tell Penn anything.
I won't tell him you were here, if I can avoid it.
God, thank you. What are you going to do now?
I'm not sure. I've got a line on Forrest's location, so I'll probably go to where he is. If Tom is still alive, he may be with or near that bastard. Where are you now?
Almost down to the Lussahatchee Swamp. John Kaiser's wife is with me, but Kaiser doesn't know that. I don't want Penn to know either, unless you're forced to tell him I'm down here.
Got it. But what are you looking for? I was just down there myself. You don't need to go anywhere near that Valhalla camp.
I'm not, but I am following a story. Are the Knoxes at their hunting camp?
They were last night. Some have left, but others could still be there. Don't go near that place. And wherever you go, keep your eyes wide open and one hand on your gun.
Walt, I feel so guilty about Tom. Do you think I should turn around? Is there anything I can do to help the situation?
Not really. But if you want to be safe, you'll turn around. I know you better than that, though.
Guilty as charged, I'm afraid.
Walt's mind moved to an obvious but unpleasant reality. As soon as I get Melba squared away, I'm going after Forrest. If you or Penn don't hear from me in... Walt glanced at his watch. 4 hours. Assume Knox got me. In that case, tell Penn I said to cut his losses and take care of his family.
Walt, wait!
I mean it, darling. We're up against it now. Don't take stupid risks. And don't trust anybody.
I won't. Call me if you hear anything important. They tell me cellular reception is crap down here, but Try anyway."
Walt said he would, then hung up. Melba was watching him like someone afraid to hope for even small mercies. He felt a desperate compulsion to race out to his truck, but somehow he suppressed it. "Caitlin doesn't know anything about Tom," he said. "Now tell me the truth. Have you got the strength to drive back to Natchez? Or do I need to drive you myself?"
"Aren't the police still looking for you, too?"
"They are, but I've got no choice."
"I can get myself back. Where is that Forrest Knox?"
"A GPS tracker I've got tells me he's on the shore of Lake Concordia in Louisiana, 15 miles from Natchez. Probably at a lake house like the one we were hiding in on Lake St. John."
"You think he's holding Tom prisoner there?"
"I hope he is, because the alternatives are too depressing to think about."
Melba nodded. "Whatever you find out, I want you to call me. Good or bad, I have to know, all right?"
Walt squeezed her shoulder. "I know. Now get your things together. Every minute counts now." Melba stood, but instead of moving, she looked hard into Walt's eyes.
"What will you do if you find they have Dr. Cage prisoner over there? Can you call the police or the FBI?"
Walt debated whether to answer honestly. In the end, he decided the nurse wanted the truth. "It's the police who have Tom, Melba. If I find them and they're holding him, I'm going to kill him."
The nurse stared at him in silence for several seconds. Then she said, "I'll be praying for you, Captain. God help me, but I think that's the only way now."
Then she turned and went to gather her things. Chapter 49. The trip from Natchez to the Lussahatchee Swamp took only an hour, yet it had already proved an adventure, not only for Caitlin, but also for Jordan Glass. John Kaiser had insisted on having an FBI agent drive his wife to the New Orleans airport. Jordan had resisted so strongly that they'd fought over it, and ultimately Kaiser had agreed to let her go on her own. But soon after leaving her hotel that morning, Jordan had noticed an FBI tail behind her with 2 agents in the car. At that point, she'd called Caitlin and asked for an address that had a back driveway out. After a couple of minutes' thought, Caitlin told her about an antebellum home that butted up against a 1950s-era neighborhood. Armed with this information, Jordan had driven into the place as though for a visit, pulled around the mansion as if to park, then zipped down a narrow lane that cut through to the residential neighborhood. The agents tailing her didn't figure out her scheme until after Jordan texted her husband that if she was capable of flying to Cuba and meeting the Castro brothers on her own, she could damn well drive herself to the airport. After picking up Caitlin from a street corner 2 blocks away from the Examiner, Jordan had started south on Highway 61 at the speed limit, confident that her tail was frantically driving south ahead of her, trying to catch up to its quarry. Caitlin spent the first 25 miles giving Jordan a detailed history of the Bone Tree, describing the part it had played in the history of the Double Eagle Group and recounting Henry's abortive attempts to find it. Jordan had smiled upon learning that Caitlin had kept the secret of poacher Toby Rambin to herself. When Caitlin paused her narrative, Jordan almost tentatively asked exactly what she hoped to find at the Bone Tree. By this time, they were far enough from Natchez that Caitlin decided to trust her new friend with the crown jewels.
"It's not just the bones anymore," she said. "Not just the civil rights cold cases. I mean, that's a huge part of it, absolutely. But after Henry died, his mother brought me some other material she found, and some of that had to do with what John and Dwight are working on."
"You mean the Kennedy assassination?"
Caitlin nodded.
"Can you tell me about it?"
For the next 5 miles, they traded the information they'd gleaned from their respective sources, which merged to form a compelling scenario in which Carlos Marcello had hired Frank Knox to serve as a primary or backup shooter in Dealey Plaza on the day Kennedy died.
"But what does that have to do with the Bone Tree?" Jordan asked.
Glenn Morehouse told Henry that Frank Knox didn't trust Marcello. Knox supposedly kept some souvenir from Dallas, a document or trophy of some kind, and that totally fits with the Knox's psychology. This artifact was something Frank must have felt he could use against Marcello if he ever needed to, so it protected him. Do you have any idea what it was? Snake Knox told Morehouse that it was a letter or document of some kind, but the crazy part is, it was in Russian.
Jordan's eyes went wide.
Russian?
Caitlin nodded, her pulse picking up.
Last night I read everything I could find about the assassination, and Russia can only come into it two ways. First, if Russia or the KGB played some part in the killing, but I totally discount that as fantasy. The second way is through Oswald.
Jordan simply waited for her to continue.
Lee Harvey Oswald lived in Russia for 2.5 years after he defected. He'd taught himself the language, and at least some letters that he wrote, like those to his Russian wife, he wrote in Russian. You can see them on the internet.
Jordan remained silent, processing what she'd heard.
But how could a letter or document stay hidden in a tree for 40 years?
Caitlin shrugged.
No idea. The best I can come up with is something like a mason jar.
No.
Water always finds a way in. I once hid some pot in a mason jar and buried it. 1 month later, the jar was half full of water. Well, within a few hours, we may know the answer. I wanted you to know that we're not just out here looking for Jimmy Revels' bones, as awesome as it would be to find them. We may actually find the key that Dwight spent half his life searching for. We might even find proof that Frank Knox killed John Kennedy.
Jordan drove in silence for several seconds. Then she said,
I know that cost you. You don't really know me well.
Glass looked to her right.
I won't tell John about it. I promise you that.
Caitlin felt a rush of gratitude and relief.
Thank you.
Soon after this, they left Highway 61. Following a map Caitlin had printed from Google Earth, they turned west toward the Mississippi River on MS-24, a narrow asphalt lane barely wide enough for 2 cars. Then they turned south on something called Lusawata Road, which turned out to be a neglected gravel lane worn down to red clay. After leaving that, they found themselves on a dirt track hemmed in by trees and undergrowth. They still had not seen water, but Caitlin sensed the swamp was near. Ever since leaving Highway 61, they'd been going downhill, and the oak, elm, and pecan trees had gradually given way to cottonwood and cypress. Caitlin had rarely experienced a more startling transformation of landscape than she had during the last few miles. Despite the winter month, many of the trees in this area were still choked with kudzu and other undergrowth, and now and then a rusted truck or tractor would peek out of the foliage like some sentient observer. The most surreal moment of their journey had come when 10 or 11-foot wire fences had risen out of the grass on both sides of the road, giving them the feeling they were traveling through a prison compound. Soon after, they begun to spy strange animals through the wire. Caitlin had seen moose, antelope, buffalo, and other creatures that looked only vaguely familiar. With her African work experience, Jordan had recognized several as oryx, springbok, gemsbok, and impala, but other species left even her stumped. Caitlin was reminded of a story she'd read as a child, Jules Verne, perhaps, in which the farther the heroes traveled upstream on a certain river, the deeper back in time they progressed. This trip felt exactly like that. At least it had until Walt called her. When Caitlin heard that Tom had probably been kidnapped, a black dread began to ooze from some place within her. What she felt was guilt. Guilt that she'd known where Tom was but had kept it to herself and away from Penn. Last night, after they'd made love at Edelweiss, Penn had sensed that she was holding something back and she'd denied it. If Tom died now and Penn discovered that she might have prevented it, he would never forgive her. She might never forgive herself.
"Look!"
Jordan cried, pointing out the windshield. She hit the brakes and moved slowly into a dirt turnaround. 40 feet from the car, greenish-black water lay across the ground, and farther on, it led back into a forest of cypress knees and overhanging branches. They had found the swamp. Caitlin had Jordan drive almost to the water's edge and park. This was the place Toby Rambin had described to her. A rusted old school bus that had once been yellow protruded from the trees to her right. Dying kudzu vines lay across the bus like strangling ropes. Caitlin reached into her bag and pulled out the red bandana that Toby Rambin had requested she wear.
"Where's our poacher?"
Jordan asked, climbing out of the car. Caitlin shrugged and tied the bandana around her neck. Then she got out, her mind still on Walt's terrible revelation. The sulphurous stink of the swamp struck her with surprising force, filling her nose and lungs. She hadn't expected that noxious fume in the chilly weather, but then she had no experience of swamps. Jordan, on the other hand, was scanning the clearing like a professional surveyor.
"He was supposed to be here 15 minutes ago,"
Caitlin said.
"I've been in this situation 100 times, Jordan said. "I set up a guide to take me into a war zone, and he shows up 4 hours late, if at all." "Let's hope this isn't a war zone,"
Caitlin said, half under her breath. Jordan peered into the shadows under the distant trees.
"After all you told me about the bone tree, this feels like some kind of elephant graveyard thing." "After what we saw on the way in, an elephant wouldn't surprise me."
"Wait." Jordan cocked her head and held up her hand.
"Do you hear that?"
Caitlin listened hard, but she heard only birds and frogs.
"What is it?"
"Motorcycle. Was Rambin coming on a motorcycle?"
"I don't see how. He's supposed to bring a boat."
Jordan reached into the car and brought out a 9mm pistol. Caitlin could hear the motorcycle now. It was definitely coming toward them, probably on the same road they'd traveled. The whining engine rose and fell like a chainsaw cutting up a fallen tree, but soon the whine became constant and steadily ascended the scale. Then suddenly the cycle flashed out of the trees and skidded to a stop beside their vehicle. The rider wore a silver helmet, but he took it off immediately, revealing the face of a black boy who looked no older than 15. He jumped when he saw Jordan's pistol, but then he settled down as though accustomed to being around handguns.
"Which one of you's masters?"
he asked, his eyes curious.
"I am,"
Caitlin said, stepping up to him.
"How do you know my name?"
"Toby sent me." Caitlin cut her eyes at Jordan.
"Toby who?"
"Toby Rambin. Old Toby."
"Where's Toby himself?"
Caitlin asked. "He had to leave town." The boy smiled. "In a hurry." Jordan looked at Caitlin as if to say, "Didn't I tell you?"
"What are you doing here, then?"
Caitlin asked. The boy surveyed her from head to toe without shame. He seemed to like what he saw.
"Toby told me I should bring you something."
Jordan walked up to the boy.
"Hand it over, then."
The boy shook his head, his eyes on her pistol.
"Hold up now.
Toby said you got to pay first."
"How much?"
Caitlin asked.
"Toby say 1,000.
"Shit," Jordan scoffed.
"In your dreams? What are you selling?"
"Map," said the boy.
"Toby drawed you a map. He say what you looking for be marked with an X. All you need is a boat to find it."
Caitlin and Jordan shared a look.
"I was going to pay him 4 times that to guide me to the tree," Caitlin admitted. "But this is way short of that." $1,000 for a hand-drawn map?" Jordan asked.
The boy shrugged.
"That's what Toby said. He said if you don't pay, I should ride back to town and forget about all of it."
Caitlin took the fat bank envelope from her back pocket and stared at it. Inside were 40 $100 bills. The money meant nothing to her.
"Wait," Jordan said. "You have no way of knowing whether the map is real, even if he gives you one." "What choice do I have?"
"That's right," the boy said. "You gots to pay to play, right?"
"Not always,"
said a much deeper voice from somewhere out of sight. Jordan brought up her pistol with lightning speed, but neither she nor Caitlin saw a potential target. The boy's eyes had gone saucer-wide, and he started to bolt, but the voice stopped him where he stood.
"Dante Edwards, this is Deputy Carl Sims. If you try to run on that bike, I'll call your mama and have you in jail by noon. Now get off that thing and get the map out of your jacket if there is one. And you, put down that weapon, ma'am."
Caitlin nodded with excitement.
"Carl's a friend, a good friend. I called him last night to check out Toby. I forgot to tell you."
Jordan reluctantly laid the pistol on the car's front seat.
"Get off the bike, Dante," shouted the voice.
The boy shook his head, then got off the motorcycle and set its kickstand. Caitlin turned toward the sound of rustling undergrowth and saw a handsome young black man in a brown uniform step from behind the overgrown school bus. He looked about 25, and he grinned and waved at them to reassure them he was no threat.
"Carl!" she cried, running forward. "What are you doing here?"
Sims smiled and hugged her.
"Did you really think I'd let you meet some damned poacher down here without checking to be sure you were okay?"
A frightening thought hit Caitlin.
"You didn't call Penn, did you?"
"No, though I probably should have. I did just like you asked and quietly checked out Toby Rambin. But Toby's not exactly a sterling character. I figured I'd better make sure this little deal went through as planned, and it obviously didn't."
Jordan offered her hand to Carl, who shook it with a smile.
"This is Jordan Glass," Caitlin said. "She's a big-time photographer."
Carl's smile spread into a grin.
"Oh, I know the name. Proud to meet you," he said, shaking her hand again. "You were in Fallujah for a week when I was there."
"Army?" Jordan asked.
"Marine sniper."
Jordan smiled and stood easy.
"How about we take a look at this alleged map? I'm starting to feel like I'm stuck in Treasure Island."
Carl held out his hand, and Dante Edwards finally pulled a folded piece of paper from his inside jacket pocket. He handed it to Carl, who unfolded it. The map looked as if it had been drawn on a paper towel taken from a dispenser in a public restroom.
"Looks real to me,"
Carl said, studying curving lines that made Caitlin think of a child drawing with a crayon.
"This area here looks like the Valhalla hunting camp. And over here is the Federal Wildlife Refuge. Toby's got one of the game fences marked here about in the middle. And where this X is a deep stand of cypress. It's one of the thickest parts of the swamp and covered with water most all year round."
Caitlin nodded excitedly.
"That sounds like what we're looking for."
Carl gave her a penetrating look.
"I did what we talked about last night, but I didn't learn much. Nothing that would confirm a location."
On the phone last night, Carl had offered to have his father, a local pastor, discreetly question some members of his Athens Point congregation about the bone tree. Since the church was 100% African American, Caitlin had felt it was worth the risk to gain good information. But apparently Reverend Sims had learned little. Jordan poked her thumb at Dante Edwards, who was paying close attention to their conversation.
"Scoot," Carl ordered, "and forget you ever saw this map, or you'll be hauling ass out of town like Toby did, only you haven't got the money to do it."
The boy jumped back on the motorcycle and kick-started it, but Caitlin yelled, "Wait!" before he pulled on his helmet. As he watched impatiently, she took 5 $100 bills from the envelope and handed them over. A grin spread across the boy's face. He waited a half-second, then snatched the bills, stuffed them into his jacket, and tore out of the clearing with a scream of his engine.
"So, what now?" Jordan asked. "We don't have a boat."
Carl smiled, his white teeth gleaming in his coffee-colored face.
"I think I can probably do something about that."
"Such as?"
My man Danny McDavitt is doing a check ride in the LCSO chopper this morning. He could pick us up and have a look for Toby's ex for you.
Caitlin blinked in disbelief. Danny McDavitt was a retired Air Force pilot who flew the helicopter for the Lussahatchie County Sheriff's Department. She'd met him 2 months ago when the pilot had assisted Penn in fighting against the criminals operating the Magnolia Queen Casino. McDavitt had gone far beyond the call of duty to try to locate Caitlin after she'd been kidnapped by those men.
"Carl, are you serious?" she asked. "Would he help us today?"
Sure. Just let me call him.
You wouldn't have to tell Major McDavitt anything about what we're looking for, would you? I trust him, but this is a special case of secrecy. Not even Penn knows I'm here.
Carl nodded thoughtfully. I can play it off like I don't know myself.
Can you trust the Major to keep quiet about the search, at least for a few hours?
The deputy smiled. Danny is good people. You know that. He can keep a secret. Caitlin was sorely tempted, but the prospect of complications worried her.
But what if we find the bone tree?
Well, at that point it's going to become a law enforcement matter one way or another, isn't it?
Yes, but I'd like at least an hour there before we call anyone else in. And we'll have to call the FBI even if we call your sheriff as well. Would that put your job at risk?
That I don't know. For now, we'll chalk this flight up to hunting for marijuana fields. If we find that tree, maybe Danny and I will scoot and leave you two to report it.
Caitlin's pulse raced in anticipation of the hunt, but she also felt conflicted. If Tom's life was at risk, what was the point of searching the swamp for a tree? On the other hand, what could she really do to help find Tom? Walt had already told her she could do nothing. While Carl spoke to Danny, Caitlin tried to call Walt back, but her phone wouldn't work. When she checked the screen, it said no service.
Danny's coming, Carl said, drawing Caitlin's attention away from her trio.
I can't get a tower, Caitlin said. Do you have AT&T or Cellular South?
Carl grinned and tapped the radio on his collar.
Neither. I've got the Lussahatchie County Sheriff's Department radio net. I used a channel nobody monitors.
Caitlin's face fell.
Sorry, Carl said. Reception in this swamp is practically non-existent. You need to make a call?
She shrugged.
I don't feel good about taking off on this little jaunt if I can't monitor the situation back home. Penn's father.
The deputy's smile vanished.
I know. When we get to altitude, your phone will find a tower. Danny can make sure of it.
Jordan walked over and took Caitlin's hand.
It's your call. We can keep going, or we can head back to town and I'll go on to New Orleans.
Caitlin looked into the cypress trees and pressed down all guilt and doubt.
Screw it, she said. Let's go.
Forrest Knox sat on the elevated deck of a 5,000-square-foot lake house overlooking Lake Concordia, a steaming cup of chicory coffee and a cordless phone on the table before him. 5 miles away lay the Concordia Parish Courthouse complex, which held the sheriff's office and the jail, where Penn Cage and Sheriff Walker Dennis planned to interrogate Snake, Sonny, and 4 other double eagles. As soon as the eagles left Valhalla this morning, Billy had gratefully abandoned his babysitting job and flown himself back to his retreat at Toledo Bend, Texas. Forrest didn't want to take any chances on someone arresting his cousin. Only after Sheriff Walker Dennis had been removed from his position and the state police had taken over his duties would Forrest tell Billy to return to Mississippi. Forrest had sent no attorney to the CPSO. He wanted it to look as though the former double eagles meant to cooperate fully right up until the moment Sheriff Dennis was arrested by one of his own deputies. As soon as that was accomplished, Forrest would make contact with Penn Cage and find out whether or not there was a deal to be made. Now that he had the ultimate bargaining tool in his back pocket, in the form of Tom Cage, the son would have no option but to negotiate. Whether such negotiating would result in a deal remained an open question, since Forrest's real worry wasn't the mayor, but Cage's goddamned fiancée. He owed his knowledge of Mayor Cage's whereabouts to Sheriff Billy Byrd, who had assigned one of his deputies to follow Kirk Boiseau, the former Marine who'd accompanied Penn when he confronted Brodie Royal at the hospital on Wednesday night. At 6 a.m., that deputy had followed Boiseau to a house that turned out to be owned by the parents of an old schoolmate of Cage's. Boiseau and Cage had walked one circuit of the house, then had gone inside for 5 minutes, after which Boiseau returned home. A half-hour later, binocular surveillance had revealed the mayor's mother, as she'd briefly parted the curtains to look outside. Thankfully, rather than storming the house in search of Tom Cage, who he believed was hiding there, Sheriff Byrd had called Forrest about his discovery. He claimed to have done this out of a sense of obligation to a fellow officer who'd had one of his men murdered in the line of duty by Dr. Cage. Nevertheless, it had taken some creative manipulation for Forrest to persuade Byrd that no immediate action should be taken against that house. Forrest, of course, knew that Tom was currently on ice at the Royal Oil Field near Monterey, Louisiana, but he couldn't tell Billy Byrd that. Instead, he'd told the hyped-up sheriff that 2 plainclothes police officers had checked the Abrams house with infrared technology and determined that it contained only an adult woman and a juvenile female. This, and a promise to keep Byrd updated hourly, had proved sufficient to forestall a SWAT assault. Forrest looked down at the wrought iron patio table where a copy of the Natchez Examiner lay open. While yesterday's sensational stories had made no mention of him, today's main article had reported that Colonel Griffith McKeever was under fire for child pornography allegations and quoted an unnamed FBI source who claimed that McKeever's second-in-command might be behind those charges. A side article by Caitlin Masters suggested that dirty politics lay at the root of this scandal, and Masters had taken great pains to point out the connections between Forrest and his extended family, nearly all of whom had been members of the Ku Klux Klan, and some even suspected double eagles. Forrest had a feeling that Masters' FBI source was John Kaiser, the same agent who had drained the Jericho hole. He was starting to think he'd been behind the curve where that particular FBI agent was concerned. He needed a line into Kaiser's plans, and he had a good idea how to get one. As his coffee went cold, Forrest began to feel a little anxious. He'd expected the call informing him of Sheriff Dennis's arrest by 7 a.m., and it was 10 past now. The deputy in charge of the bust hadn't checked in since before 6. Forrest took out his cell phone and speed-dialed the moron. "Hunt here," said a country-ass voice.
"You know who this is?"
"Yes, sir."
"What's the holdup?"
"The sheriff's still in his house, Colonel. He's usually in his office by now and already drunk his morning coffee. I don't know what the holdup is. You want me to just knock on his door with the canine?" Deputy Hunt asked. "I could tell him we got an anonymous tip." Forrest looked at his watch.
"No, hell no. Maybe his wife decided to give it up this morning. Give him 10 more minutes."
"Yes, sir."
"Where are you parked? Can he see you?"
"I'm down the street in a friend's SUV. No markings. Sheriff won't recognize it."
"And you have backup?"
"Yes, sir. Parker and McGowan. They're out of sight, too."
"Okay. The questioning's going to start pretty soon over at the department, so 10 minutes is the limit. If he's not outside by then, bust him right in front of his family."
Hunt made a noise that sounded like a gulp.
"Are you up for this job, deputy?"
"Yes, sir. No problem."
"All right, then. If you see anything suspicious, call me. Otherwise, follow orders. Out."
Forrest hung up and looked out over the narrow lake. A glittering gold bass boat arrowed along the opposite shore, trailing a silver wake that rolled gently into the cypresses. He sipped his coffee, then held his hand high in greeting. Across the lake, the fisherman waved back. Chapter 50.
Penn, wake up.
My mother's face materializes above mine, only inches away. It takes a few moments for reality to assert itself, and longer for my sense of time to re-engage. Then I glance at my watch, and a rush of adrenaline blasts through me.
It's nearly 7. Did you oversleep?
I sit up in the bed, unintentionally giving my mother an accusatory look.
No,
she says purposefully. Of course she didn't. She's fully dressed, and I can smell coffee and bacon all the way from the first-floor kitchen. Undoubtedly, Annie is down there eating breakfast.
Then why didn't you wake me earlier?
Mom sits beside me on the bed, her brow knit with worry.
Are you sure you need to go question the Knoxes? You said there would be other law enforcement people there, the FBI even. Do they really need you?
Sheriff Dennis wants me there. I told you last night I needed to do this.
I know you did, but I have a bad feeling about it. I don't usually pay attention to that kind of thing, women's intuition and all that, but today is different. That Knox family is bad news. We lived 50 miles away from Faraday and never left the farm, but our men knew about Elam Knox. They kept their daughters home when he came around with his ratty old revival tent, and the apples apparently didn't fall far from the tree.
While she was speaking, my mind slipped back to the hotel room with Dwight Stone and Kaiser, and their surreal narrative played behind my eyes like a black-and-white sequel to JFK. At this point, there's nothing Mom could say that would stop me from keeping my appointment at the Concordia Parish Sheriff's Office. Mom, I have to go. It's that simple, and it's my best shot at helping Dad. Now, what do you think about sending Annie back to school?
It's a terrible idea. We're fine right here.
Are you sure it's not too much? I can have patrol cars watch the school. Chief Logan will do that for me. Mom actually snorts at this idea.
She's not half the trouble you were. She's staying right here.
All right. But I'm going to have Kirk Boiseau come over and sit with you.
Kirk Boiseau? Why not one of those policemen your father treated?
We need a different skill set than that. Kirk was a recon Marine. He can handle real trouble. Mom sighs as though this is unnecessary, but she doesn't argue further. As I power up my burn phone, a text pings through. It's from Sheriff Dennis, and it reads, I left a present at your house. O. I dropped the keys through the mail slot. See you at 7. The keys, I murmur. Then it hits me. The 4 O's in his text are meant to be the Audi rings. Walker found my S4.
What?
Asks Mom, looking worried.
Who found what?
I think Sheriff Dennis found my car.
Oh, I thought that was something about your father.
I shake my head. Wherever Dad's hiding, he's doing a good job. Her eyes betray both anxiety and satisfaction. Tell Annie I'll be down in 1 minute. Whipping the sheet off the bed, I wrap it around me and hurry into the bathroom. There's no time for a shower. Unless Walker Dennis ran into a problem I don't know about, sometime during the last hour he busted the senior surviving members of the Double Eagle group on meth trafficking charges. And if he did, then everybody who thought the shit hit the fan yesterday is going to have their mind blown today. Chapter 51.
Helicopter,
said Jordan Glass, cocking her ear to the wind.
Sounds like a jet ranger.
Caitlin spun around, scanning the tops of the cypress trees. She saw nothing but looming clouds in the gray morning sky, but Carl Sims was clearly impressed by this deduction, staring at Jordan with a mixture of curiosity and admiration. Caitlin heard nothing at first. Then she caught the whoop, whoop, whoop of rotor blades slicing the air. The sound grew steadily louder, and suddenly the engine was roaring and the chopper came in over the tree line, pointed straight at them.
Is that Danny McDavitt?
She asked. Who else? Carl pulled the women toward his truck as the Jet Ranger flared and settled into the dirt clearing in a roaring cloud of dust. Caitlin instinctively looked at Jordan for guidance, but the photographer was already running in a crouch toward the helicopter. She obviously knew that the most comfortable place in relation to a chopper was inside the machine, not out of it. Once Carl shut Caitlin inside and she put on the headset Danny McDavitt handed her, the noise dropped considerably. Danny was a handsome man with a craggy face, close-cropped steel-gray hair, and kind eyes that missed nothing. He was basically a more rugged version of John Kaiser. Pulling off her headset, Caitlin motioned for Jordan to do the same, then gave her a sanitized version of their pilot's personal history, taking care to leave out a few details that had become the feast of local gossips some time ago. She described Danny as a retired Air Force major and decorated veteran of Afghanistan who'd married the widow of a local physician. Jordan looked as if she wanted to ask for more details, but Carl was signaling that they should put their headsets back on.
"I appreciate you helping us out, Major,"
Caitlin said into her headset. "All we're doing is a routine marijuana crop search," Danny said with a wink in his voice. "No thanks necessary."
"Can we sit down and pick some if we find any?"
Jordan asked. Carl Sims laughed, then leaned between the seats and double-checked that both women were strapped in. Satisfied, he nodded to McDavitt, who pushed forward on the collective and lifted the bird into the air. Long shafts of sunlight streamed down through breaks high in the clouds, but there was a gray wall to the east.
"Do you think it's going to rain?"
Caitlin asked. "In an hour or two," Danny said. "If you go into the swamp today, you're going to get wet." Carl handed Danny the map and pointed at it, probably at the X, Caitlin figured. Danny nodded and banked to the west. Caitlin saw patches of grassy land between the cypresses below, and spooked game ran everywhere. At least 30 deer burst from cover as they roared over a dense thicket, followed by enormous black animals that looked like giant hogs. "They hunt those damn pigs from horses at Valhalla," said Carl, "with spears. Some of them weigh 800 pounds. Caitlin was going to ask Carl about Valhalla, which she'd read about in Henry Sexton's notebooks, but Danny said, "Carl's just jealous. The farmers around here pay him to shoot those hogs at night with his sniper rifle to keep them from eating their crops. Every one a hunter gets is less money in his pocket." "True enough," Carl admitted.
"Hey, look!"
Jordan cried, pointing down at a wide circle of water. Caitlin saw an old man in a green John boat staring up at them with what appeared to be shock and even fear on his face.
"What's he doing?"
Jordan asked. Carl laughed. "That's Mose Tyler. He's a local fisherman, a little like your man Toby Rambin. I think we surprised Mose setting out a treble hook trot line, which is illegal in these waters. He probably thinks we're game and fish wardens. He doesn't see so good anymore." Danny ascended 100 feet and left the fisherman in peace. Caitlin was about to ask Carl about Valhalla and the Knox family when Carl said, "I asked my daddy about that story you told me last night, about a black woman from Athens Point who got raped out in the swamp. He'd heard a little about it, but he knew another preacher who knew the details."
"What's this about?" Jordan asked. "You didn't tell me this, did you?"
Caitlin shook her head. "A brother from down here married a colored girl from Chicago back in the early 60s, Carl said. She was real light-skinned, so light that some folks around here thought she was white. Well, for a while it wasn't nothing but dirty looks and such. But in 1963, the Klan took notice. One night they kidnapped the couple from their house. They blindfolded them and put them in boats and took them out to this cypress that the old-timers call the Bone Tree." Caitlin felt as though her body temperature had dropped 20 degrees. Why had Carl mentioned the Bone Tree? Was he simply passing on a shocking story that his father had learned last night, confident that McDavitt wouldn't suspect any connection to their present search? Or had Carl already told the pilot what they were really after? "They tied the husband to the tree and started beating him with bean poles," Carl went on. "They beat him bad.
And while it was going on, they started hollering things. Well, the wife finally figured out they were beating her man for marrying a white woman. She started yelling that they were making a mistake, but the Klan boys wouldn't listen. Finally, she's trying to tear them off her husband, screaming, "He ain't done nothing wrong. I'm a nigger too. I'm a nigger too."
Jesus, Jordan breathed. That really happened?
Not 5 miles from where we are, if this map is right. And after they tired of beating the husband, they raped the wife. All of them. The husband ended up dying. And believe it or not, they dumped the woman on the road. They'd beat her too, and she had no idea where she'd been. And, of course, the sheriff at that time had no interest in pursuing that crime. Since it turned out that the woman was black, the law didn't even see it as a crime. Not the unwritten law, anyway, which was the only one that mattered back then.
Caitlin suddenly felt dislocated from her surroundings. Does your father know where we can find this woman?
Cal's helmet shook back and forth. I don't think he'll tell you.
Why not?
The woman's pastor says she has no idea who attacked her, and more important, no idea where that tree was.
Caitlin? Jordan asked over the headset. Are you okay?
I'm sorry if I was too coarse, Carl said. I forgot about... well...
Caitlin held up her hand to reassure the deputy, but she knew the gesture wouldn't help Carl. Deputy Sims had been guarding her when she was kidnapped only months ago, and though Caitlin hadn't been raped herself, she had been forced to listen while a woman separated from her by only a thin partition had been repeatedly violated. Caitlin took out her trio. It showed 1 bar. She'd received 8 text messages since leaving Natchez, but all were from employees of the Examiner. None from Walt Garrity, and none from Penn either. A wave of guilt made her face flush. Should she try to call him? If she did, what could she say? That last night she'd had the power to send Penn to his father's side, but now it was too late, and Tom might well be dead? No. Looking across the chopper's deck, she saw Jordan studying her with deep concern. The photographer's eyebrows went up in a silent question. Are you okay? Caitlin shoved the trio back into her pocket and looked out the chopper's window again. There was a lot more water than earth beneath them now, and McDavitt seemed to have slowed their forward speed quite a bit. After a few seconds, Caitlin realized he was following a game fence that zigzagged between the trees. Somewhere not far away, she realized, stood the tree where Jimmy Revels and numberless others had died, where a woman she did not know had watched her husband beaten to death, and where Frank Knox might have hidden the key to the assassination of a president. The Bone Tree. Exchanging the musty old city sedan for my Audi S4 was like climbing into a speedboat after poling a raft for 2 days. As I drove west toward the Mississippi River Bridge, my mind downshifted into the automatic mode I learned first as a law student and then a prosecutor. While I don't have a photographic memory, I do have an uncanny ability to retain blocks of text, particularly when presented in the form of cases or reports. The assessment of the Knoxes John Kaiser emailed me last night is a perfect example. Because it was filled with detail that might be useful in today's interrogations, my brain recorded it as accurately as a tape recorder, despite my fatigue. Kaiser didn't write in the sterile, jargon-heavy prose of an FBI report, but the language of a personal journal. I suspect he developed this habit during his stint in the Investigative Support Unit, which focuses heavily on human psychology and cares little about the formality of the rules-based bureaucracy of which it's nominally a part. So far as I can discover, the root of the Knox pathology begins with Frank Knox's grandfather, Nathan Bedford Forrest Knox. Nathan was an abusive sociopath who fought in the Spanish-American War. He took scalps during the fighting in Cuba and probably murdered several people in the decades afterward. Nathan had 2 sons,
Nathan Jr., killed at Bellow Wood in 1918, and Elam, who fathered Frank and Snake. Nathan Jr. took some German scalps before he was killed, for which he received only minor discipline. Elam Knox became a lay preacher, a sometime farmer and trapper, a wife-beater, and a child abuser. He was decorated for bravery during World War I, and his army record notes that he was a savage trench fighter. There are no records of trophy-taking by Elam Knox, but he probably carried on the tradition, because the practice showed up in both his sons, and with a vengeance. Elam's son Frank was probably sexually abused by his father. He was beaten often and had a generally violent childhood. Frank led a life of petty crime, had constant run-ins with the police, yet he never spent more than a night in jail. There were burglaries, probable rapes, and countless assaults. Frank was ejected from several high school football games for fighting. He was about to be charged with rape when World War II came along. The local authorities were so glad to be rid of him, they let him enlist in the Marines. Not even the victim's family complained. Frank was sent to the Pacific along with schoolmates Glenn Morehouse and Sonny Thornfield, and there he flowered. Frank was a born killer, and there was plenty to be done on the islands. The more brutal the soldier, the better his officers liked him, and Frank Knox had no equal. He racked up medals faster than most men did blisters on their feet. But Frank didn't merely take human trophies, as his father and grandfather had. He started a business selling them to the merchant marine. He and his buddies would bleach the skulls of Japanese soldiers they'd killed and sell them to sailors for a hefty profit. They also carved trinkets out of other bones, made bracelets out of teeth, took ears, cut off foreskins, anything that would sell. Snake Knox was 8 years younger than his brother and consequently served in Korea. Part of the time he spent as a sniper, but Snake also fought hand-to-hand. His army record contains several notes about one-man incursions he made behind the Chinese lines. One night a foxhole buddy told Snake he was getting frostbite because his boots couldn't keep out the cold. That night, Snake sneaked through the Chinese lines and brought back a pair of boots with the feet still in them. He said he'd left the feet in to keep the leather warm. Given this history, it's no surprise that when the Knoxes turned their hands to racial violence, they would use the same tactics they'd employed in Asia. The mutilation of Jimmy Revels and Luther Davis by removal of their service tattoos is a particularly egregious example, but the Knoxes employed torture against multiple victims, and even against whites who they felt had betrayed them. Frank Knox's second son, Forrest, became the first Knox to conceal his savage nature under a mask of refinement. But evidence of the Knox pathology abounds during Forrest's younger years, particularly while he served as a LRRP in Vietnam. While most LRPs living behind enemy lines avoided contact and reported on enemy movements, Forrest did the opposite. If he thought the odds were remotely in his favor, which might mean 24 VC regulars against a 6-man LRRP team, he would either set up an ambush and take them out, or follow the VC patrol and pick them off one by one. A few of his men complained, but any soldier who showed initiative and upped the body count was protected in Vietnam. Forrest gave Mac V intel they couldn't get any other way, and several superiors misused his unit as a hunter-killer team, a not uncommon occurrence with LRRP units, which had a 400-to-1 kill ratio. The classic Knox pathology was revealed in a killing ritual Forrest observed in combat. He carried a bag of Kennedy half-dollars in his ruck and always left a coin on his dead enemy's forehead. Pretty soon the VC in his area believed some kind of ghost or demon was operating there. Command didn't think the coins were particularly crazy. It beat cutting off ears. Of course, the Army brass couldn't know that the JFK coin was the talisman of the younger Double Eagle group members back in the States. Not that they would have cared.
A loud thunk startles me as my Audi ramps up onto the westbound bridge and the river opens 100 feet beneath me, spreading right and left like a broad valley filled with liquid bronze. Suddenly, the horizon is miles away rather than a few hundred yards, and the effect is like gulping cold water. I'm tempted to call Walker Dennis and find out whether he's actually busted the Double Eagles for the planted methamphetamine, but I can't take the chance. If anyone is monitoring his calls, I could find myself tied to a serious felony. With an impatient sigh, I force myself to focus on the remainder of Kaiser's psychological assessment. I can wait 5 minutes to find out whether Snake Knox and Sonny Thornfield are about to be facing mandatory 30-year sentences. If they are, I won't need to try to take them apart by applying pressure to well-hidden emotional cracks. I'll have a legal bludgeon that would pucker the sphincter of a hardened con. God, let that be the case. Walt drove slowly past the Bouchard Lake House for the second time. The GPS tracker had shown this as Forrest Knox's current location, a fact supported by the state police cruiser parked beside a Mercedes convertible at the end of the home's long driveway. Walt paid more attention to the house on this second pass. Though 2 stories tall, the structure appeared long and low. The modern design stood out strongly from the ranch houses and A-frames that dotted the shore on this side of Lake Concordia, especially its metal-clad walls, which gleamed in the winter sun. The name Bouchard had been painted in a festive script on a sign below the mailbox, which was the custom along this lake. Walt cursed McKeever for the 100th time for not bugging the interior of Knox's cruiser. He wished he'd done it himself. If he had, then he would already know where Tom was being held, or at least his final fate. If he was damned lucky, it might turn out Knox was holding him inside this luxury retreat. Since trees obscured his view of the Bouchard house, he shifted his gaze to the house next door. It was a typical ranch-style suburban built on a lot so narrow it didn't have a carport. Walt felt a rush of hope as he saw there were no vehicles parked at that house. An ideal observation post if ever I saw one, he thought, slowing to turn. Chapter 52. By the time Forrest's phone rang again, he sensed that something was wrong. He wasn't sure what it might be, but he never doubted his intuition. As soon as he answered, he heard the high-pitched voice of panic in Deputy Hunt's voice. "Calm down, son," Forrest said. "What happened?" "There's no stash under the sheriff's house." "Bullshit," Forrest said, his mind speeding through possibilities. Who the hell would have the nerve to rip off crystal meth from cops? "You must have missed it. Talk to whoever planted it." "I planted it. That's how I know. It's gone. All 4 bags. Forrest thought about this. "How is that possible? Could anybody have seen you plant it?" "No, sir. No way. It was pitch black." "Somebody had to. What about Dennis himself?" "He was 20 miles away." "Where is he now?" "He left for work 10 minutes ago. His wife and kid left at the same time." "Was anybody with you when you planted it?" "Kyle Allard drove me." "Then Allard's got it." "I don't think so, Colonel. Kyle ain't crazy, and he knows he'd be crazy to cross you." "Either Allard's got it, or he warned Dennis about it." "Due respect, sir? No way. Kyle hates the sheriff." "Will you talk to him, then? Tell him if he doesn't come clean, I'll have Captain Ozen cut it out of him. You hear me?" "Yes, sir. Loud and clear. But this don't make no damn sense." Forrest hung up and speed-dialed Claude Devereaux at his home in Vidalia. The phone rang 6 times, and then an answering machine picked up. Forrest listened to the old lawyer's oily voice and waited for the beep. "Claude, this is Forrest. If you don't call me back within 5 minutes, I'll make sure you spend the few years you have left handling death row appeals pro bono from your cell in Angola. Have a nice day." Forrest hung up. 20 seconds later, Devereaux returned the call.
"Jesus," said the Cajun. "You don't have to get my blood pressure up like that. Take a goddamn pill, Claude. I need you to get down to the CPSO and advise some clients who are about to be questioned."
"You mean Snake and Sonny and the others?"
"That's right. But I thought you had that taken care of." "I do. You're my secret weapon."
Devereaux muttered under his breath.
"Are they in custody?" "I don't know. Doesn't matter. Shit, Forrest. The damned FBI's in town. And this isn't 1964. What are you getting me into?" "You scared, Claude? You used to laugh at the FBI.
30 years ago, I was young and stupid. Those sons of bitches have more power now than they ever did under Hoover. If the FBI is in on this questioning, I might need a lawyer myself. And the tide has turned against loudmouths like Snake Knox, in case you hadn't noticed."
"Stop flapping your gums and get over there, Claude. You don't have a choice."
After some grumbling, Devereaux said, All right. I suppose I can."
"That tone doesn't inspire confidence."
"Forrest Christ, I'm too old for this."
"The alternative is worse, I promise you."
Forrest was pretty sure Devereaux had stopped breathing.
"You getting your tie on, Claude?"
"As we speak."
"Call me with a report soon as you can."
"I will. Let me get going." Forrest hung up, then blew out a rush of air. He didn't like it when things didn't go according to plan. It had been years now since anyone had dared to challenge him directly, but Penn Cage, John Kaiser, and Walker Dennis seemed to be intent on doing just that. He wondered whether Claude Devereaux still had the stones to handle adversaries of that caliber. Claude had been a slick operator in the old days, as connected as anybody in Louisiana. He'd kept many a sticky-fingered politician out of prison, from sitting governors to U.S. senators. But Penn Cage was an accomplished attorney with a stellar record as a prosecutor, and Forrest didn't like the fear he'd heard in the old man's voice. A disturbing thought struck him. What if Devereaux didn't even go to the sheriff's office? What if he tried to rabbit? Then it would be up to Snake to handle whatever surprise those 3 Boy Scouts had cooked up for the Double Eagles. The more Forrest thought about this, the surer he became that he wasn't the only one who'd arranged a surprise for today. He got up from the table, tossed the dregs of his coffee over the deck rail, and speed-dialed Alphonse Ozen. Deputy Hiram Hunt had phoned Colonel Knox from underneath Sheriff Dennis's house, and he was still there, checking for the 9th or 10th time to be sure he wasn't mistaken about the crystal meth. But he knew he wasn't. He'd duct-taped the trash bag containing the packets between 2 floor joists right where the return air duct descended from the living room floor. Now, nothing remained but the residue of the duct tape. Hunt could feel the tacky glue on his fingertips. Could some scavenging animal like a raccoon have taken the bag? Possibly, but an animal would have ripped it open on the spot to discover whether it contained any food. "Shit fire," Hunt muttered, knowing his life was on the line. Pocketing his flashlight, he scrabbled backward out from under the house, emerging near the air-conditioning unit. He hoped to God that Kyle Allard knew something about the missing meth, because if he didn't, that red-boned bastard Ozen would probably kill him trying to squeeze out the truth. As Hunt straightened up, he figured he could wait 2 minutes to call Allard. He wanted to get away from the sheriff's house before any neighbors saw him. If something had gone wrong, the last thing he needed was Sheriff Dennis asking what he'd been doing under his house that morning. Hunt strode around the corner, then stopped cold. Walker Dennis stood there with another deputy, a recent hire named Wilkins, a kid fresh out of the Marines.
"What's up, Hiram?"
asked the sheriff, a strange glint in his eyes.
"You lost?"
No, sir."
"Well?"
"I was just looking for you, sir. We, got an anonymous tip that there was some drugs under your house.
We knew it was bullshit, of course, but we figured somebody ought to crawl under there so we could say we'd checked it out.
I see. Who's we, Hiram?
Oh, Randy, I think.
Randy Frey wasn't on the Knox payroll, but he was stupid, and the sheriff might believe the deputy was lying if he denied it. Sheriff Dennis gave Wilkins some kind of head signal, and the new guy drew his pistol and covered Hunt with it.
Hey, now,
Hunt said nervously.
What's going on?
Sheriff Dennis smiled, but the look in his eyes made Hunt's bowels shift.
You're going to get plenty of time to answer that question, Hiram. Yes, sir. Now hand me your weapon.
Listen, Sheriff...
Hand it over!
With shaking hands, Hunt drew his weapon with his thumb and forefinger and passed it butt first to the sheriff. Dennis looked down at it, then grimaced and handed the weapon to the new guy. Hunt was trying to think of something intelligent to say, but nothing came to him.
Give me your phones, Dennis ordered. All of them.
Hunt unclipped the departmental cell phone from his belt. Then, after some hesitation, he removed the StarTAC burn phone from his trouser pocket. It had been his only safe link to Forrest Knox, and now it might just hang him. Dennis snatched the StarTAC from his hand.
Cuff him, Wilkins. Hands behind your back, Hiram.
Hunt felt tears in his eyes.
Sheriff, please.
Walker Dennis drove his fist into Hiram's gut, driving every bit of air out of his lungs. He doubled over, tried to keep his feet, then collapsed on the sheriff's lawn. He felt the new guy cuffing his wrists behind him. Then Dennis's hot breath in his ear.
This is my home, you cocksucker. The bastards you work for killed my cousin and 2 fine deputies, unlike you. You think about that while you're riding to where you're going.
You're taking me to jail?
Hunt asked, gasping for breath.
Oh, no,
said the sheriff in a strange voice.
We're way past that now, Hiram. Yes, sir.
Walt Garrity was scanning the Bouchard Lake House through a 10-powered loopholed scope when his burn phone rang. After more than a dozen attempts to reach Griffith McKeever, the man had finally called him back. Walt set down the scope and answered the phone.
Tell me you've got something with that video,
Walt said, skipping the small talk.
I'm trying,
McKeever said.
I'm having a hell of a time getting anybody to meet with me. Those damned kiddie porn accusations have made me toxic. No government official wants to have anything to do with me. Most won't even take my calls.
You can always take it to the media yourself, Walt suggested, or scare the hell out of Knox with it.
Hell, I haven't even ID'd the men in it yet.
Have you tried?
I'm working on it, Walt.
Work faster, damn it. There's a lot more than your reputation on the line, or the image of the state police.
I hear you.
Walt was about to give his old comrade a stern dose of reality when an F-150 pickup swerved into the driveway of the Bouchard Lake House and rolled toward the built-in garage. I'll call you later, Walt said, dropping the phone and picking up the scope again. He sighted in on the driver as the Ford passed and recognized Alphonse Ozen behind the wheel. So, the servant had come to the master. Walt saw no passengers in the truck, but when the garage door rose and swallowed the F-150, he began to worry that Tom might be lying on the back seat, on the floor, or even wrapped in a rug in the truck bed. He had to get closer to that house. Forrest stood stiffly on the lake house deck and stared down at the cell phone he used to talk to the moles he maintained in various parishes around the state. Hiram Hunt should have called back by now. Forrest needed to know what was going on. Something told him not to try to reach Hunt, but that didn't mean he shouldn't try one of his other sources in Walker Dennis's department. Yet Forrest continued to stare at the phone without touching it. He almost felt as though the device had been turned against him somehow, that the tool he used so often to spy on others now made him vulnerable to attack. As Forrest stared, the cell phone began to ring. His heartbeat skittered, then stabilized. Odds were this was Hunt calling to report that he'd discovered the fate of the planted methamphetamine. The phone rang again. Out on the lake, another bass boat skated by with a mid-range growl, but Forrest's eyes remained locked on the cell phone. He made no move to answer it. Chapter 53. I pull into the motor pool bay of the Sheriff's Department, which is located beneath the western end of the Concordia Parish Courthouse. As I show my ID to a mustached deputy at the basement entrance, I notice a large number of inmates being held in fenced pens beyond the parked cruisers. The pens have a makeshift look, and most of the men inside are wearing street clothes. "Who are those guys?" I ask. "Trustees about to go to work on the highway?" "No," says the deputy. "Most of 'em are the meth cookers and mules we hit yesterday, the ones who ain't made bail. Some we just busted this morning. They're waiting for their initial appearance upstairs. This circus could take all damn day." "Why are they out here in those pens?" "The Fed upstairs wanted the jail empty except for the boys they're going to question up there." "The Fed upstairs? Do you mean Agent John Kaiser?" "Kaiser. Yeah, that's him." "Is he with Sheriff Dennis?" "No, the sheriff ain't made it in yet." I check my watch, trying to mask my worry. If Dennis's plan was to plant meth on the Eagles before this interrogation, then there could be a lot of bad reasons he's not here yet. Have the men he's going to question shown up? "Not that I know of." Shit. Sheriff Dennis told me he was going to be here 15 minutes ago, if not earlier. "He usually is, and we need him this morning." The deputy hands me back my ID, and I walk up the staircase beyond the door. The staircase terminates in an open-plan office. About half the desks are empty, but at the one nearest the front sits a young deputy with the burly build of a baseball player. Unlike the pot-bellied deputy down in the motor pool, this guy looks like the 21st century version of the Southern lawman. He has strapping forearms and wears a mustache and goatee trimmed nearly to the skin, with a baseball-style Sheriff's Department SWAT cap pulled low over his blue eyes. Far behind him, I see a steel security door that leads to the cell block, and to the right of that, the mahogany door that Henry and I walked through to visit Sheriff Dennis on Tuesday morning. "Morning, Mayor," says the young deputy, half rising to his feet and offering his hand. "Spanky Ford. I used to watch you play ball with Drew Elliott when I was a kid. St. Stephen's had a hell of a team in those days." I walk up and shake his hand, which is thickly padded with muscle. "That was a long time ago, Deputy. Call me Spanky. Why hasn't the sheriff gotten in yet?" Ford's smile disappears. "Not sure. He called about an hour ago and told me he might be late. Told me to put Snake Knox and his geriatric buddies in the jail dining room till he got here." My scalp tightens. "Are they here now?" "Yes, sir. I'll put 'em right where the sheriff said." This actually brings me some relief, though I'm not sure it's justified. "Did they bring a lawyer?" "No, sir. None so far." "No sign of Claude Devereaux." Spanky Ford laughs. "Man, I ain't seen old Claude in here for 2-3 years at least. He stays drunk out at the lake or drives up to the casinos for high-stakes poker." "Where's Agent Kaiser?" The smile vanishes again, and Ford's eyes go hard. "In the sheriff's private office. He's acting like he owns the damn place." I nod in sympathy. Feds are the same all over. I'll go make sure he's not rifling through Walker's files. "Good idea." A lot of eyes follow me as I cross the office to the mahogany door, but I don't return anyone's gaze. When I open the door, John Kaiser looks up as if I'm exactly the person he expected to see. "Morning, Mayor," he says. "Your fiancée had quite a few interesting stories in her paper this morning." Kaiser doesn't look like he got much sleep after our intensive session with Dwight Stone last night. "I'll tell her you enjoyed them."
I wouldn't say that. What I'd say is that she seems to have a lot of information that I don't. I think she's been holding back on me.
Seeing Kaiser behind Sheriff Dennis's desk is like seeing a trim, combat-blooded colonel take over the desk of a heavy-set captain at a stateside army post. When I first saw Walker in that chair, he looked like he'd be happy not to have to get out of it often. Kaiser looks like he could organize and implement a Rhine crossing at a moment's notice.
Sheriff Dennis is AWOL, he says. Any idea where he might be?
None. By the way, thanks for emailing me that assessment of the Knox family. Kaiser ignores this.
I also find it odd that with 6 double eagles waiting patiently in the jail dining room to be questioned, we haven't seen hide nor hair of an attorney. Doesn't that strike you as odd?
A little.
It could only mean one of 2 things. 1, Snake and his crew have nothing to hide, which we know is absurd. Or they don't really expect to be questioned today. And so far as I know, the only person who could guarantee that outcome is Sheriff Walker Dennis, who appears to be missing.
If you think Dennis is going to lift a finger to help Forrest Knox, you're crazy. He blames Knox for killing a family member, not to mention 2 deputies yesterday morning.
Then where is he?
I glance at my watch. I guess time will tell.
You know exactly where he is, don't you?
No, I don't. I sit in one of the chairs opposite Walker's desk. I thought you were going to skip this little party, John.
The more I thought about it, the more certain I became that I couldn't afford to.
Why's that?
Because if the double eagles are going to be questioned, I should be the person doing it. You have no legal authority here, and between Walker Dennis and myself, I'm the more experienced interrogator by far.
Didn't I tell you that Dennis deputized me? Special Deputy Penn Cage. I even get a 10-star. Kaiser rolls his eyes.
Well, as soon as Marshal Dennis gets finished at the Long Branch or wherever he is, we need to sort out a batting order for these interrogations, if they absolutely must happen.
John, you won't talk Walker out of questioning these guys. Kaiser reflects on this for a few seconds, then veers in a new direction.
Dwight landed in Colorado about midnight last night.
When does he go under the knife? Or has he already?
He should have, but his blood pressure was too high. If they can get it down, they're going to cut on him this afternoon.
I shake my head, seeing no point in belaboring Stone's plight.
Yesterday's trip probably pushed that pressure up, Kaiser says, but he has no regrets. He told me to tell you it meant a lot for you to listen to him last night.
I wish I could have told him more. Kaiser shrugs.
We'll learn the truth eventually, if you guys don't blow it today. But I doubt Dwight will live to hear it.
The bang of a door down the hall makes us both turn toward it. 4 seconds later, it flies open, and Spanky Ford comes in with wide eyes. For a moment, I'm afraid he's about to tell us that Sheriff Dennis has been killed. You guys got to clear the office. Sheriff's back.
And?
Kaiser asks.
You look like the president just got shot.
Before Ford can answer, I hear the swell of excited male voices. As Kaiser and I look at each other, heavy boots pound up the hall. Walker Dennis pushes in behind Deputy Ford, his red face grinning, his big hands holding a Ziploc bag taped into a tight brick.
You like my office, Kaiser?
He asks with almost electric good humor.
I needed some privacy,
Kaiser says warily, his eyes on the bag. Dennis laughs like a man who no longer has to care what other men think. At least 4 deputies crowd the hall beyond the door.
What's that in your hand? Kaiser asks.
You noticed that, huh? This, my federal friend, is 480 grams of crystal methamphetamine. Enough to put a man in Angola prison until his curly hairs turn gray, if they ain't already.
Where did you find it?
Dennis's grin is so wide it looks painful.
This particular bag came from underneath Snake Knox's house. I found more just like it under the houses of Sonny Thornfield, Billy Knox, and 2 other double eagles.
My heart thumps at this last revelation. I told Walker not to try to plant anything at Billy Knox's house, since it's probably monitored by armed security, or at least cameras. That thought of digital cameras recording Sheriff Dennis's felonious mission sends my heart into overdrive. But for now, I have to roll with the punches.
This is a joke, right?
Kaiser says, looking back and forth between us. I shrug in feigned ignorance. The sheriff's grin has disappeared. He looks back into the corridor and motions for his men to get back to work. Then, with deadly calm, he says,
"What do you mean, a joke?"
Kaiser doesn't shrink from his stare.
Yesterday you guys had virtually nothing on the double eagles. Today you find matching evidence bombs on the 3 perps you'd most love to nail? I'd say that's more than convenient.
Dennis takes an ominous step forward, and I step between him and the desk. Kaiser is right, of course. Dennis is guilty of planting evidence, but no human being is more self-righteous than one who's been caught committing a crime.
"Sometimes a pitch just breaks the right way,"
Walker says, trying to regain his equanimity.
At exactly the right time,
Kaiser asks, a mocking tone in his voice. Dennis draws himself up a couple of inches.
"This ain't none of your business, Mr. Kaiser. We local yokels have got this one under control. Why don't you get back to draining ponds or whatever your main business is?"
Kaiser looks to me for help, but I'm not inclined to give him any. This meth bust gives us irresistible leverage against the Knoxes, who would otherwise be uncrackable as a unit. After taking several seconds to collect himself, Kaiser says,
"Sheriff, I'm sorry if I was out of line, but these cases involve some of the most important unsolved crimes in this country, and if any overzealousness on the part of law enforcement endangers the convictions we might otherwise get, that would be a tragedy for a lot of people."
The stubbornness in Dennis's face looks almost bovine. Kaiser isn't going to change this man's mind.
"What exactly are you suggesting I do?"
Dennis asks at length.
"Don't arrest the Eagles for those drugs. Not yet, anyway. Let me talk to them. They came in voluntarily. They're feeling cocky. So far, they don't even have an attorney present. We have a lot of information that they don't know we possess, and we might learn a lot that could help our cause. But if you arrest them for that meth, they're going to lawyer up, and it'll be a very long time before we learn anything that could help anybody."
Kaiser looks at me again.
"I include Dr. Cage in that."
It was a good try, but he can't sell me. Not with the Knoxes holding almost all the cards. Dennis is watching me for some kind of signal. When Kaiser looks back at him, I give my head an almost imperceptible shake.
"I'm sorry, Mr. Kaiser,"
Dennis says.
"but I didn't lose good men just to shoot at the hump. I'm arresting those bastards right here and now."
Kaiser raises his hands to protest, but Dennis is already yelling down the hall for some men. When they come running, he tells them to draw their weapons. Kaiser and I follow this hyped-up posse down the narrow paneled hall to a small dining room where the double eagles are waiting. By the time I stand on tiptoe and get a look into the room, I see pure shock on the faces of the 6 old men gathered inside. This is clearly the last thing they expected to happen.
"Sonny Thornfield," Dennis says loudly, "Snake Knox, you are under arrest for possession of and trafficking in crystal methamphetamine. You other boys are under arrest on suspicion of conspiracy to traffic in methamphetamine. And I'll tell you this right now. The first son of a bitch to come clean with me gets to walk, but the rest are gonna die on Angola Farm."
Snake Knox looks defiant, but several other pairs of eyes widen in fear.
"Get off your asses and hold out your hands," Dennis shouts. "Now, by God, I ain't got all day." I want a telephone, Snake says calmly. I want a blowjob from Angie Dickinson, Walker replies. Don't mean I'm getting it.
You've got to give him a phone call, Kaiser says from behind us. Dennis barks out an abrupt laugh.
Thank God you boys got the FBI looking after you, Snake. Next best thing to the ACLU. I bet you never figured the Bureau would be picking up your slack, did you?
Fuck you, Dennis, Snake growls. You're a dead man. You and yours, boy.
Sheriff Dennis crosses the room in 2 bounds and seizes Snake Knox by the throat with one hand. Snake tries a judo chop on the sheriff's massive forearm, but his blow barely leaves a pink mark on the muscle.
You can threaten me all day long, scum, Dennis says softly, backing Snake against the wall. But if you threaten my family again, you'll be eaten through a straw the rest of your life, if you live.
Snake's eyes bore into the sheriff's with no fear in them at all. For a moment, they almost seemed to have the vertical irises of his reptilian namesake. In a raspy whisper, he says,
Both your boys, dipshit. And your old lady, too. Though that'd be a mercy fuck from what I've seen.
Walker Dennis closes his hand like a man crushing a beer can. Snake's eyes bulge, and his face goes red, then purple.
Sheriff! Yells Kaiser. Release that man!
2 deputies bolt forward and try to pull their boss's crushing hand from Snake's throat, but they can't do it. The old crop duster's eyes have gone glassy. One deputy holds his nightstick over his boss's head as a last resort, but Dennis finally comes to his senses and releases Knox.
Throw that fucker in the drunk tank,
Dennis says, stumping toward us with blood in his eye.
Put Thornfield in there with him. Process the rest and put him in the main cell block. We'll separate them later.
What about that phone call? Kaiser asks.
Fuck him,
Dennis mutters, walking past the FBI agent without even a glance.
And fuck you too. Stay out of my way.
After 20 minutes of flying over the Lussahatchee swamp, Caitlin realized that hunting for the bone tree in a boat would have taken weeks without a guide like Toby Rambin. From 500 feet in the air, the swamp appeared vastly larger than it had on Google Earth, which Caitlin had used to scan the terrain this morning. The cypress forest seemed endless, and the thick undergrowth was caught in the transition from fall to winter, an uncertain process in the south. Though it was late December, a lot of green still dotted the landscape below, and a greenish-brown scum floated at the edge of the black water between the big trees. Caitlin now understood why Henry and the FBI had not found the bone tree during their relatively brief searches. With 500,000 trees between the east and west borders of the swamp, the odds of finding a single one by pure luck were practically zero.
The X on your map, Danny McDevitt said over the headset, appears to lie in the borderland between the Federal Wildlife Preserve and the private hunting club in this area. Some of it's disputed borderland.
What do you mean, disputed? Jordan asked.
I've always heard that fence down there is in the wrong place, Danny replied. Some say the hunting club fenced in more land than they own, but they claim they actually own more than they've fenced. I've never heard of any litigation over it, though. Too many senators hunt at that place.
Caitlin figured this was her chance. Have either of you hunted at the Valhalla camp?
I went once, Carl said. Sheriff Ellis took me. He's tight with the people who own it.
The Knoxes? Caitlin asked as casually as she could.
That's right, said Danny. Some of them are old Klansmen, but one is a big dog in the state police. I think that Brody Royal was a member, the one who died last night.
Caitlin wondered if Danny knew that she'd been in the room when Henry Sexton immolated the old multimillionaire. Of course he did. That would have been the talk of the county this morning, and certainly the sheriff's department.
I didn't care for the place, Carl said. Big surprise.
Danny cracked. "You're definitely the wrong color."
"Yeah. The sheriff only took me over there to show those assholes he's got the best rifle shot in the state on his payroll."
Caitlin looked over at Jordan, who was gazing out the window as though this were a commuter shuttle from New York to Boston. "What the hell is with those huge fences?" Jordan asked. "We saw them on the way in. The whole place felt like a goddamn concentration camp."
"That's what it is," Carl said glumly. "But for animals."
Danny tilted the chopper so they could see more landscape below. Caitlin scanned for cypresses noticeably larger than the others. "What's it cost to belong to one of those hunting clubs?" she asked.
$10,000 a year for some. Others 10 times that much. Depends on what you're after."
"Unless you're a senator or a titan of industry," said Danny. "Then you can order what you want off a menu, just like going to a restaurant. They take you out to an electric feeder where the game of your choice eats every day, and you execute the animal while he's having dinner."
"Real sporting, huh?" Carl said. "It's like hunting in a zoo."
"Pathetic," Jordan said. "You see how those deer run when we roar over them? That's exactly how people run from choppers in some countries I've been to. Only slower."
"Yeah,"
Carl said, his voice suddenly somber.
"I've seen that myself."
"Is that the way Valhalla is run?" Caitlin asked. "Like a hunting zoo?"
For the customers, yeah. But the owners do some crazy stuff like the spear hunting.
"There are politicians who have wet dreams about being asked down to those camps for a weekend," said Danny. "They've got chefs and waiters and whores on call for those boys. It's redneck heaven down here." "And Sheriff Ellis is tight with the owners?" Caitlin asked. Carl nodded.
"The sheriff's okay. He's a redneck, but he's basically a decent man."
"Are we getting close to the X?" Caitlin asked. "Not long now," Danny said. "This map wasn't exactly drafted by the U.S. Geological Survey." "I'm sorry about that." The pilot laughed, then looked over his shoulder at Caitlin. His eyes were hidden behind dark sunglasses. "You ladies going to let us in on what's supposed to be waiting under that X?" Caitlin felt a chill of suspicion. "It's not John Lafitte's pirate treasure, is it?" "How did you know?" Jordan said with a laugh. "If it's there, we'll cut you in for 5%. Carl laughed.
"I think this chopper rates a 4-way split, don't you?"
Caitlin forced herself to laugh, but she wondered how the pilot would react if they actually discovered the bone tree this morning. As a young black man, Carl obviously sympathized with her cause, but Sheriff Ellis wasn't going to be happy to have his county become the new epicenter of civil rights cases that would draw the attention of the whole world. Out of nowhere, an image of Tom Cage rose in her mind. Without intending it, Caitlin prayed as she never had before. She prayed for Tom's deliverance, of course, but more than that, she prayed that Penn would never discover that she'd known where Tom was and kept it from him. She started as Jordan's hand fell on her knee. "I'm okay," she said, looking up at her new friend. "Just a little airsick." Jordan smiled, but she wasn't buying it. Chapter 54. Walt stood with his back to the wall of the rearmost upstairs bedroom of the Bouchard Lake House and listened to the muted hum of voices from the deck. Only a glass door covered by a curtain separated him from Knox and Ozen now. He had accomplished a minor miracle in getting this far. After the Redbone arrived, Walt had put on some rough clothes he'd found in the neighbor's house, then crossed the open ground wearing a gardener's cap and gloves and carrying a short shovel. Once he'd gained the house undetected, he'd quickly searched the garage. After determining that Tom wasn't inside Ozen's pickup truck, Walt had taken out his pistol and begun searching the house, room by room. With every room he cleared, the embers of hope in his heart burned lower. After 10 minutes, he found himself standing here in the final room, which was as empty of human beings as the others. This huge house contained only Walt Garrity, while Forrest and Ozen talked in low tones on the deck. Walt clenched his pistol against his chest and tried to make out what the men were saying. He couldn't do it. Unless he put his ear to the glass window, there was no point in even trying. His only hope now was to confront the bastards directly. At 2-1, the odds were against him, but he'd faced worse as a Texas Ranger. Much worse, in fact, and he'd survived. Truth be told, the safest plan would be to shoot Ozen outright and then force Knox to give up Tom's location. But if he did that, he'd have little choice but to finish off Knox as well. Both men certainly deserved to die, but Walt found the idea of blowing Ozen away without any warning more difficult than he would have expected. Perhaps he could get the drop on them so cleanly that they wouldn't go for their weapons. "No," he whispered. "Right now, I'm Tom's only chance." Walt edged over to the window where a thin crack of light offered a view of the deck. He could just make out Ozen standing in profile while Forrest remained out of sight. Throwing open the door before firing was out of the question, a sucker's play. Better to slide the curtain aside and fire through the glass, multiple times if necessary. Walt tried to calm himself the way he did before shooting at a distant deer. But no matter what he did, his heartbeat grew louder, and his ears began to pound. "One shot," he thought, focusing on Ozen's brick-colored face. "For all I know, Tom is dead already, and that bastard killed him." Forrest had felt some relief after Ozen joined him. Having a man who was willing to follow any order without question gave you a certain confidence. But the plain fact was, they were in a tough spot. Something had clearly gone wrong with his plan to bust Sheriff Dennis. He didn't know what it was, but he wanted Snake and his crew out of the sheriff's office. Somehow, a dumb ex-baseball player had turned the tables on him. Forrest wasn't really worried about Walker Dennis. He was worried about the sheriff giving Penn Cage and John Kaiser access to the Double Eagles. Forrest had reviewed the records of both men, and both had proved themselves expert at wringing the truth out of hardened criminals. If he couldn't find a way to get Snake and his crew out of that jail, Cage and Kaiser would get a real shot at turning somebody. The fallout from Glenn Morehouse's deathbed confession had yet to be controlled, and if one more eagle decided to unload the sins of his youth, Forrest could say goodbye to all his ambitions for the future. He cussed his own stupidity when it hit him that he'd been wasting time waiting for Claude Devereaux to come through. The simplest solution was simply to call Snake and tell him to walk the Eagles right out of the building. After all, they hadn't been arrested. They were free to leave any time they chose. They could flip Sheriff Dennis the bird as they walked out. Instead, they were sitting there on Forrest's orders, patiently waiting an interrogation they were confident would never happen, because they expected Dennis to be busted by his own men at any moment. Forrest picked up his burn phone and speed-dialed Snake's cell phone. The phone rang several times, then kicked him to voicemail. Ozen asked what he was doing, and Forrest explained. Then, while Forrest tried Sonny Thornfield's phone, Ozen began dialing the other Eagles at the station. None answered. Something began to thrum in Forrest's chest, like a wire stretched taut between his heart and his voice box. "What do you think happened?" Ozen asked. "Nothing good." "Where the fuck is Claude Devereaux?" muttered the Redbone. "He should have been down there by now. He should have called you back at least." Forrest licked his lips and thought about Devereaux. Given Brodie Royal's death and the manner of it, the crafty old Cajun might just have bolted. "Maybe Claude is down there," Ozen suggested.
I don't think so. I want you to alert every trooper in the southern half of the state. Claude's daughter lives in Lafayette. Tell them to look out for Claude's car. If they see it, pull him over and tell him to get his ass back to his office and wait for instruction.
Do you think he... Forrest's StarTAC was ringing.
That's probably him now, Ozen said, grinning.
Forrest shook his head and answered the phone. The caller was his primary mole at the sheriff's office.
Talk, Forrest said.
Sheriff Dennis just arrested everybody, Colonel. Forrest balled his left hand into a fist.
Define everybody.
Snake, Sonny, and the other 4 old guys.
On what charge?
Meth trafficking. Dennis and 2 deputies found a shitload of crystal under Sonny's and Snake's houses. He's strutting around here like a goddamn rooster. Forrest's pulse began to pound.
What about Billy's houses?
I haven't heard anything about Billy, but Mayor Cage and that FBI guy are here too. This is some serious shit, Colonel. I gotta go, but I knew you'd want to know.
Hold on! As soon as you can get word to Snake, make sure he knows I had nothing to do with this. I don't want him thinking it was some kind of setup.
10-4.
And tell him I'll get them out. Today. You hear me? Tell them I've got a lawyer on the way.
Yes, sir. Will do. The connection went dead.
What the hell happened?
Ozen asked. Forrest told him. The Redbone shook his head, his eyes bright with outrage. Why would Sonny and Snake have meth at home? You think they've been skimming or something? Putting back a nest egg?
Hell no. Don't you see? Sheriff Dennis found the meth we planted under his house and planted it on our guys. God damn it!
How the hell could he have found that? A canine unit? Forrest nodded.
Had to be. But he'd never think to look for it. Not Walker Dennis. Kaiser, maybe. But an FBI agent would never risk planting dope like that. They leave that kind of shit to the DEA.
Then who?
Penn Cage. The old prosecutor. I'll bet he saw every trick in the book out in Houston. He's probably sent cops to the pen for planting dope to get a conviction, but now that his old man's life is on the line... Yeah, it was Cage.
Ozen's mouth twisted into a jagged line. Maybe it's time we did something about that fuck. Forrest nodded thoughtfully.
Maybe. I was hoping to do a deal with that boy.
Well, I don't see that happening now.
This definitely puts a kink into things. But first things first, we've got to get Snake out of jail ASAP. I guarantee you he's going to think I set him up, because I'm the one who made him march in there for this. He didn't want to do it, and it looks like he was right. Shit!
Snake can't screw you over without screwing himself, can he? Forrest rubbed his chin and stared out over the lake.
I don't know. Snake's a lot smarter than people think. That crazy act is just that, an act. What's our play then? First, find Devereaux. Claude's the only lawyer who knows the whole backstory, and he's got as much to lose as we do. Second, have somebody search my house in Baton Rouge. For all we know, they planted a pound of meth on me, too.
Christ. Good thinking, boss.
And last, find somebody local who knows somebody at the hotel where the FBI is staying. I want wireless bugs planted in their rooms by noon, and somebody stationed 1 floor above them monitoring the bugs. I'm getting the feeling there's something personal about Kaiser's interest in me, and it's starting to piss me off.
You got it, Colonel. Is that it? Before Forrest could answer, he heard a car door slam on the other side of the house. A couple of loose guys from the black team were scheduled to arrive, so he relaxed. Then something shifted inside the house. The sound hadn't been loud, but Forrest had been here long enough to know it wasn't part of the normal background noise of the place. He looked over at Ozen, who nodded once.
"Go,"
Forrest whispered. Walt had been aiming through the glass door when he heard something from the other side of the house. It sounded like a car door. The voices on the deck went silent. Walt listened, frozen in space. He heard the sound again. It was a car door. Then footsteps on the deck moved toward the glass. As lightly as he could, Walt retreated through the bedroom door, then rushed around a landing and down a back staircase he'd found while passing through the kitchen. He could hear voices in the garage, at least two. Instead of standing still, he slipped into a dark pantry and waited as the voices neared, then passed and moved upward. Instinct told him to get out while he could, but he forced himself to remain in the pantry. Either Knox or Ozen was hunting him. Walt kept his pistol aimed at the door. After what felt like 5 minutes, he opened the pantry door, walked straight into the garage, and picked up the shovel he'd left there. Then he shoved his pistol down his pants, left the shadows of the garage, and started shuffling up the driveway with the gait of a man in his 80s. For 40 yards, he felt as though a laser scope was burning a hole in his back. But he forced his brain to short-circuit the urge to run. When he was 50 yards from the Bouchard house, he turned right and started across the open ground to the neighbor's home. Given that Tom was not with Knox or Ozen, and he had no way to question them, Walt could hardly stand the delay. As soon as he reached the house, he would take out his cell phone and do what Tom had forbidden from the beginning. It was time to call Penn. Sonny and Snake were sitting on the lower bunk in their two-man jail cell when Deputy Spanky Ford made a pass through the cell block. After surveying all the double eagles, he stopped before the cell and beckoned the two of them over. Snake looked up and walked over to the bars.
"How's it hanging, Spanky?"
"Not too good," the deputy replied. "Seems like the whole world's turned upside down."
"You're goddamned right it has,"
Snake muttered. Ford looked over his shoulder, then whispered, "I've got a message for you." Snake glanced back at Sonny, then said,
"None too soon. Let's hear it."
"Forrest says to hang tough. He's going to get you out today. He's got a lawyer on the way. Just hang tight," he said.
"Hang tight?"
Snake spat on the floor near Spanky's boots.
"I've got a message for the young colonel, Spanky. You be sure and remember every word. Tell Forrest I said, go fuck yourself."
Spanky Ford's eyes went wide.
"Tell him we'd better be out of here in an hour. 1 fucking hour. You hear me?"
"Yeah." Ford was sweating now, clearly fearful of any further interaction with Forrest Knox, especially this kind.
"And one more thing. You tell him I've got Tom Cage."
Spanky gulped.
"Yeah, you heard right. Tell Forrest I've got the doc. What I decide to do with him will be based on what Forrest does in the next 60 minutes.
Ford looked ready to bolt.
"Is that all of it?"
Snake chuckled.
"You don't think that's enough?"
Ashen-faced, Ford hurried out of the cell block. Sonny waited for Snake to back away from the bars. Then he said,
"Do you think that was the smart way to play it?"
Snake looked down at Sonny, his eyes cold.
"Are you kidding? Who do you think put us in here, son? The same guy who's promising to get us out today. Grabbing Tom Cage last night was about the smartest thing I've done in a long time. All we gotta do now is sit tight and watch Forrest jump to it."
Snake chuckled, then walked back to the bars.
"Listen up, boys," he said. "We're going to be out of here in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. We all know that dope was planted on us. All you got to do is sit tight and keep your mouths shut. Most of you are pretty good at that, and the ones that ain't, well, you know the price of flapping your gums."
"Damn straight," said an older eagle named Will Devine, a contemporary of Frank Knox's, and the 7th double eagle initiated into the group.
"We know what to do, Snake." "Good man, Will. Everybody just take this chance to catch a nap. Meanwhile, I'll be thinking on how we're going to pay back the fools who put us in here. Okay?"
A low murmur of agreement passed through the concrete cells. Sonny stretched himself flat on the hard mattress of the bottom bunk. He shivered as the stink of mildew entered his lungs. He had a feeling they might not be leaving these accommodations quite as quickly as Snake expected.
Chapter 55. Walker Dennis has reclaimed his desk, and now Kaiser sits before the furious sheriff like a supplicant, just as Henry Sexton and I did 3 days ago. Walker has deigned to give the FBI agent 10 minutes to make his case, unless the double eagles can be processed and booked in less time than that. Kaiser's face was taut with anger when he first came back into this office, but he's managed to calm down and present his objections without quite accusing Sheriff Dennis of planting evidence on the double eagles. Walker has listened with surprising patience, though he's checked and sent several text messages during the monologue.
"Agent Kaiser,"
Walker says during the first sufficient pause,
"I realize you've questioned a lot of serial killers and such, and that's real important work. But what we've got here is a drug trafficking case, open and shut. And I've got some personal experience in handling that kind of case."
Dennis points at me.
"Mayor Cage here also has considerable experience handling felony cases. In the big city, too. From drug cases right up to capital murder. And he's been duly deputized by me as a special deputy of Concordia Parish, so there won't be any bullshit about jurisdiction from the ACLU.
"Sheriff, let me stop you there,"
Kaiser interjects.
"Penn has not come here to solve civil rights cases or even drug trafficking cases. He's here to save his father."
I feel my face reddening.
And while I can empathize with that goal, I can't allow it to torpedo criminal cases of historic significance.
Dennis starts to reply, but Kaiser beats him to the punch.
"Sheriff, I know you lost a relative a couple of years back, a deputy you believe Forrest Knox had a hand in killing. You also lost 2 deputies to that booby trap at the warehouse. I've lost agents myself. I lost fellow soldiers in Vietnam, a lot of them. But you can't give in to the hunger for quick payback. It never works out like you think it will."
Kaiser glances at me, then back at Dennis.
"What I want from these sons of bitches is the truth, no matter who gets jailed or exonerated. The truth, men. That's why if anybody goes in to question them today, it should be me."
"But you're not even convinced they should be questioned," I point out. Kaiser shrugs.
"Obviously, we can't unbreak that egg. They're in custody now."
"Damn straight,"
Sheriff Dennis says.
"But I need you to understand something, Sheriff. I've been working to nail these bastards longer than you think. I know things about them that even Henry Sexton didn't know. With all due respect, you don't know who you're dealing with."
"I know the Knox family all right."
"Do you?"
Kaiser reaches into a thick leather bag beside his chair and drops a stack of worn files on the sheriff's desk.
"Why don't we see how well you know them?"
Dennis sighs heavily, glances at his watch, then motions for Kaiser to get on with it. As I pray I won't have to listen to a rehash of the file I read last night, Kaiser pats the top file with the flat of his right hand, then launches into a more concise version of exactly that. Sheriff Dennis appears surprisingly interested in this information, particularly the tales of mutilation carried out by Knoxes serving in the armed forces.
"There were official records of this?"
he asks, taking a pinch of Skoal and tucking it into the right side of his lower lip.
"Absolutely," Kaiser says. "And they weren't unique to the Knoxes. The practices were so widespread that the brass couldn't stop them. In 1944, one Picture of the Week in Life magazine showed a U.S. sailor's girlfriend writing him a thank-you note for a Japanese skull he'd sent her from the Pacific. Vietnam vets took a lot of heat over severed ear stories, but that kind of savagery has always been a part of war, especially in societies that value hunting as proof of masculinity.
Like the Deep South? I ask.
The South has no monopoly on brutality,
Kaiser says without missing a beat.
A Pennsylvania senator gave President Roosevelt a letter opener made from the arm bone and tanned skin of a Japanese soldier. Roosevelt only returned the gift after a scandal broke about it. Hundreds of gold teeth and ears were taken by American soldiers on Guadalcanal, sometimes from living owners.
So you're saying that normal men committed these kinds of acts?
Yes, if the word normal means anything when it comes to war. But the Knoxes don't belong in the middle of the curve.
Kaiser lets me see the passion behind his eyes.
I believe the Knoxes are sociopaths, all of them, to one degree or another, and I believe that America's wars and, later, the civil rights struggle offered them an arena in which to exercise their particular appetites.
Henry Sexton had a similar theory, I tell him.
The damned thing of it is,
says Sheriff Dennis,
it sounds like Forrest Knox was a hell of a soldier. Killing all those VC out on his own like that, leaving $half on their eyes. He scared the hell out of the Kong.
Kaiser smiles strangely.
Sociopaths often make effective soldiers, at least in small unit actions. Killing is the objective, after all. But over time, their various paraphilias have a corrosive effect on morale.
Dennis gives a somber nod.
I swear to God, when I read Caitlin's article this morning about the double eagles slicing off those black boys' service tattoos, I damn near puked. Anybody who did that to a vet ought to be hung.
I'm working on it,
Kaiser promises.
Just like Henry was.
I thought the double eagle gold piece was the eagle's sign,
Dennis says, glancing at his watch.
Why did Forrest use $half on the VC?
Kaiser smiles like a patient college professor.
Only the older guys had gold pieces. The mints stopped pressing the double eagle in 1933. All the younger members carried 64 JFK $half. Confidentially, that may have had to do with the Kennedy assassination.
You said something about that in the hospital yesterday morning,
Dennis recalls.
What's the deal on that?
I sigh wearily, dreading a Kaiser soliloquy on his pet conspiracy theory, but he says,
We don't have time to go into the details, Sheriff, and I don't have the authority to give them to you. Let me just say that one or more of the men in your jail at this moment may know who killed John F. Kennedy. They may even be related to the assassin. Most important, they may possess evidence that could prove his guilt.
Dennis can see that Kaiser is serious, and he's appropriately impressed.
Well, since they're facing mandatory 30-year sentences, why don't you take this opportunity to squeeze the truth out of them?
Kaiser takes his time with this question. The idea must surely be tempting to him, but his response is exactly what I expect.
Because, he says, anything I get them to say based on a threat that might later be proved, less than genuine, shall we say, would be inadmissible in court. I can't risk a case that big under those circumstances.
Dennis has the grace not to take this as a personal insult.
Those charges are going to stick, Mr. Kaiser. And they should stick, because those bastards have been selling that poison in this parish for years, and people have died from it.
I know they have, Sheriff.
Kaiser fans through a file without looking at it.
But the men you're trying to nail aren't simply meth dealers, nor are they merely violent racists. They're serial rapists and murderers related by blood and tribal ties. I don't think there's any comparable case in the literature, at least not on this scale. The linking crime signature is the trophy-taking. It crosses all the generations. 2 separate sources have mentioned that Elam Knox had a Bible bound in human skin, possibly given to him by his youngest legitimate son, Snake.
Holy Christ,
Dennis says, as if finally appreciating the scope of the battle he has taken on.
I should have gone ahead and crushed that asshole's windpipe back there.
Then we'd be booking you for murder, Kaiser observes. Sheriff, I'm begging you to look at this thing objectively. If you won't postpone these interrogations, at least let me handle them. I'm an expert on the Knox family, and I have far more experience than either of you at questioning sociopaths.
On that point, Dennis says, unless I'm mistaken, you also nearly killed the convict you were interrogating as part of an FBI research project, a handcuffed convict.
Kaiser's face colors.
That's true. He was trying to get under my skin, and he did. He described a little boy he'd violated and killed 8 years earlier with a power drill. I snapped and went for him, just like you did earlier with Snake. It was a mistake, and I'm lucky he didn't die. You should—
Someone has knocked at the office door.
"What is it?"
bellows the sheriff. A tall deputy pokes his head in. "Everybody's printed and processed and locked up tight."
"I'll be there in a second, Silas."
"Who you want first, Sheriff?"
"Snake fucking Knox."
Kaiser clears his throat.
Sheriff, could I have another 60 seconds before you make that decision?
Dennis tells the deputy to wait for confirmation on who to bring to the interrogation room. After the door closes, Kaiser looks back and forth between us.
You two probably figure that Snake Knox is the leader of the Eagles that we have here, and therefore possesses the most information. You're right on both counts. But Snake is also the toughest of all 6 suspects. You just threatened to kill him, and he spit your threat right back in your face. He's not worried about that crystal meth, Sheriff. You can't break a guy like that. Not legally, anyway. And maybe not even with torture.
Dennis's face darkens.
"Well, who would you question first, hotshot?"
Sonny Thornfield. He's got a daughter and 2 grandkids that I know about, and maybe more. One grandson is in the Army. Sonny was probably present at most of the Eagles' worst crimes, but nothing in his background indicates the kind of sociopathic behavior that the Knoxes and some others have displayed. Sonny's also got severe heart disease, and he knows he'd never survive prison. Hell, he nearly died 3 days ago after Dr. Cage and Garrity questioned him in that van. If any Eagle ever had incentive to cut a deal, it's Sonny Thornfield. I think that's why Dr. Cage picked him.
Sheriff Dennis turns up his palms as if it makes no difference to him.
"So I'll start with Sonny. Thanks for the tip."
Kaiser shakes his head wearily.
No, if you do that, you'll tip Snake that we know Sonny is the most vulnerable. The thing to do is start with Snake, but don't truly go after him. I'll show him the gun we pulled out of Luther's Pontiac, maybe a bone or 2. I'll keep hammering at him with that, and he'll keep stonewalling. Then we swap him for Sonny. But once Sonny's in there, we show him what we really have. Not the meth, but everything I know about the Double Eagles and the Knoxes.
"Compared to the meth, that's nothing," Dennis says. "If you had enough to nail him, you'd have arrested him already."
Sonny won't forget about the meth, I think aloud, as I realize what Kaiser is doing. He's not going to make himself party to using planted evidence, but he doesn't mind exploiting the fear that evidence has produced.
Trust me, Sheriff, Kaiser says. If I make it plain that Sonny's going to spend the last years of his life in Angola if he doesn't turn state's evidence, and at the same time offer him and his family federal witness protection, Thornfield will crack.
Kaiser is right. In terms of planning his interrogation, Walker Dennis probably never got much past walking in, slamming the meth down on a table, and giving Snake an ultimatum. And that would be effective enough to accomplish my initial goal, distracting Forrest from hunting my father. But if Kaiser is willing to use the fear created by the planted meth and pile what he knows on top of that, then Sonny might actually agree to flip on his comrades. If he does that, we might learn not only where Dad is, but also who killed Viola, not to mention getting enough testimony to send Forrest and Snake to prison. Closing deals like that often takes days, of course, not hours. But if I don't at least admit the logic of Kaiser's argument, He'll suspect I was part of the planted meth gambit from the start. He's making sense, Walker, I say, still wondering if Sheriff Dennis condemned himself to prison by planting meth at Billy Knox's residence. Perceiving my wavering support as a betrayal, Walker launches into an impassioned defense of his jurisdiction and his need to prove to the people of his parish that the era of police corruption has come to an end. While Kaiser suffers patiently through this, my cell phone vibrates. Slipping it partway out of my pocket, I see a text message from a number I don't recognize. I almost ignore it, but then a little voice tells me I can't afford to ignore anything today. Sliding the phone farther out of my pocket, I see this message.
This is Walt. Your father's been taken. I'm on my way to Natchez. ETA 8 minutes. If we don't find Tom quick, he's dead. He could be already. Yeah, it's me, boy. We first met on the Alvarez case.
The final parenthetical sends a chill across my neck and scalp. Someone trying to lure me outside might claim to be Walt or Walt Garrity, but no one involved with this case could possibly know that Walt and I first met during a murder case in Houston, when he worked as an investigator for D.A. Joe Cantor. If we don't find Tom quick, he's dead. He could be already. Walker is still pontificating to Kaiser, who quietly responds in logical counterpoint that has no effect whatever on the sheriff. While this clumsy dance continues, my mind slips quietly but inexorably free from its moorings. Too much has happened too quickly over the past few days, and I've had too little rest to process this new information with anything like objectivity.
"Penn,"
says Sheriff Dennis.
"Did you hear me?"
I'm sorry, what? Kaiser is watching me with an inquisitive gaze, and I can't summon a mask to put him off. All I can think about is marching back to that cell block and sticking a gun in Sonny Thornfield's mouth and forcing him to tell me where my father is. Given the circumstances and the time frame, it seems the only logical thing to do.
"Penn?"
asks Kaiser.
"What's the matter?"
I'm fine, I lie, blood pounding in my ears. Walt's desperate text message is unspooling continually across my field of vision, like the news crawl on CNN. I just hit a wall. All this talk, not enough sleep. Sheriff Dennis is watching me with equal concern from behind his desk. Before Kaiser can say anything else, Walker leans forward and says,
"Agent Kaiser, you've gathered a lot of valuable psychological information, and you seem to have had it for quite some time. I suppose you were going to act on it sometime in the future, but in the meantime, Henry Sexton is dead. Sleepy Johnston is dead, and 2 of my deputies are too."
Kaiser tries to interrupt Dennis's flow, but I don't hear a word he says. If we're going to find my father, neither Kaiser's tactics nor Walker's will be fast enough. I need answers now. After closing my eyes a moment to settle my nerves, I take out my cell phone and text Walt. Understood. Wait for me or Sheriff Dennis in the Concordia Parish Sheriff's West parking lot. Then, after a covert glance at Kaiser, who's speaking earnestly to Sheriff Dennis, I text Walker the following. You have to let Kaiser question Snake. I just got a life-or-death message about my father. Hostage situation. I need instant answers or he's dead. As soon as Kaiser gets going with Snake, isolate Sonny where no one can hear him scream. Retired Texas Ranger Walt Garrity will be waiting in West parking lot in 5 minutes. Bring him inside to assist. Text me when it's set up. Walt is old school, tough as a boot heel. Help me, buddy. I'd do it for you. P. Walker may not want to comply with my demand, but he can't refuse the only man who knows that he planted drugs on the prisoners now locked inside his jail. While Kaiser continues his impassioned plea, I hold up my cell phone where only Dennis can see, then quickly lower it. Sheriff Dennis isn't the most subtle man alive, but he manages to cover his confusion quickly enough to prevent Kaiser from noticing our exchange. When his cell phone pings a few seconds later, Walker takes it out casually and glances at it as if dealing with some routine request from one of his men. Then his big eyebrows knit like those of a wise old hound pondering some unfamiliar animal. "John," I say to distract Kaiser, "you're crazy if you don't use the meth against the Double Eagles. You'll never have more leverage than you do right now." Before Kaiser can reply, Walker sighs heavily as though in surrender, then says, "I'll tell you what, Agent Kaiser. You've convinced me to give you a shot. One shot. Let's walk over to the interrogation room and I'll have Snake Knox brought in. I'll give you your chance to play him the way you want. We'll see how you do. After that, we'll reevaluate the situation." Kaiser blinks in surprise, but he loses no time getting to his feet and following Walker into the hall. As he leaves the office, I pick up the vibe of a man who feels he's been manipulated but isn't quite sure how. I shut the door and call Walt's cell phone back.
"Talk to me, Penn," he says. "What's your status?"
"I'm still inside the CPSO. We're about to interrogate Snake Knox and his crew."
"I'm real close to you. There isn't time to catch you up on everything. From the signs I saw, I think Tom is probably being held by some of Forrest Knox's SWAT guys, but I don't know where. Snake Knox might, though."
"We can't get to Snake, but Sonny Thornfield might know, and we can get to him. Where's Forrest now?"
"Less than 5 miles from you at a house on Lake Concordia. But that Redbone's with him, Ozen. I sneaked into the house and searched it. Tom's definitely not there."
"Do you think Dad could be at that hunting camp in Lussahatchie County?"
"Not likely. I just got out there myself."
"It's a big place, though, right?"
"A few thousand acres, at least."
"Then we need to get a look at it."
"You'll never get a warrant fast enough. These guys have connections all over Mississippi and Louisiana. We've got to twist the truth out of somebody who knows."
"I'm on it. I want to check out Valhalla. With some luck, maybe I can arrange an overflight of the property, one that won't require a search warrant. Meanwhile, you get your ass into the CPSO parking lot and wait. I'll either come out and get you or send Sheriff Dennis out. And you be ready to twist somebody hard."
"I'm past ready, son. Just get me in the room."
Forrest Knox threw his StarTAC phone against the wall of the lake house so hard that Alphonse Ozen jumped, and one of the 2 black team officers inside came running to the glass door.
"That double-crossing old son of a bitch!" Forrest shouted, turning to Ozen. "He told me to go fuck myself!"
Ozen didn't know what to say.
"Snake's taken Tom Cage."
"What?"
"I had trouble reaching the black team guys in Garrity's van this morning, but I put it down to the crappy reception down near Monterey. I guess you'd better send those 2 inside back down to the oil field and see what the damage is."
Ozen's face had gone dark. "You don't think they shot any of our guys?" Forrest thought for a moment.
"I don't think Snake is that crazy, but you never know."
"If he snatched Cage from the black team, there's no way they're going to let that pass. They'll kill his ass." Forrest snorted.
"They had their chance last night, apparently, and they didn't manage it. It never pays to underestimate Snake Knox."
Ozen started to open the glass door, but Forrest said,
"You know what? I'm worried Dr. Cage is already dead. Snake's wanted him dead since Monday afternoon."
"Yeah," Ozen agreed. "I got that feeling myself."
"We've got to find out. If he is alive, we can still use him. We have to think about where Snake could stash him and feel like he was safe on ice."
"You don't think the FBI could have the doc, do you?" Forrest felt a chill run up his back.
"Hell no. If they did, why would Snake tell us he had him?
He might be working with him." Forrest considered this for exactly 3 seconds.
"No chance. He'd castrate himself first. That doesn't mean he wouldn't fuck me if he thought I betrayed him. And he said I'd better have him and his crew out of jail in an hour."
"Ain't no way," said Ozen. "Not with that much dope hanging around their necks.
Not unless we take over the whole damn department.
Forrest nodded.
I was considering that last night, but now that Dennis has pulled this meth switch and with the FBI involved, and Snake being my uncle, there'd be too damned much scrutiny.
Ozen grunted in agreement.
Still no word on McKeever resigning?
Forrest asked.
The Redbone shook his head.
Nobody's texted or emailed me. All right, then. If we're going to bust Snake out of there soon, we're going to have to think outside the box. We need reliable people, but they have to be several layers removed from us.
Ozen nodded but offered no names. Forrest looked out over the lake and considered the problem for a while. The low December sun had finally hit the water, and he could see fish jumping among the cypress knees. As he watched them, an ironic idea came to him. Ironic and inspired.
I think I know just who to call,
he said. Who? Asked the Redbone.
You'll find out. But we need to keep up the appearance of playing by the rules. You don't have any word on Claude Devereaux yet?
Nothing.
That lying Cajun. I'm going to roast him over a slow fire when this is all over.
Amen to that, said the Redbone. He's always gotten on my nerves.
Then find him, Alphonse.
Ozen nodded and punched a new number into his phone. Claude Devereaux was halfway to Lafayette, Louisiana, driving a careful 7 miles over the speed limit. It had taken him longer than he'd hoped to pack, but that came from not preparing sooner. He should have known that after Brodie Royal's death, the old order would start to break apart with all the attendant chaos and risk that accompanied such changes. He was taking a risk going to Lafayette, but he couldn't bear to leave the country without seeing his grandchildren one last time. Given the crimes in which his employers had embroiled him, he might have to stay away for some time, years even, and at his age he could easily die before he got a chance to return. In case of that eventuality, there were certain papers Claude wanted to give to his daughter. He could have mailed them, of course, but it wouldn't be the same. He wanted to see Adeline's lovely face when he told her there were millions that she had no idea existed, and that every dollar would pass to her someday. The problem was, traveling from Vidalia to Lafayette meant driving through Baton Rouge, unless you wanted the trip to take twice as long as necessary, and Baton Rouge was Forrest's home base. Still, Claude figured he had a couple of hours before Forrest realized something was really wrong. By then he would have hugged his family, given them their gifts, and headed west to Houston, where he would board a plane bound for the Cayman Islands. Devereaux's Catholic faith had lapsed more than 6 decades ago, but as he reached the outskirts of Baton Rouge, Claude began a litany of Hail Marys that would not cease until he had passed over the Atchafalaya Swamp to the west. Chapter 56. The CPSO interrogation room looks pretty much like the ones in Houston, only without the sophisticated video system. It does have a camera, though, trained on the table from a tripod in one corner. Deputy Spanky Ford led me to the soundproof observation room on the other side of the traditional one-way mirror where I stand now. Through it, I see John Kaiser sitting on one side of the interrogation table studying a file. His large leather briefcase stands beside him on the floor. In a few moments, Snake Knox will be led into that room and chained opposite him. Kaiser has the confident look of a soldier who's just won an important skirmish. If only he knew that somewhere in this building, Sheriff Dennis is separating Sonny Thornfield from his fellow prisoners and moving him to more private quarters, where he can be questioned without constitutional restraint. Under any other circumstances, I would be ashamed. But with my father in the hands of Forrest Knox, I can't afford to observe the rules. As soon as Spanky Ford left me, I dialed Carl Sims, a deputy I know in Athens Point, Mississippi, 40 miles south of Natchez. A former Marine sniper, Carl was born and raised in Lussahatchie County. He's done security work for me in the past during off-duty hours, but he has two more important qualifications. One, he's a good friend of the Lussahatchie County Sheriff's chopper pilot. If anyone can organize an aerial search of the Valhalla hunting camp, Carl can. Second, Carl has a bit of a crush on Caitlin, as well as carrying some guilt about a mistake he once made in protecting her. Carl's phone rang 8 times, but he didn't answer. It didn't seem that luck was on my side, but Lussahatchie County is rural and infamous for spotty cellular coverage. While I wait for Walker Dennis to let me know that Sonny Thornfield is ready for me, a CPSO deputy leads Snake Knox into the interrogation room. Kaiser doesn't look up as the old man takes his seat, or even when the deputy chains Snake's hands to a steel ring set in the metal tabletop. I don't know how Snake got this nickname, but at that table, separated from his aged subordinates, he does exude the cold-blooded menace of a venomous serpent. He might be asleep for all the signs of life he shows, but like a cottonmouth moccasin coiled beside a pond, he's ready to strike. With his slit eyes, pale skin, and stringy muscles, Snake seems a strange crossbreed of mammal and reptile. If emotion could be measured externally, he would likely register 0. The totality of his indifference to Kaiser reminds me of some killers I encountered in Houston, the ones who immediately went to sleep after being arrested for the most heinous of crimes. And yet, staring through the one-way glass, I also perceived the face of a young soldier and pilot beneath Knox's sagging, weathered skin.
"I know you," Snake says in a flat voice. "You're John Kaiser out of New Orleans. You're married to that photographer."
This knowledge worries me a little, which is exactly the response Snake intends to arouse in Kaiser. But Kaiser doesn't look up from his file.
"You know that fat ass planted that meth on us,"
Snake goes on.
"So you'd better say your piece while you have a chance. I won't be here long."
"I don't care about the meth," Kaiser says, setting down his file at last. He picks up the case and sets it flat on his lap.
"No?"
Snake sounds surprised.
"No."
Kaiser opens the briefcase, takes out the rusted Nambu pistol that his agents removed from Luther Davis's sunken Pontiac, and sets it carefully on the table between them. Snake regards it like a pile of dog shit.
"Been a while since you've seen Frank's gun, eh?"
Kaiser asks. Snake looks up, amusement in his eyes, but he says nothing. Kaiser reaches into the briefcase and takes out the rusted handcuffs his divers found locked to the Pontiac steering wheel. These he sets beside the Nambu. Snake studies the cuffs without touching them. Then he says,
"Fond memories, my man."
Given Kaiser's sober demeanor, it's hard for me to remember that he's merely acting out a ruse for Snake Knox. He knows he has no chance of making this man talk by any legal means. Every move is designed to buy him equal access time to Sonny Thornfield. But nothing about Kaiser's posture or facial expression communicates this. In this moment, Snake must feel he is the prime target of an experienced interrogator. The FBI agent's silent presence is so compelling that I've forgotten to try Carl Sims again. As I dial, Snake says,
"Tell me something, Mr. FBI man."
Kaiser inclines his head slightly to the side.
"What's that?"
"How do you know Adam and Eve weren't black?"
When Kaiser refuses to rise to the bait, Snake says,
"You ever try to take a rib from a nigger?"
A slow grin spreads across the old double eagle's face, the first real expression I've seen from him.
"What's with this comic book racist act?" Kaiser asks. "I know you're just putting on a show. Don't you ever look around and realize you didn't accomplish a damned thing with all your violence?"
Snake smiles expansively.
Oh, you're right about that. We lost the war, all right. Yes, sir. The world we got now is the proof of that. How do you like it, Agent Kaiser? The liberals got what they wanted, and everything we feared came true.
After 6 rings, Carl's phone kicks me to voicemail again.
You auditioning for Fox News?
Kaiser asks, still expressionless. Snake laughs.
They could use me, that's for sure. See, I figure the niggers have had civil rights for real, not just by law, for about 3 decades now. And they're probably worse off as a group than they were during slave times. It's plain as day, man, but nobody wants to talk about it. Every city with a high concentration of blacks has the worst statistics in the country on crime, education, unwed mothers, infant mortality. And don't give me that poverty bullshit, because no other ethnic group has disintegrated like that.
Kaiser rolls his eyes.
You think I'm wrong?
Snake asks.
Last weekend, black gangs in Chicago and Detroit killed more niggers than the whole Ku Klux Klan killed between 1960 and 1970. Last weekend. Most of them can't read any better than a white 4th grader. They won't work half as hard as a Mexican, not even at drug dealing. And the black family pretty much ceased to exist when the black church women who kept them together started dying off.
I see. And you think they were better off as slaves?
Well, sure. Hell, son, the black male just ain't equipped to handle freedom. It discombobulates him. Look at Africa. Once the European powers pulled out, the whole place went to hell. The black revolutionaries became everything they claimed they hated. The only country on the whole continent worth a spit is South Africa, and that's because it was the widest, the longest. You sure don't hear American jigs yelling back to Africa anymore, do you? No, sir. Before long, starvation and age will empty that whole damned landmass, and somebody with real genetic potential can start over.
You're a walking artifact, Snake.
Hey, you asked. And don't kid yourself. Half the people north of the Mason-Dixon line have asked themselves what their ancestors were thinking when they fought a civil war to free the slaves. See, back then, the niggers were all down here. But once they started moving north, those Yankees started singing a different tune.
Speaking of a different tune, Kaiser says, why don't you tell me why your brother Frank didn't take that second Mannlicher Carcano with him to Dealey Plaza back in '63?
This question hits Snake like a blindside punch. He works his mouth around for a few seconds, absorbing the possible implications of the question. Then, instead of answering, he turns to the one-way mirror and looks right into my eyes.
How you doing, Mayor? Yeah, I saw you earlier when Sheriff Fatass was choking me. Your daddy's in a world of shit, ain't he? Spent his whole life helping coons, and now he's going to jail for killing one. Don't seem fair, does it? In jail for doing the world a goddamn favor.
As I feel my blood pressure rise, I can't help but admire Kaiser for remaining so cool before Snake knocks.
My files tell me you're a holy roller, Snake,
Kaiser says, trying to bring Knox's attention back to him.
Like your old man.
Snake slowly looks back at the FBI agent, his eyes flat and cold again.
Well, I don't know. I've prayed mighty hard on occasion. One night, about 10,000 Chinese communists in quilted pajamas came pouring over the wire in my sector, and my squad had exactly 500 bullets between us. That night, I prayed like a man trying to polish coal into a diamond with his asshole.
Snake glances in my direction again.
You can ask your daddy about that, Mayor, if you ever see him again. Dr. Cage knows all about that kind of religion.
Snake is speaking of my father in the present tense, but is he doing it unconsciously or not? Whatever the case, Kaiser doesn't take the bait.
"You want to tell me about the night you crucified old Elam?" Kaiser asks in a neutral tone. "How does it feel to kill your own father?"
Snake's face slowly ratchets around to Kaiser again, like a sniper returning his aim to his primary target.
"Who you been talking to, boy? It don't pay to listen to liars."
"I don't. That's why I'm not asking you about killing Martin Luther King. I know that's whiskey talk. But I know you killed Elam, Snake. You and Frank both. Oh, you killed a lot more than that, I know. But you must have felt something when you killed your own father, even if he did molest you. Unlike when Frank killed Kennedy. I'm betting that killing a president, that president, was one of the high points of Frank's life."
To my surprise, Snake is smiling again, as though it's some private joke.
"You obviously found those rifles in Brody's basement, huh? You ought to sell them on eBay. I always wanted to."
"I could use the money," Kaiser admits, "but selling evidence is illegal. I know one of those rifles is real, Snake, just like the Carcano Brody kept upstairs. I know Frank was supposed to use that to lay part of the blame on Eladio Cruz, the Cuban student from New Orleans, but he decided not to take the risk."
For the first time, doubt flickers in Snake's eyes, and Kaiser cannot mask his satisfaction.
"How does it feel, Snake?" he asks. "That fear. Been a while since you felt that."
"I'm a crop duster, son. You can't make it in my business if you're the nervous type. So you just wear yourself out. You've got till my lawyer gets here, and not a second longer."
Knox's expression slowly morphs from a good old boy smile to a cobra-like spreading of the lips, and there's only death in his eyes.
"But if you ain't scared, you've misunderstood the situation. Them pretty girls you and the mayor sleep with at night, you ought to stick closer to 'em. Because I know some boys who'd love to spend a few hours in that company, and they'd never be the same afterwards."
Kaiser stares back at Snake without expression. Jordan Glass is supposed to be headed to Moisant Airport in New Orleans, but I know Kaiser is wishing he could call her and verify that right now.
"Planting that meth on us was breaking the rules,"
Snake goes on.
"It surprised me, I'll admit. But it also got my attention. So I'm going to be giving you both some thought after I get out of here. Yes, sir. A lot of thought."
Kaiser appears to be reading a file without the slightest concern for Snake's words, but I can tell the old Klansman has gotten to him. The door behind me suddenly opens and Sheriff Dennis pokes his head in, puffing from exertion.
"Thornfield's cooling his heels in a utility closet, and your man Garrity's babysitting him. You ready?"
"Do the other Eagles know we have Thornfield?"
"They know he's not in the cell block. No way to avoid that."
"Okay, I'm coming. But let me go in with Snake for a sec, so Kaiser thinks we're out here watching his every move. That'll buy us the time we need."
"Well, get to it. Thornfield looks scared shitless to me. I think he's ready to crack."
Walking up to the one-way mirror, I lay my fingers against the cool surface and listen to the conversation. Kaiser has gone back to tapping at Snake, searching for weak spots. The name Carlos Marcello crackles out of the speaker above me, but Snake simply stares across the metal table like a man reconciled to waiting all day at the DMV to get a new license plate. Kaiser is maddeningly patient, like all good interrogators, but it's plain that he was right about the futility of trying to break Snake Knox. It's time to make my play. Before walking into the interrogation room, I try Carl Sims once more. I'm about to hang up when I hear a click, a burst of digital static, and then a familiar voice speaking out of a rhythmic pounding that sounds like nothing so much as a helicopter. Danny McDavitt had slowed the Jet Ranger down to a figurative crawl, He had been having trouble matching up what he'd seen on the hand-drawn map to the monotonous topography below him. Beneath the chopper lay a vast stretch of black water and cypress trees that stretched westward to the glittering line of the Mississippi River. Carl had moved up to the co-pilot's seat to try to help, but both of them seemed to have lost the game fence Danny had been following. The trees were especially thick here, and Caitlin saw no sign of the fence. The chatter between the two men suddenly stopped, and Carl removed his helmet to take a phone call. Caitlin watched him listening for a few seconds. Then he turned back to her with wide eyes. Caitlin glanced over at Jordan, who had missed nothing. Carl moved back into the cabin and motioned for Caitlin to remove her headset. Once she had, he covered the mouthpiece of the phone and leaned very close to her.
"This is Penn on my phone."
She flushed. How the hell had Penn found her?
"He doesn't know you're here," Carl whispered. "He called because he wants me to organize an overflight of Valhalla, without a search warrant, if possible. He thinks Dr. Cage might be being held prisoner there. I'm going to talk it over with Danny, but I figured I'd ask if you wanted to talk to him."
Caitlin took a deep, fearful breath, then expelled it. This morning she had told Penn that she would be working in Natchez all day. Admitting that lie might make him furious, but given that this was about Tom and Valhalla, she couldn't refuse. She only hoped that their discussion wouldn't require her having to tell Penn she'd met Tom secretly last night. She held out her hand to Carl. Carl passed her the phone, then clambered forward again to talk to Danny.
"Penn, this is Caitlin."
At first there was only silence. Then Penn asked her to hold on, thinking she'd somehow called him and broken in on his connection with Carl. It took a while to convince him that she was in fact with Carl, and already in a helicopter not far from the land Penn wanted searched. She could hear the anger in his voice, but she also knew that was nothing compared to the rage he would feel if he learned she had kept Tom's location from him.
"Did you drive down there by yourself?"
he asked.
"No, Jordan came with me. It was on her way to the New Orleans airport."
"Jesus. You realize Kaiser has no idea she's with you?"
"Yes, but is that really the issue right now?"
"You're right. Has McDavitt decided whether he'll do the flight for me?" She gestured forward at Carl, and he came back into the cabin and took the phone from her. "Penn, Danny says he'll do it, but this is a big favor, bro. I don't think I'd do it, except that I don't think you'll ever get a warrant to search this place. Not unless it's a federal one, and you might not even get that." Carl nodded at whatever Penn answered. "We can't take the girls with us," he went on. "Danny says no way. If we find something and have to set down, they can't be any part of it. Even if we don't set down, we might have to fly straight back to the departmental helipad." "Right. I'll call you when we're on our way. You want Caitlin back?" "You sure?" "Okay, out." Carl stuffed the phone back into his pocket and shrugged an apology.
"It's all right," Caitlin said. "Finding Tom's more important than anything else right now."
"The problem," Danny said in the headset, "is what to do if we find him. He's still wanted for killing a state trooper." "We'll burn that bridge when we come to it," Carl said. "Let's get these ladies back to their vehicle."
"Just a second," Jordan said.
"Yeah?" Carl asked.
"We don't have to go all the way back to the car. Set us down by that fisherman, Mose. He can help us find the X on the map while you guys search Valhalla."
Carl didn't look wild about this idea. He did not want to have to explain to Penn that he'd let her go searching for the bone tree with only Jordan and an old man to protect her. "It'd take too long to find Mose." "No, it won't," Danny said from the cockpit. "He keeps a two-way radio with him for emergencies. I can call him right now. If Mose answers, I can set down on a little tussock, and you can hop right into his boat." "Great," Carl muttered. 5 minutes later, Danny McDavitt flared the chopper and settled his skids onto a little hummock of earth at the center of a big black pool. Mose Tyler stood his boat off at a safe distance while the Jet Ranger's rotors buffeted the mirrored surface into a stinging hail of icy droplets. As they prepared to exit the chopper, Carl said, "I don't think Penn will appreciate me dropping you two into this swamp with only Mose Tyler for protection."
"Penn's not in charge of this hunt," Caitlin told him. "I am. And we're both carrying guns."
"Show me."
Caitlin reached into her bag and pulled out the 9mm Springfield Penn had bought her a month earlier.
"You know how to use that?"
"Yep. Dr. Cage taught me."
Carl looked at Jordan. "I guess you're an expert with that 9mm I saw earlier."
Jordan smiled. "I hit what I aim at."
"Well then, I guess you two can handle anything but a platoon-sized assault. But I'm still going to give you one of our departmental walkie-talkies. About all you can do with your cell phone down here is play games on it, or run down the battery while it pings for a tower every minute."
"I've gotten a couple of bars down here before," Danny interjected. "Depends on where you are, weather conditions, who your carrier is, a lot of things. Leave them on, just in case." "In case of what?" Jordan asked. "In case we find ourselves in a deliverance-type situation?"
Carl laughed appreciatively. "I've got a feeling you could handle that just fine."
Jordan jumped out of the chopper, and Caitlin followed. The shock of the ground jolted her bones, but she managed to keep her feet. As Danny lifted off and beat away toward the west, Caitlin waved for Mose Tyler to bring his boat in. Chapter 57. Standing outside the room where John Kaiser probes in vain at Snake Knox, I try to maintain my composure in the face of a painful reality. Yesterday, when Caitlin made love to me at my house on Washington Street, she did not do it out of desire, but because I had raised the possibility of sending Stone and Kaiser in search of the bone tree. Instead of answering me, she removed her pants and made sure that my newest brainstorm evaporated quickly and completely. She knew then that she planned to spend today searching the Lussahatchee Swamp, and she would only be doing that if she had a lead on the bone tree that she didn't tell me about. I suppose I can't resent this, since I've held back most of the Kennedy information, but the idea that she could and did manipulate me so easily is more than a little troubling. It begs the question, how many times has she done that before? Taking a deep breath, I open the door to the interrogation room, walk through, and become part of the movie being recorded on the video camera's cassette. "Hello, Snake," I say amicably. Knox looks over at me with the flattened lips of a smile, but his eyes are ice cold.
"Well, well, Mayor Cage is in the house. You look more like your daddy every year. Minus the beard, of course."
Kaiser glares at me, waiting for an explanation of my interruption. Now that I'm physically in the room with Snake, it's difficult to remember that our real target is Sonny Thornfield, because this smug bastard clearly knows everything we want to know. He knows where my father is at this moment. He knows who killed Viola Turner. He knows who murdered all those civil rights victims because he was there himself when most of them died. He may even know who really killed John Kennedy. But he's never going to tell us. Ignoring Snake's chatter, I motion for Kaiser to follow me outside so I can tell him about Jordan and Caitlin's airborne adventure. When he hesitates, Snake says,
"Did you hear Mr. Kaiser say he thinks my crew killed President Kennedy? I think he's angling for a book deal, Mayor. Can you help him out any?"
"I can probably get you one, Snake. But you'd better write it quick. You can't keep the profits from a book written in prison." Kaiser follows me into the hall and shuts the door behind us.
"This better be serious," he says. "Don't tell me Claude Devereaux has shown up to spring the Eagles."
"No, but you're not going to like this. Jordan isn't on her way to New Orleans right now." Kaiser tenses himself for bad news.
"Where is she?"
"She and Caitlin sneaked down to Lussahatchee County to hunt for the goddamned bone tree. They're flying around in a chopper with two guys I know."
"You're fucking kidding me."
"You know I'm not. Don't worry. These guys are deputies.
Carl Sims is a former Marine sniper, and Danny McDavitt was a decorated chopper pilot in Vietnam. Kaiser shakes his head in exasperation.
I had a feeling she was up to something, but she played it damned cool.
Same here. Well, now that you know, why don't you get back in there and finish up with that asshole so you can move on to Sonny Thornfield?
I will. But remember what I said. I can't rush it with Snake. Every minute I spend with him buys me another minute with Sonny. I'm going to spend at least 50 more minutes with him.
I try to look downcast, and it works.
I'm sorry, Penn. I know you want your father home, but you know a plea bargain is a slow process.
I nod. Yeah, I get it. The FBI agent pats me on the shoulder.
Thanks for telling me about Jordan. Snake got to me a little with that threat.
I saw. Kaiser clucks his tongue.
That means Snake saw, too.
After he returns to the interrogation room, I count to 10, then hurry to find Sheriff Dennis's utility room. The big man is waiting for me 2 corners down the hallway. Drafting behind his broad back, I move down a second hallway, then take a sharp turn into a concrete-floored area that stinks of disinfectant and old vomit. Dennis turns right into a cul-de-sac, then opens a door to a dim 10-by-10 room crowded with cleaning supplies, paper towels, toilet paper, and mops. Unshielded pipes and conduit run along the walls and hang from the ceiling. It is to one of these ceiling pipes that Sonny Thornfield has been chained by his wrists. His dark Creole skin cannot hide the nearly bloodless state of his face. This man is a quivering mass of fear, which makes me wonder what Walt said to him during Sheriff Dennis's absence. Thornfield actually looks relieved to see me as Walt looms at his side. Does Sonny think I've come to rescue him? Walker closes the door behind us, then takes up a position behind me.
"Thank God," Sonny almost whimpers. "Help me, Mayor. This guy's crazy. He already tried to torture me a couple of days ago."
With his cowboy hat pulled low and his expression grim, Walt Garrity certainly looks the part of the professional torturer. "Listen to me, Sonny," I say. "I'm going to ask you some questions, and you're going to answer every one. Nobody's ever going to know where I got my information. I promise you that much protection. But if you don't answer, Captain Garrity there is going to do whatever is necessary to make you talk. Is that clear?"
"Just tell me what you want. My heart can't take no more strain, Mayor. I don't know nothing anyway."
"I hope that's a lie, Sonny. For your sake."
"What do you want?"
"I want to know where my father is." Sonny's eyes go wide, and he looks from me to Dennis, then back.
"I don't know. The last time I saw him was Tuesday night. Him and this fella here kidnapped me from my fishing camp. They tortured me in a van, and then they killed that state trooper."
Spittle flies from Thornfield's mouth in his panicked state.
"I don't care about that trooper, 'cause Deke Dunn was an asshole anyhow, but this in here wanted to kill me afterwards. Thank God Dr. Cage made him take me to the hospital. Doc's a good man, and I know you are too. Please don't let him hurt me. I've got grandkids, and my heart can't take it. I already had 1 coronary this week. I can't stand no more, I swear."
One glance at Walt tells me Sonny is telling the truth about Tuesday, but my gut says he's lying about my father. Unfortunately, he's not lying about his heart condition. "I don't want to hurt you, Sonny, but I will. And you're right. You could have another heart attack at any moment. If you don't want to die for Forrest Knox, you'd better tell me where Dad is. I don't care about any of the rest of it. Tell me the truth, no matter how bad it is. Is my father dead?" The old man shakes his head on the verge of tears.
"No, he ain't. At least I don't think he is."
My heart leaps and begins to pound. "Tell me where he is."
"Forrest took him last night. Doc was hiding out at that colored lawyer's place in Jefferson County, but Snake didn't want to come in here without some kind of insurance. He was worried about some kind of setup, something like that planted meth, I guess.
So what did he do?
We took the doc back from Forrest last night.
Where is he now?
You swear to God you won't tell Snake or Forrest I told you?
Sonny's eyes go to Dennis.
They'll kill me, Sheriff. Y'all will just go get the doc and say you found him, right? If I tell you where he's at, will you do that?
There's no if to you telling, Sonny,
Walker says from behind me.
Talk.
Okay, I'm trusting you. Dr. Cage is at my little fishing cabin on Old River.
I can scarcely believe this. Old River is less than 10 miles from where we stand.
Are you lying, Sonny? Are you trying to stall me?
No! I swear by Jesus!
That's where we picked this guy up Tuesday, Walt says. There's no legal record of the place. We found it using a GPS tracker.
Who's guarding my father?
I ask Sonny.
Nobody! We're all here, I swear, Mayor. He's just tied up good.
Is he hurt?
He ain't in the best shape, but he's breathing.
Thornfield's voice betrays how little confidence he has in his captive's well-being.
My truck's outside, Walt says excitedly. Let's go get him.
Wait,
says Sheriff Dennis.
What do we do with Sonny meanwhile?
Nothing yet. I'm surprised by the emotionless tone of my own voice. I've got one more question. Who killed Viola Turner, Sonny? No bullshit. Your life depends on it. The old man's chin and lips quiver as he shakes his head.
I don't know. I swear to God, Mayor. Snake might know, but I don't.
I've watched too many suspects lie to be fooled by Thornfield's false sincerity.
You're lying. Make him tell me, Walt.
Sonny's eyes bulge as Walt grabs a long, wet towel, throws it over the pipe, and quickly ties a knot. With the dangling end, he ties a second knot around the hanging cloth, making a functional noose.
Oh, no, now,
Thornfield cries, starting to weep.
My heart'll blow out if you lift me up there. I don't know nothing about that nurse, I swear.
I lean forward until my eyes are only inches from his. Who killed Viola, Sonny? I know you saw her die. Thornfield is too terrified to retreat from his lie. He shakes his head like 1,000 suspects I've seen driven into a corner, clinging desperately to what they believe is their only currency. Lift him up there, guys, I say coldly. Walt grabs Sonny by the shoulders and positions him beneath the noose. Sheriff Dennis steps around me in the tight space and grabs the old man by the waist.
Jesus, no!
Sonny pleads.
Don't do it!
Sonny screams, but I lose the sound when the door behind me flies open and bangs against the cinder block wall. When I turn, I see John Kaiser staring wide-eyed at us with a combination of amazement and disgust.
Have you lost your fucking minds? He asks.
Nobody answers.
Let go of him, Garrity, Kaiser orders.
Walt doesn't move. With calm deliberation, Kaiser draws a pistol from an ankle holster and aims it at Walt's head.
Step away, Captain. Anybody reaches for a weapon, I'll fire. Does anybody doubt that?
Do what he says, Walt, I say softly. Walker, you too.
Hey, I'm done,
Dennis says, dropping his hands from Sonny's waist. After a tense few seconds, I hear the slap of wet cloth on Sonny's head as Walt drops the noose.
Everybody out in the hall,
Kaiser says, backing out of the doorway.
Now.
We step into the hallway, but Kaiser doesn't stay with us. Instead, he moves into the utility room and closes the door. I hear muffled voices inside.
We done stepped into shit now,
Walker says.
If only he'd waited another minute before busting in there. God damn it.
If we wait here, Kaiser might arrest us, I think aloud. We know where Dad is. We'd better get going.
It's his word against ours,
Dennis snaps.
He can't arrest us. This is my department.
Don't kid yourself. He'll do it. Normally he'd call in the state police, but Kaiser's not about to do that. Forrest and Ozen might show up in response, but it doesn't matter. Walt, you've definitely got to get out of here. You're wanted for murdering a cop. I'll call you as soon as I'm outside. Walt nods, then trots up the hall and disappears around the corner. I guess we're standing our ground? I ask Walker. As the doorknob of the utility room rattles, I whirl, and the sheriff jams something into my back pocket. Kaiser steps out of the room and glares at Dennis.
Sheriff, I'm taking custody of all your prisoners until such time as the governor can make a determination about your fitness to continue in office. You will either confine yourself to your office or go home for the day. I suggest the latter.
You've got no authority over me, Walker says. It's your word against mine, and unless you call the state police, you can't do a thing. And you don't want to call them.
An odd smile touches Kaiser's lips.
Sheriff, a wanted cop killer just fled the premises and you made no attempt to arrest him. That's dereliction of duty. You may have noticed that Forrest Knox is not here to challenge federal authority today. I suggest you take a page from his book.
Without waiting for Walker to respond, Kaiser turns to me and says,
You're done here, Penn. Go home to your daughter.
John,
I don't care what they've done. You can't torture people. You know that. This is a perfect illustration of how unhinged your father's situation has made you. Don't make me jail you, Penn. Go home.
I didn't see any cop killer in here,
Sheriff Dennis says.
Louisiana,
Kaiser mutters.
I guess it never changes after all. Get out of my sight, both of you.
Walt, Sheriff Dennis, and I huddle between a CPSO inmate van and a mobile crime lab trailer. Sheriff Dennis is burning with rage and frustration, but Walt looks ready to roll.
I've got Dr. Elliott's truck and plenty of guns, he says. Let's go get Tom. Did you get the phone I put in your pocket?
Dennis asks me. Reaching into my back pocket, I pull out a StarTAC cash phone. Whose is this?
I took it off Deputy Hunt this morning. I think he was using it to talk to Knox's people. I'm thinking it might be a line to Forrest himself.
Did you try any of the numbers in it?
There's only one. Nobody answered.
Where's Deputy Hunt now?
I had my nephew lock him up at the gun range. I wasn't sure how I wanted to handle him.
Go get him. Take him somewhere that no one could possibly find him. If Forrest knows he's been taken, he's already got men trying to kill him. We may need Hunt before we're finished.
Don't you want me to come to Thornfield's cabin with you?
Walt and I can handle it. Walker hesitates, then nods.
If that's how you want to play it, okay. Call me if you need me. And be careful.
As the sheriff trots away, Walt starts toward Drew's truck. I'm going to take my car, I call to him. You're still a fugitive, and depending on what Kaiser has done about our little hanging party, you may need to rabbit one more time.
Okay.
Adrenaline flushes through me as I sprint for my Audi.
This thing's going off the rails, Forrest said, pulling his coat around him as the wind over the deck picked up. I can feel it.
What you want to do, boss? Ozen asked. Forrest shook his head and wished he had a cigarette. He couldn't move any faster than he was already. He'd hoped to reassure Snake by phone, and also to ask for a proof of life on Dr. Cage, but when the mole offered Snake a cell phone, Snake's only answer had been to point at his watch. Forrest understood that message well enough. But now that so much time had passed, he was starting to worry that his worst fear was true.
I think Dr. Cage is dead, Alphonse. There's no other reason for Snake to put off talking to me like this. Not that I can see, anyway. And if Dr. Cage is dead, there's no deal to be made with Penn Cage. Not one that'll hold, anyway.
Ozen pulled his hands from his pockets and rubbed them together in the wind. Well, I reckon not.
I've got to know one way or the other. But Snake's the only person who can tell me. Claude's bugged out, and I'm not bringing in a new lawyer this late in the game. We're going to have to get Snake out of that jail regardless of the risk.
Just Snake?
No, all of them. Otherwise, somebody's going to start thinking about cutting a deal. But getting all of them out is going to take some precision timing combined with reckless daring.
Forrest sucked his teeth, reflecting on his choice of manpower. You know that black team can handle it, Ozen said.
I'm not so sure anymore. They'd better handle their end.
Who was that you called earlier?
Glenn Morehouse's sister, Wilma Dean. She's as cold as they come. Not many women would stand by quiet while you killed their brother, much less help you do it.
She done that?
Forrest nodded. This past Monday. She's old school, boy, like that Madame Defarge in A Tale of Two Cities.
Ozen looked blank.
I also called Billy about a bastard child of Snake's. Alois Engel's his name. The kid's only 25, but he's a mean little fucker. He's already affiliated with a couple of white supremacist groups. Cold as ice. Reminds me of a Hitler Youth poster. He's done work for Billy in the meth trade, too. Anyway, the point in using him and Wilma is that if anything goes bad with the end of the op, which is the biggest risk, Kaiser will think Snake brought him in, not me.
Ozen gave a malevolent grin. Now you are talking, babe.
Let's start assembling the team. We're going to need the whole goodie bag, too.
It's time, boss. Waiting never helped anything. Chapter 58. As Walt and I raced toward Old River, a dead-end channel still connected to the Mississippi River by a narrow chute, the atrocities Kaiser wrote me about spin through my mind like curling strips of black-and-white film. To accept that men capable of such acts have control of my father is tantamount to resigning myself to his death. For while Snake Knox and his crew are behind bars at this moment, they had half the night to work their will on my father, and Forrest, the feared ghost of the Vietnamese highlands, had him before Snake did. As I focus on holding the wheel steady on the gravel road, Walt points along the row of bizarre stilt houses that line Old River. This part of the parish always floods when the river rises, hence the tall metal stilts beneath every structure. The little cabins look like ugly cranes on long, thin legs, waiting for an unwary fish to swim down the brown channel behind them. Most of the cabins have a crude elevator system fashioned from a welded iron cage and an electric truck winch to lift it. I'm suspicious of Sonny's claim that Dad is unguarded, but Walt insists that speed is everything now. As soon as I pull into the driveway he tells me to, Walt leaps out with his pistol and boards the cage that will carry him to Sonny's raised deck. Walt tests the machine by gripping the rail and heaving himself from right to left, then lays his hand on the lever that will start the winch. "You take the staircase," he says. "If somebody comes out, start shooting, because I'm a sitting duck in this thing." I look at the 4 flights of steps that lead the 30 feet up to the cabin. My fire will be blocked as I near the top. Then get up there before I do, and if they start shooting, kick in the back door and kill them from behind. Okay. Walt flips the start lever on the winch, and with a grinding hum he begins rising toward the treehouse-like structure. I sprint for the base of the staircase, then start pumping my legs as I did running the bleachers as a high school football player. In seconds, my chest is pounding and my throat burning, but the door isn't far away. I'll beat Walt to the cabin by 10 seconds. Once I reach the deck behind the cabin, I tiptoe to the back door, my ears tuned to the slightest sound. I hear nothing. A clang from the winch around front tells me Walt has reached the front platform. The fact that no one has opened up on him must be a sign that Sonny was telling the truth about no guards. The back door is locked. As I raise my foot to kick it in, Walt yells, "Front door's open!" Worried that someone might be lying in ambush for him, I kick open the flimsy back door and burst into the den of the little structure. The cabin stinks of mildew and looks to have been furnished with cast-off pieces or actual junk. A plywood square has fallen from a footlocker that served as the base of a makeshift coffee table, and the naugahyde sofa against the wall has been patched all over with silver duct tape.
"I'll check the back,"
Walt says, gesturing at a narrow doorway with his pistol. I nod, but my belief that Dad might still be here is evaporating fast. 2 medicine bottles lie on a square of shag carpet that looks like its purpose is to serve as a toilet for an incontinent dog. Picking one of them up, I read the label. Patient, Thomas Cage. Physician, Drew Elliott, M.D. Nitroglycerin, 0.4 milligrams.
"He's not back there,"
Walt says, emerging from the doorway.
"Maybe he got away."
I shake my head. He'd never have left his drugs. There's nitro and pain pills on the floor. He couldn't do without either. Not for long, anyway. Walt kicks the plywood sheet against the wall, plops down on the patched sofa, and kicks his feet up on the footlocker.
"You think they knew we were coming?"
How? Sonny couldn't have told them. More likely, Forrest figured out where they were and took them back.
"Damn it! What about Sheriff Dennis? Could he have warned them by phone?"
No fucking way. Dennis hates the Knoxes.
"Yeah, I was reaching."
It had to be Forrest, Walt. Unless...
"What?"
Unless Snake came back here and moved him somewhere else. I think Sonny was telling the truth. He believed Dad was here. But you heard him. He said Snake was worried about a setup. He wanted insurance. Maybe Snake worried that Sonny was too weak to stand much interrogation, so he made sure that nobody but him knew where Dad really was.
"Well, we can't question Snake. Kaiser won't let us near him."
I think back to Snake's smug countenance. Nope. And questioning Forrest is pointless unless we are willing to do what we just did to Sonny. And even if we were, that's easier said than done with him. Walt nods thoughtfully.
"I know where Forrest is. The Bouchard Lake House, Lake Concordia. Forrest and Ozen were on the outside deck, and I searched the whole place."
Could you have missed Dad?
"No. Tom could have been in the boathouse, I suppose, but I just don't think Forrest would keep a hostage that close to him. Much more likely Tom would be out at Valhalla."
But you were there, too. Walt shrugs.
"They could have moved him back to either place since I left. If we can't talk to Snake, then Forrest is our best chance. But we'll have to fight our way in there unless either Sheriff Dennis can get us a warrant."
"That won't happen."
"Or you can set up some kind of negotiation with Forrest."
"The way I did with Brody Royal? That didn't end too well."
"I didn't say it was a good plan, but it might be the only one."
No matter what happens, Forrest could order Dad killed, then say he died while resisting arrest. Not only that, he could arrest you as a fugitive and me for interfering on your behalf.
"Can you get a warrant for Valhalla?" Walt asks.
Lussahatchee County is in our court district, and I know the circuit judge in Natchez. I can probably get a warrant, but I don't know that Sheriff Ellis would serve it. From what I've heard, he's pretty cozy with the local hunting camp owners, including the Knoxes. Plus, Valhalla is known to be connected with the Knoxes. I don't think they'd stash him in a place we could find using common knowledge, paperwork, or computers.
"Shit,"
says Walt, spitting on the floor. "You just left your DNA here," I observe.
"Fuck some DNA. We're way past that now."
We sit in silence for several seconds, and in the strange vacuum, a profound fear begins to flow through me. "Walt," I say in a flat voice, "what does your gut tell you? Do you think they've killed him?"
"I've worried from the start they meant to kill him so he'd go down as Viola's killer and that investigation would stop. And with the trooper hanging around our necks, we just made it too easy for them."
Walt's tone of despair leaves me feeling hollowed out. Short of getting snake knocks in that CPSO broom closet with Walt and a wet towel, I don't see that we have an option. "Hey," Walt says, shoving the old footlocker with his foot. "What?" "You see this? This is a Marine footlocker, World War II vintage. It's made of wood. I saw a few of them in Korea." "So?" "So it's got a brand new padlock on it. A Chubb. Take a look." Looking down, I see a pitted, flimsy-looking latch with a heavy, shining padlock on it. Above the circular latch is a metal nameplate with the letters CPL Sonny Thornfield stamped on it. The same letters are stenciled on top of the oblong box, but they've faded to near invisibility. Walt taps his thighs, his eyes on the padlock. "Why does an old Gomer like Sonny lock up his piece-of-shit footlocker like it's holding the crown jewels?" "Maybe it's all he's got in the world." Walt slides up to the edge of the sofa and leans forward. "Let's find out." Reversing his pistol in his hand, he hammers at the latch and lock, but they refuse to yield. I get up and go through the drawers beside the plastic sink against the wall, hunting for a screwdriver. I don't find one, but in the back of the drawer I find an old rat-tail file, as rusty as some tool left behind by the slaves who built the pyramids. Taking it in my hand, I go to the footlocker, wedge it into the latch, and with one savage twist snap the latch free from the lid of the case. "Good man," says Walt. "Let's see what that old fool thinks is worth protecting. Probably 10 years' worth of Hustler." My stomach feels strangely hollow as I lift the lid, just the way it did when as a boy I secretly unpacked my Christmas presents after finding them hidden in a closet. In the dim light of the cabin, I see mementos of Sonny Thornfield's younger life stacked carefully in layers. A woman must have packed this locker. Digging patiently through it, I find war ribbons and medals, a pistol and bayonet, an ancient tube of Barbasol shaving lotion, a Marine forage cap, a Ku Klux Klan hood and several Klan pins, one a fiery cross wrought in gold, lying on what appears to be a folded white robe, a stack of baseball cards from the early 1940s bound by a dry, rotted rubber band, a cup of multicolored marbles, a snapshot of a Ku Klux Klan rally in Natchez, probably the big one held in the summer of 1965, 2 hand grenades that had been emptied of explosive, Thornfield's birth certificate along with several other yellowed legal papers, including his honorable discharge from the Marine Corps. But at the bottom of the footlocker, pressed between 2 ancient hymnals, lies a memento of a different sort, the sort that Kaiser dealt with in his previous life. What I first think is just a chamois cloth is actually a soft swatch of leather with the letters USN needled into it with dark blue ink. Above these letters are an anchor and a rope. About 5 inches long and brown as stained walnut, the skin has rolled a little at the edges. Fighting the urge to gag, I lift the thing from the bottom of the footlocker. The obscene trophy is soft and buttery, like the finest grain leather. It is leather, I remind myself, tanned to perfection by someone with a deep knowledge of such things. "Son of a bitch," Walt intones. I try to speak, but my throat is sealed shut. The ragged edges of the thing in my hand make it plain that it was cut from Jimmy Revels's arm. I only hope he was dead when it happened. "This is my ticket back into the sheriff's office," I finally whisper. "To talk to Snake Knox." "Is that where we're going?" After hastily repacking the footlocker, I fasten it shut, then look up at the old ranger. "No, not yet. Kaiser won't let us do what we'd need to do to Snake." Walt nods gravely. "Where then?" "It's time to talk to Forrest Knox." His eyes narrow. You gonna call him on that cell phone Dennis gave you? Try to cut a deal with him? There's no deal to be had. We're going to find out where Dad is, no matter what that takes. An unspoken question rises in Walt's eyes. I lay the tattoo in his calloused hand, then get to my feet and check my pistol. The old ranger looks down at the tanned skin for several seconds without speaking, feeling it between his fingers. Then he brings it closer to his face so that his aging eyes can focus on the inked letters. Jesus wept, he says finally. I had a brother who served in the Navy. No matter what happens at Knox's place, I'm gonna kill the motherfucker who done this. Chapter 59. The Bouchard Lake House stands on the side of Lake Concordia, farthest from the Mississippi River. A modernist, metal-skinned anomaly, it stands out among the older ranch houses and contemporary McMansions. At my request, Walker Dennis waited for us 4 miles up the road in the parking lot of a small grocery store that serves the lake residents. There I parked my Audi and climbed into Drew's truck, while Walker followed us in his marked Tahoe. During the drive here, Walt told me 2 things I could scarcely believe. First, that he'd planted the derringer that killed Trooper Deke Dunn inside Forrest Knox's Baton Rouge home. And second, that while exploring Forrest's computer, he discovered a video of a state police SWAT unit murdering what appeared to be black drug dealers during Hurricane Katrina. Walt rather unwisely turned this video over to Colonel Griffith McKeever, but so far as he knows, the derringer still remains in Knox's house. The implications of this information are too explosive for me to predict, yet I will be facing Forrest himself in less than 5 minutes. When we reach the driveway of the Bouchard house, Walker Dennis pulls in after me and blocks the drive with his Tahoe, then climbs out with an AR-15 mounting an ACOG sight on its top rail. "What's the fire signal?" he asks. "If I raise my right forefinger, blow him away." "Forrest first?" "Whoever's the most immediate threat." Dennis nods, then walks behind the Tahoe and rests his rifle on the hood, making a bench rest of his vehicle. Walt drives slowly up the driveway, 30 meters, 40. I lay my hand on his arm and wait for him to turn to me. When he does, I say, "Tell me one thing, Walt. Did Dad kill Viola? I don't care either way at this point. I just need to know." The old ranger's eyes don't waver. "I honestly don't know. I just came to help the man because he's my friend." I actually believe this. Walt and my father are from a different era, almost a different nation. The code by which they live probably precluded Walt from even asking the question. "What if they just open up on us from the house?" he asks. "They won't. If they're watching, they'll have seen Walker's bubble lights already." Walt doesn't look reassured. "You sure you don't want to try to call Knox on that cell phone?" "Nope. I've got other plans for that phone." The brakes squeal as Walt rolls to a stop 20 meters from the house. I can just see the corner of the rear deck jutting out from the second floor. As I stare, a head appears silhouetted against the sky. After several seconds, it withdraws. "We just lost the element of surprise," Walt deadpans, glancing into the back seat, where the veritable arsenal of firearms he brought from Texas lies in a padded duffel bag. "I don't think we ever had it. I'll get out and wait for them. You stay in here until I clarify the situation. We don't want them shooting you before they understand the price." Climbing out of the truck, I stand with my .357 hanging in plain view against my leg. In less than a minute, the side door of the house opens, and 2 men emerge, one of average height but well-built and with the grace of an athlete, the other shorter and built like a small refrigerator. As they approach, the second man's brick-colored skin becomes obvious. Alphonse Ozen. "Hello, Mayor," says the taller man, whose dark face has now resolved into recognizable features. Forrest Knox looks like the actor Kenneth Tobey, but with a dark suntan, pocked skin, and black hair. He's square-jawed and almost handsome, but a badly disfigured ear and his disturbingly direct eyes make me uneasy.
"What can I do for you?"
"Tell me where my father is." Forrest gives me a bemused smile.
"How would I know that?"
"You kidnapped him last night and then your uncle snatched him from you. Now something tells me you've taken him back. In any case, I don't have time for a long explanation. Just tell me where he is now." Forrest drums the fingers of his right hand against the knuckles of his left.
"Who's that in the truck, Mayor? Looks like he might be a wanted cop killer."
"He is, and he's going to get out. But before he does, I want you to note the sniper at the end of your driveway. He's got you zeroed right now." Forrest chuckles softly.
"Can that clown hit me from there?"
"The deer heads on his office wall tell me he probably can." I turn to Drew's truck and motion for Walt to get out. As he does, I give Alphonse Ozen a warning glance. "I don't want either of you touching a cell phone. If you do, Sheriff Dennis will fire and I'll swear you went for your guns." Forrest laughs softly.
"You've got some balls for a lawyer, don't you?"
"You called this play. I'm only doing what I have to do for my family." Knox gives me a measuring look.
"What do you really know about me, Mayor?"
"I know you used to leave JFK $50 on the foreheads of men you killed in Vietnam."
"That Kaiser does his homework, doesn't he?"
"It wasn't all bookwork. He was at FSB Ripcord when you were there."
"No shit."
The intelligent eyes narrow with curiosity.
"Well now, if we're going to speak any further, I need you wanded."
Without further prompting, Ozen takes a black wand from his pocket and runs it the length of my body. I can imagine Walker Dennis tensing for a shot, thinking Ozen is making a move on me. The wand beeps when it passes the cell phone in my back pocket, but I show Ozen that it's switched off. When the red-boned wands Walt, the instrument begins beeping loudly near his ankles.
"My throwdown," Walt informs him. "Try to take that and I'll beat you to death with it."
Ozen chuckles like Walt's a funny old codger. As he straightens up, Forrest says,
"Who planted the meth on my relatives?"
"This conversation's drifting off point, Colonel. I'm only concerned about my father."
"Your daddy murdered a state trooper, Mayor. That makes this a problematic conversation."
"Bullshit," says Walt. "I killed that asshole Dunn, and he was no cop. He was a disgrace to his badge. I stopped him from committing murder."
Forrest gives Walt a hard look, then motions for me to follow him away from the other men.
"Let's move downwind and keep this civil," he says. "Otherwise there may be casualties."
When we're out of earshot, Forrest turns to me.
"You tried to cut a deal with Brody Royal, didn't you? That was your mistake right there. Brody was a megalomaniac. I'm a pragmatist."
"Is that right?"
"You can find out right now. Let's hear your offer."
"I'm not here to make an offer."
"That's too bad, because I did speak to your father last night, and his main hope was that we can all come to a mutually satisfactory arrangement. His idea is to blame the casualties up to this point on dead people. Brody, Regan, and Morehouse, say, and you and your fiancé back the fuck away from this stupid double eagle story and everything you think goes with it."
Trying not to read anything into his verb tenses, I say, "Where did you speak to my father?"
"That doesn't matter, but we had a good visit last night. Talked about the old days, and my old man, of course. Daddy thought a hell of a lot of Dr. Cage."
I don't imagine the feeling was mutual. Forrest barks a laugh. "Are you kidding?"
Your dad and mine got along great. They'd both been through the same meat grinder in Korea. They had different politics, sure, but they respected each other. Hell, Daddy even knew Dr. Cage used to patch up the black agitators when they got hurt, but he didn't care.
I try to imagine my father respecting Frank Knox, but I can't see it.
Doc got into some trouble over in Korea,
Forrest says in a confiding tone.
He ever tell you about that? Bad trouble. He nearly went to prison, I believe. Daddy said he got fucked over by the army for doing the right thing, whatever that means. But I guess old Tom didn't want you worrying he might not be the hero you thought he was.
Forrest smiles with what appears to be genuine nostalgia.
You know, Dr. Cage had to stitch me up 5 or 6 times when I was a kid.
Do you remember Viola assisting him? I ask quietly. The nostalgia goes out of Knox's face, but his eyes still gleam as though from an inner heat.
I sure do. She wasn't the kind of woman you forget.
Could he possibly be Lincoln's father? I wonder, noting the dark color of his skin, which looks like the result of Creole blood and not a suntan in December. He's actually darker than Sonny Thornfield, but I won't accomplish anything here by going down that road. I made a mistake with Brody, I tell him. I thought he was the man behind all this, but I was wrong. It's been you all along. I step closer to Forrest, and as I do, I get the feeling not many people invade this man's personal space. I'm not here to cut a deal. I don't know whether you've got Dad right now or not, but if you don't, you've got the best chance of finding out where he is. So I'm giving you until 6 this evening to put him safely in my care. After that, if he's not back in the bosom of his family,
are you seriously about to threaten me, Mayor?
Not physically, but let me finish. If you don't get my father back safe in the bosom of his family, I'm going to do what I do best.
Which is?
There's an old saying, Colonel. The mills of the gods grind slow, but they grind to powder. You know that one? Forrest cocks his head, which gives me a better look at the scarred nub of his ear.
I suppose you're God in this hypothetical?
No, I'm the grinding wheel. I sent 16 killers to death row in Houston. 13 have been executed. I'm no longer very proud of that, but it's a fact. So, you return my father, and I won't much care what happens to you. But if you don't, I'm going to resign the mayor's office and turn all my attention to you. All my legal ability and experience, my law enforcement and political connections, all the resources of my future father-in-law's media conglomerate, all that I will relentlessly focus on you. I'll peel you open layer by layer. I'll dig up every enemy you ever made, every woman you betrayed, every cop you ever paid off, every lie you told, every corpse you buried, every dollar you moved offshore, every tax return you ever filed. Then I'll grind you to powder, bone by bone. I won't stop until there's nothing left. Forrest Knox is looking at me as though seeing me for the first time. He doesn't speak for a while, but when he finally does, he sounds anything but rattled.
That might be tougher than you think, Counselor. You see, my enemies are dead. Their bodies no longer exist. My women know better. My brothers in uniform are brothers. My money is safe, and I've paid my taxes. I'm basically bulletproof.
Nobody's bulletproof. The time has come for my bit of theater. To illustrate my point, I've got a message for you.
Yeah? From who?
Moving very slowly, so as not to trigger a shot by Sheriff Dennis, I take Deputy Hunt's cell phone from my back pocket. While Forrest watches, I power up the phone and wait for it to acquire a signal. Knox is squinting at the device as though it looks familiar. When 2 bars show on the screen, I pull up the number last called and hit redial. After a pregnant pause, during which Knox leans forward to better see the phone, a cell phone in his pocket begins to ring. At the second ring, his eyes widen like those of an ice fisherman who realizes he's walked too far out on the lake. Technically, I say, I guess this message is from Deputy Hunt. But in a larger sense, you could say it's a message from God. He's telling you to cut your losses while you can. Forrest looks like he's thinking about snatching the phone from me. I nearly wag my finger at him, but then I remember that would trigger a shot from Sheriff Dennis. 6 o'clock, I repeat. After that, I'm giving Deputy Hunt to the FBI, turning Caitlin and her father loose on you, and going to work myself. If that happens, you can forget taking over the state police. They'll be processing you into Angola within 6 months, I guarantee it. And I can't imagine a much worse hell for a dirty cop who uses snipers to take out his black competition. That would be a fitting end, but it's one you have the power to avoid. Forrest hasn't blinked for maybe a minute. He probably looked like this when he staked out trails at night in Vietnam. After a few more silent seconds, a tight smile broadens his mouth, and he reaches out as though to shake my hand in acceptance of my terms. "Don't do it," says a voice in my head. "He's playing you. Raise your finger and have Dennis blow his brains out. Any other choice is giving this man a chance to tear your life apart." If Walt weren't already wanted for killing a state trooper, I might raise my finger and take my chances in court. But that's not really an option now. Suppressing my revulsion, I take Forrest's hand and shake it. "We're going to leave now," I say evenly. "If either of you touch your weapons, Walker will fire. He won't hesitate, trust me. He lost a cousin to one of your men, and he'd love some payback." Again, Knox's dark eyes glint with interest. "This has been an enlightening visit, Mayor. I look forward to our next meeting." "One more thing, Forrest. I'm not your problem. The federal government is. Special Agent Kaiser is running Sheriff Dennis's department now, and he wants your ass bad. I think he's wanted you for a long time. You need to get my father back so you can focus on staying out of federal prison." I walk away from Knox without waiting for a response, nor do I speak when I pass Walt. All that matters now is Walker Dennis and his rifle. Without them, Walt and I would already be dead. Walt Garrity watched Forrest Knox follow Penn with his eyes, then turn and walk back toward the lake house. Walt was about to follow Penn to the truck when the Redbone reached out and grasped his arm. "What the hell are you doing here, Granddad? You sure as hell can't be no bodyguard." Walt pulled his arm free and started to leave, but Ozen said, "So you shot Dick Dunn, huh? I find that pretty hard to believe." After watching Forrest walk back into the lake house, a cell phone pressed to his ear, Walt finally gave his full attention to the combative trooper. "That's because your head's full of stump water. Why don't you crawl back to whatever slough you crawled up out of?" The Redbone's eyes blazed. He balled his right fist and stepped toward Walt, but Walt didn't move. "You must be crazy," Ozen said. "Is that it? Alzheimer's got you?" Walt spoke in a voice so low that the trooper had to lean forward to hear him. "I've known many a Redbone in my day, you know, especially down around Galveston in the 50s. Some were hard-working boys you could trust to tote the key to the smokehouse. Others could wear a top hat and walk under a snake's belly. But I sized you up the second I saw you. There ain't much worse than a dirty cop. I don't mean a patrolman who takes his share of the pad to pay for his kid's braces. I'm talking about pricks who use their badge to extort and kill people. Pricks like you and your boss.
I wouldn't be surprised if I bent my Colt over your daddy's head back in the day. And you could ask him about it, if you knew who he was. But I'm betting you don't."
As Ozen's cheek twitched, Walt said,
"Tom Cage is worth 2 of me and 10 of you. And if he don't come out of this thing alive and in one piece, I'm going to cut the blood out of you. And I'll do the same to your boss."
"You mouthy fuck," Ozen said, reaching back and drawing a switchblade from his back pocket. The blade sprang out with a chilling snick. Walt looked at the knife with disdain.
"Crabapple switch? I figured you for an Arkansas toothpick. What the hell are you talking about, old-timer?" "You'll find out soon enough."
Walt pointed at the lake house.
"Run home to Papa, son. We'll have our day, you and me."
Ozen waved the knife under Walt's chin.
"Laugh it up now, Texas, but get ready. I'm going to gag you and gut you and sit you in front of a mirror while I do it."
Walt spat within an inch of the trooper's boot.
"I look forward to that party."
I stand by the Tahoe with Walker Dennis, who is still sighting down his AR-15 at Ozen as Walt makes his way to Drew's pickup truck. "I'd like you to cover us until we're clear here," I tell him. "Then escort me back to Vidalia."
"What about Garrity?"
"He needs to stay on these guys. As soon as I'm back in Vidalia, I want you to go to wherever you have Deputy Hunt and move him again. Find out everything he knows about the Knoxes, but don't kill him. Right now, he's the only leverage we have against Forrest."
"Understood."
Drew Elliott's truck starts up and begins rolling toward us. "And Walker, switch vehicles before you do it. We're not the only ones who know about GPS trackers." Walker nods, his rifle still trained on the lake house. When the truck reaches me, I pat Walker on the shoulder, then climb into the passenger seat beside Walt.
"Does Knox even know where Tom is?" he asks.
"I don't think so. I think Snake has stashed Dad somewhere."
"Oh, man. Lord, just give me 10 minutes in a cell with Snake Knox and no cameras."
"You're not going to get it. That's why we're splitting up."
"What?"
"I'm going back to the sheriff's office. I can use Sonny's tattoo to buy my way back into the interrogations. You find a good spot to lie up and monitor Forrest by GPS. If he and Ozen make a move, stay with them. If they go to where Dad is, and you feel you have a chance, kill them and get him out of there. Or call Dennis and me, and we'll help you hit them." Walt thought this through.
"And if that call Knox just made was to order Tom killed?"
"There's only so much we can control, Walt. Let's get to it. Take me back to my Audi." He shifts into drive and pulls onto the narrow lake road. "What was that between you and Ozen there at the end?" I ask.
"Just a little flirting. Nothing to worry about."
Chapter 60. The view from Danny McDavitt's helicopter had been overwhelming in its way, but the view from Mose Tyler's John boat was oppressive. Traveling through the cypress swamp at water level felt like trying to navigate the delta of a great jungle river. Part of the time the boat was driven by a small outboard Evinrude, but at other times the old man had to switch to an electric trolling motor. Tyler appeared to be over 80, and he moved with an arthritic slowness that Caitlin recognized from her father-in-law's careful motions. Their guide said little, even in response to questions, and Caitlin soon began to doubt that he could even see well enough to read the map they had shown him. But he'd been happy to take $200 from her, and right now she had little choice but to trust the old man. Just as she began to wonder whether they should head back to their car, a stand of massive cypress trees came into view. They dwarfed the ones she had seen up until now. Their massive trunks were as thick as economy cars, and the great knees that jutted out of the water around them looked like boulders made of wood. Several trees had wide cracks in them, as the story in Henry's files claimed the bone tree did. But Mose Tyler seemed disinclined to stop and investigate these gigantic specimens. When Caitlin turned to Jordan for support, the photographer merely shrugged and went on shooting pictures with her plastic-wrapped Nikon. Amazingly, the trees grew even larger as they sailed deeper into the swamp. Many stood on grassy tussocks that rose like hobbit hills out of the water, and these trees seemed somehow more alive than the oaks and pines Caitlin was accustomed to seeing. The wildlife became more abundant, too. Caitlin saw a water moccasin swimming like a slowly curling whip, its wedge-shaped head lifted above the water. A young alligator rested on a log in a single shaft of sunlight, and farther on, a pair of deer swam with surprising speed between two grassy hummocks. "I didn't know deer could swim," she said with awe.
"Deer be good swimmers," Mose mumbled. "Better get your raincoat on if you got one."
As though summoned by the old man's words, Caitlin heard a high-pitched hiss over the water. A silver-gray curtain was rolling toward them through the trees. The mirrored surface of the swamp suddenly erupted into chaos, and the hiss grew into the crazed snapping of water thrown on a hot griddle. The cold rain quickly worked its way under the collar of her jacket, soaking her bandana and running down her back. Caitlin made sure that Carl's walkie-talkie was staying dry in her zippered bag. Mose tolerated the downpour with the equanimity of a cow, and Jordan reacted much the same. Caitlin shrugged away the rain and focused on the forest around them. The massive trees with their great gnarled knees reminded her of the Tree of Life in the Animal Kingdom at Walt Disney World in Florida. They weren't that big, of course. That tree was 14 stories tall and riddled with hidden passageways. But the giant cypresses here looked 50 feet around, and their fibrous trunks seemed like natural models of the great columns at Karnak. "I read that some of these trees could be 700 years old," she told Mose and Jordan.
"These trees ain't nothing," said the fisherman. "When I was a boy, you couldn't hardly come through here. Then a rich man sent saw gangs in here one summer. They cut all the oldest trees. They'd cut them down, then wait for the winter rains, chain them together, and float 'em out to be sawed up for lumber. All them trees gone now. Nothing left but these little uns."
Caitlin could scarcely imagine trees that dwarfed the ones before her. "Are we anywhere near that X on the map?" The old man killed the Evinrude, then leaned to his left and pointed past Jordan in the bow of the boat. Caitlin followed the line of his weathered hand. An 8-foot-tall fence, like the ones they had seen on the way in, blocked their path. "What's that?" she asked.
"Hunting club fence,"
Mose said. "Is the X on the other side of that fence?"
"Best I can tell it is."
"Have you ever been on the other side?"
"No, ma'am. That private property."
Caitlin didn't believe him. She looked hard into the old man's bloodshot eyes. "I don't care if you run illegal trot lines, Mr. Tyler, or hunt game out of season. I just want to know what's on the other side of that fence." Tyler's eyes narrowed, and he looked away from Caitlin. "I didn't mean to suggest you were doing anything wrong," she said. "We despise the people who put up these fences," Jordan said. "We'd tear every one of them down if we could."
"You can't,"
Mose said solemnly.
"You tear down them fences, you'll find yourself sunk in a hole out here. Food for the panthers."
"There aren't any panthers out here," Jordan said. "Panthers are extinct in the United States." Mose laughed for the first time, an eerie cackle that set Caitlin's nerves on edge. "Will you take us to the other side of that fence?" Caitlin asked. "Please?"
"Not for no $200 I won't, and not today."
"Why not?"
Lots of reasons. But I'll earn my money. I'll tell you something most people don't know. That fence ain't on the rightful boundary.
What? Mose nodded with conviction.
Just 'cause you puts a fence in a certain place don't make the land yours.
How do you know that's not the boundary? Jordan asked.
'Cause I was here before that fence was. Lots of times with my daddy. And that fence be in the wrong place.
Caitlin felt a chill go through her that had nothing to do with the rain. If Mose Tyler was correct, as Danny McDavitt had suggested, then the bone tree might stand on federal land. And committing murder on federal land, even dumping a body on it, meant that the killers could be tried in federal court, even if they had been tried and set free decades ago in a state court. It was one of the very few ways around the double jeopardy statute. Nobody checks this fence? Jordan asked.
Government ain't got the men to do it,
Mose said. Caitlin was about to ask him another question when the old trapper raised his hand. She had no trouble interpreting that gesture as a call for silence. Caitlin listened, but all she heard was the steady hissing of the rain. A slight wind was blowing, enough to have made the boat drift farther away from the fence, but she saw nothing threatening in that.
I think it's time we get out of here,
Mose said. He yanked on the Evinrude's starting cord, but the motor didn't catch. Wait, Jordan said in a commanding voice. Mose ignored her, and this time the engine caught. As he started to throttle up the motor, Jordan stood in the bow and held up her hand. The old fisherman had little choice but to kill the motor.
What's the matter?
He asked, anxiety in his voice. I smell something, Jordan said.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. Something dead.
They's always something dead down in here. Half this swamp be dying and rotting while the other half growing so fast you can almost see it. You ought to come down in here at night sometime. There's logs glowing under the water like the bodies of dead men looking up at you.
What I smell is human, Jordan said without any doubt in her voice.
How you know that?
I've been in a lot of war zones, that's how. I know what a dead body smells like. Jordan turned slowly in the unsteady boat, peering off into the trees as the cold rain fell upon her. That way, she said, pointing toward an opening in the trunks not far from the fence.
Oh, hell no,
Mose said. We'll pay you extra, Jordan said. Take us down there. Tyler shook his head like a scared little boy. 500 more? Caitlin said.
How much you got?
The old man asked. 1,000. It's all yours. Keeping her envelope in her jacket, she dug out 10 more bills and handed them over. There you go. Now take us. With a resentful look, Mose switched on the electric trolling motor to propel the boat in the direction Jordan was pointing. 10 seconds later, they saw buzzards circling above the cypress trees in the distance. When I laid Jimmy Revels's Navy tattoo on the desk Kaiser had commandeered from Walker Dennis, the sight stunned him speechless. Before he could question me, I gave him an edited version of how I'd found it and where I'd spent the time since he'd kicked me out of the sheriff's office. I told him that Forrest Knox had used a SWAT team to kidnap my father last night, and that Snake and the Old Eagles had then snatched Dad from Forrest's men to keep as insurance in case Forrest was setting them up to be arrested this morning. I didn't tell Kaiser I'd seen Forrest Knox in person, nor did I tell him anything Walt Garrity had told me about his activities relating to Forrest. If Kaiser was unwilling to use planted meth to pressure the Eagles, he wasn't going to use a planted Derringer to go after Forrest. I was tempted to tell Kaiser about the video of the Katrina sniping, but since it didn't show Forrest himself, and since Walt no longer had possession of the video, I knew Kaiser wouldn't go for that. After a couple of Kaiser's men photographed the tattoo, he wrapped it carefully in a dry towel, then asked them to give us some privacy. Once they had, he said,
"Why did you bring this back here, Penn?"
"Because Snake Knox is probably the only person alive who knows where my father is, and if he's alive or not."
"This tattoo isn't going to make Snake talk. You saw him in there. You talked to him. He's not going to tell us where your father is."
"No, but he might tell Sonny Thornfield." Kaiser drew back, his face darkening.
"Oh, no. If I sent Sonny into that cell block to try to trick that information out of Snake, Snake would tip to what's going on in 2 seconds flat. I can't take that risk."
"John,
"I'm sorry, Penn. This isn't the way I wanted it, but I now have a chance to turn a double eagle. With that tattoo, I can break Sonny Thornfield, and I have to try it. Now. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is."
"You wouldn't even have the chance without that tattoo."
"Probably not, and I'm grateful for it." "John,
I could walk out of here and tell the world that Walker Dennis planted that meth on the Eagles, and I could say I never saw that tattoo in my life until you pulled it out of your briefcase." Kaiser looks like he doesn't believe I'd do it, but then doubt enters his eyes.
"You'd blow the chance to turn a double eagle and solve a dozen murders on the off chance of saving your father?"
"If that's my only option."
"Two can play that game. I could jail you for obstruction, under the Patriot Act."
"You'd have to take me to a black site to keep me from telling what I know." Kaiser groans angrily.
"God damn it!"
I look at my watch. "Okay, let's say you succeed in flipping Sonny. If he agrees to a deal with you, will you send him back and ask him to see if he can find out where Snake sent Dad?" The FBI agent runs his fingers along the rolled towel that contains the tattoo.
"Maybe. If you can come up with an approach for Sonny that will convince Snake he's not a traitor."
"Okay, I'll think about it. Let's go."
"Where?"
"I'm going to watch you try to flip Sonny. That tattoo's my ticket, and you know it."
"From the observation room," Kaiser says. "That's as close as you get."
"Fine. Let's go." Beyond the one-way window of the observation room, Sonny Thornfield stares anxiously at the rolled white towel in Kaiser's hands. It probably reminds him of the towel Walt slung over the pipe in the utility closet. If he knew what that towel contained, it would scare him more than being hung from a pipe.
"Sonny,"
Kaiser says gently,
"Mayor Cage and the sheriff just searched a fishing cabin over on Old River. They didn't find Dr. Cage there, but they did find 2 bottles of his medicine and signs of a struggle."
Sonny blinks and swallows involuntarily. "If the doc ain't there, I don't know where he's at. Snake must have moved him, or else Forrest found him again."
"Once you get back to the cell block, I'd like you to find out which."
Sonny looks at Kaiser like a little boy whose father has asked him to stand up to a bully in the schoolyard. "You got no idea what you're asking, mister."
"Yes, I do, Sonny. But before you go back to your comrades, we need to address a different issue. Mayor Cage also discovered a footlocker in your cabin."
The old man's chin begins to quiver, and the blood slowly drains from his face. He looks like a patient waiting to hear a terminal diagnosis from his oncologist. Kaiser posted a deputy trained as a paramedic outside in case Sonny has another heart attack, and it's looking like that was a good idea.
"Apparently your footlocker contained all sorts of memorabilia. Your Marine forage cap and battle ribbons, a Ku Klux Klan hood, an old pistol, and a Playboy magazine from 1953.
Beads of sweat have popped out on the old man's wrinkled forehead. "That locker ain't mine," he says.
"No? It has your name on it, and your Marine discharge inside it."
Sonny's pale lips move, but no sound emerges. Kaiser lays the rolled-up towel on the table between them.
"I'm going to unroll this cloth, Sonny,"
he says gently.
"Don't,"
the old man whispers.
"I have to."
"How come?"
You know why.
Thornfield wipes his eyes. I can't help you. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't.
Kaiser sighs softly.
Yes, you can, Sonny. You can send Billy and Snake to death row. Forrest, too, unless I miss my guess. And you can spend all the years you have left with your family, safe from harm.
Sonny bends his head and covers his eyes with a shaking hand. As a prosecutor, I saw many men confronted by the evidence of their most secret sins. Some showed no emotion. Others, those like Snake Knox, actually laughed at photographs of dead or mutilated victims. But a few, like Sonny Thornfield, entered something like a fugue state. The knowledge that their most depraved act on earth will be revealed to all is more than they can endure. He's going to break, I realize. When he sees that tattoo, he's going to fall apart. The only problem is he's the wrong target. Sonny doesn't know where my father is. Only Snake knows that. Kaiser slowly unrolls the cloth. Please don't, Sonny whispers again, begging now. Why did Sonny keep that tattoo, I wonder? An FBI agent asked the same thing when I showed it to Kaiser in Dennis's office.
Because that's what men do, Kaiser answered. Didn't you ever keep something that belonged to a girl you had sex with? A lost earring? An article of clothing?
Blood rose into the agent's cheeks when Kaiser said that, but the old profiler was already rolling the swatch of skin into the towel. Now the tattoo lies exposed under the harsh UV light, a thing that has probably haunted Sonny Thornfield since the day he cut it from a living man. Did Sonny really slice off that skin, I wonder? Or was it Snake? I remember reading about the Hells Angels, and how it was actually a small corps of sadistic members who carried out punishments like rape and savage beatings. I'd be willing to bet the Double Eagles worked in a similar way. I can see Snake Knox laughing as he cut a man's balls off, but it's hard to imagine this shivering old man mutilating an innocent victim. Killing one, yes, out of some twisted sense of mission, but not torturing for pleasure.
Sonny,
Kaiser asks, his voice still gentle.
Can you hear me?
The old man's shivering has grown more pronounced, and as I look beneath the hand shielding his eyes, I see tears dripping down his wrinkled face.
Nod if you can hear me,
Kaiser says in a louder voice. The old man's head bobs once, like he's ducking a blow in slow motion.
That tattoo came from the arm of Jimmy Revels. We know it, and you know it. DNA testing will prove it. This little souvenir is your ticket to the lethal injection chamber. But you're in a special position today. You're in a position to trade this ticket in for a very different one. You can trade it in for freedom.
No, I can't,
Sonny whispers.
You don't know what you're dealing with, mister.
I know it very well. I know Forrest Knox is standing in the shadows behind you. I know he's got a knife at your back. And behind him you see Snake, Frank, and even old Elam Knox. You've known some depraved men, Sonny. And you've done terrible things yourself. But now you have a chance those men never had or will. A chance at redemption. At peace. I can give that to you. I can protect you, Sonny.
Thornfield actually laughs at this. A dry sound like rustling leaves.
Have you ever heard of the WITSEC program?
Kaiser asks. Sonny doesn't respond. He's shuddering violently, and I wonder how much stress he can stand before he throws a clot and dies right in front of us.
No jargon,
I whisper from the observation room, urging Kaiser to speak as plainly as he can.
The Federal Witness Protection Program,
Kaiser clarifies.
I'm sure you've seen shows about it on TV. Nod if you know what I'm talking about.
It's as though the man inhabiting the body across the table from Kaiser has dropped down some hole of pain and grief from which he might never emerge.
I've seen this before, and Kaiser has too. In normal circumstances, you send the guy back to his cell and give him time to adjust to the new reality. But thankfully, Kaiser seems to understand that on this day, we don't have that time. With slow deliberation, the FBI agent leans across the table and speaks just above a whisper.
Do you want to die in prison, Sonny? Do you want to ride the needle?
It don't matter, Sonny croaks. I'm dead either way. All I care about now is my family.
What if we could protect your family, too?
Kaiser asks. Thornfield slowly looks up, his desolate eyes now alive with a glimmer of hope.
All of them?
It's all or nothing time, and Kaiser knows it.
You've got 1 daughter and 2 grandkids, right?
Sonny nods quickly, surprised by Kaiser's knowledge.
My grandson's got a baby on the way, a boy.
Where do they live, Sonny?
My daughter lives in Oklahoma. Her girl lives there too, but my grandson's in the service, been going back and forth to Iraq.
Is he stateside now?
He's just about to ship out for another rotation. He's in California.
That's everybody?
Everybody I care about, or that cares about me.
Do you think they would be willing to enter witness protection? Would they change their identities in order to protect you from retaliation? Or to protect themselves?
Thornfield sighs wearily.
I don't know. My daughter and me have had some hard words between us. She don't like me much. You'd have to talk to her.
She has a phone, right?
Sonny shakes his head.
We're not doing this by phone. No way, no how. You gotta bring 'em here. Use a phone, and Forrest would know about it before you could say boo.
Kaiser looks exasperated.
We're the FBI, Sonny. We have some very secure communications gear.
Sonny snorts.
Says you. No. You want to deal with me, you bring my kids here.
It would be tomorrow at the soonest before we could do that. Do you really want to go back into the cell block with your double eagle buddies?
The old Klansman laughs again.
I've been living with them guys my whole life. I reckon I can make it one more night. But if you get my grandson and granddaughter here and let me talk to them, I believe they'll do it. My grandson don't want to do that last rotation, not with that baby on the way. He's afraid he'll catch a packet this time.
Kaiser gets to his feet and stares down at the old man, his eyes like lasers.
If I do this, Sonny, it will cost the taxpayers a lot of money. Millions of dollars over the years. Before I can commit to that, you have to convince me I'm not wasting that money.
Sonny looks up at the FBI agent, his face as sincere as any child's.
You protect my family, mister, and I'll do whatever I gotta do to keep them safe. I swear.
Kaiser's gaze hasn't wavered.
I'm afraid I need you to be more specific than that. I need you to convince me, Sonny. I need you to tell me what you know.
The old man shakes his head.
I can't do that till you live up to your end of the deal. You keep your promise, I'll keep mine. Ain't that how it works?
This stumps Kaiser for a bit. He stares at Thornfield for several seconds, then looks up at the window and motions for me to come in. I dart to the door before Kaiser can second-guess himself. As I enter the interrogation room, Sonny's eyes go wide in panic, but Kaiser quickly reassures him.
Mayor Cage is only here to observe, Sonny.
I don't know where Dr. Cage is at, he cries. I told you.
We know that,
Kaiser says, signaling me to keep my distance. He sits again, then says,
I'll tell you what. I'm going to mention some crimes, and I want you to nod if you know who's responsible for them, okay?
The old man's cheek twitches. He looks like a retiree suspicious of a loan officer's pitch.
I guess.
First and foremost, the Double Eagle murders. I'm talking about Pookie Wilson, Albert Norris, Joe Louis Lewis, Jimmy Revels, Luther Davis.
You already know who killed Albert and Pookie, Sonny breaks in. That was in the paper yesterday morning. Brody Royal was behind that.
Kaiser nods. But the Double Eagles did the dirty work. What about Jimmy and Luther? And Joe Lewis, the busboy?
After several seconds of hesitation, Sonny nods once. Kaiser turns to me, his eyes glinting with excitement, but I feel like throwing up. We're nowhere close to saving my father, assuming Dad's still breathing.
Okay, says Kaiser. Let's move forward in time a bit. How much do you know about Forrest Knox?
The old man starts shaking his head before Kaiser can get the whole name out.
Come on, Sonny. I already know a lot about him. I know he started taking part in Eagle operations when he was a teenager, and I know he was party to some of the worst crimes. But I'm just as interested in his present-day drug business, and also his activities during Hurricane Katrina. Can you link him to that?
Thornfield looks surprised by the extent of Kaiser's knowledge. Would I have to testify in court?
Probably so, yes.
Sonny closes his eyes like a man asked to confront Satan incarnate. I ain't saying shit about Forrest, man. Not until me and my family are safe and living under new names. Kaiser grimaces, then tries another tack.
I know Forrest means to take over the state police. What about his ties to the power brokers in Baton Rouge and New Orleans? Can you identify any of the people he's been dealing with in that regard?
Thornfield rakes his wrinkled hand over his chin, but then he shakes his head. Nothing about Forrest. Not until the deal is done. Don't waste your breath.
All right, then. Let's talk about Dallas.
Sonny blinks as if he doesn't understand the word. Dallas?
Yeah. President Kennedy, Dealey Plaza.
Sonny shakes his head as if he's clueless. Kaiser smiles as if in appreciation of good entertainment.
Come on, Sonny. I know all about Frank drawing the 3 Ks in the sand on the sandbar. The day he founded the Double Eagles. I know about Carlos Marcello. I know about the Rose Garden photo and the red circles. JFK, RFK, MLK, right?
Sonny's eyes have gone wide. Where'd you hear that? Did Glenn Morehouse tell you that?
He told Henry Sexton.
Jesus. Glenn really lost it at the end, didn't he?
He couldn't live with himself anymore. Can you blame him?
Thornfield shrugs sullenly.
Tell me about Dallas, Sonny. About Frank.
The old man looks cagey now. How much does it mean to you? Kaiser cuts his eyes at me.
What do you mean?
I mean, if I could tell you who killed Kennedy, would that be enough to get my family federal protection without going to court against Forrest? Fuck no, I snap. Tell him, John. Kaiser holds up his hand to silence me. Ask him who killed Viola, I bark, moving toward the table. He knows that much, and there's not one reason he can't tell you right now.
Stay over there, Penn, Kaiser orders, or get out.
I force myself to stop and back up a couple of steps. I don't want Kaiser to have me removed before Sonny says something I can use.
What about that, Sonny? Kaiser asks. Do you know who killed Nurse Turner?
Sonny cuts his eyes at me, then looks back at Kaiser and gives a slight nod.
I want a name,
Kaiser says. Thornfield shakes his head. At last, Kaiser sighs in frustration.
Compared to what you say you know, that's nothing, Sonny. If you don't give me that name, you're not getting any deal at all. As of now, naming Viola's killer is the price of me calling your family.
Sonny stares at the table for a while. Then he looks up at Kaiser, the tight smile of a mischievous little boy on his face. No, it ain't, he says softly, because I've got the first-class ticket now.
What are you talking about?
The Big D, boss. I can tell you about Dallas, and about Frank. I can tell you all about it. and then you can be a big hero up in Washington. They'll probably make you the head of the goddamn FBI after I tell you what I know. That's my ticket out of this place." Sonny gives Kaiser a smirk. "Tell me I'm wrong." "You're wrong, Sonny." The smirk doesn't falter a bit. "No, I ain't. I may not be no rocket scientist, but I know that much." They had found what had drawn the attention of the buzzards. Jordan had been right. Beneath the circling carrion birds, the body of a Caucasian man lay wedged among the limbs of a fallen tree. The reek of death was suffocating. Mose Tyler had stopped his boat 30 feet from the mostly submerged corpse, but even from here, Caitlin could see that the dead man was missing his head.
"I ain't going no further," Mose said flatly. "Not for all the damn money in the world."
"Yes, you are," Caitlin said, her heart hammering in her chest.
"No, I ain't."
"Jordan," Caitlin said, peering over the water, "Dr. Cage couldn't have been killed more than, 15 or 16 hours ago? Could his body already stink like that?" "I wouldn't think so. Not with a temperature this low."
A new terror struck Caitlin.
"But other people have gone missing over the last few days. Those 3 boys from Concordia Parish, remember?"
I didn't pay much attention to that.
"They worked for Brody Royal's oil company."
Though Caitlin couldn't let her mind rest on the thought for more than a split second, some part of her was already certain that the dead man in the water was Tom Cage.
"They might have dumped Tom where other victims were dumped earlier this week."
"Don't borrow trouble. Let's just go over there and find out."
"You gonna have to swim,"
Mose said.
"For God's sake,"
Jordan snapped.
"he's just a man who drowned."
"No, he ain't. A blade cut that head off. See that there?"
He pointed at the severed neck, but Caitlin had noticed the wound.
"They used to hunt men back in here in the old times, you know."
"How long ago were the old times?"
Caitlin asked.
"Back in the 20s, I know. Maybe the 40s and 50s, too. My daddy told me about the year of the Great Flood, how they brought colored men in to hunt that year. And in slave times, too, he told me. A man ain't the fastest or the strongest game, but he's the smartest. And some men got a taste for that meat. Call it long pig."
"I don't care,"
Caitlin said.
"You take us up to that body so I can try to identify it."
"No, ma'am. I ain't got to do that. I'm taking you back to your car."
Almost crazed with fear and exasperation, Caitlin remembered the radio Carl had given them.
"Jordan, call Carl and tell him to get his ass back here."
Jordan wasted no time, and she seemed quite at home with the radio. But when Carl's voice came from the speaker, Caitlin's feeling of dread only deepened.
"We're on our way back to the airport," Carl said. "I was just about to call you and tell you to get out of there."
"Why?" Jordan asked, peering into the trees as though an army might emerge from the shadows.
"We weren't over Valhalla for more than 60 seconds when the sheriff called us. Somebody at the camp called in and complained. He ordered us to get the hell out of their airspace. Said we were ruining a hunt and spooking their breeding animals. Can you believe that?"
Jordan was shaking her head.
"All that's academic now," she said. "We just found a body in the swamp. I presume the sheriff won't write that off to natural causes."
"What do you mean, a body?" Carl asked.
"A dead man in the water, and he doesn't have a head. If you guys could start this way, we damsels in distress would sure appreciate it."
The radio crackled and hissed for half a minute. Then Carl said,
"We're coming to you. I'll call you in a few minutes to guide us in."
"Thanks. And while you're at it, would you tell our guide to take us in where we can get an idea of who the deceased might be? Caitlin is worried it might be Dr. Cage."
The radio crackled some more. Then Carl said,
"Mose, you do whatever the hell those ladies tell you to do, or I'm busting you for all the stuff I know you do when you think we're looking the other way."
In the stern of the John boat, the old fisherman hung his head.
10-4, Jordan said. "I think he got the message. Out." Kaiser should never have asked Sonny Thornfield about JFK, not until after the plea deal was done. The old eagle is sitting as smug as a mob soldier who knows his godfather will have him out of jail in time for happy hour at his favorite bar. "John, come on," I say in the most reasonable voice I can muster. "Don't let him play you like this. How critical is the Kennedy stuff, given the overall situation? Even if he tells you Frank Knox killed JFK, Frank is as dead as Kennedy, and he has been for nearly as long." As tense as a pointer nearing a quail, Kaiser holds up his hand to silence me. "It's not enough to say Frank killed him. He has to prove Frank killed him. Can you do that, Sonny?" Again, the little boy's smile animates Sonny's mouth, and his eyes flicker with secret knowledge. "I can give you chapter and verse, boss. Frank himself told me the story one night when he'd drunk damn near a gallon of moonshine." Kaiser looks like Ahab after having sighted the milky head and spout of the white whale. Nothing could turn him aside from his obsession now. I feel like slapping him upside the head. "He's read you like a book," I say angrily. "He's telling you what you want to hear, and there's no way to cross-check anything he says. Make him give you details on crimes we know about, the Double Eagle killings. Then we'll know whether he's full of shit or not." Thornfield gives me a rat-like glare. "I ain't saying shit about that until my family is here and they agree to protection." As Kaiser works his mouth around in frustration, my cell phone vibrates. This time, when I take it out of my pocket, I see Carl Sims's name in the LCD window. "Carl," I ask, "what's up?" A burst of static makes me jerk the phone away from my ear, but then Carl's voice pops from the speaker with a tinny timbre. "Penn, girls found a body. Swamp. No ID yet. Caitlin trying to reach it. Altitude, Danny? Penn." "Carl," I cry, "I can't hear you. The girls found a body?" "N4. Hatch Swamp. Haven't reached it yet. Going down to try to help. Call you as soon as we know. Out." My pulse pounds in my ears as the phone goes dead. A body in the swamp? From the sound of Carl's voice, he wasn't talking about old bones, but a fresh corpse. An image of my father floating face down in the swamp rises behind my eyes and my legs go weak. What if I had to call my mother and tell her that Dad had been found dead? Impossible. "What's happened?" Kaiser asks. "Is it your father?" It sounds like it. Caitlin and Jordan found a body in the swamp. They haven't ID'd it yet, but Carl wouldn't have called me unless he was afraid it's Dad. God damn it! I take 2 steps toward Thornfield, then force myself to stop, my face burning with rage. "Did Snake kill my father and dump him in the Lussahatcha swamp?" Sonny gapes at me in genuine terror. "I don't know. I truly don't. I hope he didn't, but he could have. Or that Redbone Ozen. He's a bad sumbitch." Kaiser pulls me away from Sonny, then interposes himself between us, his back to me. "This is getting out of hand, Sonny," he says in a cold voice. "Let me tell you something. My superiors badly want to talk to Dr. Cage. If he turns out to be dead, it's going to be tough for me to make any kind of deal for you. My bosses won't approve it. I can't believe Snake wouldn't tell you what he was going to do with him." "That's the whole ever-loving point," Sonny cries. "He didn't trust the rest of us not to break under pressure, not after what Glenn done, and I reckon he was right not to, wasn't he?" "If I sent you back to the cell block, could you get it out of Snake?" "Shit, I do that, I might as well tell him I'm in here trying to cut a deal with you." "If Snake Knox doesn't trust you anymore," Kaiser muses, "I can't believe Frank Knox ever did. If you want your family brought here on a government plane, you've got to give me something to justify your deal." Thornfield grimaces so hard he bares his teeth, which makes him look like a possum cornered between 2 garbage cans. "Look, I know," he insists. "I know all there is to know, twice as much as Glenn ever did. But how can I prove it without giving away the store?" While Kaiser wrestles with this dilemma, my mind fills with an image of Caitlin rolling over a bloated white body in the black water of the Lussahatchee Swamp. I've seen many floaters in my career, rotted and half-eaten by turtles, snake, and fish. I can't bear thinking about my mother having to view my father's body in such a state. I'm not sure I could bear it myself. "Turn off that camera, John," I say sharply. "What?" "Just do it, and find us a bedsheet to cover the observation mirror."
"What exactly do you have in mind?"
he asks, getting up and walking to the camcorder. "A way for Sonny to let us know what he knows without implicating himself or giving away the store." Sonny looks worried now. "I ain't saying nothing you guys can record. I know you got all kinds of fancy hidden microphones and shit." "It's nothing like that," I assure him. "Then what is it?" "Have you ever worked a jigsaw puzzle, Sonny?" He gives me the cornered possum look again, but finally he nods. This is just like that. I sit down in Kaiser's chair and start writing in his notebook. "Get the bedsheet for the mirror, John. You'll need some duct tape to hold it up."
"All right, hell. But I'm not leaving you in here alone with him. I'll send one of my men."
As he goes to the door, I begin writing words across the top of a page. Victim, killers, weapon, method, dump site. And bring some scissors, too. Kaiser pauses at the door.
"You can't bring scissors into an interrogation room."
I look up angrily. "You want to break these cases? Bring me some goddamn scissors." Forrest had finally tired of fighting the wind out on the deck. He'd moved into the great room of the Bouchard Lake House, and Ozen had built a fire in the stone fireplace. A hidden gas jet made it easy work, and Forrest had moved forward to warm his hands when his cracked StarTAC rang.
"I'm waiting,"
he said. "Bad news," said Spanky Ford. "I think one of your guys may be talking." A shiver ran the length of Forrest's body.
"Who?"
"Thornfield."
"Sonny?"
he thought skeptically. But after a few seconds it made sense. Sonny was probably the smartest of the Eagles. He would sense that things were spinning out of control, and Sonny had family that didn't actually hate him outright. "They got him locked in the main interrogation room," Ford said. "Snake and Will Devine are locked in questioning rooms too, but there's nobody in with them. I think Kaiser stuck them in there so they wouldn't know what was going on."
"Have you told Snake about this?"
"I just managed to before an FBI agent took up station in front of his door."
"What did he say?"
"He said tell you that Dr. Cage is alive, but he's where he can't hurt anybody. Don't waste effort looking for him," Snake said. Relief washed through Forrest. If Tom Cage was alive, then he still had some flexibility in dealing with Penn Cage and his fiancée. Of course, if Sonny Thornfield turned state's evidence, everybody was going down. Then a new possibility came to him.
"Deputy, do you think Snake was telling the truth about Dr. Cage?"
Ford didn't answer immediately. Then he said, "I didn't know he might have a reason to lie, Colonel. I really couldn't say, sir."
"Okay, but you believe Sonny's really flipping?"
"All I know is Cage and Kaiser are the only ones in there with him, and they've taped a sheet over the observation window."
"Okay,"
Forrest thought furiously.
"Here's what I want you to do. The first chance you get to pass a message to Snake, tell him I said to get ready to shut down any talk, and for good. Tell him I'll get him his chance. Snake will know when to move. You got that?"
"Yes, sir."
"You'll have a job, too, but I'll get back to you with it."
"I'm ready."
"Last thing. You tell Snake he'd better bring Dr. Cage to me on a silver platter after I get him out of there."
"Will do, Colonel. Is there—" "Boss!" Ozen called, walking into the room with an armload of firewood. "I got news, good and bad. What you want first?"
"Give me the bad. Is Dr. Cage dead?"
"I don't know. But the black team found the guys they left to guard the dock tied up in the road trek at the back of that oil field. They said Snake and his crew took the dock all right. They're ready to rip his lungs out."
Forrest nodded slowly. He'd never really doubted that Snake had taken Dr. Cage. The question was, what had he done with him?
"What's the good news?"
"One of our highway units stopped Claude Devereaux outside Lafayette. One of our troopers stopped him on the causeway."
Forrest pumped a fist in the air.
"I've got to go," he told Ford. "You tell Snake what I said."
"I will if I can."
"And call me in 15 minutes if they're still talking to Thornfield."
"Will do. Out." Forrest clicked off and pocketed his phone, then turned to Ozen.
"You tell whoever stopped Claude to escort him all the way back to his office in Vidalia. And if Claude raises a fuss, arrest him."
Ozen nodded.
"So Dr. Cage is alive?"
Forrest blew out a lungful of air.
"I don't know. Snake sent word that he is, but that doesn't mean a thing now. He's just trying to get out from under those meth charges. For all I know, the doc has been dead since last night."